Before the apocalypse arrived, I was reborn with awakened supernatural abilities and a system granting me tattoos of power. My missions rewarded me with 10,000 taels of gold and a secure shelter. 1 month later, acid rain scoured the earth and zombies roamed everywhere, but I had already prepared for everything. So what if I wet the bed? My mom hasn't beaten me in 3 whole days. Su Bingfan was jolted awake by the shrill ringing of a phone. Instinctively, he picked it up and muttered, "Hello." Then, Su Bingfan suddenly snapped to attention, his eyes flying open. Looking around, the familiar surroundings reminded him. He was in his bedroom. Or rather, his former home. Warm, bright sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. Outside the window, 2 birds perched on a lush green branch, chattering away about gossip. In his ear, his bald boss's raspy voice screeched from the phone. All of it felt unreal, yet tears welled up in Su Bingfan's eyes, overwhelming him with emotion. He pulled the phone away from his ear, checked the home screen, and saw the date displayed there. July 24th, 2023. He had actually been reborn. His bald boss was still ranting in the phone, but Su Bingfan raised the device to his lips with affectionate warmth. "Go fuck yourself, you dead bald motherfucker. Don't think just cause you're wearing a pig mask means you can play second master pig. You're such a waste of space. You breathing wastes air, dying wastes land, and being half dead just wastes RMB. I worked for your company 3 years, couldn't even get enough food to eat, only saw a lot of empty promises. Always yelling about wolf spirit? You're nothing but a lapdog. I pulled overtime every damn day, yet you never gave me a penny raise. I'm 1 minute late, and you dock me 200, and you still have the nerve to scream at me? Screw it. Little me ain't coming in today. If you've got the balls, fire me." After finally shouting out words he'd kept bottled inside for years, Su Bingfan felt an indescribable lightness. Then he covered his face and burst into tears, crying and laughing at once. He was overjoyed, ecstatic that he'd been given this miraculous chance to do it all over again. 1 month later, the island nation would ignore global opposition and livestream the dumping of over 1.3 million tons of radioactive nuclear wastewater into the Pacific Ocean. International research bodies had already warned that, due to the powerful ocean currents along the island's coast, radioactive materials would spread across half the Pacific within 57 days, polluting every sea on Earth within 10 years. Neighboring governments repeatedly and strongly condemned the act, firmly opposing it, but most Western environmental groups, usually passionate about ecology, remained eerily silent. Thus, at exactly noon 1 month later, the island nation turned the Pacific into a spicy hot pot, half red, half clear. The Western nations secretly hoped that by the time polluted seawater reached their shores 10 years later, it would be infinitely diluted, while the population of the Eastern superpower would already suffer irreversible health damage. In this scenario, only their long-desired rival nation would bear the brunt, while the island country took all the blame, leaving the West to profit as bystanders. But they overlooked one crucial fact: radioactive substances accumulate continuously in marine life. Their concentration doesn't dilute over time. In fact, they multiply exponentially up the food chain. Even more terrifyingly, the island nation's inhumane act provoked nature's retaliation. Tsunamis, earthquakes, typhoons accelerated the spread of nuclear wastewater across the globe. In less than a month, the Earth's atmosphere, soil, and water were all contaminated. Typhoons carried the radioactive wastewater across continents. Evaporated seawater formed rain clouds, ensuring that no corner of the world was spared. For 3 full months, red acid rain fell relentlessly, like blood tears wept by the Earth itself. At first, people thought it was just heavy rain. But when steel-reinforced concrete buildings began corroding into sludge wherever the rain touched, everyone realized the true apocalypse had arrived. Most humans who came into contact with the radioactive acid rain or consumed contaminated food developed high fevers, nausea, vomiting, then slowly rotted from the inside out. And the first organ to fully decay? The human brain. Once the brain liquefied into a foul-smelling puddle, people turned into zombies, mindlessly biting others and spreading the toxin further. Only a tiny fraction of humanity resisted the radiation's corrosion, but their genes mutated instead, twisting them into grotesque monsters. The medical world stood helpless. More and more people became infected. Only then did scientists worldwide grasp the catastrophic consequences of dumping nuclear waste into the ocean. Humanity rose in condemnation, accusing the island nation of holding 7 billion people hostage with its mere 100 million. Western countries even offered massive compensation demands. Yet it was too late. The island nation was the first country completely erased from the blue planet. But this was only the beginning. Nearly every few days, another nation vanished. The blue planet entered the apocalypse, ruined landscapes, corpses strewn everywhere. Only a fortunate few hoarded the last remnants of clean supplies, barely surviving. Su Bingfan pulled a tissue from the nightstand drawer, blew his nose, then wiped his face roughly. In his previous life, Su Bingfan had been lucky. Before the acid rain arrived, he had stockpiled enough clean food to last himself 3 years, plus an entire room filled with bottled mineral water. He also lived on the 13th floor of a high-rise apartment, right in the middle. Although the upper floors had already corroded, they were still far from his level. In the sudden apocalypse, Su Bingfan had actually been doing quite well. But his one unforgivable mistake, the thing he should never have done, was giving in to lust and taking in Musiki, the goddess he'd secretly loved for years. When Musiki cried at his door, begging him to let her in and saying she was willing to be his girlfriend, Su Bingfan admitted he had succumbed to desire after being full and warm. But he never expected that Musiki was a treacherous bitch who conspired with her rich second-generation boyfriend, Liu Xiaoqiu, stole all of Su Bingfan's supplies, tied him up, and left him at a crossroads during their escape, using him as live bait to lure zombies into devouring him. In his past life, Su Bingfan's memories ended with Liu Xiaoqiu's arrogant laughter and Musiki's scornful, disdainful gaze. Musiki, I'll fuck your whole family. Su Bingfan threw off the blanket and lunged toward the door, his pupils sharpened with lethal light and murderous rage. The apocalypse was coming anyway, so he didn't care about killing Musiki and Liu Xiaoqiu first. At worst, he'd just become a fugitive for the rest of his life. Are you really going to act so recklessly? A strange voice suddenly echoed beside his ear. At the same time, Su Bingfan felt a surge of heat on his left arm, and then his entire body stiffened, completely immobile. Terrified, Su Bingfan felt a chill race down his spine, and every hair on his body stood on end. Who are you? How did you get into my house? What do you want? His left arm slowly lifted on its own, rising until it was level with his eyes. There had once been a black burn scar there, mixed with pale white rotting flesh, a wound he'd gotten just days ago at a class reunion when he tried to save Musiki from scalding hot pot broth. Now, however, the scar looked somewhat like a half-formed tattoo. And this tattoo was smiling and waving at him. Hi, I'm your supernatural ability tattoo. Chapter 2: Who Turns Down Free Money. Over the next few minutes, the tattoo gave Su Bingfan a detailed introduction to its functions. Don't underestimate me. I'm only at the beginner stage right now, so my form isn't fully clear yet, and the range I can control is limited to you alone. But as long as you complete tasks to level me up, with my growth you'll unlock features like a storage space, a points mall, level-based lottery draws, basically all the survival system upgrades you'd expect in an apocalypse. And hey, the first stage reward for our mission? A super awesome, insanely cool, totally mind-blowing apocalyptic shelter. Plus, every time you finish a task, you'll earn gold, actual gold bars. The kind that's bulletproof against inflation and financial crises. Don't tell me you're not interested. Su Bingfan was mentally speechless. Of course I want gold. Who wouldn't? But I don't want you. Su Bingfan had read plenty of novels about awakened tattoos and always envied the protagonist's supernatural abilities. In those stories, the tattoos were always something epic, like the primordial void dragon or Satan the Demon King. At the very least, they'd be one of the 4 ancient divine beasts. So why on earth did he end up with this ridiculous thing? The absurd little tattoo chattered on endlessly, boasting it could help him master powers to survive the apocalypse. Honestly, the whole thing sounded utterly ridiculous. After rambling non-stop without getting any reaction from Su Bingfan, the tattoo let out a sigh. Sigh? I knew my looks would overshadow my talent. Fine. I'll leak just a tiny spoiler for you. Suddenly, a golden glow shimmered along the tattoo's tail. Then, right before Su Bingfan's eyes, a virtual LCD screen appeared in midair, displaying a line of text. Main quest 1. Find a suitable location to build your shelter. Rewards. 1. 1 apocalyptic shelter. 2. Skill. Filthy eloquence. 3. 3,000 experience points. Side quest 1. Raise initial funding of 5 million renminbi. Rewards. 1. 10,000 taels of gold. 2. 100 million RMB. 3. Unlock inventory storage. Su Bingfan immediately perked up. 10,000 taels of gold. Holy crap, how much money was that? Could he really start building his bed out of gold bricks and sleep on pure wealth every night? 1 small goal a day? He could buy up every last bit of clean food and drinking water in the entire city this month. And ready-made shelters and inventory space? Bring on the acid rain of the apocalypse. He wouldn't even flinch. And all he had to do for this was complete some simple tasks? My god, what divine system had he stumbled upon? Excited, Su Bingfan rubbed his hands together vigorously, completely unaware that his body had regained sensation at some point during this exchange. 5 million. Puffed, peanuts. Without hesitation, Su Bingfan rushed to his study, opened the safe, and pulled out 3 red property deeds, the only assets his parents had left him. His parents had been business people. Though they died young in a car accident, they'd left Su Bingfan 2 fully owned commercial shops and a large 3-bedroom apartment, ensuring that even if he stayed idle at home, he'd still have a substantial monthly income. The residential complex where Su Bingfan lived was in the city center, located within the district of a top provincial school, prime real estate, among the most expensive in the entire city. That 3-bedroom unit alone had long surpassed 8 million RMB on the market. The 2 commercial units weren't large, but their locations were excellent, on the busiest and priciest shopping street in downtown. Each brought in rent of 40 to 50,000 RMB monthly, and individually, either could sell for over 10 million. Now, by raising just 5 million, he could trade it all for the capital needed to dominate the coming apocalypse. What was there to hesitate about? These properties might be valuable now, but in just a few months, they'd all become worthless rubble. So Su Bingfan didn't feel a shred of regret. He dashed downstairs, hopped into his beat-up old car, and sped straight to the nearest real estate agency. The moment he walked in, he slapped the 3 red deeds down hard on the counter. Sell these. A slick-haired middle-aged agent hurried over. Seeing 3 deeds hit the table, he double-checked. Sir, are you selling all 3 properties? Yeah, all of them. Full cash payment only. The agent flipped open the documents, instantly recognizing the addresses of the 2 commercial units. A rough price estimate formed in his mind. Then he checked the residential deed. The neighborhood was well known, and so was its sky-high valuation. All 3 were premium listings. This commission would be juicy. Please come this way, sir. Let me get you some water. We'll discuss everything in comfort. Smiling warmly, the agent led Su Bingfan into a private meeting room, swiftly poured 2 cups of tea, and closed the door behind them before beginning negotiations. So, sir, what price did you have in mind for each of these 3 properties? Su Bingfan confidently held up 2 fingers. If someone buys all 3 together, I'll give a package deal, 30 million. Glork. The agent dropped flat onto his backside. Then he quickly scrambled back up, poking his head out from under the desk, eyes wide as saucers, staring at Su Bingfan again. You said how much? Su Bingfan calmly repeated with patience. All 3 properties, cash in full, package deal, 30 million RMB. But the payment must be made within 3 days. If you can't take all 3, that's fine too. I can sell them separately, though the individual prices will be slightly higher. For example, that commercial unit I was thinking. Deal. The real estate agent finally straightened himself against the table. 30 million. I'll take it. His mind was already racing with calculations. The combined market value of the 3 properties was roughly around 37 million RMB. But clearly, this seller was in a rush to liquidate assets, hence offering a price 20% below market rate. If he bought them now and flipped them immediately, he wouldn't just earn a measly commission of 100,000 or so. He'd pocket a solid 7 million profit. But sir, I don't have that much cash on hand right now. How about we sign a contract? I'll transfer 5 million RMB as a down payment today, and pay the remaining balance when we complete the ownership transfer the day after tomorrow. Deal. Su Bingfan generously patted the agent on the shoulder. My 2 commercial units are still under lease. Those tenancy rights go to you as well. And all the furniture and appliances inside the apartments? They're yours for free. With shelter rewards awaiting upon task completion, Su Bingfan was feeling incredibly generous. The agent immediately pulled out his phone and transferred 5 million RMB to Su Bingfan through Alipay, then grinned like a blooming chrysanthemum as he saw the god of wealth off. No sooner had the 2 parted ways than both swiftly pulled out their phones and started frantically downloading every lending app they could find. The agent needed loans to cover the final payment to Su Bingfan, while Su Bingfan intended to take advantage of the fact that the property deeds were still under his name, to milk as many loans as possible from various lending platforms. 1 month later, all food and water sources would be contaminated. He needed massive supplies, and at a time like this, who would ever complain about having too much money? Chapter 3: Obtaining a Basic Ability. Su Bingfan needed to accumulate as much money as possible and immediately entered an aggressive hoarding mode. Seduzi slowly poked its head out again, watching Su Bingfan rake in nearly 10 million in less than half an hour, and still going. So it couldn't help but offer a gentle reminder. Hey, host, do you even know why one of these tasks is called main and the other side? Su Bingfan was still too absorbed in making money to care. Just spit it out. Don't beat around the bush. Because if you don't complete the main task, the rewards for the side task won't be delivered either. Click. Su Bingfan froze mid-motion. Then, after a brief pause, he smiled. That's easy to fix. After all, having lived through this life once before, Su Bingfan already had a clear idea about where to build the shelter. He drove to the foot of a mountain on the outskirts of the city. Here lay a range of continuous mountains far from the urban area. Even if a shelter suddenly appeared here, it wouldn't attract attention. What Su Bingfan wanted was the highest peak. It was naturally defensible, free from flood risks, and surrounded by lower hills that blocked off the city. Even after humans mutated, if Su Bingfan ever wanted to come out and enjoy some sunshine, zombies wouldn't be able to smell him from such a distance. Pointing excitedly at the summit's apex, Su Bingfan declared, There, right there. Boom, boom, boom. A violent tremor shook the ground. If Su Bingfan hadn't reacted quickly and grabbed the car door, he would have tumbled into a ditch. The mountain peak, like soft clay, was forcibly flattened at the top. Then, a silver dome-shaped structure rose rapidly from the earth. Before Su Bingfan could get a good look at its appearance, the surrounding trees suddenly began growing at an astonishing rate. In moments, their tall, dense canopies completely concealed the shelter. Holy crap, thought of everything, didn't you? Su Bingfan gave a thumbs up. This place was less than 50 kilometers from downtown, with a national highway at the mountain's base and occasional airplanes flying overhead. If someone had discovered the shelter earlier, trouble would have been inevitable. Suddenly, Su Bingfan felt a surge of heat in his left arm. Seduzi's outline became clearer, its facial features now somewhat distinguishable. Seduzi twisted uncomfortably on Su Bingfan's arm, then its eyes suddenly lit up. Ding! Congratulations, host. Main task and side task completed. All rewards have been successfully delivered. Shelter successfully deployed. Storage space successfully unlocked. 10,000 taels of gold stored in storage space. 100 million RMB transferred to your Alipay account. 3,000 points credited. The points mall is now unlocked. Tattoo ability upgraded. Filthy mouth. After reciting the long string of notifications, Seduzi nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Su Bingfan pulled out his phone and checked Alipay. Sure enough, his balance had increased by another 100 million. Now, he had a total of 115 million in his account. Add to that over a million still in his bank card, and Su Bingfan could already afford enough food to last him a lifetime. But it still wasn't enough. He had experienced the apocalypse, but he hadn't seen mutated animals yet. Now that he had money, he couldn't just stock up on food and drink. He also needed weapons. Seduzi, does the Points Mall have weapons? What about food? Reporting, host. The Points Mall has weapons, but no food or water. Those you'll have to stockpile yourself. That was fine. With over 100 million at his disposal, he could buy up all the food and water in the entire city. Seduzi, I want to see my shelter. Not yet, host, Seduzi reminded gently. You've only completed the basic tasks. Right now, your shelter is empty. Just a hollow shell made of 5 meters of reinforced concrete wrapped around a lead lining. This outer shell can resist acid rain and withstand a 10 megaton TNT explosion, but the interior remains unfurnished. You'll need to complete more tasks. For now, you can only view the floor plan. Where's the floor plan? In the storage space. Seduzi, how do I access my storage space? Just touch my left hind hoof. Struggling slightly to identify Seduzi's still blurry limbs, Su Bingfan reached out and touched its left hind hoof. Instantly, a flash of white light filled his vision, and Su Bingfan saw his storage space. Seduzi pouted Bugunshin Ly. If you could complete a few more tasks, I'd be able to manifest a hologram and enter your space. Of course, I could even materialize physically to enhance your abilities. What about my shelter's floor plan? Oh, it's on the second floor, but for now, the second floor isn't accessible to you. Su Bingfan mentally cursed Seduzi's ancestors with a rather unrefined phrase, then patiently asked, then how do I unlock the second floor? By completing more tasks, of course. Seduzi replied matter-of-factly. But host, don't you want to learn more about your ability first? Su Bingfan twitched his lips. Fine, go ahead, tell me. Now Seduzi perked up. The filthy mouth ability means that from now on, whenever you want to curse someone, just touch my head with one hand, and your words will become reality. Speak human. Let me give you an example. Take that road-raging jerk who cut you off earlier. You cursed him by saying, you'll get hit by a truck when you turn, right? If you'd touched my head while cursing, he really would have been hit by a truck at the turn. Holy crap. Su Bingfan jumped back, eyes shining like headlights. What kind of god-tier skill was this? With this ability, he could finally take revenge for the wrongs done to his past self. Seduzi could already feel Su Bingfan's excitement boiling over, so it added another reminder. Host, your current level is too low. This ability can only be triggered 3 times per day. Use it wisely. Also, this doesn't only work on living people. It works on objects too. For instance, if you point at a rock and curse it to shatter into dust, it'll truly disintegrate. Su Bingfan immediately rolled up his sleeves. Then can I use it on zombies? Not yet. Seduzi's eyes started swirling like spiral noodles. Zombies are kind of complicated. They're neither fully alive, nor inanimate objects, nor natural creatures. I can't really explain it well. Just know that we can't affect them for now. Got it. Then I'll keep doing tasks. Su Bingfan fired up. So what's next? What tasks are there? I haven't received any system tasks yet. Your level is still too low. Probably won't get new ones until tomorrow. In the meantime, why not hit the gym and improve your physical condition? Great idea. Su Bingfan nodded, quickly climbed into his car, and drove back into the city. He had a gym membership he'd barely used. And since he'd already quit his job today anyway, Su Bingfan went all out, lifting weights for an hour, swimming for another hour, then driving to Jinzuan restaurant in the city center, where he ordered an entire table full of dishes and devoured them without mercy. Though Su Bingfan was technically a minor rich kid, he'd always lived quite frugally, spending only within the limits of his salary. But now everything was different. The apocalypse was coming soon, and after that, he'd never taste food this good again. He might as well enjoy himself while he still could. He sat at a window-side table on the second floor, completely absorbed in his feast, oblivious to his surroundings. Even more so, he didn't notice the pair of assessing eyes watching him from the corner across the street, eyes that had been fixed on him for a long, long time. Chapter 4. What do you want? Musiki had originally accepted a date invitation from a suitor to go shopping today. Just as she was about to leave, her best friend Bai Lingshan showed up at her door and also asked her to go out shopping. One of Musiki's favorite things was showing off how attractive she was in front of others, so she didn't mind at all having Bai Lingshan tag along. But that guy was too stingy. After half an hour of shopping, he only bought Musiki a cup of Snow King bubble tea, not even getting one for Bai Lingshan. Seeing he was a fake rich man, Musiki immediately dumped him. By noon, Bai Lingshan suggested, Chi-Chi, we've been shopping all morning, and we're both tired and thirsty. Why don't you call your dear Lu Xiao and have him treat us to a nice meal? He has an important meeting today. Otherwise, do you think I'd give other people a chance? Musiki smiled faintly, politely but firmly turning down the idea. The Lu family was the richest in Dongcheng, and Lu Xiaoqiu was their only son. Countless women longed for the position beside him. How could Musiki be so foolish as to create an opportunity for Bai Lingshan to meet Lu Xiaoqiu? Beware of fire, theft, and your best friend. This was common sense. Even fools understood it. Musiki patted Bai Lingshan's hand and pointed toward the Hong Kong-style cafe across the street. How about we just grab something simple over there? Bai Lingshan followed Musiki's finger and saw it was just an ordinary tea house. She felt a bit disappointed inside. Still, since she wouldn't have to pay, she was about to agree when her eyes casually swept over the second floor of the adjacent Jinzuan restaurant. Chi-Chi, look, isn't that the clingy dog who always follows you? Isn't he supposed to be a broke loser? How come he suddenly has money to eat at Jinzuan? It was only then that Musiki noticed Su Bingfan, the penniless nobody whose shirts never cost more than 50 yuan, was actually gorging himself at the famously luxurious and expensive Jinzuan restaurant. Musiki lightly frowned. She knew exactly how much Jinzuan charged. She'd dated Lu Xiaoqiu for over half a year, yet he'd taken her there only once. They ordered just 2 dishes and a soup, shared a glass of red wine, and still paid over 10,000 yuan. Now, although Su Bingfan was on the second floor, He was sitting at a round table. Judging by his wide arm movements while picking up food, there must be no fewer than 10 plates in front of him. And right now, this penniless loser was holding a massive Australian lobster, easily over 2 feet long, with both hands, gnawing at it like it was corn on the cob. Since when had this broke guy become so wealthy? Could he have won the lottery? Musiki's gaze swept over the parking lot of Jinzuan restaurant. Among a row of luxury cars, she instantly spotted Su Bingfan's old junker worth less than 50,000 total. The left headlight was cracked and taped with clear tape. The front bumper was dented, and the rear was scratched and peeling paint. The upper half of the car was relatively clean, but the lower half was splattered with mud. Probably hadn't washed it after yesterday's rain. He really couldn't afford luxuries. Musiki, barely noticeable, curled her lips. A poor loser would always stay a poor loser. When a man gets money, shouldn't he upgrade his car, watch, and house first? Su Bingfan acted more like someone who'd just been diagnosed with a terminal illness and decided to blow all his cash on one last spree. Musiki hadn't really wanted to deal with Su Bingfan, but Bai Lingshan kept urging her. Chi-Chi, isn't he one of your admirers? If he knows you haven't eaten lunch yet, he'll surely be happy to invite you to join him, right? Bai Lingshan had always wanted to experience Jinzuan restaurant herself. Unfortunately, none of her own admirers were rich enough, and Musiki never brought her along when dating Lu Xiao. Now seeing Su Bingfan here, Bai Lingshan immediately got ideas. Who wanted to eat something cheap costing just G3 yuan per person at a Hong Kong-style tea house anyway? Beautiful women like them deserved refined, high-end, upscale dining, like the lobster and king crab this loser was currently slurping down. After thinking for a moment, Musiki figured it would actually be smarter to let this broke guy pay for both of them rather than spend her own money treating Bai Lingshan. So she said to Bai Lingshan, I really can't handle you. Fine, for your sake, I'll give him a chance. Unaware of anything happening downstairs, Su Bingfan was still hugging a South African abalone like it was steamed bun, chomping away wildly. Knowing the seawater would soon become polluted, he'd ordered nothing but seafood this time. In his previous life, during the final months before the disaster, Su Bingfan had survived mostly on bread, biscuits, and instant noodles. Now suddenly indulging in such rich food, he ate completely without dignity. So much so that the restaurant's manager came over and gently asked if he could settle the bill first. Su Bingfan understood they probably suspected him of planning to dine and dash, so he happily paid up front, then resumed eating recklessly and shamelessly without a care. Just as Su Bingfan was about to attack a Gillardo oyster, suddenly a familiar scent of perfume appeared beside his table. Hey, what a coincidence. A cold glint flashed in Su Bingfan's eyes. He lifted his head and met Musiki's beautiful yet utterly fake smile. Memories of Musiki's betrayal and treachery from his previous life instantly flooded his mind. A tearing pain surged through his body, and his eyes turned sharp as daggers, as if he wanted to pierce holes through her. A faint warmth spread through his left arm again. Su Bingfan subtly tugged at his sleeve. He understood. The bullshit system was reminding him he could use the newly acquired ability to deal with this two-faced woman. Of course, Su Bingfan wanted to punish Musiki. All the suffering he had endured in his past life. He would repay this wretched woman double. But there was no rush. Seeing that Su Bingfan remained silent and kept a cold expression, Bai Lingshan couldn't help but speak up. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Are you seriously going to make us girls stand here talking? Su Bingfan lowered his gaze slightly, concealing the disgust and hatred in his eyes, then looked up again wearing the familiar submissive puppy look. Oh my. Isn't it the lovely Miss Chi-Chi? Please sit down. Better late than never. Haven't eaten yet, right? Quickly, take a seat and have something with me. He stretched out both hands, smeared with sauce and vegetable juice, reaching for Musiki's chiffon dress. Startled, she instinctively stepped back, but remembering today's purpose, forced a fake smile, dodged around his hand, and sat at the farthest spot from him. But who was Su Bingfan? He was a man who knew the apocalypse was coming. How could he possibly care about fake appearances? In one swift move, he dragged a chair and plunked himself down right beside Musiki, shoving a half-eaten red demon shrimp straight toward her mouth. Miss Chi-Chi, try this. It's super expensive. Each one costs 999 yuan. Just look. Raw shrimp. Not even cooked. How can it be so pricey? I've already peeled it for you. Go ahead and taste it. Don't be shy. Musiki twisted away in disgust, but they were sitting at a round table, blocked on her left by Bai Lingshan and cornered on her right by Su Bingfan. There was simply no escape. Bai Lingshan, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, laughed inwardly at Musiki's distress until finally slamming the table as she stood up dramatically. Su Bingfan, show some respect. What do you think you're doing in public? Chapter 5 You just wait. Su Bingfan dropped his smile, slapping the half-eaten shrimp down onto the table with a sharp snap, splashing broth onto the clothes and faces of the two women. Miss, I suggest you show some respect. I was sitting here minding my own business, enjoying my meal in peace, when suddenly you come over and butt in. What exactly do you think you're doing in public? Jinzuan restaurant was a high-end dining place where guests usually dined quietly. This commotion at one table had already drawn disapproving glances from many patrons. The hall manager immediately approached Bai Lingshan, polite but with a hint of disdain. Madam, please keep your voice down. If you'd like to dine, please take a seat properly. Bai Lingshan's face flushed red then pale. She lowered her voice slightly, her eyes fixed on Musiki as she said to Su Bingfan. Su Bingfan, didn't you just invite us to sit here? Su Bingfan shot Bai Lingshan a sidelong glance and snorted coldly. I've only been speaking to Chi-Chi this whole time. Who even are you? Some random nobody. Bing Fan, let it go, Musiki chimed in, her voice sweet as a nightingale, her smile as sugary as ripe berries. Lingshan is my friend. Why don't we just share the meal together? Su Bingfan glanced at the hall manager still standing nearby and said pointedly, if you want her to sit, then naturally it's your call. Hearing that, Musiki felt she had regained some dignity in front of Lingshan, and her expression softened considerably. Su Bingfan then began shoving the remains of his food toward Musiki. Chi-Chi, try this, it's delicious. He had taken a bite out of every dish, eating fully only what he found tasty. So everything left was either already bitten by him or something he discarded. Even if untouched, someone of Musiki's status would never eat leftovers tainted by a desperate admirer's saliva. Lingshan sneered. Hey, is this how you woo your goddess? Chi-Chi already gave you the courtesy of sharing a meal. Don't you think you should order us a few fresh dishes instead? But Su Bingfan ignored her completely, continuing to eagerly push his scraps toward Musiki with a smarmy grin. Chi-Chi, this sea cucumber braised rice is really good. The real magic lies in the rich broth made from stewed free-range chicken and abalone. Sure, I ate the sea cucumbers, but I haven't touched the broth at all. Go ahead, try it. Such delicacies shouldn't be wasted. Musiki dodged slightly and subtly signaled Lingshan with her eyes. Lingshan haughtily called out to the hall manager still standing by. Waiter, add 2 more servings of sea cucumber braised rice. She then shot a defiant glare at Su Bingfan. Su Bingfan retracted his hand with an awkward chuckle, saying dumbly, yeah, you're right. Chi-Chi always eats so refined. Even if the broth is the best part, you still care most about the fancy-looking sea cucumber anyway. Musiki sensed something veiled in Su Bingfan's words, but couldn't be bothered to dig deeper. She simply smiled lightly and asked, why the sudden urge to eat out today? I thought you usually bring your own lunch. Su Bingfan shrugged casually and started fabricating wildly. Just wrapped up a big project, got a huge bonus from the boss. Never seen so much money in my life. Besides, isn't there an old saying? Unexpected windfall brings misfortune unless spent quickly. So I figured I'd treat myself, reward my poor, overworked stomach for all those late nights. Call it spending money to ward off bad luck. Lingshan instantly jumped on it. Well, if you're feeling so generous, why not add a lobster platter too? Seeing Su Bingfan didn't object to her ordering, Lingshan waved for the menu and proceeded to order every 4-digit price dish available. Su Bingfan kept up shallow pleasantries with Musiki while watching Lingshan coldly pile on orders. Chi-Chi, my hands are all greasy. I'll go wash up, Su Bingfan said, picking up his handbag and heading to the restroom. He returned shortly after, freshly cleaned. Just then, the spicy sauce emperor crab ordered by Musiki and Lingshan arrived. Su Bingfan swiftly reached in first and grabbed the crab. Chi-Chi, let me peel it for you. Before Musiki could protest, he twisted and pulled at the crab with loud cracks, mangling the pristine dish into a messy heap, getting sauce all over his hands. There you go, Chi-Chi. Tastes great. Oops, look at my hands again. Better go wash up once more. This time, he didn't take his bag, and he stayed away much longer than expected. But neither Musiki nor Lingshan cared in the slightest. Disgusted, Musiki pushed aside the crab Su Bingfan had touched and flagged down a server, gesturing dismissively at all the dishes Su Bingfan had eaten from. Take these away. Bring another serving of the spicy sauce emperor crab. Sorry, miss, the emperor crab is sold out today. Then bring a Boston lobster. Sorry, miss, the lobsters are also sold out today. What about African dried abalone? Sorry, miss, all our seafood inventory has been completely sold out. Musiki felt a bit annoyed, but Lingshan was always quick to save her best friend from embarrassment. All right, Chi-Chi, this is plenty for us. Besides, everything you ordered is super expensive. What if that poor loser refuses to pay? He dares. Musiki sneered coldly. Unless he never wants to see me again. Yet, even after the two of them had eaten their fill, Su Bingfan still hadn't reappeared. Only now did Musiki begin to feel something was off. Could that penniless nobody have actually snuck out without paying? But his handbag was still on the table. Suppressing her growing unease, Musiki ordered 2 desserts and slowly ate with Lingshan. But Su Bingfan remained nowhere to be seen. Sanna, let's go, Musiki said, her right eye twitching. But 2 waiters immediately blocked their way. Ladies, if you've finished your meal, please settle the bill. Musiki kept her goddess-like smile intact. A gentleman always pays when dining with ladies. Just ask him, he's responsible. She tried to walk away, but the 2 waiters stood firm, their tone polite, yet unyielding. Ladies, that gentleman has already paid his portion. You joined later, and as soon as you arrived, he left. Now, either one of you pays, or we'll have to call the police. Left. Lingshan pointed at the handbag on the table. But his bag is still here. A strange sensation suddenly surged through Musiki. She opened the bag. Inside was only a slip of paper with the words, haha, serves you right. Beneath it were 2 crudely drawn ugly figures with messy hair and grimy faces, clearly caricatures of her and Lingshan. Musiki's face twitched uncontrollably. Lingshan tugged nervously at her arm, whispering, Chi-Chi, what do we do? I ordered all the most expensive dishes. This whole meal must cost at least 40 or 50,000. I don't have that kind of money. With no choice, Musiki reluctantly pulled out the supplementary credit card Lu Xiaoqiu had given her. Swipe it. The waiter produced a POS machine from behind, swiped the card, then gave her a fake smile. Miss, please use another card. This one has been frozen. That's impossible. Musiki refused to believe it. She immediately called Lu Xiaoqiu, but he didn't answer. She pulled out several more cards, but none could cover the total, and for some reason, all her lines of credit had mysteriously been frozen. Now, every diner in the restaurant stared at the two women shouting and scrambling over an unpaid bill. Musiki felt she had lost more face in one day than in her entire life. Gritting her teeth in fury, she hissed through clenched jaws, "Su Bingfan, you just wait." Chapter 6 Elemental Attribute Abilities. Su Bingfan had no time to wait for her. He had deliberately planned a golden cicada shedding its shell trick on the two fake sweethearts. He wanted to wait until they finished ordering an entire table of expensive dishes, then make his escape under the pretense of going to the bathroom. Of course, he'd intentionally left his handbag behind. The note was written with paper and pen borrowed from the restaurant manager. Before leaving, Su Bingfan had also placed a huge order with the hotel, purchasing every seafood dish they offered for delivery to his home by 9 o'clock tonight. In 1 month, such pure seafood would be impossible to find. Su Bingfan naturally needed to stock up while he could. As for Musiki, Su Bingfan had used his words that curse skill to ensure that she absolutely wouldn't be able to afford this meal today, no matter what. Driving away, Su Bingfan laughed like a silly fool. But as he laughed, bitterness welled up inside him. He remembered how, in his previous life, he had pursued Musiki so desperately, and how she had toyed with him in return. Back in college, Musiki demanded 3 or 4 different breakfasts every morning. Su Bingfan had to wake up an hour early just to guarantee that by the time she finished dressing and grooming, he'd already bought her breakfast downstairs. Yet Musiki often took those breakfast items and handed them out to other classmates, casually saying to him, "You don't mind, right?" Once, at midnight, she called him demanding chicken soup dumplings from a shop 30 kilometers away. By the time Su Bingfan finally arrived with the food, she turned up her nose and complained they were cold and soggy, then threw them straight into the trash without taking a single bite. Episodes like these occurred nearly every few days, yet back then, Su Bingfan accepted it all happily, believing that as long as Musiki was willing to speak to him, anything he did was worthwhile. But now, having been given a second chance, Su Bingfan would never again play the fool. His mood directly affected Cha Duzi. When he was happy, Cha Duzi shared his joy. "Host, you've inadvertently triggered the second side quest, tear apart the fake sweethearts. As a result, your storage space has now been fully unlocked. You can now freely stockpile supplies." "Hell yeah." Su Bingfan proudly hummed a crooked little tune. "Then let's hurry home and check the floor plan." Returning home once more, Su Bingfan suddenly felt a pang of sadness. This house had been purchased by his parents. Once, the three of them had lived here together, a simple yet joyful life. Even though mom and dad had passed away so suddenly, it almost felt like as long as he stayed in this apartment, they were still with him. But now, even this house had been sold. Sighing deeply, Su Bingfan knew that in 3 days, after the real estate agent paid the final installment, he would have to move out. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. To save my own life, I couldn't save our home." His low spirits immediately infected Cha Duzi too. Cha Duzi choked up, "Host, actually, if you're really reluctant to leave this house, why not wait until I unlock the earth element attribute? Then we can store the entire house in your space and transfer it to the shelter later." The tears welling in Su Bingfan's eyes abruptly receded. "What did you say? This thing can actually be taken away? Wow, just how powerful are you exactly?" Cha Duzi puffed up proudly now, shaking its head and wagging its tail. "Me? Super capable. Not only do I have incredible combat skills, but I also command 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each time I unlock a new element, I gain control over objects of that nature." The more Su Bingfan listened, the more excited he became. His back straightened, his eyes widened, and his mouth stretched so wide it might have reached the back of his head if his ears hadn't been in the way. "Cha Duzi, you mean if you activate the water element ability, you could control water? Like, its flow direction? Not just flow direction. Whether it rains or not, light drizzle or downpour, hail or snow, everything is under my power. I'm telling you, I'm amazing. What if I asked you to swap 2 separate water sources?" Su Bingfan vividly recalled that country, the island nation, that had stored 50,000 tons of ultra-pure water deep underground. When the time came, he'd used Cha Duzi to switch that ultra-pure water with their nuclear wastewater. And when the island nation tried to discharge waste, Su Bingfan could use Cha Duzi's water manipulation to contain the contaminated water and redirect it entirely into the islanders' own tap water plants. Weren't there politicians claiming the treated nuclear wastewater was safe enough to drink? Fine, let the islanders drink it themselves, slowly digesting their own poison. Wasn't there someone who calculated that if each citizen drank 8 cups of water daily, the entire contaminated volume could be consumed within 7 days? There was no need to pollute the entire planet. The more Su Bingfan thought about it, the better the idea seemed. He couldn't help but burst into loud, foolish laughter. Cha Duzi, naturally, was once again swept up in Su Bingfan's excitement, but it still managed to retain a sliver of rationality. Host, did I just forget to mention how exactly you're supposed to awaken my governing and conception vessels to unlock the elemental attributes?" Su Bingfan's smile vanished instantly. He had a gut feeling that there was something off here. Something big. Chapter 7. Could it be a bonus gift? "What task do I have to complete to get you your element?" Cha Duzi swallowed hard, summoning his courage to say, "Well, honestly, I don't know, but it must be related to physical abilities. These kinds of tasks are usually posted in the points mall." Only then did Su Bingfan remember he had unlocked the points mall but hadn't checked it yet. He opened the points mall and found not only modules for enhancing physical training and shelter decoration, but also various machinery and equipment. Things like water purifiers, generators, seeders, harvesters, tractors. To his astonishment, Su Bingfan even spotted a Tu-95 Bear strategic bomber in there. But that item cost 3 million points. With only 3,000 points at hand, Su Bingfan knew he'd have to spend wisely. Scrolling further down, he discovered, of all things, a weapons depot. Small pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, heavy machine guns, grenades, tanks. The later items grew increasingly expensive. And the most expensive one? A single Tsar Bomba. Su Bingfan immediately thought of another way to cleanse the island nation. Just drop the Tsar Bomba on them. But with one Tsar Bomba costing 30 million points, he instantly abandoned the idea and decided it was simpler to just work on improving his physical abilities. He opened the physical enhancement module. Inside were options like a wolf's hearing, an eagle's vision, a leopard's speed, a bear's strength, a deer's agility, a cat's flexibility. These modules were relatively cheap, only 1,000 points each to unlock. But acquiring any enhanced ability wasn't as simple as spending points. Su Bingfan would also need to complete specific training courses and pass evaluations before actually gaining the physical improvements. Feeling Su Bingfan hesitate, Chi Duzi quickly chimed in with a helpful reminder. Host, you'll have to go through this sooner or later. Without improving your physical abilities, you won't obtain my elemental power. Well, let me first take a look at my shelter blueprint. Su Bingfan hastily closed the points mall, terrified that lingering another second might somehow deduct a single point from his account. He patted Chi Duzi's left rear hoof. White light flashed again, and once more Su Bingfan saw the storage space. This time, the storage resembled a checkerboard made of compartments, each labeled with text indicating what was stored inside. Currently, only 2 compartments contained anything. One held his 10,000 taels of gold, and the other held the blueprint of the shelter. Su Bingfan tapped the second compartment. A golden light circled at once, and immediately the compartment began expanding rapidly, while all others shrank to sizes nearly invisible to the naked eye. It stopped expanding when the compartment reached the same size as Su Bingfan's living room. Inside this vast space, only one thing remained, a single blueprint. He reached out tentatively, and the blueprint flew into the air by itself, transforming into a 3-dimensional holographic model that allowed him to view it far more clearly. Rather than calling this shelter a fortress, it would be more accurate to say it was an entirely new city built specifically for Su Bingfan. Due to space constraints, the city was structured in layers. The shelter totaled 40 floors, both above and below ground. It included villas and residential zones, farmland, recreation areas, commercial districts, and more. In the recreation zone alone, areas already existed for a cinema, shopping mall, food court, amusement park, and fitness center. Although every area was currently blank, needing Su Bingfan to complete further tasks to activate them. The mere thought of owning an entire city excited him so much that he almost started grinning like an idiot again. Look, host, Chi Duzi called, pointing at a tiny glowing marker tucked in a corner of the space. That thing looks really unusual. I can't sense what it is either. Could it be a bonus gift? Chapter 8. Definitely something only the ultra-rich could do. Su Bingfan reached out and tapped the cursor. It rapidly expanded into a world map, and several red-tinted areas immediately caught Su Bingfan's attention. What is this? There was no text explanation on the map, no country names or ocean labels at all. Su Bingfan had to interpret it himself. After studying the locations of the red zones and cross-referencing them with a world map on his phone, he pondered for a moment before anger surged within him. These red areas are oceans already polluted. No wonder Western countries stayed silent when the island nation planned to release nuclear wastewater last time. They were secretly discharging all kinds of waste themselves, polluting this blue planet. The acidic red rain from the previous life was nature weeping. Typhoons, earthquakes, and tsunamis were all expressions of nature's wrath. Chiduzi sensed Su Bingfan's fury and quickly comforted him. Host, now that you have me and such a powerful system, what do we have to fear? As long as you improve your physical abilities swiftly and let me master the 5 elements, we can make these evildoers reap what they've sown. You're right. Su Bingfan glanced at the calendar. There were less than 30 days left until the nuclear wastewater discharge. To upgrade his skills, he needed to complete missions non-stop and train constantly. Every minute counted. Then let's get started right away. Before Su Bingfan could decide which module to buy, his phone rang. He looked at the number. It was from Jinzuan Restaurant. Hello. Mr. Su, this is Jinzuan Restaurant. The lunch order you placed today, is it convenient for us to deliver it now? Su Bingfan checked the time. It was 8:50. The drive from Jinzuan Restaurant to his place took about 10 minutes. They were indeed punctual. Yes, I'm home. He tidied up the living room and dining area quickly, and soon the doorbell rang. Because it was a large order, Jinzuan didn't dare to use a third-party delivery service. Instead, the head manager personally drove the hotel's vehicle, accompanied by waitstaff bringing the food. The waiters neatly arranged box after box of takeout meals. The head manager subtly scanned the apartment and then gave Su Bingfan a polite reminder. Mr. Su, seafood is best eaten fresh. Overnight seafood suffers serious nutrient loss, poor texture, and breeds large amounts of bacteria and nitrites. I know. Thanks for reminding me. Su Bingfan waved his hand. I'm hosting friends tonight. They'll eat everything. This amount won't even satisfy those few gluttons. A gathering. The head manager glanced thoughtfully at the calendar. Having a party on a Monday night. truly something only a wealthy tycoon could afford to do. After the delivery people left, Su Bingfan excitedly poked Chiduzi. Bro, how do I put all these things into the storage space? There were dozens of boxes here. Surely he wasn't expected to carry each one inside manually? Before Chiduzi could answer, Su Bingfan tried using his mind to move the items into the space, waving his hands around dramatically. However, the boxes remained completely still, quietly sitting on his dining table, releasing their delicious aroma. Chiduzi had watched coldly for a while before seriously asking Su Bingfan one question. Host, don't you ever read online novels? Confused, Su Bingfan asked, what does that have to do with online novels? Because they always mention this. Who gives you an incredibly advanced telekinetic storage space, right from the start? You need to improve your physical stats first. So, I have to physically move all these things into the space by myself. Exactly. Then which type of physical training enhances telekinetic power? It's got to be bare strength. Chiduzi sounded eager. So, bro, wanna go work out first, then come back and carry the boxes? What? Even after working out, I still have to carry them myself? Chapter 9. Where do you put it? Absolutely, Chiduzi explained. And after passing level 1, you'll only be able to move things as small as an apple. For a pile of takeout boxes like today's, you'd need to reach at least level 3 to telekinetically move them into your space. As for the house your parents left you, if you want to store it in your shelter, you'd need to reach level 6 at minimum. And to achieve Mount Moving, Sea Filling Power, you'd have to reach level 9. Su Bingfan's wailing lasted less than a minute before he opened the Points Mall and purchased the Bear Strength Training course. Immediately, a virtual LCD screen appeared before his eyes, displaying training content from level 1 to level 9. Su Bingfan tapped on level 1, and the surrounding environment instantly transformed into a small gym, with a beautiful female coach materializing out of thin air. Hello, I'm Jinjin, your personal trainer. Let's get started. Su Bingfan didn't expect the beautiful coach to actually have a physical form. With one reach, she grabbed him and pushed him onto a treadmill. Let's start simple today. Just run 10 kilometers to warm up. What? Su Bingfan's legs nearly gave out beneath him. Although he exercised regularly, his morning runs never exceeded 3 kilometers. 10 kilometers, just to warm up? By the time the actual training began, wouldn't he be risking his life? Feeling Su Bingfan's hesitation, Chiduzi quickly encouraged him. Don't be afraid, host. It's not just you who's training now. I'm benefiting too. My abilities are tied to yours. You won't feel overly exhausted, yet both of our powers will grow from this. This is a deal you can't lose. After thinking it over, Su Bingfan agreed it made sense. He resigned himself with a sigh and submitted to Jinjin's guidance, beginning his level 1 training. Fortunately, Chiduzi hadn't been exaggerating. The training was tough, but not unbearable. By the end of one night, Su Bingfan had passed the level 1 Bear's Strength test. However, after finishing the training, he still had to carry the boxes himself. He opened the third slot of his storage space and effortlessly placed all the takeout containers inside. When he closed the door, the third slot now displayed text, Jinzuan Restaurant Seafood Takeout. Below were smaller characters listing all the dishes. Well, pretty smart system. After completing the physical enhancement, Su Bingfan worked for half a day without feeling particularly tired. Suddenly, Chiduzi twitched and said to Su Bingfan, Host, main quest 2 has been unlocked. Stockpile, 2 billion worth of supplies. Su Bingfan regretted everything down to his bones. If he'd known quest 2 would be this insane, he never would have spent over 80,000 on a single dinner. Much less sold his apartment for several million below market value. Now, even combining his loans, his original savings, and the final payment from the apartment sale, even if he went tomorrow to apply for several high-limit credit cards, he still couldn't come close to 2 billion. Dejected, Su Bingfan sat by the table, pulling at his hair. A penny can stump a hero, what more a billion? What should I do? Should I just buy on credit? Suddenly, Su Bingfan's eyes lit up. That's right, why not buy on credit? Even now, JD.com allowed purchases via Baijiao. Take the goods first, then pay the invoice in installments over months. Su Bingfan took out his phone to place an order when suddenly he remembered something. He was living in a densely populated residential complex. All deliveries were dropped directly at the Xinyao station by the entrance. If he suddenly ordered this many packages, how would he explain it? Where would he even put everything? Chapter 10. No awareness of being a rich second generation. After spending most of the night researching and comparing prices, the next morning Su Bingfan woke up, quickly splashed water on his face, and immediately got ready to head out, straight for Riverside Freight Yard. Living for 27 years as he had, Su Bingfan finally understood how his parents used to feel, calculating every penny, living frugally and meticulously. He needed to stockpile supplies worth 200 million, but only had a little over 100 million in hand. Now, every single yuan had to be split in half, not a cent could be wasted, and every expense had to be carefully calculated. Riverside Freight Yard was the most suitable place Su Bingfan found after an entire night of searching. It had numerous shipping containers available for rent. Last night, he originally intended to rent a warehouse, but warehouses cost 70 to 80,000 yuan per month. He simply couldn't afford it. But shipping containers? Different story. Renting one container cost just 1,500 yuan a month, with a deposit of only 3,000 yuan. It was practically like getting it for free. Plus, there were plenty of containers at the yard, with large numbers of vehicles entering and exiting daily. Even if Su Bingfan stored goods here, it wouldn't attract attention. And by installing a simple curtain inside the container, He could pull it closed and stash everything into his space without arousing suspicion from outsiders. Driving to Riverside Freight Yard, Su Bingfan informed the guard at the entrance that he wanted to rent a container, and the guard promptly called the manager. Soon, a plump middle-aged man came out to greet him. 3 years of the pandemic had devastated many businesses. Most containers at the freight yard remained vacant. Finally, someone came to rent, one who might even sign a long-term contract. The manager grinned like a jolly Buddha. Su Bingfan walked around the yard, selected a relatively secluded, yet not overly isolated spot, and signed the lease agreement with the manager without hesitation, paying the rent up front. Then, he drove straight to the financial district in the southern suburbs. Using his red property certificate and large denomination time deposits, Su Bingfan applied for high-limit credit cards at every bank. Even so, when he added up all the money from various sources, he barely scraped together 150 million yuan. But it was enough. Back in his car, Su Bingfan pulled out his phone and started placing orders. The first thing to buy? Definitely drinking water. He placed orders for every type of water available on JD's shelves: purified water, mineral water, electrolyte water, sparkling water, and also bought cola, orange juice, fruit beer, milk beer, red wine, Mao Tai, Wuliangya, choosing Baijiao payment for everything. Next, in the dairy section, he ordered pure milk, yogurt, milk tablets, cheese, every kind of dairy product available. Then the snack aisle. In the apocalypse, there'd be no work and no one to play games with, so he'd need plenty of snacks. Su Bingfan placed bulk orders for beef jerky, dried beef slices, grilled fish flakes, pork bits, shrimp crackers, potato chips, popcorn, glutinous rice cakes, millet cakes, vegetable rings, squid floss, biscuits, sunflower seeds, pistachios, pine nuts, walnuts, almonds, hazelnuts. Basically, anything he'd ever wanted to eat but his mom had forbidden, he now ordered in full. Of course, including those instant noodles, bread, luosafen, stir-fried rice noodles, and northeastern cold noodles, the very foods that had kept him company during the last apocalypse. For Su Bingfan, who barely knew how to cook, these items were absolutely essential. After clearing the entire shelf of food products, he purchased 100 sets of small household appliances, followed by clothes, pants, shoes, and various medicines. In the last apocalypse, many wealthy and powerful people still managed to survive. Stockpiling extra goods now would allow him to trade later. Only when his online banking app alerted him that both his Baijiao and credit card limits were completely maxed out did Su Bingfan reluctantly shut off his phone, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Host, this isn't enough. You've only stocked about 30 million worth of goods, still far from your mission goal. Calm down. Take it slow. Su Bingfan exhaled deeply, stretched his arms wide in a long yawn, then went to find a Shaxian delicacies stall to fill his stomach. After returning home, he turned on his computer and began searching for factory information on various food products, calling manufacturers directly to place bulk orders. Cha Dizzy was so excited he nearly jumped, but lacking real power, could only twitch his nose slightly. Smart move, host. Cut out the middlemen and their profits. We can get the most supplies with the least money. However, ideals were bountiful, but reality wasn't quite so smooth. Su Bingfan lacked proper credentials and couldn't access wholesale pricing. Due to price protection agreements for distributors, manufacturers quoted him the highest national retail prices. After making several calls, Su Bingfan gave up on this route. If you won't give me the lowest price, then I'll go where the lowest prices already exist. He searched for Yiwu Small Commodities Market, visited its official website, compared prices with 1688, then went on another purchasing spree, ordering everything he could think of, things he'd need, might use, or could barter with others. Order after order. I've only stockpiled less than 50 million worth of supplies, still so far to go. Su Bingfan stretched lazily. Looks like spending money was exhausting work. Hungry. I'll go downstairs for a bowl of noodles, then come back and start working on my physical fitness. He needed to boost his stamina quickly. Only then could he move all the purchased goods into his space. Carrying everything in by himself would absolutely kill him. As Su Bingfan headed toward another greasy spoon diner, Cha Dizzy couldn't hold back any longer. Hey host, do you really have to be this frugal? It's just 200 million worth of supplies. You're loaded. Can't you spare this little cash? The apocalypse is coming soon. If you don't treat yourself now, later you'll be stuck eating instant noodles for the rest of your life. Just think about your cooking skills. Su Bingfan let out a deep sigh. How could I not know my cooking sucks? But we simply don't have that kind of money right now. Have you forgotten? You still have 10,000 taels of gold stored in your space. That can be cashed out. Cha Dizzy was nearly frantic. This host was so hard to deal with, completely clueless. Just hurry up and eat something good. When you eat well, your physical condition improves, your stamina grows faster, and I become stronger too. Only then can we accomplish greater things. Su Bingfan suddenly realized, oh yeah, I still have all those giant gold bricks. You couldn't really blame him. After his parents made their fortune, they never lived extravagantly, so Su Bingfan had never developed the mindset of being a wealthy second-generation heir. Precisely because of this, he collected tens of thousands in monthly rental income, yet still worked a job that paid only 4,000 yuan a month. Then this afternoon I'll find a bank and cash in those gold bricks. That'll give me plenty of money. Cheerfully, Su Bingfan hurried out the door. Just as he reached the first floor, he heard a soft voice calling his name. Bingfan. Chapter 11. Make him pay. Teacher Hao. Su Bingfan respectfully bowed to Teacher Hao. Hello. Teacher Hao gently reached out and stroked Su Bingfan's hair, slowly saying, Didn't sleep well again last night? You've always been like this. Once you get busy, you forget about everything else. Seeing Teacher Hao again warmed Su Bingfan's heart, bringing tears welling up in his eyes. Teacher Hao had been Su Bingfan's homeroom teacher in middle school and lived right across the building from him, their windows facing each other. Back when Su Bingfan was in 7th grade, his grades were decent. But in 8th grade, he suddenly became obsessed with mobile games, causing his performance to plummet dramatically. At the time, Su Bingfan's parents were too busy with their business to help much with his studies, so they paid for a tutor. To their surprise, Su Bingfan ended up making a deal with the tutor, having the tutor do all his homework. In return, if the score stayed above 95, Su Bingfan would give the tutor an extra 1,000 yuan per month as a bonus. So the tutor busied himself with assignments while Su Bingfan drowned himself in gaming, and his grades slipped even faster. It was Teacher Hao who noticed the irregularities in Su Bingfan's work. She quickly communicated with his parents and began taking Su Bingfan home with her every day after school. Not only did she make sure he finished all his homework under her watchful eye, ready to explain anything he didn't understand, but she also ensured he got a warm, home-cooked meal. Gradually feeling cared for again, Su Bingfan's academic performance improved enough for him to barely scrape into a key city high school by 9th grade. In high school, Su Bingfan did reasonably well academically, until the tragic accident during his second year that claimed both his parents' lives. The blow left him shattered. Once again, it was Teacher Hao who took Su Bingfan into her home, caring for him with great tenderness until he found the strength to stand again. In his previous life, when the apocalypse arrived and zombies roamed everywhere, Su Bingfan had used a drone to string a cable between his apartment and Teacher Hao's, intending to send her some food. But to his shock, Teacher Hao instead sent half of her own rations and water back to him, then cut the rope. Only then did Su Bingfan learn the truth. Teacher Hao had already developed lung cancer. In her final moments, she still chose to give her student a better chance at survival. Yet Su Bingfan had made one fatal mistake. Memories from his past life overwhelmed him, emotions spilling beyond control. But to Teacher Hao, it looked as though he'd simply run into some new hardship. She comforted him softly. Life is unsatisfactory 9 times out of 10. Learn to face things positively and optimistically. You cry for a day, or you laugh for a day, it's your choice. When you're out in the world dealing with people, there will always be friction. Don't take everything so deeply to heart. If that job really makes you unhappy, don't force yourself to stay. With your abilities, you could have gone to a much better company, except... She paused mid-sentence, cautiously glancing at Su Bingfan before letting out a barely audible sigh. Su Bingfan knew exactly what she meant. If it weren't for wanting to stay close to Musiki, to have more chances to be near his goddess, he never would have turned down a stable public sector job offer just to join this small private company. In just 2 short years, Musiki had climbed up the corporate ladder using her connections and charm, eventually jumping to a top 100 enterprise. Meanwhile, Su Bingfan remained an ordinary employee, and only he knew how many of his accomplishments she had stolen along the way, and how much of his hard work she had taken with her when she left. Just thinking about Musiki instantly dried his tears. He wiped his face with his sleeve and muttered to Teacher Hao, "I'm fine, teacher. I was just missing my parents." Teacher Hao gently patted Su Bingfan's head. "Silly child, your parents can rest easy only if you live happily. If you're free tonight, come over to my place. I'll make dumplings for you, your favorite sour cabbage and pork filling." "Okay." Su Bingfan grinned foolishly. "I want braised pork too. I'll go buy some ingredients right now." "Teacher, I'll be there soon." "Why would you need to buy anything? I already bought meat this morning at the market. I'll make the braised pork tonight." Seeing Su Bingfan brighten up, Teacher Hao finally breathed easier herself. After parting ways with her, Su Bingfan suddenly reached down and patted Chatazi's head, whispering toward Teacher Hao's retreating figure. "Teacher Hao's illness can definitely be cured. Surgery to remove the tumor will work. Within 3 days, doctors will find a special drug to save her." Chatazi hadn't expected Su Bingfan to use his ability like this and could only gently remind him. "Host, you've just spoken 3 sentences. That means all 3 of your opportunities for today have been used up, for your teacher. So what? As long as I can help Teacher Hao, I have no regrets." Su Bingfan didn't care at all. Teacher Hao was his second mother. Saving her life was worth far more than just 3 uses of his ability. Even if it cost 10,000 taels of gold, Su Bingfan wouldn't blink an eye. Su Bingfan, who had originally planned to go eat noodles, abruptly turned and ducked into the farmer's market, buying large quantities of meat and vegetables. He even approached several familiar farmers who rode tricycles to sell produce from their own plots, saying, "I'll come with you tonight to take a look. If your vegetables are good, I'll buy everything you've got." To show sincerity, Su Bingfan left a 100 yuan deposit with each farmer and set a time to meet them later that evening. Chatazi quietly gave a thumbs up. "Smart move, host. Buying straight from the farmers. You can even visit village slaughterhouses to source pigs later. That's how you cut out middlemen and save big, while helping these hardworking people too." Su Bingfan chuckled and didn't respond, his mind still occupied with thoughts about Teacher Hao's health. But he never expected to run into Musiki again right at the entrance of the residential complex. Yesterday at Golden Cup Banquet Hall, Musiki had suffered major humiliation. She couldn't even scrape together enough money for a single dinner bill. And strangely enough, every one of her eager suitors' phones went unanswered. Not a single WeChat message replied. In the end, she and Bai Lingshan were taken to the police station, detained until morning, when one of her admirers finally responded and came to pay the fine to get her released. Of course, Musiki had to offer something in return for that rescue. After all, no loyal puppy served for free. Except Su Bingfan. And it was precisely this Su Bingfan who had brought such ruin upon her. After returning home, Musiki took a long hot shower to wash away the bad luck, changed her clothes, and headed to work. During her lunch break, she browsed her social media feed and saw the bald boss from her former company venting about employees like Su Bingfan, skipping work without notice, completely lacking professional responsibility. A thought struck Musiki. She called her ex-boss, made some casual small talk, then subtly probed about whether Su Bingfan had received any bonuses. Bonuses? What bonuses? With his kind of work attitude, does he really think he deserves rewards? This company needs employees who generate profits, not deadweights who only collect paychecks. Guys like Su Bingfan, always nagging about money, are useless trash. No company would ever promote someone like him. Not like you. Chi-Chi. So beautiful, kind-hearted, and talented. Musiki muttered a few polite responses before hanging up, then frowned deeply. If Su Bingfan hadn't received a bonus, then where did all his money come from? Could he have won the lottery? Musiki bit her lower lip. How unfair. How dare he cling to her when he was broke, but once he has money, he goes chasing after new women. She would never let Su Bingfan get away with this. So Musiki made an excuse and slipped out of the office. After asking around with 2 classmates, she finally learned where Su Bingfan lived. As she approached the gated community, waves of emotion surged within her. Before the luxury villas were built, this neighborhood used to be the finest and most expensive in the entire city. The fact that Su Bingfan owned an apartment here proved his family wasn't nearly as poor as he'd pretended. Musiki grew increasingly resentful. How dare he hide the truth from her? Su Bingfan would pay for this. Chapter 12. There's no room for you to get fresh. Seeing Su Bingfan hurrying back with bags and parcels in hand from afar, Musiki immediately went to greet him. Bingfan. Su Bingfan's smile instantly drooped, his inner voice already grumbling sarcastically. I made a mistake, used up all 3 skills. Starting to regret it now. At this moment, Musiki had already pegged Su Bingfan as a newly rich nobody, so she deliberately ignored his disrespect and instead smiled even more warmly. Bingfan, why didn't you go to work today? You don't go to work every day either. Move aside, don't block my way. Su Bingfan lowered his head, trying to walk past Musiki, but she stepped forward and blocked his path. Musiki wore an expression of innocent hurt. Bingfan, what's gotten into you? I'm just concerned about you. Concerned? Su Bingfan stopped outright, his face cold as he asked. By what right do you claim to be concerned about me? Musiki inwardly gloated. Of course, this desperate dog was throwing a tantrum just to demand some formal recognition. She feigned shyness. We're old classmates, aren't we? What's wrong with showing a little concern? Oh, so because we're old classmates, we can just care about each other. Su Bingfan nodded. That kid who used to rank last in our class, Gong Jingja, he's collecting scrap down south of the city now. He could really use some attention too. If you've got nothing better to do with your full stomach, go visit him. Take care, I won't see you off. With that, Su Bingfan strode away. Musiki reached out to grab him, but he shrugged her off with a quick jerk of his shoulder. A look of pure hatred flashed in Musiki's eyes as she clenched her fists tightly. Su Bingfan, one day, I'll make you pay back double for the humiliation you've dealt me today. As she watched Su Bingfan disappear into one of the apartment buildings, Musiki suddenly felt something oddly familiar about this place. She pulled out her phone and messaged a few classmates. Moments later, a triumphant smirk spread across her face. Unaware of Musiki's scheming behind his back, Su Bingfan didn't care what she planned. In a month, when the apocalypse came, this woman would be dead anyway. He quietly communicated with Chad Duzi. Never thought level 1 physical stats would be this powerful. I've been carrying all these things for so long, and I'm not tired at all. That's just the beginning. The benefits of enhanced physical ability go way beyond this. You'd better get training as soon as possible. Cheerfully, Su Bingfan carried his purchases over to Teacher Hao's apartment. Inside, Hao was busy mincing dumpling filling. When she saw all the items Su Bingfan brought, she didn't stand on ceremony. Instead, she studied his expression carefully. Seeing he no longer looked as dejected as earlier, she silently breathed a sigh of relief. Since you're here, don't just stand around. Wash your hands and help knead the dough. Got it. As Su Bingfan and Teacher Hao chatted while making dumplings, the sound of the front door opening interrupted them. Teacher Hao whispered, must be Xiaochen coming back. Su Bingfan lowered his gaze slightly as Teacher Hao wiped her hands and went out to greet the newcomer. Meng Xiaochen was Teacher Hao's only son and also a classmate from Su Bingfan's high school, though they hadn't been in the same class. But this Meng Xiaochen. Xiaochen's back? Oh, you brought a friend. Hello, Auntie. I'm Xiaochen's classmate. Upon hearing that voice, Su Bingfan first felt surprise, then his eyes grew cold. Musiki really knew how to play her cards. He'd completely forgotten. Meng Xiaochen was one of her lapdogs too. Slowly, Su Bingfan washed his hands, listening to Meng Xiaochen cheerfully welcoming Musiki in the living room before finally turning around to appear. The moment he saw Su Bingfan, a flash of disgust flickered in Meng Xiaochen's eyes. On Musiki's face, however, appeared a hint of smug satisfaction, quickly masked as feigned surprise, yet still not escaping Su Bingfan's sharp gaze. Bingfan, what are you doing here? Meng Xiaochen's tone turned harsher. He's an orphan, has been freeloading meals at our house for years. Xiaochen. Teacher Hao shot her son a reproachful glare, then turned to Musiki with an apologetic explanation. Bingfan is my student. You two know each other? What a coincidence. She cheerfully continued. Perfect timing. Bingfan helped me make lots of dumplings. There's braised pork stewing in the pot, and I'll stir-fry a couple of greens. Let's all eat together. Meng Xiaochen snorted coldly. At his age, still coming here to freeload. Getting addicted to taking advantage. What nerve. Xiaochen. Teacher Hao scolded softly, then gestured for the three young people to sit and have tea and fruit. You're all classmates. Chat a bit. I'll just tidy up and serve dinner shortly. Auntie, let me help. Unwilling to sit with those two, Su Bingfan turned and followed Teacher Hao back into the kitchen. Teacher Hao looked somewhat embarrassed, whispering an apology to Su Bingfan. Xiaochen has always been like this. Don't hold it against him. Auntie, I'm not upset, Su Bingfan replied with a deliberately light smile. Meng Xiaochen had always believed that he hadn't been admitted to the provincial key school because how Teacher had focused all her attention on Su Bingfan back then, and that failing to get into a top-tier university was also because Su Bingfan was living in their home, stealing away his mother's love. In his previous life, Su Bingfan had thought exactly the same way, feeling guilty toward Meng Xiaochen all along. Yet in that lifetime, after how Teacher was diagnosed with lung cancer, Meng Xiaochen actually volunteered to stop her treatment. This cold-blooded man didn't even look at the treatment plan proposed by the doctor, didn't try to fight for his own mother's chance to live. Then, when the apocalypse arrived, he took off with everything valuable from home, joining his so-called bros to escape to a shelter, leaving how Teacher behind all alone. If not for being abandoned by her own son, how Teacher wouldn't have fallen into such despair, ultimately giving up on survival itself. Reborn into this life, facing Meng Xiaochen again, Su Bingfan's gaze turned icy cold. Some people are born selfish. They only think of themselves. What happens to me? How will I be affected? Are my interests protected? They blame others for every misfortune, acting as if the whole world owes them something. These egoists, no matter how much you sacrifice for them, will take it all as a given. Su Bingfan vaguely remembered that how Teacher's diagnosis would come out in just a couple of days. That's why he had to stay close to her constantly. Since he'd gotten a second chance, he wouldn't let his beloved teacher, who was like a mother to him, suffer heartbreak once more. Seeing that Su Bingfan had no intention of engaging with the two outside, how Teacher kept chatting with him in the kitchen while they cooked together. Soon, 2 dishes, a soup, and steaming hot dumplings were placed on the table, but the atmosphere during dinner was unnaturally tense. Meng Xiaochen kept trying to sweet-talk Musiki, while Musiki's eyes continuously drifted towards Su Bingfan, deliberately or not. Su Bingfan spoke only with how Teacher, completely ignoring the two clueless individuals. This left how Teacher slightly embarrassed. Suddenly, how Teacher's phone rang. Su Bingfan craned his neck and saw the caller ID, Respiratory Department, Central Hospital. His heart clenched tightly. How Teacher seemed reluctant to let the children overhear, so she picked up the phone and stood up, saying, I'll take this on the balcony. Su Bingfan kept his eyes fixed on how Teacher. Right now, he somewhat regretted not having trained the eagle's eyesight and the wolf's hearing yesterday. He couldn't quite make out what she was saying. Taking advantage of Su Bingfan finally having a moment of pause, Musiki spoke up. Bingfan, so you grew up in how Teacher's home? I've never heard your story before. Maybe we can chat sometime. If you want stories, go listen to a free audiobook app like Tomato Audio. Su Bingfan shot back coldly. Meng Xiaochen immediately snapped. Su Bingfan, show some respect. This is my house. You have no right to act like this. He started to rise, as if ready to attack. Musiki quickly reached out to hold Meng Xiaochen back, feigning hurt. Xiaochen, sit down. Bingfan didn't mean it. Please don't ruin our harmony over me. After speaking, she cast a resentful glance at Su Bingfan. Chapter 13, another side quest triggered. Su Bingfan couldn't be bothered with the couple. Their voices were too loud, making it impossible to hear what Teacher Hao was saying on the phone. He stood up and walked to the living room, pretending to get a glass of water, but in reality, he wanted to get closer to listen to Teacher Hao's conversation. He noticed that Teacher Hao's expression looked grim. Then, almost inaudibly, she whispered, How much does this kind of treatment cost? Su Bingfan immediately put down his cup and stepped forward, snatching the phone from her hand. Hello, I'm the patient's family member. I'll discuss the treatment plan with you. Teacher Hao tried to take the phone back, but Su Bingfan was tall, holding it out of reach. She could only sigh softly and murmur, It's too expensive. We won't go through with it. We'll stick to conservative treatment. But Su Bingfan quickly shut the door to the balcony, gave Teacher Hao a calming gesture, then firmly arranged the appointment with the person on the line. The surgery is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. We'll use the latest imported medication and the best possible treatment plan. Don't worry. Teacher, you're going to be fine. Tears welled up in Teacher Hao's eyes as she choked up. Bingfan, I don't have that kind of money. Xiaochen is still young. I can't burden him like that. It would ruin his entire life. You don't need to worry about that. Before Su Bingfan could finish, Meng Xiaochen suddenly yanked open the balcony door, rushed in, and punched Su Bingfan hard in the chest. Are you even human, Su Bingfan? Mom treated you so well, and you still made her cry? This house doesn't want you. Get out. Su Bingfan retaliated with a punch of his own. Meng Xiaochen's punch didn't even budge Su Bingfan. But Su Bingfan's single counterpunch sent Meng Xiaochen crashing onto the ground. Teacher, I'm sorry. I lost my temper. Su Bingfan immediately bowed apologetically to Teacher Hao, then gently helped her walk out of the balcony, all the while glaring coldly at Meng Xiaochen. Meng Xiaochen, either you're blind or heartless. Don't you know Teacher Hao hasn't been feeling well? Didn't you know she went to the hospital today for tests and got the results back? You ignore your own mother completely, yet waste your time being a lapdog for some gold digger. Meng Xiaochen, you're beyond saving. How dare you? Meng Xiaochen struggled to get up, wanting to charge at Su Bingfan again. But the pain from the fall was still sharp, So he decided to switch tactics. Just hurling insults would do. Musiki had tears in her eyes, one hand covering her mouth, staring at Su Bingfan in disbelief, shaking her head slightly, as if she'd been deeply wronged. Bingfan, I never thought you'd see me this way. I know how you feel about me, but I honestly just thought we weren't compatible. I never imagined you'd hate me this much. Oh, if we weren't compatible, why did you make me buy you breakfast every day? Why did you expect gifts from me every holiday? What are you if not a gold digger? Su Bingfan glanced coldly at Musiki's entire outfit. Bulgari bracelet, Cartier watch, Prada clothes, Hermes bag. Musiki, even though you've gotten promoted, your monthly salary is barely 7 or 8,000. There's no way you could afford all this unless your parents, who work at a machine repair plant, bought them for you. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Musiki's face. Meng Xiaochen also looked at her suspiciously. But Su Bingfan had no intention of wasting more time with them. Every day now felt like a countdown. He couldn't afford to lose a single minute. Teacher Hao, your condition was caught early. There's still a chance for treatment. It's just a minor surgery. I'll be right there with you. Only then did Meng Xiaochen fake his concern, approaching with false alarm, cautiously asking his mother, Mom, are you really sick? What illness do you have? How much will it cost to treat? Su Bingfan mocked. Everything out of your mouth is money. You and Musiki really are a perfect match. Then he gently patted Teacher Hao's hand. Teacher, I'll cover all the medical expenses. Don't worry about anything else. Just focus on getting better. Musiki instantly realized Teacher Hao must have a serious, expensive illness, and that Su Bingfan was taking full responsibility. Clearly, he'd come into a fortune. Especially since Su Bingfan had accurately identified all her luxury items, Musiki became even more convinced Su Bingfan was rich. He just refused to spend it on her. The thought of having such a man within reach made her resentment burn even hotter. Still, Musiki faked sympathy, stepping forward to ask Teacher Hao. Teacher, what's your diagnosis? If you need someone to take care of you, I actually have time. I haven't taken my annual leave this year. I can stay with you at the hospital. Meng Xiaochen was immediately moved, his doubt over Su Bingfan's earlier accusation that Musiki was a gold digger vanishing completely. Musiki was now a department director. So what if she owned a few luxury items? Couldn't they be provided by the company as wardrobe allowances? Besides, dressing well reflected positively on the company. She worked at a fortune-ranked enterprise. How could anyone take her seriously in multi-million deals if she looked poor? Meng Xiaochen stepped closer, shooting Su Bingfan another glare before asking again. Mom, exactly what illness do you have? How teacher felt heartbroken and remained silent for a long while. Su Bingfan spoke up for her. Lung cancer. But it was caught early, no metastasis yet. The doctor said we just need surgery to remove the lesion, then control it with medication. Medication? For how long? Meng Xiaochen immediately started calculating. I heard cancer patients have to take medicine their entire lives, until they die. And those drugs are insanely expensive, tens of thousands per bottle, lasting only a month. Mom, you really know how to make things hard for me. Faced with her own son's complaints, Hao teacher's eyes instantly dimmed. Su Bingfan gripped her hand tightly, as if trying to pass his strength to her through this simple gesture. Teacher Hao, I already told you. I'll take full responsibility for your treatment. My parents passed away early. To me, you've always been like a mother. I wasn't strong enough to save my real mother back then. Today, please give me this chance. I can't bear another regret. Su Bingfan said this deliberately, so Hao teacher wouldn't feel even worse. But Meng Xiaochen immediately snapped. If she's your mom, then just take her home. There'll be countless hospital visits, pills, surgeries, the list goes on. Su Bingfan, if you're really a man of your word, then stand by what you say and don't back out later. Su Bingfan ignored him completely. He turned to Hao teacher instead. Teacher, let's pack your things now. This afternoon, we'll go straight to the hospital and get you admitted. Don't worry, I'll be right beside you. Hao teacher hesitated, unmoving. It's fine if you don't want to pack. We'll buy everything new. Su Bingfan half dragged, half supported her toward the door. Behind them, Meng Xiaochen muttered quietly. Who's going to cook for me now? The moment Su Bingfan stepped into the elevator, Cowardly began communicating with him mentally. Host, impressive. You've unintentionally triggered another side quest. 10,000 points have just been credited to your account. Su Bingfan lowered his gaze slightly. More points were good. Then accelerate physical enhancement as quickly as possible. Chapter 14. As much as you have, I'll take it all. Su Bingfan spent the entire afternoon with Teacher Hao, following the advice of doctors at Central Hospital to transfer him to a specialized oncology hospital. He handled the admission, arranged examinations, then hired a caregiver for Teacher Hao before finally returning home to begin his physical training. He still had 12,000 points in his account. Without hesitation, Su Bingfan used half of them to unlock every available physical training module at once. Chidianzi muttered enviously. You really don't hold back when spending on your teacher. How about treating me better too? Can we at least have meat with every meal from now on? Speaking of meat, Su Bingfan sighed. It's such a shame about that pot of braised pork your teacher made. I only got to taste one bite. Now 2 other people got to enjoy it instead. Chidianzi, my shelter is pretty big. I should be able to bring Teacher Hao inside, right? Of course. You could even move an entire city in if you wanted. But, Chidianzi hesitated. But what? But think carefully. While you might walk away from Meng Xiaochen, would Teacher Hao be able to do the same? Su Bingfan fell silent. Teacher Hao would never abandon Meng Xiaochen, but he couldn't use that as a reason to abandon Teacher Hao either. After all, when Su Bingfan himself had been nothing but a broken mess, Teacher Hao had never given up on him, right? To escape these painful thoughts, Su Bingfan threw himself completely into physical training. Thanks to yesterday's foundational work, today's training felt significantly easier. In just 7 hours, he completed all his routines and didn't feel tired at all. One small regret. Although he passed level 1 tests for all new modules, he barely missed mastery in bare strength and would need to continue working on it tomorrow. Exhausted from the long day, Su Bingfan took a shower and lay on bed playing his phone. After some mobile gaming, he suddenly remembered someone, or rather, a gaming ID. 3 years of masks. During those days, Su Bingfan stayed home bored and played online games, forming virtual friendships across the net. One player named Su San Dan Mian Hua was particularly close. But Su Bingfan wasn't thinking of him now for gaming. He recalled this guy was actually a pharmaceutical rep with incredible connections. During the first year of the pandemic, it was through this friend that Su Bingfan obtained N95 masks, alcohol, 84 disinfectant, later, fever reducers, cough medicine, test kits, and hypochlorous acid disinfectant. Sure, the method was simple and brutal, paying 10 times market price. But during those desperate times, even 20 or 30 times the cost wouldn't guarantee anything. And the coming apocalypse would be no different. Though Su Bingfan had already bought medicines today, it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. Medicine would soon become more valuable than gold, a true currency in the post-collapse world. Quickly opening QQ, he found Su San Dan Mian Hua and sent one message. Still around. The chat window stayed quiet for 5 seconds, then exploded with text. Don't just send still around. Who asks such a dumb question? Why not say what you want directly? If I say yes, will you borrow money from me? If I say no, does that mean you won't invite me to dinner? Spit it out already. Tell me what you want so I can decide whether I'm even here. Su Bingfan laughed, muttered a curse under his breath, and typed back. I need meds. Lots of different kinds. Boss Su, if you're not interested, I'll find someone else. 2 seconds later, his QQ rang with a voice call request. Smiling, Su Bingfan answered. Immediately, the other end cooed with fake sweetness. Boss wanna play? Get lost. Su Bingfan shuddered in disgust. This kid never changed, still so damn annoying. On the other side, Su San Dan Mian Hua burst into laughter before getting serious. Alright, boss, what kind of medicine? How much? When do you need it? I'm asking for common ones now, just huge quantities. See if you can get them. Are you kidding? What do you think I do? In those crazy days, I still delivered scarce supplies. Now that everything's open, how could this be any harder? Good. I need cold medicine, fever reducers, cough syrup, antibiotics, digestive aids, iodine, alcohol, gauze, bandages, bruise ointment. Su Bingfan rattled off every common illness treatment he could think of. Then remembering teacher house condition, he added, also albumin. I want all of the above. 100 units each. If you have more, I'll take those too. The moment Su Bingfan finished speaking, Su San Dan Mian Hua's voice turned shaky. 1 unit meant 300 boxes, so 100 units was 30,000 boxes. This was a golden customer, plain and simple. Bro, you're not messing with me, right? Are you really gonna buy all of it? Over these past 3 years, the brothers, had indeed made good money flipping medicines. But they never expected the state to suddenly lift restrictions, then swiftly introduce a slew of new policies, leaving each brother stuck with several items piling up in inventory, each one sitting on hundreds of thousands worth of unsold stock. The feeling was absolutely suffocating. Now, suddenly, someone wanted to buy all their stagnant inventory. Su San Dan Mian Hua fiercely pinched the inner thigh. Damn, that actually hurt. So this wasn't a dream after all. You think I'd mess with you in the middle of the night? You're not Diaochan. A friend of mine needs these supplies. Just tell me what you've got. Got them? Of course I've got them. Brother, when do you need them? Give me an address, and your humble little brother will ship it to your door for free. Su Bingfan gave Su San Dan Mian Hua the address of Riverside Freight Yard. Then, after a moment's thought, added, I also need blood pressure monitors, glucose meters, pulse oximeters, nebulizers, oxygen generators, physical therapy devices, and antihypertensives, diabetes meds, painkillers, rheumatism plasters. Those don't need to be in large quantities, except for oxygen generators and their consumables. I'll take 100 of those. For the rest, just 1 unit of each will do. Oh, and if you can get your hands on estriol, 523 tablets, 408 tablets, potassium iodide, Prussian blue, pentetic acid sodium calcium, pentetic acid sodium zinc, and alginates. How many you've got? I'll take it all. Cash payment. Full amount up front. On the other end came a loud thud, as if something had dropped to the floor. Then rustling sounds. After a moment, Su San Dan Mian Hua spoke again, voice shaky with excitement. Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. Whatever you want, I'll get it for you. Brother, from this day forward, you're my real uncle, my real big daddy. Here, take my knees. Chapter 15 2 Plans. Talk about professional things with professional people. Su Bingfan chatted with Su San the cotton carter for over an hour, and inspired by him, Su Bingfan ordered nearly 50 million worth of medicine. 200 million in supplies. Half my mission still isn't complete. Su Bingfan stretched lazily. Spending money is really exhausting. What did I ever do to deserve this? Even though he used to collect tens of thousands of yuan in rent every month, Su Bingfan had always stuck to living off his salary alone. He'd never actually tried living such a lavish life before. For a moment, he felt lost. What's the point, he muttered. It's just me surviving in the shelter. Why stockpile 200 million worth of supplies? Even if I count Teacher Hao, there are only 2 of us. We couldn't possibly use it all. Unless In his previous life, Su Bingfan had survived less than half a year into the apocalypse before dying. He didn't know much about what came afterward. Chu Duzi suddenly had an idea. Host, try clicking on that little glowing dot in your space. Maybe it can explain something. Su Bingfan opened his spatial inventory and tapped the small light once more. This time, instead of showing contaminated water sources and soil around the world, the tiny dot played out a documentary-like sequence, revealing what happened after his death in the last life. Back then, the atmosphere had been burned through by acid rain, creating numerous holes. Global temperatures gradually rose until the Earth resembled a furnace, surface temperatures exceeding 70 degrees Celsius. Animals and plants could no longer survive. Fortunately, to escape zombies and acid rain, the military had long established underground shelters. Besides the elite class, anyone who could afford a ticket with sufficient supplies, or those who made outstanding contributions to human advancement, was allowed entry. As for ordinary civilians, the lucky ones managed to squeeze into bomb shelters. The unlucky could only wait helplessly until they finally succumbed. At first, some so-called experts claimed that the extreme heat was beneficial. It would evaporate polluted surface water, releasing radiation into outer space. They even said Earth's self-cleaning mechanism had activated, and as long as humanity endured this phase, Earth would return to being a peaceful, blue planet where everyone could live on the surface again. But soon, before all surface water had fully evaporated, global temperatures plummeted to minus 80 degrees. The radioactive elements hadn't disappeared. They were instead trapped more persistently beneath layers of ice on the surface. By then, apart from thick layers of nuclear-contaminated ice, there was nothing left on the ground. Yet dozens of thousands of people still lived inside the underground shelters. The documentary ended there. Su Bingfan sneered bitterly. So am I supposed to hoard supplies just to save those tens of thousands underground? I'd rather save trees and grass. Thinking of Hua Hua reminded Su Bingfan of Guamin Nushin instantly. I'll build a paradise for the pandas in my shelter. They're innocent. Chu Duzi quickly chimed in. Host, your shelter is huge. There's even an artificial lake. Have you considered aquatic life? After all, they're innocent too. You want me to turn my shelter into Noah's Ark? Su Bingfan actually began seriously considering it. But we don't have enough space. It's just one mountain, and I need room to raise the pandas. He said it jokingly, but deep down, he remained focused on unlocking Chu Duzi's elemental ability. Rather than sit idle and wait for the apocalypse while helplessly watching the world crumble, why not strike first, destroy the source? Su Bingfan had died once. Reincarnated now, he deeply understood that you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. And when facing challenges, you should never rely on just one plan. The fact that Xiong failed level 2 testing today served as a wake-up call. As skill metrics improved, later training intensity would increase drastically, along with higher assessment difficulty. Therefore, no one could guarantee he'd bring all physical functions up to level 9 within 30 days. And more importantly, even if he achieved level 9 across the board, Chu Duzi still had no idea how to obtain elemental abilities. So right now, Su Bingfan needed 2 contingency plans. If direct confrontation failed, he must be prepared for survival during the coming apocalypse. And exactly what kind of apocalypse lay ahead? The documentary had already shown it clearly. Not only zombies, but also extreme heat followed by extreme cold. Most crucially, the underground shelters belonged to the military. They had weapons. Although Su Bingfan's shelter was currently completely concealed by dense forest, after enduring periods of intense heat and freezing cold, the mountain would likely become bare. Then, his shelter would lie exposed before the military without any cover. Su Bingfan didn't want to think ill of others, but more often than not, the worst evil came from the human heart. He needed enough weapons to fend off others' greed and robbery. And right now, there were 2 ways to get weapons. First, buy a batch from underground arms dealers. Second, complete missions, earn points, and exchange them for the latest, most powerful weapons at the Point Mall. Between these 2 options, Su Bingfan leaned toward the latter. Better avoid the underworld gangs if possible. Once they took notice of him, another group would be gunning for his shelter. Come on, damn it. Are there any new missions yet? I urgently need a new one. Chu Duzi was half asleep, barely able to keep his eyes open. Host, go to sleep. You'll have everything in your dreams. Su Bingfan still wanted to hold on a bit longer, but after a whole day of exhaustion, his eyelids grew heavy and began drooping. The next morning, Su Bingfan got up early, splashed water on his face, then headed straight to Lee's chicken soup wonton shop, buying wontons and steamed buns, as well as breakfast for cancer patients, boiled goose eggs, and boiled silkworm pupae. Carrying a bag of food, Su Bingfan made his way directly to the oncology hospital. He had arranged a private room for Teacher Hao. As soon as he entered, he saw the nursemaid combing Teacher Hao's hair, the 2 chatting warmly. Seeing Su Bingfan arrive, the nursemaid cheerfully greeted him. Little Su, you're here. The nurse just mentioned. The doctor wants to talk to you about the treatment plan later. Teacher Hao slept well last night and already had blood drawn this morning. You 2 chat. I'll go wash some clothes. Humming happily, the nursemaid carried the laundry to the washroom, leaving them space alone. Though Teacher Hao wore a smile on his face, Su Bingfan could tell it didn't reach his eyes. Teacher, this is your favorite, Lee's chicken soup wontons. Come on, let's eat. I haven't eaten either. At Su Bingfan's urging, Teacher Hao quickly reached for his food container. Teacher, is the nursemaid treating you well? Very good, professional and thoughtful. Bingfan, I hate to put you through all this expense. Teacher Hao's voice choked slightly. Don't say that. But I have to leave right after meeting the doctor. I've got things to do today. I'll come back tonight to have dinner with you. You don't need to come if you're busy. I'm doing fine. Teacher Hao didn't want to interfere with Su Bingfan's important matters. Before Su Bingfan could speak again, an unpleasant voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Su Bingfan, don't try making excuses to run away. You're the one who brought my mom to the hospital. You're responsible until the very end. Chapter 16 upgraded. Meng Xiaoqin was shouting at the door, drawing furtive glances from people in the hallway. A nurse quickly came over and hushed him in a low voice. This is a hospital. Please keep quiet and don't disturb the patient's rest. Mr. Hao hadn't expected Meng Xiaoqin to come visit her. Just as a hint of joy appeared on her face, it darkened even further after hearing his words. Su Bingfan's eyes turned cold. This ungrateful son. His right hand moved toward Che Dudu, but as his gaze accidentally met Mr. Hao's eyes and saw the faint hope within them, Su Bingfan felt a pang in his heart and slowly lowered his hand. Xiaoqin, speak properly to Teacher Hao. Su Bingfan didn't expect Musiki had come as well. Musiki had been outside just now, so Su Bingfan hadn't seen her. Now, noticing the growing crowd, she gently pushed Meng Xiaoqin into the ward and quietly closed the door behind them. Musiki didn't mind being watched, but only if she was the goddess-like center of attention, not some spectacle for idle curiosity. After entering, Musiki first greeted Mr. Hao with a smile, then gave Su Bingfan a faint one. Bingfan, good morning. Su Bingfan ignored her, but Musiki didn't seem embarrassed at all. Instead, she began chatting warmly with Mr. Hao. Mr. Hao assumed this girl must be her son's girlfriend, or at least someone Meng Xiaoqin liked, and thus spoke kindly to Musiki. Dear, why are you here again? It's not a day off, is it? Teacher Hao, don't you remember? I told you yesterday, if you needed hospitalization, I'd take leave to be your caregiver. Consider it helping an old classmate. She turned back and gave Meng Xiaoqin a shy, sweet smile that made his heart flutter. Their bold exchange of glances confirmed Mr. Hao's belief. They must be dating. So she became even more gentle and friendly toward Musiki. Su Bingfan sneered silently. These tricks were nothing new from Musiki. Only kind-hearted Mr. Hao would fall for them. Mom, I came here to discuss something serious with you. Meng Xiaoqin shot a glare at Su Bingfan before snapping rudely. Didn't you say you'd leave after eating? Why are you still hanging around? Waiting for me to treat you to lunch? Having the nerve to mooch meals even in a hospital? How shameless. You. Su Bingfan wanted to curse back, but when he looked up and met Mr. Hao's pleading eyes, he swallowed his words. Teacher Hao, I'll go check with the doctor's office then. No need. This is my mom. I'll take care of her. You can leave now. No escort. Meng Xiaoqin's glare cut through Su Bingfan like a bone scraper, making him feel utterly uncomfortable. Mr. Hao also urged, Bingfan, go do what you need to. Xiaoqin is here. Don't worry. Su Bingfan thought about it. He had already prepaid 5,000 yuan for tests yesterday, so there probably wouldn't be any major expenses today. Even if there were, Meng Xiaoqin would likely wait until evening for him to return and settle the bill. As for the doctors, he was a bit worried, but not about money, nor whether Mr. Hao could be saved. His concern was whether the treatment would be painful. At the thought of such a kind teacher soon bearing a wound on her body, Su Bingfan felt deeply pained. Didn't you hear my mom telling you to leave? Scram, scram. Meng Xiaoqin stepped forward to shove Su Bingfan, but Musiki gently pulled him back. Xiaoqin, we agreed to speak calmly. Her voice, deliberately raised in pitch and sweetness, once seemed honeyed and soft to Su Bingfan, but now it only made him want to vomit. Suddenly, an odd idea flashed through Su Bingfan's mind. He turned back and said goodbye to Mr. Hao. Teacher, get some rest. I'll come see you tonight. Call me earlier if there's anything you want to eat. I'll bring takeout. With that, he hurried out of the ward. Behind him, Meng Xiaoqin's voice faintly echoed. See? I told you he's unreliable. Only you, being senile, still think he's good. Su Bingfan chuckled coldly, quickly descended the stairs, and got into his car. After closing the door, he placed his right hand on Che Dudu. The doctor will soon announce that Mr. Hao was misdiagnosed. She isn't sick at all. The one who's ill is Meng Xiaoqin. Uffed. Che Dudu nearly deflated in fright. Host, are we really going all out again? Using all 3 skills today on Mr. Hao. Again, the same way. What's wrong with that? Su Bingfan shrugged. What's wrong? Plenty. Che Dudu's eyes widened in panic. Our skill is called Words That Wound, not Miracle Healing, dude. So what? Su Bingfan wasn't fazed. Didn't we use it exactly like this yesterday, and nothing bad happened? Just because one time went fine doesn't mean every time will. Che Dudu was almost beside himself. This skill is meant for cursing people, not saving them. If you keep twisting its purpose like this, the skill itself might fail. Before the words even finished, Su Bingfan suddenly felt a warmth shoot through his left arm, and Che Dudu shivered involuntarily. Che Dudu, what's going on? Su Bingfan asked, slightly tense. It wasn't that he feared the skill disappearing. After all, if it did vanish, he could just earn another one later. His real worry was that the skill might vanish before fulfilling his wish, saving Teacher Hao. Che Dudu had turned bright red, glowing faintly, and only returned to normal after a long moment. But Su Bingfan could still sense something different. Che Dudu, you seem more like an actual Che Dudu now. Yeah, Che Dudu's voice sounded strange. I can't believe I actually fell for this. Turns out I've leveled up. Seriously? Then what benefits do I get from your upgrade? Su Bingfan was ecstatic. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Just as Teacher Hao always said, good deeds bring blessings. Kindness in the heart draws divine protection. Che Dudu slowly assessed himself, then said in disbelief, because of my upgrade, all of your physical stats have been directly upgraded to level 2. And future training will be twice as effective. Damn, this is downright unfair. Haha, awesome. That means after just one more round of training, I'll be able to receive packages with my mind. Without hesitation, Su Bingfan drove straight to Riverside Freight Yard. According to the logistics update, a large batch of deliveries was expected today. When Su Bingfan arrived at the yard, the package status still read, out for delivery. Since he had nothing better to do, he pulled a curtain across inside a container and crawled behind it to begin his level 3 physical training. The security guard on duty strolled over idly and noticed Su Bingfan grunting and sweating away in all sorts of movements. Quite bizarre. Young man, you rented this container just to use as a gym? Not at all. Su Bingfan paused his workout briefly and smiled as he pulled out a pack of premium cigarettes, offering one to the guard. I'm a middleman. Buy low, sell high. I need the container as a transit point. Oh, the guard remained suspicious. Then why not rent a proper warehouse? We've got those too. Too expensive. Su Bingfan kept it short and sweet. He grinned and said, Grandpa, I'm running a no-capital business. I dread competition. Since fate brought us together, I'll count on your help moving forward. The old guard took a deep drag on the cigarette, feeling refreshed all over. He slapped his chest proudly. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, nobody but delivery trucks will disturb you. Great, thanks Grandpa. Su Bingfan pressed the entire pack into the man's hand. Just stay by the gate and keep watch. So long as I make my money in peace, I'll treat you to drinks someday. Pleasantly buzzed, the guard tucked the cigarettes into his pocket and returned to his booth, only realizing much later. Wait a second, was this kid saying I was getting in his way when I came by? Chapter 17, nothing better to do than make trouble. For the entire day, Su Bingfan had been busy improving his physical strength, occasionally receiving a delivery. His packages were all large boxes, delivered by logistics companies using big trucks, conveniently masking the fact that nothing ever left the premises. Su Bingfan finally passed the level 3 bear strength assessment just before the container filled up. With a single thought, he transported all the delivery boxes into his space. With another, he dismantled them all at once. Once inside the space, everything was automatically sorted intelligently. The rest of the organizing work required zero effort from Su Bingfan. As he left, he greeted the security guard at the gate. Grandpa, I'm off for today. See you tomorrow. There's a pile of cardboard boxes over there. Help yourself or give them to someone who wants them. I don't need them anymore. The old guard had initially felt a bit slighted when Su Bingfan dismissed him earlier and was sulking quietly. But the moment he heard about the free cardboard boxes, his eyes lit up again, and he broke into a grin resembling an ancient, weathered chrysanthemum. Don't worry, he said cheerfully. I'll have someone clean it all up right away, sweep the entrance too. Won't get in your way tomorrow when you come back to make money. While driving, Su Bingfan called Teacher Hao via Bluetooth earpiece. Teacher, I'm done with everything. What would you like me to buy for dinner? Teacher Hao sounded odd, yet joyful. Bingfan, don't buy anything. Come home and eat dumplings. I've stewed some braised pork for you. Su Bingfan's heart leapt. He knew instantly this meant his skill had worked. Only because she was fully recovered would Teacher Hao have returned home. But on the outside, he kept a tone of urgency. Teacher, how did you sneak back home? Aren't we supposed to have surgery tomorrow? No surgery needed. It's complicated, hard to explain over the phone. Just come home first. Su Bingfan sped back toward the neighborhood, bypassing his own apartment entirely as he headed straight for Teacher Hao's place. To his surprise, it was Musiki who opened the door. Wearing slippers and an apron, she looked every inch the devoted housewife, smiling warmly at Su Bingfan. Why are you just standing there? Come in. Su Bingfan was taken aback, but since it was such a happy day, he didn't want to argue in front of Teacher Hao. He nodded briefly at Musiki, ignored Meng Xiaochen sitting in the living room playing on his phone, and turned directly toward the kitchen to find Teacher Hao. Teacher, why are you back already? Su Bingfan pretended ignorance, but Teacher Hao's face beamed with joy. The test results came back yesterday. It turns out Central Hospital made a mistake. I'm perfectly healthy. There were so many patients that day, and the doctor must have mixed up 2 medical cards in the rush. The imaging report they gave me wasn't even mine. After speaking, a faint shadow passed over her brow. Still, now I worry. The person who actually has the illness might be delayed in treatment. I called the radiology department at Central Hospital today to tell them, but they said hundreds come through each day. They can't possibly figure out whose report got swapped with mine. Su Bingfan reassured her gently. Don't worry, teacher. I'll take your reports to Central Hospital tomorrow myself. If we really try, we'll find out. Leave it to me. Musiki chimed in. Teacher Hao is one of those blessed souls who always land on their feet. You're clearly someone destined for good fortune. Your best days are still ahead. Meng Xiaochen couldn't stand seeing Musiki and Su Bingfan harmonizing so well, and immediately sneered sarcastically. I told you from the start there was no need to be hospitalized. Just wasted money on unnecessary nonsense. All this fussing over nothing. Nothing better to do than make trouble. It wasn't your money anyway. I already said I'd cover everything for teacher. Su Bingfan could barely fathom how someone as kind as Teacher Hao could raise such an insufferable son. Enough. Both of you, say less. Musiki softened the tension with gentle words. Today, let's forget everything else. We're just going to enjoy our meal happily. No spoiling the mood. Meng Xiaochen raised his chin dismissively. I'm only being quiet for Chi-Chi's sake. Don't feel special. Su Bingfan had even less interest in engaging Meng Xiaochen. For the sake of Musiki making tonight's dinner peaceful, he chose not to respond to her either. The meal was eaten with many different flavors swirling beneath the surface. After dinner, Teacher Hao called Su Bingfan into the study and pressed a thick red envelope into his hands. Su Bingfan immediately pushed it back. Teacher, I've already said, you're like a mother to me. Since when do mothers and sons keep accounts like this? You doing this will truly hurt my feelings. You stubborn child. Defeated, teacher Hao tucked the red envelope away. Then consider this a filial gift to your mom. Mom will save it for you. Noticing lingering shadows in teacher Hao's expression, Su Bingfan asked carefully. Teacher, why still so gloomy? Did Xiaochen upset you again? No, don't think too much. Teacher Hao sighed, paused a moment, then finally spoke. Xiaochen says he wants to quit his job and start a business with someone. Resigning already? Su Bingfan was stunned. Meng Xiaochen had taken over his father's position, his iron rice bowl in a state-owned enterprise. True, he was just a blue-collar worker, but his salary and benefits were more than double what Su Bingfan earned at his private company. Su Bingfan knew the apocalypse was coming, but Meng Xiaochen didn't. Why would he suddenly give up such a secure job? You had to know, positions like that were one-to-one replacements. Easy to leave, impossible to return. Once out, there'd be no going back. For some reason, Su Bingfan immediately thought of Musiki. His gut told him this decision had something to do with her. Did Xiaochen mention who he's going into business with? Teacher Hao gently shook her head. You know how this child is. When he doesn't want to talk, I can't push. Ask too much, and he throws a tantrum. He even took the hospital deposit money when arranging my discharge today. Bastard. Su Bingfan cursed inwardly, yet kept his composure and reassured teacher Hao. Don't worry too much. After all, Xiaochen's an adult now. Maybe it really is a solid business opportunity. Teacher Hao gave a bitter smile. Let's hope so. Leaving the study, Su Bingfan had intended to confront Meng Xiaochen directly, but saw Musiki already talking to him, urging him. Xiaochen, you're being so impulsive. How can you just quit like that? So many people envy your job. Su Bingfan felt puzzled. Wasn't it Musiki who had encouraged this? If Musiki wasn't behind it, then he decided not to interfere. After all, in less than a month, no one would have jobs anymore anyway. Right now, the most important thing was stockpiling supplies. Only after Chu Duzi reminded him did Su Bingfan realize that whether facing extreme heat or cold, his shelter would need one crucial resource for climate control, electricity, and lots of it. Chapter 18 How could I be this poor? After leaving teacher Hao's house, Su Bingfan went straight home, turned on his computer, pulled out his notebook and calculator, and began calculating everything he would need. According to Kaduzi's explanation and the architectural blueprint, the shelter could essentially be viewed as one massive sealed room equipped with a central air conditioning system. Only in this way could it withstand extreme cold and heat. But air conditioning required electricity. Not only that, but the shelter spanned a large area and had over a dozen above-ground and underground levels. Without power, the elevators wouldn't work, leaving stairs as the only option. Modern people had long grown lazy due to modern appliances. Su Bingfan certainly wasn't going to climb those stairs every day. Therefore, he needed to build a power station for the shelter. And after careful consideration, Su Bingfan decided on a solar power station. The topmost layer of the shelter was a giant alloy steel dome. When opened, it revealed a glass roof made of Prince Rupert's tears, a type of glass known as the strongest in the world. It could withstand up to 20 tons of pressure, was bulletproof, yet still maintained excellent light transmittance. In documentaries Su Bingfan had seen, even during extreme winters, sunlight still reached Earth every day. Thus, he decided to convert the shelter's rooftop into a massive solar power station, absorbing the sun's boundless energy to power the entire facility. The components needed for a solar power station were relatively simple, just by combiner boxes, DC distribution cabinets, grid-tied inverters, AC distribution cabinets, transformers, storage batteries, plus a sufficient number of solar panels and mounting frames. However, all these items were consumables, so Su Bingfan figured he'd need at least 10 full sets. With each level of the shelter covering about 50,000 square meters, calculations showed that one complete solar setup would cost 40 million, meaning 10 sets would total 400 million. Su Bingfan tossed his pen aside and let out a long sigh, flipping through his bank account balance, less than 50 million remaining, and then checking the mere 10,000 taels of gold stored in his space. He suddenly felt overwhelmingly poor. As the old saying goes, you won't starve from eating or drinking, but if you don't plan ahead, you'll remain poor your whole life. I've just been spending recklessly these past few days. How did I end up this broke? I can't keep living off savings. I have to find a way to make money. But what could he possibly do to earn 400 million in such a short time? Carrying a cup of pu'er tea, Su Bingfan paced back and forth in the room, muttering to himself. I'm strong. I could go work as a laborer hauling cargo. But that kind of job doesn't pay big money. I'm agile too. Should I go steal e-bikes? That's illegal though. Should I try telecom fraud instead? Oh come on, that's way too immoral. He kept debating with himself, only to shoot down every idea immediately. Even Kaduzi was getting dizzy listening. Unable to come up with any solutions, Su Bingfan walked irritably to the balcony, hoping to catch some fresh air. Kaduzi chimed in with a gentle reminder. Host, tomorrow is the deadline for collecting the final payment. You'll receive another sum of money, but you'll lose the residence permit. No problem. I'll just pay 1 month's rent to extend it by another month. If necessary, I'll pay extra. Su Bingfan irritably tugged at his hair. The final payment was only 25 million. What was that compared to what he needed? It was nowhere near enough to reach his goal of 400 million. Rent was money too, and he hadn't even bought quilts or winter supplies yet. There were so many places where money was needed. At current prices, 10,000 taels of gold could get me about 200 million when sold. But how can I turn 200 million into 400 million quickly? Wait, even 400 million isn't enough. Power without internet is useless. I'll also need to buy a cellular base station. There's still so much more I need to buy. At least 1 billion, maybe 2. My God, the apocalypse is less than a month away. Where am I supposed to get all this money? Heaven above, how could I be this poor? Defeated, Su Bingfan slumped down onto the floor, resting his chin against the glass of the balcony window, idly tapping his fingers against it. His gaze drifted toward the countless lights shining from the buildings below, when suddenly, a cluster of colorful neon decorations caught his eye. That's it. How could I forget about that? Immediately jumping up, Su Bingfan rushed back to his study, turned on the computer again, and launched the Tonghuashan trading app. This account didn't belong to him. It had been set up by his father when he was alive. Back then, his father only dabbled casually in stocks, but 10 years ago, he suddenly bought 100 lots of Matai at 123 yuan per share, insisting it was a perfect opportunity for low-cost, high-value investment. That decision had even caused an argument between his parents. Since then, his father purchased Matai shares every year. After his father passed away, the stock account went through notarization and officially became Su Bingfan's. But Su Bingfan had never been interested in stocks. After the notarization, he simply left them untouched in the account. Since the annual dividends always outperformed bank interest rates, he treated it as his parents' way of saving a retirement fund for him. Now, as he opened the account, Su Bingfan realized his late father was truly a visionary. The portfolio was clean, holding just one stock. And that stock's current price? 1,828.55. Su Bingfan double-checked repeatedly. He owned exactly 500 lots of Matai, a fortune nearing 100 million yuan. Kaduzi, I've got an idea. As both Su Bingfan and Kaduzi evolved, they had grown mentally synchronized. Kaduzi quickly warned, "Host, if you go through with this, you might very well burn out the skill." Burn it then. Right now, making money is what matters most. With money, he could buy anything. The sky, the earth, the world, and build himself a perfect shelter. As for the skill, if it vanished, he'd just earn it back. The next morning, bright and early, Su Bingfan rushed down to the neighborhood lottery shop and bought 1 double color ball ticket, 1 super lotto ticket, and 10 scratch-off cards. Then, he activated his skill for the day. Every lottery ticket I buy will win the grand prize. He scratched off each of the 10 scratch cards one by one, right in front of the shop owner. 1 million. Another million. Still 1 million. 10 cards in a row, all worth 1 million. The lottery shop owner was dumbfounded. If he'd known this batch was this lucky, he would have kept them all for himself. Nearby veteran lottery players witnessed the scene. Beyond envy, their first instinct was to make calls and rally the troops. "Hey Lagzhong, get over to the lottery store at our compound entrance. This batch is insane. Just exploded 10 million yuan winners. La Li, hurry up. The jackpot rate here is off the charts. La Zhao, we hit the grand prize. Get over quick and soak up some luck." Some players started splurging recklessly. "Boss, give me 100 scratch-offs. Boss, I want 200. Unable to hold back, Su Bingfan tried to reason with everyone. "Lottery is just entertainment. I'm just having a lucky streak. You should only play with spare change. Don't risk your life savings." But the crowd's eyes turned suspicious. Their gaze toward Su Bingfan shifted from envy to outright disdain. Chapter 19. That's against the rules. The lottery players glared at Su Bingfan as if he had killed their fathers. "What? You get to make money and eat your fill, but we can't even have a sip of soup? How selfish can you be?" "Exactly. I'm spending my own money on lottery tickets. If I win, it's my luck. If I lose, I treat it as entertainment. Who are you, living by the seaside, to tell us what to do?" This guy is clearly extremely selfish. Only cares about himself making money. Can't stand seeing others doing well. Su Bingfan sighed and stopped trying to persuade them. These people had already lost all reason, yet they were also pitiable. 3 years of the pandemic had cost many people their jobs. Lotteries had flared up again in popularity, and people pinned their hopes on a tiny slip of paper, praying for an overnight fortune, or at least enough to cover their mortgage and protect the assets they'd spent half their lives accumulating. Su Bingfan wasn't a saint. He couldn't use his abilities to fulfill everyone's dreams. After a moment of thought, he turned to the man who had earlier wanted to spend big on tickets. "You said you wanted good luck, right? Then don't buy for yourselves. Let me treat everyone." With that, he pulled out the only 500 yuan in cash from his pocket and handed it to the lottery shop owner. "Use this to buy scratch-off tickets. Everyone who comes in today gets one from me." Su Bingfan didn't know whether this would actually bring good fortune to others, but with the apocalypse approaching, he didn't want these people to spend their final days regretting money lost in lotteries. After leaving the lottery shop, Su Bingfan bought a piece of golden thread beef pancake and a bowl of spicy soup, carried them upstairs, and waited for the stock market to open. While having breakfast, he looked up drone models and prices again. Acid rain would last 3 months, followed by zombies running rampant. When it came to protecting the shelter, what could be more useful than drones? As the clock approached 9:15, Su Bingfan pulled out a sheet of paper he'd prepared the night before, took a deep breath, and began speaking with unwavering confidence. For the next 20 trading days from today, Maotai stock movement will look exactly like this. On the paper was a chart Su Bingfan had plotted himself, a gap-up jump during pre-market auction, continuing upward after opening, hitting the daily limit within 5 minutes. At that peak, Su Bingfan would dump all 500 lots. Then, around noon, the limit would break, downward, hitting the floor price within a minute. Su Bingfan would then buy back at rock-bottom prices and drive the stock up again to hit the daily limit before market close. In this way, he'd earn over 400 yuan per share, netting 21 million yuan from the 500 lots. Although the money wouldn't be available until tomorrow, as long as the trend continued, Su Bingfan could leverage the remaining month to rake in 2 billion yuan from the stock market. He clasped his hands together and silently recited a Buddhist verse. I'm sorry, Big A. You weren't much to begin with anyway. So let me use your last bit of warmth to make a quick fortune. I'm desperate, truly broke. Time ticked slowly forward. Nervous, Su Bingfan couldn't bring himself to open his eyes until the alarm went off at 9:30. He finally looked at the K-line chart. It worked. Quickly, Su Bingfan placed an order to sell at the limit up price. Then, once the transaction completed, placed another order to buy at the limit down price. After that, he shut down the computer and headed to the real estate agency. Today was the day to collect the final payment. The real estate agent already had 25 million yuan ready. As soon as Su Bingfan arrived, they went to complete the property transfer. As for the rental fee for another month, the agent never intended to charge him. Just stay put for the month. Move out whenever your new place is done renovating. With 7 million yuan profit from 3 properties, the agent didn't mind letting Su Bingfan stay a few extra days. Besides, he hadn't planned to sell that particular house. He was saving it for his own child. It was the best school district home in the city, where a single residential title commanded a priceless education slot. Now that he had money, he could keep placing orders. Today's purchases focused on sun protection and cold weather gear, plus collecting the vegetables he'd arranged with local farmers. Su Bingfan drove out to the suburbs. The produce was fresh and high quality, and since he was buying directly from the fields, the farmers offered excellent prices. He bought every vegetable and fruit in the village, and even purchased chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and goats that villagers were willing to sell, all for less than 500,000 yuan. But carrying such large quantities attracted too much attention. Su Bingfan had to hire a transport team to move everything to Riverside Freight Yard before storing it in his space. An elderly grandmother approached tremblingly. Young boss, my natal village is the next one over. Their crops and fruits are excellent too. If you're willing to take them all, I'll have them delivered, and I'll give you an even better price. No need, grandma. Your price is already very fair. Just have them send everything over. I'll take however much there is. With the village chief helping organize things, the transport team worked smoothly. Su Bingfan then drove back to Riverside Freight Yard to receive the shipment. When Su Bingfan returned to the freight yard, the security guard's eyes grew even kinder and more affectionate, his smile deepening. The cardboard boxes from yesterday had earned him over 200 yuan, almost 2 days' salary. A boss this generous was hard to come by. Su Bingfan exchanged a few polite words with the old guard, then casually asked if he could temporarily use a few more shipping containers today, which would help explain the large number of cardboard boxes arriving at night. The guard patted his chest confidently. Leave it to me. The yard supervisor hardly ever shows up anyway. I'll quietly open up 2 more containers for you. But you've got to keep it low-key. Otherwise, I'll lose my job. Thanks, Grandpa. Su Bingfan slipped the guard another unopened pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, and the old man suddenly moved with renewed spryness. Today wasn't just about receiving supplies ordered from 1688. The medicine and medical equipment from Seuss and the cotton carter also arrived, making it another hectic day. Su Bingfan was busy receiving packages, collecting fruits and vegetables, picking up piglets, occasionally placing stock orders, and squeezing in time to train every aspect of his physical abilities. In his spare moments, he placed another order, sending cold weather clothes to schools in mountainous areas. Those children would definitely never make it into the shelter. Still, children were always innocent. He couldn't save everyone, but he could help one at a time. Yet physical training was getting harder and harder. All day long, Su Bingfan failed every single test, with all his skills stuck at level 3. But when it was time to wrap up in the evening, Cha Dudzi leveled up again. I can't believe this. You keep breaking rules nonstop, yet still manage to let me level up? You're truly the most outrageous host I've ever seen. Now, Cha Dudzi looked like a standard little calf, surprisingly cute and adorable. And now, whenever Su Bingfan activated his space, Cha Dudzi could materialize and enter it freely. Host, you've got to work harder. Once you get stronger, I'll be able to walk around in the real world. Before the words fully faded, a sudden flash of light glowed from Cha Dudzi's horns. Chapter 20. There's actually merit points. Whoa, another new skill. Host, how did you pull that off? Kiduzi shook his big head as he received the signal from the system, his face filled with astonishment. Darn it. The reason for your upgrade is, your Chaozhou of Maodai caused a stock market ripple, and today every single retail investor made a profit. Plus, the lottery tickets you gifted to those lottery players, even though they only won second and third prizes, they still earned a small fortune. So, your merit points have increased. Since when did we even have something called merit points? Kiduzi mumbled the last sentence quietly, but Su Bingfan still heard it. Well, that was an unexpected stroke of luck. But now this explained why he'd leveled up despite breaking the rules before. But the stock market is a zero-sum game. It's impossible for everyone to profit. Someone must have lost, right? The northbound institutional players took the loss. Let them lose. Serves them right. After all, they've been playing with ordinary investors like puppets for too long, profiting so much. It was time they paid some back. What I care about now is you. Now that you've taken physical form, what can you actually do for me? Can we get the 5 elements faster? Kiduzi shook his head. Not really. Acquiring the 5 elements still requires completing tasks. But now that I have a physical form, I can help you with something else. I can organize your storage space. Thanks a lot. Su Bingfan gave a tight, sarcastic smile. The storage space could already intelligently categorize and organize items on its own. Who needed Kiduzi doing the job? Kiduzi grinned awkwardly. I could also enter the shelter in your place. Thanks, no thanks. That was even less necessary. After a whole month of hard work, if a tattoo ended up replacing him inside the shelter, wouldn't he just become a worker again? Caduzi racked his brains for a long while, then suddenly stomped his hoof. I remember. Host, our shelter has a steward spirit. I can summon that steward spirit for you right now, and let him handle all the interior decoration and furnishing work inside. Hold on a sec, Su Bingfan said cautiously. Tell me, does the steward spirit serve whoever summons it first? That doesn't matter. After all, I belong to you anyway. It matters. Without another word, Su Bingfan instantly recalled Caduzi with a mental command and shut down the storage space. Thank goodness he'd asked. He'd nearly been tricked. Otherwise, both the 5 elements and the steward spirit would end up belonging to Caduzi, and he'd still be nothing more than a laborer. But now that Caduzi had reminded him, Su Bingfan realized he should quickly visit the shelter and activate everything that needed activation. After all, Caduzi was leveling up faster than he was. Who knew which one of them would be calling the shots in the future? Before leaving, Su Bingfan still made sure to greet the security guard. Uncle, please help collect the cardboard boxes by the gate. Also, I might come late tomorrow. If any express deliveries arrive in the morning, could you help open the adjacent container and store them for me? I'll send everything out once I'm back. Got it, leave it to me. The old guard grinned from ear to ear, earning over 200 extra a day. How could anyone not be happy? After a long, exhausting day, Su Bingfan finally decided to treat himself to a well-deserved luxury meal. He headed to the city's most upscale 5-star hotel and ordered a 1,288 yuan per person buffet. Though he still ate a piece of Kobe beef for Caduzi's healthy growth, Su Bingfan mainly went all in on the seafood. Pure, exquisite, pristine seafood. After another month, he wouldn't be able to enjoy it like this anymore. Left hand clutching a French blue lobster, right hand pinching slices of king salmon sashimi, mouth stuffed with foie gras. His eating manner was absolutely terrifying. Other diners seeing this immediately moved away, giving him as wide a berth as possible. But Su Bingfan didn't care in the slightest. He was spending his own money and satisfying his own stomach. Why should he care about others' opinions? As he ate, he kept commenting aloud to Caduzi. The chefs here aren't as good as those at Jinzuan restaurant, but they make up for it with pricier and fresher seafood. Before we leave, I should ask if they do takeout. Caduzi, still savoring the taste of steak, was frantically absorbing nutrients while trying to respond. Hey, host, can you show a little ambition? A 5-star hotel doing takeout? You should just tell them. I want to order 100 banquet tables, but you have to deliver them to my designated location. Now that's the way. Great idea. That's exactly what I'll do. Once fully fed, Su Bingfan wiped his mouth and stood up to find the hotel's service manager. Sir, how may I assist you? Do you provide banquet services? Yes, sir. We have banquet tables priced at 3,688, 6,688, and 8,888 yuan per table. Which level would you like? I'll take a look at the menu first, Su Bingfan said. Dressed plainly and asking only to see the menu. The service manager assumed he was just browsing casually, so he handed over the banquet menu with a friendly reminder. Sir, if you find any dishes unsuitable, we can make substitutions. However, please note that the minimum spend for banquets is 2,888 yuan. Unfazed by the manager's tone, Su Bingfan flipped through the menu and pointed at the 8,888 yuan set. Replace the lobster here with Australian lobster. Each one must be over 25 centimeters. Swap the oysters for pink rose diamond oysters. Prepare 20 portions per table. Why is there plain stir-fried seasonal vegetables? Replace it with geoduck. The service manager frantically calculated the costs as he listened. In the end, nearly every dish Su Bingfan had chosen was swapped for something more expensive. Sir, after your modifications and applying our discount, the price comes to 16,888 yuan per table. How many tables would you like to book, and for what date? Su Bingfan grinned, eyes narrowed. If you offer takeout delivery, I'll take 500 tables, and I need them the day after tomorrow. Caduzi tugged urgently at Su Bingfan's soul. Money, money. Host, weren't you complaining about being broke all the time? I've been making 20 million a day from the stock market, haven't I? Su Bingfan didn't care in the least. The apocalypse is boring enough as it is. If I can't enjoy good food, what's even the point? After finalizing the delivery time with the manager and paying the deposit, Su Bingfan finally headed home, utterly satisfied. Tonight, he'd have to keep shopping. Chapter 21, a small goal every day. When Su Bingfan returned to the residential complex that evening, he glanced up at Teacher Hao's balcony. The light was still on. Teacher Hao was probably reading again. Meng Xiaochen likely didn't know yet that she had lung cancer. This period was a rare moment of peace for Teacher Hao's family. Su Bingfan checked the time. It was late. He decided not to disturb Teacher Hao and went straight home. After taking a hot shower, he pretentiously poured himself a glass of red wine before opening his computer, logging into QQ, and finding the avatar labeled Su3 Carding Cotton. Su Bingfan, you there? Su3 Carding Cotton replied instantly. Here, daddy. Anything else you need? Su Bingfan was half amused, half exasperated, but continued chatting. I forgot to order protective suits, masks, and disinfectant last time. Do you have those? I'd like another 100 units of each. He'd seen in documentaries that after acid rain, radioactive substances could linger in the air, so protective gear remained essential. Although he planned to stock up over the next month, nobody knew how long this hellish situation would last. If ever forced to go out and trade with others, Su Bingfan wanted an extra layer of protection. Su3 Carding Cotton paused for a while before responding. Buddy, since we're close, let me say this honestly. The pandemic is over. The authorities have decided to loosen restrictions permanently. I can get these items for you in minutes if needed. But honestly, these are leftovers our crew couldn't sell. They're just dead stock piling up. Moving them won't change anything. Are you really sure you want so much? It's throwing money away. They'd met online and only interacted through digital conversations. Never met face to face. Their bond stemmed solely from some casual chats during online gaming sessions. Yet here this guy was, sincerely advising him against wasting money. Something touched Su Bingfan deeply. Don't worry, bro. I've got uses for them. If you can deliver, send them to the same address. Man, you're seriously helping us out big time. No more words. Price will be wholesale. We'll grab a meal someday. You're definitely a friend now. Su Bingfan smiled wryly. Someday? That'd be March 32nd on a Saturday through Sunday. Besides, once the shelter was fully renovated, he planned to remove the SIM card from his phone and cut off all contact with the outside world. Who cared about making new friends? In his previous life, he'd been destroyed by so-called friends. In this one, Su Bingfan just wanted to survive, well and peacefully. Having finalized the purchase of protective equipment with Su 3 carding cotton, Su Bingfan then ordered 10,000 of the latest, top-tier drones online, along with 1,000 cleaning robots. With such a large shelter, he had no intention of spending every day sweeping and mopping. It would kill him. He also bought 500 industrial robots. The shelter was still empty, and future renovation work might require manual labor. Better safe than sorry. As for humanoid AI companions capable of intelligent conversation, Su Bingfan considered briefly. Didn't need many. One would suffice. Almost like adopting a pet. Next, he placed bulk orders for rice, flour, cooking oil, the essentials, but prioritized purified water above all else. Even so, Su Bingfan remained worried about clean water supply. Gotta figure out a wastewater purification system. At minimum, recycle household water. He searched online. Wastewater treatment systems cost around 800,000 yuan each. To be safe, he'd need at least 10 sets. That totaled 8 million yuan. Su Bingfan clutched his head, groaning dramatically. Dear God, why am I so poor? Chu Duzi couldn't stand seeing Su Bingfan act this way anymore and offered another friendly reminder. Host, it's lottery draw time. Alright, I still have one double color ball ticket and one super lotto ticket. Su Bingfan quickly checked today's winning numbers. Thankfully, the skill worked perfectly. Between the two tickets, he hit a jackpot of 800 million yuan. After deducting 20% tax, over 600 million yuan remained, enough to cover expenses for quite some time. Sigh, too bad I drained the prize pool. Can't become ridiculously rich again anytime soon. He sighed regretfully. Chu Duzi, utterly exasperated by Su Bingfan's occasional stupidity, had to prompt again. Host, what if tomorrow you invest directly into the stock market? With 1 billion yuan as principal, daily returns reach 21 million. Reinvest all earnings, and your daily profit would surpass 100 million. Now that's brilliant. Su Bingfan slapped his thigh gleefully. A small goal every single day? Then I can afford wastewater purification systems, solar power stations, base stations. Hell, even buy a whole water plant without breaking a sweat. Su Bingfan was most afraid of running out of water. Everything else could be solved somehow, but without water, it would truly be game over. Although there were water purifiers in the points mall, the system hadn't issued any new tasks to earn points since then. Su Bingfan couldn't afford to pin his hopes on the points mall. If money could solve the problem, then he'd rather use money. After all, in 1 month's time, that money would just become a pile of worthless paper. Early the next morning, Su Bingfan got ready to go cash in his lottery winnings. Tomorrow was Saturday. He didn't want his money sitting in someone else's hands for 2 whole days. Nowadays, every single day counted for Su Bingfan. 2 days. How much essential supplies could he buy or fix during that time? But as soon as he opened the door, he came face to face with the one person he least wanted to see. Chapter 22. Your acting skills are impressive. Musiki wore a blooming smile, holding up the breakfast in her hand as she said to Su Bingfan, I'm here delivering your takeout. Aren't you going to invite me in? Under normal circumstances, if Musiki showed even a bit of kindness like this to any of her eager suitors, they would have been overjoyed beyond measure. But today, facing Su Bingfan, she was destined to be rebuffed. Sorry, I didn't order any takeout. And it's not appropriate for Miss Mu to enter a single man's room. After all, behind closed doors, just the two of us, it'd look bad. If Lu Xiaoqiu finds out, you'll have to make up another lie again, won't you? Don't you think so? A flicker of sorrow flashed through Musiki's eyes, but she quickly forced another smile. Bingfan, are you still blaming me? But I only wanted a better life. What's wrong with that? I admit I was young and foolish back then, naive and silly, believing that money meant happiness. But now I've grown up. I know who truly cares for me, and I realize how nearly I lost true happiness. Tears welled up in Musiki's eyes as she reached out a trembling hand, lightly reaching toward Bingduzi. That spot bore a scar from a burn, a mark left when Su Bingfan saved her. Yet on the day he was injured, and every day after, Musiki never once asked how he was doing, nor even uttered a simple thank you. As far as she was concerned, Su Bingfan, as her devoted admirer, was beneath her. Everything he sacrificed for her was simply his duty. Now, however, Musiki summoned all her acting ability, putting on a heart-wrenching display of concern. Bingfan, does it still hurt? Bingduzi had long since fled in terror, retreating into Su Bingfan's space to avoid being touched by her filthy hands. And of course, Su Bingfan wouldn't allow anyone to touch his tattoo. He stepped back, causing Musiki's hand to grasp at empty air, then mocked with a sneer. When I was actually in pain, you never cared. Now that I feel no pain, you come offering sympathy? Don't you think that's too hypocritical and too late? A crystal tear rolled down Musiki's cheek. She always knew how to soften a man's heart. Bing Fan, you know me. My family background is nothing like yours. You have parents who run businesses, who bought you a big apartment in Fu Hua residential complex. You have your own private space. From the moment you were born, you've never lacked food or comfort. Your troubles can be solved with money. But my parents are just ordinary workers. We still live in a one-room unit in a walk-up building. That single room serves as our living room, dining room, and our only bedroom. I'm 27 years old, and I still share a room with my parents, separated only by a curtain. Bing Fan, I'm a woman, yet I don't even have the privacy to change clothes. Yes, I'm with Lu Xiaoqiu because of his money, but what crime is that? I just want a better life. Or even, just a place where I can proudly show off my new clothes, instead of having to wait until deep midnight, behind a drawn curtain, to try on outfits I've long desired but could only afford during the next year's seasonal clearance. At first, Musiki's tears were faint, but by the end, she genuinely worked herself into a state of self-pity. She had nothing but her beauty, so why not use this limited gift to gain endless wealth? What was truly wrong with that? To be honest, Musiki's performance was remarkably effective. If not for remembering how she caused his death in his past life, Su Bing Fan might have actually felt moved. He might even have stupidly reassured her. You're just like me. I pay tens of thousands each month in rent too. But Su Bing Fan was a man who had lived before. He knew exactly how dangerous a femme fatale Musiki was. To survive, he must stay far away from her. Yet at this moment, a new idea suddenly occurred to him. If he pushed Musiki away now, letting her know she couldn't extract any value from him, wouldn't that be letting her off too easily? There's nothing more crushing than first giving someone hope, then shattering every illusion they cling to, plunging them into utter despair. Chapter 23. Only a fool pays in full. Su Bing Fan Sen Chu Yosho. Yong Da Mudru Mwachir Mthini Linjao de Laysoi. Musiki lifted her head and looked at Su Bing Fan with pitiful eyes, yet inside she was sneering. Asterisk, what an idiot. You fall for a few tears so easily. Men are all trash who think with their lower bodies. As long as women know how to use their advantages, even the strongest men will ultimately be controlled by us. Asterisk. Su Bing Fan had something very important to do today, especially since he needed to place stock orders in the morning. He couldn't waste any more time on Musiki, so he came up with an excuse. I've got a job interview scheduled for this morning. You go back to the office first. I'll pick you up tonight, and we can have dinner together. Musiki felt displeased but only pouted weakly on the surface. You're not going to send me? I don't have time. I'm already running late. Su Bing Fan guided Musiki into the elevator, forcing her to go down with him. He also took the breakfast she had brought, glanced at it, and asked, You're still bringing me breakfast at this hour? Aren't you afraid of being late for work? Musiki deliberately pouted and playfully punched his chest with her tiny fist. It's all your fault. Suddenly ignoring me like that. A chill ran through Su Bing Fan's spine. Luckily, the elevator quickly reached the first floor. He wouldn't have to endure much longer. After driving Musiki to the subway entrance, Su Bing Fan turned and headed straight for the business center. Sure enough, in his rearview mirror, he spotted Musiki's furtive figure. She waved down a taxi and tailed Su Bing Fan, determined to find out where he was really going. But it was rush hour. Su Bing Fan chose a large mixed-use commercial building, parked his car in the underground garage, then blended into the crowd entering the elevators. Musiki couldn't keep up. Su Bing Fan casually got off on a random floor, slipped into the stairwell, pulled out his phone, opened his stock trading app, placed his orders, and quietly exited the building through a side door. Unable to follow Su Bing Fan, Musiki stayed in the parking garage, intending to watch his car and uncover what he was hiding. But what she thought of, Su Bing Fan had already anticipated. Now, he moved as inconspicuously as an ordinary office worker, taking the subway to the lottery center to claim his prize. This time, Su Bing Fan came prepared. He pulled a mask and a baseball cap from his backpack, fully covering himself before stepping into the lottery office. The staff at the lottery center weren't just warmly ng Su Bing Fan. They were internally panicking. How could this happen? The odds had been precisely calculated. Yet somehow, someone actually hit the jackpot, and not once, but twice in a row. And when Su Bing Fan pulled out 10 scratch-off tickets worth 1 million each, the staff could only conclude, this kid must have a koi fish riding on his back. The employees exchanged glances. While slowly guiding Su Bing Fan through the paperwork, they subtly suggested he donate part of the winnings to charity, a common way to reduce taxes. Su Bing Fan didn't mind donating to charity, but what the Red Cross did during the pandemic made it hard to trust them. Cold-faced, he rejected all donation offers. Paying taxes is every citizen's duty. I won't dodge a single cent. The staff tried to pressure him with processing delays. If you don't donate, it'll take 3 or 4 extra days for the money to arrive. Su Bing Fan raised his phone with a smirk. Hey, I've got this conversation recorded. Also, I'm a Dean blogger with hundreds of thousands of followers. Defeated, the staff silently completed his paperwork and hurriedly ushered the Yinwang out of the office. After claiming his prize, Su Bing Fan took the subway, transferred to a bus, and headed to the auto mall. His current car was being watched by Musiki. To keep his shelter and container operations hidden, he decided to buy another vehicle. Considering the special demands of the apocalypse and the unique location of his shelter, Su Bing Fan set his sights on an off-road SUV. Luxury car salespeople were used to judging customers by appearance before showing cars. Every day, broke people wandered in just to ogle the expensive models. Though Su Bing Fan was now worth over 100 million, he still wore a 50 yuan t-shirt, with total outfit costing less than 200 yuan. After riding the packed morning subway and a long bus ride, His clothes were slightly wrinkled. Plus, he walked in on foot, so no one in the showroom bothered to greet him. Su Bingfan didn't care and began browsing on his own. Originally, his target was the Mercedes G500, influenced partly by the movie Jurassic World. This so-called world's most powerful off-roader could freely navigate jungles filled with dinosaurs. It should have no trouble plowing through zombie hordes. Yet after seeing the actual vehicles, Su Bingfan found himself drawn instead to the Jeep Wrangler. Compared to Mercedes, which leaned more toward urban SUVs, the Jeep boasted 70 years of pure off-road heritage and extreme four-wheel drive technology. And besides, the Jeep wasn't nearly as ridiculously priced as the Mercedes G-Class. But price didn't matter either way. Su Bingfan waved over a sales consultant and began arranging financing for the purchase. The apocalypse was less than 20 days away. Only a fool would pay in full. As Su Bingfan focused on completing the paperwork, he completely failed to notice a suspicious pair of eyes watching him from within the crowd. Chapter 24 Go See My Shelter. After buying the new car, Su Bingfan wanted to check out his shelter right away. The shelter was located deep in the mountains. His old piece of junk car couldn't make it in there, but now he had an off-road vehicle, perfect for testing its performance. If the Jeep Wrangler struggled getting in and out of the mountains, at least he still had time to switch vehicles. Driving along the city road to the spot where he'd stopped last time, Su Bingfan suddenly realized he couldn't find his shelter anymore. Previously, one peak had stood significantly higher than all the others, making it easy to spot from afar. But now, all the mountains seemed identical, same height, same thickets of shrubs. Everything looked exactly the same. Damn it, where's my shelter? Don't tell me I have to search every single mountain. How long would that take? Would he even make it back before month end? Kaduzi excitedly popped out. Host, I can navigate for you. That location isn't on any map, but I have a direct connection with the shelter. I know exactly where it is. Now fully synchronized with Su Bingfan, Kaduzi projected a navigation map directly into his mind based on his thoughts. Host, the shelter is right here. Kaduzi pointed at a blinking blue marker on the map. This route is calculated via big data to be the smoothest path available. 48 kilometers total, approximately 1.5 hours of driving. Let's go. Seeing the distance and estimated time, Su Bingfan already braced himself for rough terrain. He was actually glad his stomach wasn't too full. Breakfast had worn off hours ago, so he probably wouldn't vomit during the ride. But once he actually entered the mountain range, Su Bingfan realized he'd vastly underestimated the situation. This wasn't some developed tourist spot. It was wild, untouched forest preserving its most primal state. Beyond the first few hundred meters of packed dirt, possibly trodden by people gathering mountain produce, there was simply no path whatsoever. Rocks, thick bushes, small ditches. Every flat stretch was covered in thick layers of humus. The tires sank like they were driving through mud. The constant jolting over countless potholes made Su Bingfan's stomach churn despite his preparation. He started suspecting Kaduzi deliberately picked this route just to torture him. Sensing Su Bingfan's thoughts immediately, Kaduzi quickly explained. Host, this really is the best possible route. Wait till you reach the summit. You'll see. I guarantee you won't find a smoother way. Before he even finished speaking, a crack appeared ahead, a gully over half a meter wide. Su Bingfan didn't have time to argue. He slammed the accelerator, launching the car across. His heart pounded wildly. He was shaken and couldn't calm down for a while. Oh my god, is this supposed to be Fast and Furious? Yet seeing that chasm somehow made him feel better. In the apocalypse, if zombies tried following him into the mountains, they'd fall straight down here, no way across. Following the GPS route, Su Bingfan felt like his internal organs had been shaken completely out of place when Kaduzi suddenly burst out. We're here. We're here. Destination is just 10 meters ahead. Deep in the wilderness, trees grew tall and dense all around, blocking the view until finally reaching the base of the mountain where a rocky cliff face stood. Only then did Su Bingfan stop the car. Facing the moss-covered stone wall, he fell into deep thought. Kaduzi, are you telling me my shelter is here? But this was one solid rock face, not even a single crack. Chapter 25 Don't Call Me Director. Su Bingfan had once imagined the entrance to the shelter might be a dark cave, or perhaps a shiny metal door, but he never expected Kaduzi would point him toward an entire stretch of moss-covered rock wall. Su Bingfan circled the area once and didn't find even a single movable boulder. The entire rock face was one solid piece. My shelter is here. Of course, host. But where's the door? Right in front of you. How am I supposed to get in? Kaduzi didn't see anything wrong. Host, this is a post-apocalyptic shelter. You don't seriously expect the entrance to look like some fancy club with a sign saying welcome, do you? The more concealed it is, the better. Well, sure, that makes sense, but it still needs to let allies inside, right? How do I get in? There are two ways. First, you can climb up along the rock face and enter through the top at the mountain peak. Oh, thanks a bunch. Su Bingfan rolled his eyes dramatically. Tell me the second option. The second path is right before your eyes, but entering requires a passcode. And naturally, you can't get this code for free. It'll cost you a certain number of points. Without another word, Su Bingfan shouted at the rock wall. Open sesame. Suddenly, the previously seamless rock face began rumbling upward, revealing a metallic door behind it. Su Bingfan scoffed mockingly. This passcode? Was it really worth spending points on? Kaduzi was so shocked his eyeballs nearly popped out. How did you know that passcode? A secret. Su Bingfan strode forward and stopped in front of the 3-meter-tall metal door. The surface was covered in dense rows of sharp studs, each as thick as a bowl's rim, their tips glowing faintly blue, as if incredibly sharp. He was quite satisfied with such strong defenses, but again, the whole door seemed forged as one solid piece. Even the studs looked cast from a single slab of metal, with no visible seams. Could it be another rising or sliding door? Now Caduzi turned silent again into his useless self. Su Bingfan searched carefully around, trying to locate the key to opening the door. Finally, in the spot where the massive door met the rock wall on the far right, Su Bingfan noticed a small stone emitting a faint green glow. About the size of a soybean, it was easily overlooked in the dim corner. After a brief pause, Su Bingfan pressed his index finger onto it. A faint electric current pulsed from the stone into his body. Then came a soft beep, and suddenly one of the studs right before his eyes retracted inward. A device resembling a laser scanner emerged in its place and scanned Su Bingfan thoroughly from head to toe. An unfamiliar mechanical synthetic voice sounded. "Welcome, Director. Please proceed." A series of clinking noises followed, like chains being drawn. Then, a thin beam of light appeared down the center of the door, which slowly split apart and opened to both sides. So this was how the door worked. Fascinated, Su Bingfan stepped forward. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, light flickered within, and suddenly a male virtual figure appeared. "Respected Director, hello. I am your steward spirit. You may now choose my name, gender, height, age, clothing style, and other details. After you enter the shelter, I will serve you throughout." "Hey, spirit, can I change something? Can we not call me Director? How about that?" When Su Bingfan was little, he used to dawdle in the bathroom, so his mom would tease him by calling him Director Su. Even now as an adult, hearing that name still felt weird. The steward spirit smiled politely. "Of course. This is your domain. Everything is entirely up to you. Then I want to be called." Chapter 26. No power. Call me Master. Su Bingfan felt that such a noble and impressive title was more suitable for the owner of this shelter. "Understood, Master. Please choose my name, gender, height, age, clothing, and other details. These can be adjusted later, but each adjustment will cost 10 points. This initial setup is free." Su Bingfan looked Oscar up and down. The steward spirit currently appeared to be in his 30s, wearing a black tailcoat, looking refined and well-mannered. "I'll keep the right to adjust your gender, height, and age for later," Su Bingfan said cautiously. He didn't have any way to earn points yet, so better save wherever possible. Of course. Oscar was far more polite than Caduzi. "All right then, let me give you a name first. I'll call you Oscar." Su Bingfan stared at the steward's clean, delicate face and deep, alluring peach blossom eyes. The first thing that popped into his mind was the food-type soul master from that animated show who cooked giant sausages, and the name slipped out naturally. "Yes, Master. Oscar is at your service." The steward's spirit bowed again. A steward spirit recognizes only one master for life. "Rest assured, Master, Oscar will manage everything in the shelter perfectly." Su Bingfan was extremely satisfied. In his opinion, Oscar was much better than Caduzi. "Oscar, show me around the shelter," Su Bingfan said, pointing at the pitch-dark space, waiting for Oscar to turn on the lights. "Of course, Master. Please follow me." Oscar extended his left index finger and drew it across the wall. His fingertips suddenly transformed into a burning matchstick. And then he actually planned to guide Su Bingfan through the shelter using nothing but his flaming fingertip as light. Su Bingfan was stunned. "Oscar, seriously? We don't have electric lights in this entire shelter." "Of course we do." Oscar pointed upward and then downward. "Every light installed here is the highest quality energy-saving bulb, guaranteed to last 10,000 years without failing." "Then why aren't they turned on?" A dark suspicion began forming in Su Bingfan's mind. Sure enough, Oscar confirmed it. "Master, the shelter isn't connected to power yet. I've been waiting for you to purchase the materials needed to build the power station. Once you do, I can start constructing it." "You can build a power station?" Su Bingfan's eyes lit up. If Oscar could do so many things, it would make developing the shelter much easier going forward. Oscar modestly nodded. "Building a power station is something I can manage. I know many skills. And even if I encounter something I don't know, you can connect me to a network to download new knowledge bases. If you're too busy, I can even update my own database independently." "Of course, right now our shelter has no base station, so I can't connect to any network. Currently, I only possess basic abilities such as gardening, farming, feeding livestock, building houses, digging foundations, constructing power stations, water stations, and base stations. If needed, I can also pave roads or build bridges. And when you eventually get married and have children, I can serve as a postnatal nurse, preschool teacher, and obstetrician." "You even understand medicine?" Su Bingfan was shocked. This was unbelievable. Far, far better than he could have hoped for. If there was a doctor inside the shelter, he wouldn't need to worry about Teacher Hao's health condition anymore. Chapter 27. Achieving Symbiosis. "Master, shall we go in?" Oscar still held up his flaming fingertip, respectfully waiting for Su Bingfan to enter and tour the facility. Su Bingfan fell silent for a moment, summoned his space, and checked the shelter's blueprint once again. 50,000 square units per floor, 40 levels total, 20 above ground and 20 underground, and no electricity, so elevators were out of the question. Quietly, Su Bingfan pulled a balance scooter from his space and stepped onto it. "Let's go. Lead the way." Oscar was a virtual being without a physical form, and the tiny spark at his fingertip didn't illuminate much. After walking only G-sure meters, Su Bingfan lost interest. "Never mind, Oscar. I'll come another time. Today, I'll first buy what's needed to build a power station, then bring it over next time. Once your power station is up and running, we can properly tour the place." "There's no need for that much trouble, Master." Oscar stretched out his right hand. "Just place my hand on your tattoo, and I can achieve symbiosis with it." Anything you want transferred can be sent directly from your spatial system to me. That sounds great, Su Bingfan said, pleased. No way. Cha Duzi strongly objected. Host, just put me against his face. It'd have the same effect. Come on, lift your left arm and press it against his face. Master, touching him with my hand would be much easier. Host, lifting your arm isn't troublesome at all. It's good exercise. Master, I'm your most loyal butler. Host, I'm your real flesh and blood tattoo. Su Bingfan finally understood. Both of them could achieve symbiosis upon contact, but whoever initiated the contact became the older brother. And right now, that authority lay entirely in Su Bingfan's hands. Suddenly, he felt a sense of your daddy's here. Both Cha Duzi and Oscar stared at Su Bingfan with eager eyes. After some hesitation, Su Bingfan made his decision. He took Oscar's hand and pressed it against his raised left arm. A warm current flowed through his body. Then, a clear asterisk ding-dong. Asterisk echoed inside his space. Cha Duzi was stunned for a long while before blurting out. That's possible. You're a master of balance. Su Bingfan had intentionally placed them on equal footing. In this post-apocalyptic shelter, one older brother was more than enough. As his tattoo and butler, their only duty was loyalty. Oscar said regretfully to Su Bingfan. Congratulations, master. Oscar and Cha Duzi have now achieved symbiosis. If needed, you may summon me directly from your space, and I will appear within it. Any items temporarily stored in your space that need to be delivered to the shelter can also be transported by me. For example, if you've purchased materials for building the power station, I can carry them over and install them immediately. Though of course, everything requires your authorization. Your space, your rules. Su Bingfan suddenly thought of something. Since both you and objects can move directly into the shelter via my space, can I do the same? Not yet, Cha Duzi replied. Unless your physical stats reach level 9, you won't be able to use the space as a passage to return to the shelter from outside at will. So for now, my top priority is still physical training. Master, Oscar interjected, your immediate priority should be building the power station. Su Bingfan sighed deeply. These days were nothing but shopping, working out, and spending money, truly dull. But to survive well in the apocalypse, he had no choice but to shop like crazy. There was no cellular signal in the mountains, so Su Bingfan had to return to the city center before placing orders. Leaving the shelter meant another bumpy ride, and by the time he reached the city, he felt like his bones were about to fall apart. For now, I have enough funds to build a power station. I'll place the order first. The rest of the reserve supplies can wait. The most pressing matter now, Su Bingfan realized, was setting up a cellular base station in the shelter. Otherwise, having to travel for over an hour every time just to get online might very well make him quit the internet altogether. Cha Duzi popped up again with a gentle reminder. Host, you had an appointment this morning with that cup of green tea. *T. Still wondering how to avoid meeting Musiki, Su Bingfan received her call. Chapter 28. Something's fishy, Musiki said apologetically. Bingfan, I'm so sorry, but I have a business dinner tonight that I absolutely must attend. Let's reschedule, okay? Back when Su Bingfan was pursuing Musiki, whenever someone rich came asking her out, she'd always use an excuse like this to turn him down. So, even as he felt a flicker of happiness, Su Bingfan immediately realized, Musiki must have another sucker on the hook today. In his previous life, this realization would have left him feeling bitter and resentful. But now, he didn't have time to care about her. He'd rather she stayed far away from him. First, Su Bingfan drove the off-road vehicle back home and parked it in his underground parking spot. Then he took a taxi to the office building to retrieve his old beat-up car, headed to the Riverside Freight Yard to collect his goods, and immediately began his next round of purchases. The 600 million yuan from the lottery winnings had already been deposited into his account. After some thought, Su Bingfan decided against putting the money into the stock market. Building a solar power station would cost 40 million yuan. Constructing a single 5G base station would take 30 million. Right now, he was broke. He needed money everywhere. Once Oscar started construction and renovation, those 600 million would vanish in no time. Fortunately, the materials for building solar stations and 5G base stations weren't too hard to obtain. Even if there were difficulties, as the saying went, money could make ghosts push a mole. While Su Bingfan was busy shopping, Musiki was having dinner with Lu Xiaoqiu. Ever since discovering her supplementary card had been frozen at Golden Cup Restaurant, and after Lu Xiaoqiu refused to answer her calls, Musiki hadn't reached out to him again. Lu Xiaoqiu did have money, but Musiki wasn't short of wealthy suitors. She didn't just want a man's wealth. She wanted someone easily controlled too. If it weren't for the Tiffany necklace and Armani sunglasses he'd just given her, Musiki wouldn't have even bothered with Lu Xiaoqiu. Her original plan had been to ignore him for at least a week. But Lu Xiaoqiu, wanting to show sincere apology, specially invited Musiki to a high-end Western restaurant for a candlelit dinner. Chi-Chi, I really didn't mean for this to happen. That day, my mom, to know what got into her, suddenly decided to check my accounts. That's why she froze the card. We argued, then she snatched my phone, so I genuinely didn't know you called. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoqiu pulled out another card and slid it toward her. Chi-Chi, this one has a credit limit of 300,000, higher than the last one. Use this from now on. I won't mind how much you spend. Musiki wore a wounded expression, hurt. So in your eyes, am I really such a materialistic person, only caring about money? Even as she spoke these words, she reached over and picked up the card, turning it over in her hands. It's just a credit card. I only spend a few tens of thousands a month. Why would your mother freeze it? You must have a new lover and are deliberately ignoring me, making me look foolish. Liu Xiaoqiu swore oaths and sweet-talked her until finally promising to buy Mu Siki a sports car, which finally brought a smile back to her face. Speaking of cars, she suddenly added, I just remembered something. I went to the auto mall during the day to check out new models. Guess who I ran into? She teased him playfully. How would I know who you met? Your ex-girlfriend. Liu Xiaoqiu looked mysterious. I ran into your little stalker classmate. Mu Siki's heart skipped a beat. She'd been watching Su Bingfan's car all morning. How could he possibly have gone to the auto mall? Could it be Su Bingfan had discovered she was following him, so he used a decoy strategy? A sneer flickered across Liu Xiaoqiu's face. He was even checking out the Mercedes G-Class. Ended up unable to afford it, so he settled for some crappy Jeep. Mu Siki seized on the key point. Wait, you said he bought a car? Yeah, got himself a military green Wrangler, paid in installments. Humph, poor loser. Those loan payments will haunt him for life. No, Mu Siki's gaze darkened. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Chapter 29, If only there was another mission. The shipment for the solar power station and base station equipment arrived quickly. Barely a day after placing the order, the logistics tracking already showed pickup confirmation. Su Bingfan hurried to complete a physical training session before collapsing into bed, saving his strength for picking up the equipment the next day. Tomorrow he'd also need to buy some seeds, various grains, fruits, and vegetables. Since Oscar could farm, there was no need to purchase excessive amounts of grain. He could just convert one level of the shelter into a farm. As for fresh meat, fish, shrimp, vegetables, and other ingredients, now that he had a chef, Su Bingfan had no intention of wasting money on overpriced hotel meals anymore. Though his mind kept turning over these plans, Su Bingfan was utterly exhausted. He fell asleep almost instantly upon lying down. In his dream, he returned once again to the moment before opening the door for Mu Siki in his past life. He stood like a ghostly shadow behind his former self, screaming desperately, "Don't open the door." But the door still opened. Only this time, Mu Siki outside the door had transformed into a monstrous multi-headed creature, and as soon as the door cracked open, it swallowed Su Bingfan whole. Su Bingfan jolted awake from the nightmare, drenched head to toe in cold sweat. He checked his phone, already past 6 in the morning. It must have been because of that Alnir pestering him yesterday. That's why he was having nightmares. Su Bingfan went to the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. Might as well get up early. He grabbed a quick breakfast at the morning market near the school gate, then drove his Wrangler straight toward the hushy freight yard. Today's delivery contained large items. Su Bingfan slipped 2 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes to the security guard. Uncle, help me open 4 containers. I need them temporarily. I promise everything will be moved out before your shift ends tonight. No problem. Leave it to me. The old guard now treated Su Bingfan like family. Anything the kid asked, he'd make happen. He was already mentally calculating how much money the cardboard boxes from the 4 containers would fetch, and how many bottles of liquor that could buy. Inside the container, Su Bingfan activated the spatial link with Oscar first. Designate an entire floor as a farm. Today I'll catch some piglets and chicks, buy some fruit trees, crop seeds, and some fresh river produce. You raise them all for me. Understood, master. Also, I suggest purchasing grass seeds, flower seedlings, and tree saplings. Urban planning always requires greenery and lawns. Got it. And please also acquire at %UN%. Oscar listed a string of terms Su Bingfan barely understood, mostly chips, metals, carbon fiber, circuit boards, and similar materials. What do you need all this for? Oscar smiled politely but slightly helplessly. Master, each level of the shelter spans 50,000 square units, and there are 40 levels total, 20 above ground, 20 below. Surely you don't expect me to handle every single task alone? I noticed you have 1,501 robots in storage. I plan to modify them to handle construction and maintenance duties within the shelter. That way, I can devote more time to serving you directly. Su Bingfan's eyes lit up. You can do that too? Awesome. So, do you think over 1,000 robots will be enough? Should I buy more? Oscar suggested modestly. If funds permit, purchasing an additional 5,000 industrial robots as backup would be ideal. Of course, please also acquire 5,000 sets of the materials I mentioned earlier. I've prepared a detailed procurement list for you. With a flick of his wrist, a piece of paper appeared in the space, listing all required items and quantities. Thoughtfully, next to each item were 2 small checkboxes, one marked purchased, the other received. Oscar and Su Bingfan could each keep track of inventory, making needs crystal clear. With Oscar's guidance from within the shelter, Su Bingfan now felt overwhelmed by how much needed buying. The 2 million plus yuan he earned daily barely covered expenses. If only I could get another mission to earn some extra cash. Bullshit immediately popped up. There are missions. Chapter 30, what's the use of that anyway? Su Bingfan immediately perked up. What mission? Tell me about it. Cha Dizzy quickly pulled up the mission and read it aloud. Mission 3. Build a top-tier shelter. Completing this mission rewards 1 golden house. Su Bingfan gave a sarcastic smile, saying, much obliged. Right now, he desperately needed money to build that top-tier shelter. Yet this mission 3 only paid out after completion. What's the use of that anyway? Don't be in such a rush, master, Cha Dizzy suddenly added. Completing mission 3 also grants a reward of 50 million points. Now that's good. Su Bingfan's eyes lit up again. His current problem was precisely the lack of points. If he had enough points, he could finally buy things from the mall. He'd been obsessing over that Big Ivan nuke. If he could earn 50 million points within a month, even spending most of them on the Big Ivan would be worth it. As long as he blew up those Japanese before they dumped their wastewater, completely eliminating the radioactive materials, Why should he have to live hiding and running ever again? After all, if given the choice, Su Bingfan would rather live surrounded by beautiful women than spend his days fleeing from zombies. There's also one more thing. Cha Doozy suddenly sounded awkward. I forgot to mention earlier, upon completing mission 2, 1 million taels of gold have already been credited to you. I've placed it inside your space. Su Bingfan was too exhausted to scold this damn entity anymore. It knew perfectly well how desperate he was for money, how often he worried himself bald. Yet this thing actually managed to forget such a massive sum. If only he could lay hands on it, Su Bingfan would have beaten the crap out of Cha Doozy right then and there. But cashing out such a huge amount of gold wasn't going to be easy either. Banks could technically handle it, but banks these days were crawling with regulations and scrutiny. They'd undoubtedly grill him endlessly. Where did the gold come from? What do you need so much money for? Blah blah blah. The safer option was the black market. Then Su Bingfan remembered someone. His junior high school classmate, Chi Tiansheng, nicknamed Laochi, who ran in the underworld. Laochi might have been terrible at academics, but he was incredibly loyal and principled. Back in the day, it was Laochi who ratted out Su Bingfan's gaming habit to teach her how, which gave her the chance to pull Su Bingfan back from the brink. Later, when Su Bingfan's parents passed away and some bullies started picking on him at school, it was once again Laochi who stepped in, beat the bullies senseless, and clapped Su Bingfan on the shoulder, declaring, "From now on, I'm your real brother. As long as I'm here, no one dares mess with you." When Su Bingfan got into college later, he wanted to stay in touch, but Laochi deliberately distanced himself. "You're a college student now, got a bright future ahead. Better not associate too much with someone like me. Wouldn't want to scare off your friends later. But don't worry, no matter what, we'll always be brothers. You just call me anytime you need help. I'll be there in a flash." After Su Bingfan graduated from university, they met up twice for drinks. Later, when Laochi's grandmother fell ill and needed surgery costing 200,000 yuan, but Laochi only had 30,000 and nearly resorted to selling a kidney on the black market. It was Su Bingfan who stopped him and covered the medical fees. Laochi lost his father young, and his mother ran off with another man. His grandmother raised him alone. On the day of her surgery, Su Bingfan stayed by Laochi's side for 8 hours straight, neither eating nor drinking, until the doctor finally came out and said the operation went smoothly. That night, Laochi cried like a child, clinging to Su Bingfan's arm, vowing, "From this moment on, you're my blood brother for life." Afterwards, Su Bingfan never asked for the money back, insisting Laochi focus on his grandmother's recovery first. Money didn't matter between brothers. Yet Laochi still insisted on repaying 5,000 yuan every single month without fail. In his previous life, Laochi was among the first to get infected. Just before mutating, Laochi barely managed to call Su Bingfan, but couldn't finish speaking before turning into a zombie. Su Bingfan knew exactly what he tried to say. "Please take care of my grandma." But acid rain poured for 3 months, corroding even steel. Su Bingfan simply couldn't leave his shelter. By the time the rain finally stopped after 3 months, and he drove out to find grandma, she had already starved to death. The guilt he carried over failing his brother in his past life. He would make it right this time, no matter what. Su Bingfan immediately dialed Laochi's number. Chapter 31, Punishing Unscrupulous Online Influencers. The phone connected, and Su Bingfan didn't bother with pleasantries. He got straight to the point. "Old 7, I need a favor. You know we don't beat around the bush. What's up? You've got connections. Find me a channel that can buy large amounts of gold." On the other end, Old 7 fell silent for a long moment. When he finally spoke again, his voice carried an unmistakable firmness. "Where are you? I'll come find you. Let's grab a drink." Su Bingfan assumed this wasn't something to discuss over the phone. Since he realized he hadn't sat down and chatted with Old 7 in quite some time, he agreed and suggested their usual spot, Shanjia Barbecue and Hot Pot, right by the school gate. Tonight at 7. Whoever arrives first waits for the other. Work during the day was still the same routine, buying, receiving goods, making money. Su Bingfan was starting to find it dull. But if he wanted life to be easier later on, he'd have to keep pushing through procurement for the foreseeable future. Finally reaching what felt like quitting time, Su Bingfan left another pile of cardboard boxes with the security guard and drove off in his beat-up little car toward Shanjia Barbecue and Hot Pot. The owner of Shanjia Barbecue and Hot Pot, affectionately known as Sister Shan, was a strikingly bold woman. Rumor had it she came from the mountains, sold by her family for 5,000 yuan to an old bachelor as a wife, the money used to pay for her younger brother's bride. Sister Shan was one of the lucky ones. Though the old man abused her constantly, he died within 2 years. With the small sum left behind, Sister Shan moved to the city, starting out washing dishes and scrubbing pots until she eventually opened her own shop. Perhaps because of her past suffering, she was incredibly generous towards students who couldn't afford meals. To this day, her place maintained the policy of making only 1 jiao profit per skewer. Sanitation workers walking in would always be offered a free meal combo. If a student ran out of money at month's end and simply told Sister Shan they needed a combo, she'd quietly hand them a free box. Even migrant workers passing through with empty pockets could enjoy the same kindness. 1 meat, 3 vegetables, a boxed meal with a bowl of soup. That was how struggling students made it to the end of each month. Su Bingfan arrived early. Before even entering, he saw a crowd gathered outside, nearly all of them setting up phone tripods and shouting into their live streams, filming Sister Shan's shop. He frowned. Great, just great. Sister Shan's place must have been exposed by those blood-sucking influencers, just like La Mian-gu and He Fanjia. With these internet hypes blocking the entrance like flies, people too poor to afford a meal now felt too ashamed to walk in. Even regular customers trying to eat in peace couldn't get near the door. Suddenly, Cha Doozy chimed in. Host, it's been a while since you used your skill. Then do it, Su Bingfan replied. Let every one of these people harassing Sister Shan lose their voices, only restored when they leave her shop. As for those tormenting La Mian Gu and He Fan Jia, let their backs ache, legs hurt, stomachs cramp. Keep their live streams banned, their videos corrupted into garbled messes. And any influencer who even thinks about bothering these kind-hearted people shouldn't be able to get near them. The moment they entertain foul intentions, let them fall flat on their faces, over and over. Chinese people always held a certain awe toward gods and spirits. Su Bingfan was confident. After these few blessings, no one would dare harass honest folk like this again. Standing silently in a dark corner, Su Bingfan watched coldly. Sure enough, within moments, all the influencers froze, eyes wide, mouths gaping open, but no sound came out. One tried stepping forward to film inside the shop, but as soon as he lifted his foot, he tumbled backward head over heels. Others following close behind began falling like rolling snowballs, one after another. Anyone daring to approach within 5 meters of Sister Shan's shop kept tripping, sprawling, crashing into each other nonstop. Coincidentally, just then, a deafening thunderclap cracked across the clear night sky. Panic erupted. Hands clapped over heads. The mob scattered wildly, vanishing in an instant. Su Bingfan couldn't stop laughing. He was practically crying, tears welling in his eyes. Then, without warning, someone slapped him hard on the shoulder from behind. What are you laughing like an idiot for? Chapter 32. If you're in trouble, just tell your bro. Su Bingfan didn't even need to turn around. Just from the grip and that gruff voice, it could only be Lao Chi. You're late, man. Su Bingfan bumped arms with Lao Chi. You should have seen it. The streamers crowding outside Shanja's shop earlier. They came again? Lao Chi's face darkened instantly. Damn it. I've driven off several groups these past few days. Why are these people buzzing around like flies? Won't give up. Have they been coming for a few days already? Lao Chi slung an arm over Su Bingfan's shoulder as they walked toward the store, filling him in on what had happened over the past half-month. Turned out, some student, well-intentioned at first, had filmed a short video to thank Shanjia and promote her shop, posting it on Douyin. The video blew up overnight, racking up over 100,000 views, which in turn attracted this swarm of pests. Lao Chi wasn't well off. Back in school, he'd received plenty of help from Shanjia and had always treated her like his own elder sister. Now seeing her in trouble, he'd volunteered as her personal guard, showing up every night to watch her door. Even so, Shanjia's business had still taken a major hit. Only now did Su Bingfan realize how much she'd gone through, something he hadn't noticed at all in his previous life. You really suck, man. When Shanjia was in trouble, why didn't you say a word to your bro? One mind is good, but two are better. Even if it's just guarding the door, wouldn't we have chased away more together? Lao Chi snorted. With your puny arms and legs? Stay out of the way, would you? The two entered the shop. Shanjia looked pale, her eyes slightly swollen. Clearly, she'd been crying again. But she still came out smiling brightly to greet them. You two stinky brats. How long has it been since you hung out together? Want the usual 3 favorites? Go sit in the private room. I'll cook you an extra plate of spicy crayfish today. You two brothers catch up properly. Shanjia had this magic about her. She made everyone who walked in feel like they were coming home. Su Bingfan and Lao Chi settled into the private room, started peeling garlic, and by the time the skewers arrived, they'd already polished off 50, alternating meat and garlic with every bite. Lao Chi ran with the underworld crowd, but he also held down a legitimate daytime job, so Su Bingfan decided to wait until he'd eaten and drunk his fill before bringing up serious matters. But Lao Chi beat him to it, asking first, Hey, you running into some trouble or something? Su Bingfan blinked, surprised. No way, bro. Can't I still eat and drink with you like old times? Don't give me that crap. Lao Chi shot him a sharp look. I passed by your shop yesterday. Saw some fat guy pointing fingers, claiming he's the new landlord, threatening to jack up the rent on those 2 tenants. Su Bingfan frowned slightly. The 2 shops he owned were rented out to hard-working folks, people like Shanjia, building their lives from scratch. He only raised the rent symbolically by a few hundred yuan each year. Compared to neighboring stores hiking rents by 20% annually, Su Bingfan's rates were far below market value. How much does he want to raise it? What the hell do I care? It's not your property anymore. Lao Chi glared at him. Seriously, what kind of mess are you in? Selling houses, selling gold. What's going on? If you're in trouble, just tell your brother. I might not have much cash, but I can scrape together a few 10,000 without breaking a sweat. He thumped his chest with righteous pride. Su Bingfan chuckled, warmth flooding his heart. A sudden sting in his nose made him quickly bow his head to peel garlic, hiding the emotion in his eyes. Chapter 33. Don't lie to me just because I didn't study much. Over the past few years, Lao Chi had been dedicated to paying Su Bingfan back. The money he'd borrowed for his grandmother's surgery was still only half repaid. Half of Lao Chi's monthly income went toward improving his grandmother's health, and the other half went straight to Su Bingfan. How could he possibly have any spare cash left? This so-called tens of thousands of yuan must have come from borrowing again from that older brother in the underworld. Money from big brothers like him? Easy to borrow, hard to spend. For this sum, the brother might demand Lao Chi do something illegal. That was exactly why, during his grandmother's surgery, Su Bingfan had physically stopped Lao Chi from going to ask their boss for money, instead covering the medical fees himself. Seeing Su Bingfan stay silent, Lao Chi assumed his friend was being stubborn again. He quickly pulled a thick wad of cash from his pocket and shoved it towards Su Bingfan. Take this first. Tell me how much more you need. Give me a number. I'll scrape together whatever's left within 2 days, tops. And forget about selling gold or your house. Your parents only left you so little, that's all you've got. Don't go wrecking everything. At least leave yourself something to remember them by. Su Bingfan's eyes grew warm. He blinked hard to clear the moisture away, then reached out and slapped Lao Chi's shoulder firmly, laughing as he scolded. Can you stop thinking so lowly of me? I do need money for something urgent. But relax, I haven't gotten into trouble. Come on. I'll fry you guys a plate of stir-fried crayfish tails to start with. The charcoal grill isn't ready yet, so wait a bit for the skewers. Shanjie smiled as she set down a large platter of stir-fried crayfish tails and hurried back into the kitchen. Normally at this hour, her restaurant would be packed. But these days, because internet celebrities had been blocking the entrance, genuine customers were kept outside. Only now did a few sparse guests trickle in. Su Bingfan glanced outside and complained, "These Wanlong are such a pain. I wonder when Shanjie's business will get back to normal." Don't try changing the subject. What's really going on? Lao Chi poured each of them a beer as he spoke, glaring at Su Bingfan like he was ready to declare, "If you don't tell me the truth, we're not friends anymore." Su Bingfan sighed, picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a crayfish tail, and said, "Japan is about to release its nuclear wastewater. With seafood this clean now, you and I should cherish every bite while we still can." Lao Chi shrugged carelessly. "We survived 3 years of masks. What can't we survive now? We've eaten Sudan red before, so what's a little nuclear contamination? Besides, the ocean's far from here. Even if they dump it, I'll just stop eating seafood." "This time it's different." Su Bingfan lowered his voice. "Lao Chi, believe me, start stockpiling supplies. You've got connections everywhere. Stockpile food, stockpile water, whatever you can. As much as possible. And don't worry about the cost. I'll cover it." Just as Lao Chi opened his mouth to reply, Su Bingfan grabbed his wrist, eyes sharp and steady. "Think about Grandma. If anything ever happened, what would become of her?" Grandma was Lao Chi's weak spot. Mention her, and his expression shifted instantly. He clenched his teeth and said, "I didn't study much, but I know you wouldn't lie to me. If you're saying this seriously, then fine, I'll do it. Wait for my word. Within 2 days, I'll arrange the underground market route for selling gold. But black market buyers usually pay 10% less than jewelry stores. You might not get much for your gold. Maybe we should just go to a shop instead?" Su Bingfan shook his head gently. "No, I'm selling too much. Going to a jewelry store would raise suspicion." Lao Chi's curiosity sparked immediately. He leaned in close, lowering his voice, stretching his neck forward until his chin rested on the table edge, whispering, "How much are you talking about selling?" Su Bingfan mimicked his posture, stretching forward, chin on the table, whispering back, 100 Jin. Gulp. Lao Chi slid right off the table, landing flat on his back. Luckily, Shanjie walked in just then carrying grilled skewers. She gasped, "What happened?" Su Bingfan rushed to help him up, calling over, Nothing. He must have had too much to drink." Shanjie gave the beer bottle, barely opened, only half poured, a strange look, then glanced at their untouched, full glasses. She pursed her lips. "You boys better behave. No fighting, all right?" "Yes, ma'am." Once Shanjie left, Lao Chi settled back onto his seat and wiped sweat from his brow. In a voice barely louder than a mosquito's hum, he whispered, "Wait, what did you just say?" "I said the first batch is 100 Jin." Gulp. Lao Chi tumbled backward again. This time, he scrambled up himself and crawled straight onto Su Bingfan's lap, whispering, wide-eyed, "First batch? So there's more after that? Holy hell, how the heck did your parents make so much money?" Su Bingfan could only make things up on the spot. "My parents lived in good times, you know, right at the beginning of reform and opening up. It was easy to make money back then, and gold was cheap. My dad always liked saving cash, so he bought a lot of gold. Nobody could have predicted that over the next few decades, gold prices would increase more than tenfold." Lao Chi believed this explanation. Just look at how Su's father had immediately bought the best apartment in the city's prime location when he first made money. Later, as the city developed, even fancier residential compounds emerged, but none offered those spacious, bright, north-south facing floor plans. Not to mention, it was also a top-tier school district property. Lao Chi thought for a moment, then casually crossed his legs and sat down on the floor, asking Su Bingfan, "Then how much gold did your dad actually leave you?" Su Bingfan kept spinning his tail. "Remember our study room? The floor there is slightly elevated compared to other rooms. Underneath those floorboards are nothing but gold bricks." Lao Chi gulped audibly, then timidly asked, "If I remember correctly, your study is almost 30 square meters?" Su Bingfan gave the exact number, 32 square meters. Lao Chi took a couple of deep breaths before slowly pulling himself back onto the chair. He felt truly grateful he hadn't stayed seated earlier. Otherwise, he might have fallen flat again. Though his math skills were terrible, and he couldn't calculate exactly how many gold bricks lay beneath 32 square meters, he clearly understood one thing. This was an enormous fortune. He took a swig of beer to calm his nerves before realizing something important. "Mate, if you've got so many valuable things at home, you really need to step up security." Chapter 34. All right, but be careful. A warm feeling rose in Su Bingfan's heart. As expected, a brother was truly reliable. If Musiki had known he had a room full of gold, she'd probably already be plotting how to seize it all. Yet his brother only thought about him, not trying to take advantage at all. Su Bingfan inwardly sneered at himself. Why was he still thinking about Musiki at a time like this? He picked up his glass and clinked it with Lao Chi's before taking a sip of alcohol, then said slowly, "Don't worry. I just took a quick look under the floorboards, then put everything back exactly as it was. After selling the gold, I'll find some bricks to cover it up again. No one will ever notice. Lao Chi frowned in deep thought. Then I'll need to rethink my connections. I have to find someone who can handle such a large amount without pulling a double cross. Give me 3 days, I'll contact the other side. With that, he laughed and playfully cursed. You little bastard, don't forget your bro when you're rich and successful. If I'd known you were this loaded, we wouldn't be eating stir-fried noodles tonight. I'd have told Shan Jie to switch mine to dry-fried beef chow fun, extra beef. Tonight, you're paying Su Yuan. As Lao Chi went off to ask Shan Jie for more food, Su Bingfan began pondering another issue. Chudu, he suddenly said. What if I bring Lao Chi and Grandma over too? Chudu had been hiding inside the space slacking off, but upon hearing this, he bolted upright in alarm. Host, think carefully. Our sanctuary is supposed to be a secret. Your buddy runs with the underworld. If he brings more people along, what then? He won't. He's my brother. In my past life, he never betrayed me once. Just because he didn't in the past life doesn't mean he's trustworthy now. Chudu almost burst into tears with frustration, but Su Bingfan completely ignored him. Su Bingfan's eyes remained firm, already drafting plans in his mind. With Grandma there to keep Teacher Hao company, neither would feel lonely. With Lao Chi by his side, he wouldn't have to spend eternity talking only to robots. Chuidu, naturally receiving Su Bingfan's thoughts, wanted to argue further, but finally let out a deep sigh, turned around, and retreated into the space to go play with Oscar. When Lao Chi returned, he carried another skewer of lamb kidneys, grinning like an idiot. Su Yuan's treating, so I'm going all out. These lamb kidneys have been driving me crazy. He handed half to Su Bingfan, then took a big bite himself. Chewing, he asked, Bingfan, tell me honestly, now that you've got money, would you try to win Musiki back? Su Bingfan curled his lips slightly, his eyes icy cold. Her. His smile didn't reach his eyes. Would you want a girl who only comes back when you're rich? Maybe. Lao Chi mused while chewing, skewer in hand. I mean, girls are raised sheltered and pampered. When they grow up, if they can't stay with their parents, do you really think they come to suffer alongside us? If I ever have a wife, I'll give her the best of everything. Whatever she wants, I'll provide. If I can't afford it right now, I'll work harder and earn it. No matter how tough things get, I won't let my woman suffer. Su Bingfan smiled. You'll definitely be a great husband and father someday. But for now, listen to me. Go buy food, drinks, clothes. I'll pay. We haven't experienced the impact of the island nation dumping wastewater before, so we don't know how bad it'll be. But I've researched a lot. It won't be good. And with so many typhoons hitting this year, devastating half the northern cities, trust me, prepare early. All right, I'll follow your lead. Lao Chi paused, then added, Hey, now that you're rich, aren't you thinking of helping the disaster zones? Seeing Lao Chi deliberately change the subject, Su Bingfan sighed inwardly but decided not to push. I already donated to a celebrities charity foundation. Also sent a ton of supplies, though I'm not sure how reliable the postal service is. Lao Chi nodded, then steered the conversation back to Su Bingfan's love life. You liked Musiki for so many years, just like that, you're giving up? He glanced sideways at Su Bingfan. Or is it that now you're a wealthy man? You want to upgrade, find yourself a better girl? Su Bingfan scoffed. I don't have your twisted thoughts. Besides, I don't need a woman to survive. Keeping a dog works just fine. Bullshit. You'd be better off keeping me. Wait, damn it. Why did I insult myself? Ugh, drink, drink. From then on, they joked around about random things, acting as if the 100 gene of gold had never been mentioned. But Su Bingfan trusted Lao Chi completely. He was certain that within 3 days, Lao Chi would find a reliable buyer for him. It was supposed to be 3 days, but Lao Chi didn't make Su Bingfan wait that long. He called the very next afternoon. Bro, I've got the contact. We'll do 100 gene tomorrow as a trial run. If you think this buyer's trustworthy and handles things well, you can keep doing business with them afterward. First meeting's tomorrow night. I'll be there with you. Thanks, brother. Su Bingfan was transferring the supplies Oscar needed into the space, while continuing his physical training inside the container. His stats had already reached level 5. With just a little more effort, he should break through to level 6 in a day or two. The best part about reaching level 5 was that Su Bingfan could now personally enter the space himself, touching his beloved gold directly, without needing to retrieve it. Oscar stood respectfully to the side and said, Master, once you reach level 6, you'll be able to enter the sanctuary directly from the space, just like me. No more bumpy transitions. However, at level 6, you can only cross into the space once per day. At level 7, there's no limit on crossings. Moreover, when all your physical abilities reach level 7, your mental power will grow extremely strong, so strong that you can pull anything within a 10-meter radius around you directly into the space. But since this space belongs solely to you, any living being entering it will become immobilized, like a wax statue, until they leave. And during their time inside, they won't retain any memory of what happened. Su Bingfan blinked rapidly and asked, So what you're saying is, I can bring other people into the space too? You can, but you must be careful, Oscar said with a polite smile, speaking cold, hard words. If a human stays inside your space for more than 2 hours, they'll lose their defensive capabilities. Beyond 4 hours, they'll lose all memory. And if they stay over 10 hours, they'll become like wooden dolls afterward, unable to take care of themselves. And this time is cumulative. Su Bingfan's eyes lit up. Chapter 35. Again, merit points. Su Bingfan only focused on the parts he wanted to hear. If his physical strength level increased one more time, achieving a godlike effect, then he wouldn't have to worry about how to explain the shelter situation to Teacher Hao. At that point, he could just lie and say he was going for rehabilitation, bring the person into the shelter. As for Meng Xiaochun, if he feared him causing trouble, just put him inside the space for 4 hours, turning him into a blank slate again, ready for teacher how to properly train. And those two enemies from his past life who had killed him, Mu Siki and Lu Xiaoqiu. If he locked them inside the space for 2 hours then tossed them back out, would they still be as lucky as before, narrowly escaping the zombie hordes? Just then, Che Dedizi soberly poured cold water on his fantasies. Host, committing evil deeds brings punishment. Not only will you lose points, but your hard-earned physical level will also drop, and functions within both the space and the shelter will be locked. If you really think it's worth it, then fine, we'll do it. Su Bingfan immediately abandoned the idea. Physical strength could always be retrained, but the space and shelter were the foundation of his survival. And the hard-earned points, he absolutely couldn't afford to lose any of these. It seemed that if he wanted to bring Teacher Hao into the shelter, he'd need to find another way. Sensing his thoughts, Che Dedizi didn't bother lecturing anymore. It turned around and slipped into the space, heading off to play with Oscar again. Today, Su Bingfan didn't place orders online. Instead, he searched extensively for domestic manufacturers, placing bulk orders directly from factories under the guise of donating to disaster-stricken areas. Of course, part of the supplies were actually sent for relief efforts, while the rest were stored in his space. Ever since discovering that Oscar could do laundry and cook, Su Bingfan wasn't in such a rush to hoard finished goods. He contacted the village chief again, asking him to help collect batches of piglets, lambkins, and calves from nearby villages, along with 100 pairs each of chickens, ducks, and geese. He planned to set up a farm first. Next, he needed to dig a fish pond. He'd heard that people in seafood markets could artificially convert freshwater into seawater-like conditions to raise marine fish. Su Bingfan intended to raise some seafood himself too. Oscar offered another gentle reminder. Master, you should buy several nuclear radiation detectors to test safe zones later using drones. Su Bingfan found this sensible and promptly ordered 10,000 Geiger-Müller counters online. These compact, lightweight radiation detectors could easily be attached to drones or carried on one's person. After purchasing all these items, Su Bingfan felt somewhat tired. He stretched his arms high and decided to call it a day. Oscar, I'm leaving the rest to you. Double-check what we need and give me a list tomorrow. Yes, master. As Oscar calmly continued modifying robots, he gave Su Bingfan another soft reminder. Tomorrow's top priority is retrieving the materials for building the solar power station. Don't forget. I remember. Su Bingfan decided to rent a large truck and drive it himself to pick up the supplies. Then instead of returning all the way to Riverside Freight Yard, he'd just transfer everything directly from his space to Oscar. Oh, and I suggest you either buy me another 20,000 robots to modify, or just purchase machine tools and raw materials directly so I can build a batch myself. What do you need so many robots for? Su Bingfan asked in astonishment. After all, including himself, there were currently only 4 people provisionally in the shelter. Where would they even need so many robots? Oscar sighed and said slowly, Master, although our current goal is to build a top-tier shelter, are you really planning to stay inside forever? I at least need to produce combat robots and cleaning units to deal with the zombies outside. We may not purify the entire planet, but shouldn't this city, where you grew up, be restored to its former state? Shouldn't it become the last pure land in this post-apocalyptic world? Su Bingfan's heart stirred, but he remained silent. Che Dedizi sensed his thoughts and immediately egged him on. Host, think about it. You only got this second chance in life because of your foolish kindness last time. But heaven won't keep giving you chances like this. Sure, teacher Hao did you a favor, but what kind of person is Meng Xiaochun? Isn't he tangled up with your enemies? Can you guarantee he won't sabotage your plans? Don't forget, Meng Xiaochun has feelings for Musiki too. What if he repeats your mistake from the last life and secretly brings that woman into the shelter? What would you do then? You can't guard against thieves forever. Rather than playing spy games when disaster strikes, why not prevent it before it happens? Having said so much in one breath, Che Dedizi nearly collapsed into a deflated calf. He glanced back at Oscar, who spoke up calmly. Master, if you can control various supplies and military power, then you won't just be the lord of a shelter. You'll become the king of this world. Oscar suddenly tilted its head, as if receiving some signal, then said in disbelief, Host, you've actually earned another 1 million merit points today? Not only that, but our shelter's land has upgraded to black soil, doubling both productivity and growth speed. That means crops which originally took 4 months to mature now only need 2 months, and yield per acre has doubled as well. After speaking, Oscar cracked its mouth into something like a grin and muttered softly, Merit points? Now that's something else. Che Dedizi also received the notification at that moment, eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. Host, congratulations. Your physical strength level has directly advanced to level 6. From now on, you can enter the space once every day. Just a friendly reminder. Doing physical training inside the space will give you double results. Perfect. Su Bingfan clenched his right fist and slammed it hard into the palm of his left hand, excitedly exclaiming, Looks like I really need to keep doing good deeds. These merit points are solving major problems. Su Bingfan truly coveted that Tsar Bomba, but he was still missing more than half the required points. He'd just have to keep working hard and doing whatever good deeds he could manage. Then I'll donate another batch of supplies to the elderly and children left behind in mountainous areas. Su Bingfan spent a long time hunched over his computer, digging through information until he located manufacturers of several well-established domestic brands. He then called each one individually to place large orders, still splitting everything, half kept for himself, half shipped to remote Xiu regions. These old national brands, squeezed nearly to death by foreign capital, hadn't seen a big order in years. Many had even disappeared from supermarket shelves. Their products could now only be found in morning markets, night markets, or small commodity malls. When the factory managers heard Su Bingfan was placing such massive orders, they couldn't believe it. Some even asked to meet him in person. Chapter 36 Missing? Su Bingfan had no time to spare. He could only explain to everyone. I'm not a scammer. I can pay half the deposit up front, but my order is huge and extremely urgent. I hope you can deliver within 3 days. The factory managers, receiving millions in advance payments, were overjoyed. Our factory is saved. I've always said it. Heaven won't let an honest sparrow starve. As long as we keep producing quality goods, gold will eventually shine. I told you there'd be someone who recognized our value. Our products are better than imported ones, yet cheaper. Heaven will surely give us a chance to survive. The workers cried and laughed, laughing because their factory was finally revived and bonuses were back on the table, crying because the machines had nearly sparked from overuse, and all those lazy years of loafing around had turned into sweat from these recent overtime shifts. After placing all his orders, Cha Duzi reported the results. Host, the Gongdu points you've earned this time amount to 10,000. Why only 10,000? Su Bingfan asked, puzzled. I spent way more this time than last. Cha Duzi frowned, thinking for a moment before replying. To be honest, host, we've never really dealt with merit points before, so we're not entirely clear on the scoring rules. But I reckon, maybe it's because this time your good deed came with ulterior motives, rather than being purely out of kindness like before. That might be why the points are lower. Su Bingfan raised an eyebrow. So now doing good requires pure intentions? Whatever. 6. Still, he didn't regret what he'd done. This was something he'd wanted to do for a long time. Even in his past life, when he wasn't wealthy, he had consistently donated to disaster relief and supported Hope primary schools every month. That was exactly why Musiki had been so upset with him. He earned barely enough to live on, yet still gave money to others. Thinking of Musiki again, Su Bingfan's eyes turned cold. Letting go of someone he'd loved for so many years wasn't easy. It couldn't be erased overnight. But now, whenever she came to mind, all he felt was disgust. Especially knowing that Musiki had hooked up with Meng Xiaochen. Who knew what schemes that green tea bitch was plotting now? Su Bingfan gulped down a glass of water, mentally erasing Musiki from his thoughts. Then he bought some fruit and supplements and headed to visit Teacher Hao. Strangely, no one was home at Teacher Hao's place. He pressed the doorbell for a long time with no response. Thinking the bell might be dead, he knocked instead. In the end, he didn't get Teacher Hao, but the neighbor across the hall came out. Xiao Su, visiting your teacher again? She hasn't been home these past couple of days. You should try calling her. Thank you. Su Bingfan pulled out his phone and dialed Teacher Hao several times, 4 or 5 calls, but nobody answered. With no choice, Su Bingfan stored the items in his space and returned home to rest. The next day was important. Su Bingfan drove the rented large truck back and forth, transporting piglets, calves, and lambs from the village. He paid in cash. Farmers still preferred red bills. Seeing how joyful the villagers were, as if celebrating a festival, Su Bingfan couldn't help but give one reminder. Village chief, have you seen the news? The island nation is about to release nuclear wastewater. Maybe advise everyone to stock up on food and drink. The village chief patted Su Bingfan's shoulder. Young man, I won't lie. I take this seriously too. I've had some education. I know Japan's foolish actions will harm people worldwide. No one will escape this. It's just a matter of time. That's exactly why we're so happy about your purchase of saplings, fruits, and livestock. Ordinary folks rely on these small earnings all year. With this money, they can buy supplies to prepare. As for this year's grain harvest, I won't lie. I don't plan to let villagers sell any. Better to keep clean grain for ourselves. Who knows what contaminants might fall from the sky in future rains. Seeing the village chief was thoughtful and far-sighted, Su Bingfan said nothing more, loaded up the goods, and drove back to the city to return the rental truck. Tonight was the night for the gold transaction. He needed to prepare early. Although Old Seven had arranged the connection, Su Bingfan still took his Wrangler. Better safe than sorry. If the other side got greedy upon seeing the money, he'd need to protect Old Seven. Just like in the movies, the meeting spot was an abandoned building in the suburbs, and the time was set for 10 p.m. Su Bingfan first went to pick up Old Seven, then followed his directions toward the location. Old Seven ran his hands all over Su Bingfan's new car, laughing. Sure enough, Su Yuan's changed. Got a fancy new ride. When are you getting a new girlfriend? Su Bingfan frowned slightly and punched Old Seven's shoulder. You better behave yourself. Calling me Su Yuan once was funny, but now you're obsessed? No matter how rich I get, I'm still living like an ordinary guy. You think I'd only buy a car worth over 500,000 otherwise? Old Seven chuckled, lit a cigarette, opened the window, blew a puff of smoke outside, and then spoke again. I saw Musiki today. She was arguing with our teacher's son. A flicker crossed Su Bingfan's eyes as he asked, where did you see them? Old Seven snorted, pointing at Su Bingfan with his left index finger. You're not being honest, man. Hiding things from your own brother. Weren't you the one who said you weren't interested in Musiki anymore? Yet the moment I mentioned she's with Meng Xiaochen, you get all worked up? You're overthinking it, Su Bingfan smirked. I went to visit Teacher Hao yesterday, but no one was home, and her phone didn't answer. Even the neighbor had no idea where they went. That's why I'm asking you, where's Meng Xiaochen? Maybe I can find Teacher Hao through him. Oh, come on. Meng Xiaochen hasn't been close to Teacher Hao since high school. You know that perfectly well. Just admit you're jealous, man. I won't laugh at you. Old Seven turned his face toward the window, staring outside. His expression shifted between light and shadow, but he didn't bring up Meng Xiaochen again. only occasionally pointing forward to indicate directions. Su Bingfan didn't press further. The most important thing of the day was about to unfold, and there was no use pretending he wasn't nervous. 100 caddies of gold were divided into 2 boxes, sitting right behind them on the back seat. Old 7 glanced back at the boxes, then turned to Su Bingfan. Bingfan, this much gold could fetch 2 million even on the black market. Are you really willing to sell it so cheaply like this? If you're not in such a rush and go through legal channels instead, you could get 30% more. Su Bingfan replied coolly, I need the money urgently. He offered no further explanation. Seeing Su Bingfan wasn't keen on elaborating, Old 7 didn't ask again. Instead, he pointed ahead into the pitch-black darkness. We're here. This is the place. There was no lighting inside. Su Bingfan switched on the headlights, shining them toward the unfinished building to illuminate their path. Then, each carrying a box of gold, he and Old 7 slowly walked in. Old 7 led the way, with Su Bingfan following closely behind. No sooner had they entered the abandoned structure than 2 figures emerged from the shadows on either side, aiming guns at their heads. Stop right there. Don't move. Chapter 37. Aren't you going to find Musiki? This was the first time in his entire life that Su Bingfan had a gun pointed at his head. Back when he watched movies, he thought this kind of scene looked so cool, but now, all he felt was damn it, he nearly pissed himself. Lao Chi, however, had seen more of the world. He quickly used their secret code upon meeting. Tian Wang covers the earth tiger. You're an idiot. Your dad went to feed pigs. Your grandpa only knows how to gamble. The gun slowly moved away from their heads. Suddenly, a bright spotlight flashed on directly in front of them, blinding both men. From across came a hoarse, duck-like voice cackling. Brother, you're late. Lao Chi called out loudly. Fourth brother, we arrived right on time. Coming early might make you suspect we were scoping things out ahead of schedule. I still understand the rules of the road, and I remember fourth brother's habits. We'll naturally follow your rules. That voice laughed like a duck again several times. Then 2 bald men wearing floral shirts approached and reached for the cases carried by Su Bingfan and Lao Chi. Su Bingfan whispered to Lao Chi, isn't it supposed to be money for goods, hand over hand? Lao Chi quietly replied, fourth brother's reputation is solid on the streets. Just relax. We're following his rules. After some thought, Su Bingfan figured that even if they tried to double-cross him, he could now use his space ability to absorb them first, then take back the gold and reclaim the money. With that in mind, he handed over the case. The 2 men in flowered shirts carried the box behind the spotlight. By the sounds, they seemed to be inspecting the contents. The intense light burned their eyes. An ordinary person couldn't possibly see through the glare to what lay beyond, but Su Bingfan's bodily functions had all been upgraded to level 6. While the light momentarily stung his eyes, it didn't truly hinder his vision. After adjusting, Su Bingfan clearly saw who sat behind the spotlight, a man in his 40s, wearing sunglasses, with a face full of coarse, brutal features. Behind this man stood 4 others aiming guns at Su Bingfan and Lao Chi. Add in the 2 men in floral shirts and another pair hidden behind them. The opposing side had at least 9 people and 6 guns. Why were sunglasses in such darkness? Suddenly, Su Bingfan's left arm grew warm. Kitty Uzi communicated with him telepathically. Host, their guns are fake. Su Bingfan instantly thought back via telepathy. How do you know? Smell it. Their guns have no scent of gun oil, no rust, not even gunpowder smoke. Instead, there's a faint plastic odor. Host, just sniff and you'll realize it yourself. Su Bingfan had focused all his attention on his vision earlier and hadn't noticed the smells around him. Now reminded by Kitty Uzi, he took a deep breath. Ugh, Su Bingfan nearly vomited. Level 6 olfactory senses weren't exactly a blessing. With just one deep inhale, he could detect every single scent within a 5-meter radius. And so he smelled sweat, stinky feet, cigarette smoke, urine, feces, and someone had just farted, leaving behind a smell like rotten salted fish. Several men from the other side turned to look at Su Bingfan. Lao Chi glanced at him and said to fourth brother, sorry, fourth brother, my brother here gets carsick. He's just struggling a bit now. Fourth brother grinned, revealing a missing front tooth. Haha, I thought he was vomiting because he found us 2 brothers so ugly. Su Bingfan forced down the nausea and struggled to shift his focus back from smell to sight. Kitty Uzi, you're screwing with me. Host, you're blaming the wrong guy here. It's clearly because you haven't practiced enough control over your senses. How can you blame me? Think of Sheriff Blaesta. He has the same abilities as you, yet uses them with perfect mastery. If you don't want to suffer like this in the future while still using this function, you'd better train properly under this humble calf. Su Bingfan wanted to punch Kitty Uzi, but recalling the odors he'd just smelled, he realized they really were exactly as Kitty Uzi described. There was absolutely no trace of real firearms here. So maybe this fourth brother avoided bringing real guns out of fear of breaking the law. While lost in these thoughts, the other side had finished inspecting the gold. Fourth brother signaled, and the 2 bald men brought a case over. One of them walked up coolly, snapped open the case right in front of Su Bingfan, revealing a laptop inside. He clattered away on the keyboard, pulling up a money transfer interface. Enter your account number. I'll wire it straight to your card. Su Bingfan stepped forward and entered his account details. The bald man, still hugging the case, clattered away typing. Less than a minute later, Su Bingfan received a text message. He pulled out his phone and looked. Your debit card account 6687 received a mobile banking deposit of 20 million renminbi on July 31st, 2023. Your balance after transaction is 35 million renminbi. XX Bank. Su Bingfan put away his phone and nodded slightly at Lao Chi. Only then did Lao Chi smile, raise his fists in greeting toward fourth brother, and say, "Fourth brother, you're a real man. If I have good business like this again, I'll definitely come to you." Su Bingfan and Lao Chi turned and walked back toward their car, the two men with guns still trailing behind them. But now that Su Bingfan knew their guns were fake, he felt no fear. When they reached the car, Lao Chi raised a hand to stop Su Bingfan, whispering, "I said you had motion sickness earlier. This time, you take the front passenger seat." Su Bingfan complied and got in. The two of them drove off without incident. After about 3 or 4 minutes of driving, Lao Chi finally muttered, "Bro, what the hell was that just now? Making such a scene all of a sudden. If fourth brother had sensed anything off and his guys panicked, we'd both be dead meat." Su Bingfan didn't tell Lao Chi about the fake guns. He just went along, saying, "Bro, to be honest, that flowered shirt guy had eaten garlic. Seriously, the smell was unbearable. Stop being so delicate. Every time we barbecue, don't you chow down on garlic too?" Lao Chi snorted, then asked, "Seriously though, are you really not going to go after Musiki anymore? These past few days, I've seen that girl hanging around your neighborhood more than once. She's definitely looking for you, right?" Su Bingfan frowned, puzzled. "Lao Chi, what's going on? Why do you keep bringing up that woman?" Chapter 38. Going for a stroll with the bird? "It's fine, I was just asking. It's just that before, you were always chasing after her, and now that this beauty comes looking for you, you're acting all aloof and indifferent. Getting a little full of yourself, huh?" He added teasingly. "Bro, once you're rich you can change women, but never change your brothers. You little bastard, what nonsense are you spouting?" Su Bingfan laughed, scolding him lightly. "Musiki has never been my woman, so where does changing even come in? Don't mention her again, it kills the mood. Time's still early. How about we go somewhere for a drink? Bro, it's Monday. Tomorrow you might not have to work, but I still gotta slave away." Lao Chi gave a dry chuckle, then asked, "Anyway, now that you've got so much money, are you still selling the rest of that gold?" "Yeah, I'll sell it. No use keeping it around." Fourth brother was pretty straightforward, so in a few days, once I've sorted out the gold bricks at home, I'll go back to him to offload them. Su Bingfan gazed out the window, completely oblivious to the flash of resentment in Lao Chi's eyes. After getting home and sleeping soundly, the next day Su Bingfan went on another shopping spree using Oscar's list. As he placed orders, he asked, "Oscar, is there anything else we need over there?" Oscar remained as polite and respectful as ever, smiling gently as he replied, "Master, we don't need anything else. Now that we have all the poultry, livestock, and seeds ready, once today's heavy machinery arrives along with the raw materials you ordered, I'll be able to assemble the robots myself. Then our shelter will be an impenetrable fortress. Imagine if zombies rained from the sky, it still wouldn't affect your daily life." Su Bingfan tried picturing zombies falling like rain, felt queasy, and quickly shook his head to dispel the grotesque image. All the deliveries to the Riverside Freight Yard had been collected. For the large machine ordered for Oscar, Su Bingfan didn't arrange shipping. He'd set a pickup time and planned to drive there himself today. After another exhausting day, Su Bingfan was only thinking about treating himself to a spa. Even though his physical endurance had improved, he still wanted to enjoy life while he could. After returning the truck, he switched to his old clunker and drove straight to the city's most luxurious club. As soon as he arrived, the doorman politely stopped him at the entrance. "Good evening, sir. This is a members-only establishment. Non-members aren't permitted. May I please have your membership number?" Su Bingfan recited a string of digits, not his own, but Lu Xiaoqiu's. Membership here costs 2 million per year. With the apocalypse looming, Su Bingfan certainly wasn't going to waste money on that. The doorman checked the number on his tablet, then bowed respectfully. "Mr. Lu, please come this way." Back in his previous life, when Musiki moved in and manipulated Su Bingfan, she once bragged about taking him here to enjoy themselves once the zombie hordes dispersed, and proudly recited Lu Xiaoqiu's membership number. They recognized the card, not the person. "We'll just use young Master Lu's membership. Anyway, he won't live long enough to use it himself." Little did she know that the one who wouldn't live to see that day was herself. Su Bingfan gave a mocking smile and followed the doorman inside. After turning through a doorway, someone immediately came forward to greet him. No wonder this was the city's top-tier club. Personal attendants from the moment you walked in, all stunning beauties with full busts, tiny waists, and long legs, faces completely free of any artificial enhancements. The attendant bowed with a smile. "Welcome, sir. What kind of service would you like to enjoy today? I'm tired. First, I want a bath, then a strong masseuse to give me a thorough massage." The girl calmly lowered her eyes, suppressing a hint of mockery deep within, and led Su Bingfan further inside into a private room. Su Bingfan turned back, puzzled. "Why are you coming in with me?" She smiled serenely. "Sir, is this your first time here? Let me explain. Starting the moment you entered, I became your personal concierge. Since you're going to bathe, I must adjust the water temperature for you, and I'll take your clothes to be dry cleaned. I'll wait outside while you soak. Just call if you need anything. My name is Xiao Mei." Inwardly, Su Bingfan added, "Then I'm Xiao Shui." Once inside, Xiao Mei asked, "Would you prefer to bathe first or steam first? Do you like whirlpool baths or wave baths?" Su Bingfan had never been to a place like this and could only guess. "Bathe first, go for the wave bath. Make the steam nice and hot. You can leave now, I'll handle the rest." Xiao Mei continued smiling as she stood her ground. "Sir, helping you change is part of my service." Su Bingfan's face instantly flushed. Did that mean Xiao Mei would have to undress him completely? In both of his lifetimes combined, Su Bingfan had only ever dressed down slightly when swimming. Otherwise, he always kept himself fully covered. Suddenly having a beautiful woman come help him undress caught Su Bingfan completely off guard, and he involuntarily reacted. Xiao Mei, seemingly oblivious to Su Bingfan's physical response, swiftly removed his clothes, draped a bathrobe over him, then gathered the dirty laundry and left the room. Su Bingfan let out a huge sigh of relief. If Xiao Mei had actually tried doing more just now, he wouldn't have known how to respond at all. After soaking comfortably in the large bathtub for 10 minutes, he moved on to the steam room. Outside, Xiao Mei considerately asked, "Sir, would you like me to arrange a back scrubber for you?" Sure. A true professional didn't just remove dead skin. They also helped relax muscles and improve circulation. Su Bingfan closed his eyes and enjoyed the experience. After the scrub, he rinsed off in the shower, then proceeded to get a spa treatment. No wonder this was the most expensive club in town. The therapist's technique and pressure were flawless. Su Bingfan was so relaxed he nearly fell asleep, until a familiar voice suddenly whispered in his ear. "How is it? Comfortable?" Su Bingfan jolted upright, jumping off the bed like he'd seen a ghost, staring wide-eyed at the smiling figure before him. "Musiki? What are you doing here?" Musiki arched an eyebrow, leaned close, and murmured into Su Bingfan's ear. "Shouldn't I be the one asking that question? Su Bingfan, what are you doing here? And using Lu Xiaoqiu's membership card, no less." Su Bingfan couldn't possibly answer that directly. After a brief pause, he switched on a playboy's grin, slung an arm around Musiki's shoulder, and whispered back in her ear, blowing gently. "Can't we just say we're lucky to run into each other? Since fate brought us together, why not have some fun?" "Ugh you." Musiki feigned disgust, hiding the revulsion in her eyes as she shoved him away and broke free from his embrace, laughing mockingly. "Su Bingfan, don't forget, you promised to take me out to dinner last time, and you still haven't delivered." "That's easy. Come on, I'll treat you to a fancy meal right now." Since the club had its own restaurant, Su Bingfan didn't mind spending someone else's money. But Musiki didn't follow. Instead, she smirked and pointed teasingly at his lower half. "Going for a stroll with the bird out like that?" Chapter 39, got up too fast. Su Bingfan finally felt a chilly breeze between his legs. He had stood up too quickly, and the towel wrapped around him had long since slipped off. Musiki was now staring thoughtfully at his penis, as if pondering why it was hanging limply with no reaction at all. A sudden sense of violated shame washed over Su Bingfan. He hastily grabbed the towel and covered himself, waving at Musiki. "Hang on a second, I'll go put on my bathrobe." Musiki smiled faintly, watching Su Bingfan disappear into the bathroom before pulling out her phone and sending a WeChat message to someone. "I found him." After dressing, Su Bingfan stepped out and gave Musiki a gentlemanly gesture, hand extended toward the door. "Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal." Musiki didn't expose him, merely following as they walked down the corridor under Xiao Mei's guidance and entered the restaurant. The dining room had waitstaff, but Xiao Mei stayed by the entrance without coming in. The restaurant offered a buffet-style spread, plenty of fresh seafood, meats, and fruit. Guests could also order hot dishes, even have them delivered to private rooms. Most guests here valued privacy, so only 5 or 6 people were dining in the open area. Still, Su Bingfan clearly wanted to avoid being alone with Musiki, so he opted for the buffet. Musiki pointed at the serving counters and smiled at Su Bingfan. "The seafood here is way better than at Jinzuan restaurant. You should try a lot." "Absolutely." Su Bingfan deliberately acted greedy, dashing forward several steps and leaving Musiki far behind. As he scooped food onto his plate, half of it disappeared into his space. Now that all his physical stats had reached level 6, his movements were so fast that no one could detect anything amiss. By the time Musiki reached the counter, Su Bingfan had already cleared this side and moved to the opposite station to continue loading up. Musiki frowned slightly. She certainly wouldn't eat from his leftovers, so she set down her tray, turned, and chose a booth to sit at, then waved a waiter over to take her order. "You can actually order food here?" Su Bingfan arrived carrying a towering pile of food, sloshing soup with every step. Musiki forced down a surge of disgust and offered Su Bingfan what she thought was her most charming smile. "Yes, you can order here, and they can even deliver to your private room. Why don't we go back and eat there?" No, it's fine right here." Su Bingfan plopped down carelessly. The mountain of food on his plate was so high that Musiki couldn't even see his face. Peeking around the food stack, Su Bingfan asked, "What did you order just now?" "A dessert and a seafood salad," Musiki replied. The waiter politely handed the tablet to Su Bingfan. "Would sir like to browse the menu?" Su Bingfan awkwardly raised his sauce-covered hand. "Look how dirty my hands are. Just hold it where I can see." "Actually, never mind, I won't look. Just bring us one of everything, please." With that, he buried his head into the food mountain and started shoveling furiously. Of course, most of the dishes immediately vanished into his storage space. Oscar was already there with portion containers, carefully arranging all the food Su Bingfan stored so nothing mixed flavors. But Su Bingfan ate so fast that, to both the waiter and Musiki, it looked as though he had devoured the entire plateful of food in less than a minute. Both the waiter and Musiki stared in stunned disbelief. Mouth full, Su Bingfan glanced up mid-chew and asked the waiter, "Why haven't you placed the order yet?" The waiter stammered in shock. "IAL already did." "Oh, then could you please hurry the kitchen? I'm really hungry." As he spoke, Su Bingfan picked up his soupy plate and pointed to the distant buffet counter. "There's more over there. I'll go grab some more." "Sir, let me get you a clean plate." The waiter snapped back to reality, quickly taking the messy dish and gesturing for Su Bingfan to get a fresh one. "Oh sure." Su Bingfan complied, heading back to the buffet. Nearby, a cleaning staff member gave the waiter a grateful smile. When Su Bingfan returned with his second mountain of food, some of their ordered dishes had already arrived. Ignoring Mo Siki's expression across the table, Su Bingfan used the towering food pile as cover and swiftly polished off several more plates. When the waiter came back with more dishes, all he saw were empty plates. Even the dessert Mo Siki had ordered and hadn't touched was gone, gobbled up by Su Bingfan. Mo Siki's disgust had now reached its peak. She sneered mockingly, "Since you're so hungry, maybe I should ask them to bring you another full set of every item on the menu?" "Great." Su Bingfan slapped the table in approval. "That way you can get a full meal. Last time at Jinzuan restaurant, you ordered over 20 dishes. Anyone can tell you're a girl with a hearty appetite." The waiter was still standing nearby, and Mo Siki's face had turned visibly grim. But Su Bingfan paid no mind, turning to the waiter and saying, "Do exactly as this young lady said, and bring me a bottle of red wine. The most expensive one you've got." Mo Siki felt utterly humiliated. She'd never been so embarrassed out in public with a man before. If it weren't for her mission, she would have walked out right then and there. She'd even wanted to splash water right in Su Bingfan's face on her way out. But that thought flickered and vanished just as quickly. Mo Siki soon composed herself and smiled at Su Bingfan. "Were you out stealing today? You look so exhausted." "Oh, I was moving bricks at a construction site," Su Bingfan said, sipping his tea. Inwardly, he mused how fragrant the tea tasted. With all the things he'd purchased lately, he realized he'd forgotten to buy coffee and tea. He'd have to place another order tonight. It took a while before Su Bingfan finally stopped smacking his lips. Only then did Mo Siki ask, "Why did you come to the club today? And how did you even find out Lu Xiaoqiu's membership number?" Su Bingfan raised an eyebrow. "Now I'm curious. How did you become so certain I used Lu Xiaoqiu's membership number to get in?" Mo Siki froze momentarily, then gave an awkward laugh. "Membership here costs 2 million per year. Surely you didn't pay for your own card?" "Of course not. I'm not that big of a fool." Su Bingfan chuckled. "You only know that Lu Xiaoqiu has a membership here. But what you don't realize is that I know more rich people than you do." Mo Siki instinctively wanted to ask who these wealthy people were, but the mocking look in Su Bingfan's eyes stopped her cold. Chapter 40. We need full stomachs to have a proper heart-to-heart. Su Bingfan didn't give Mu Siki another chance to speak. Just then, the waiter arrived with more dishes, and Su Bingfan immediately lowered his head and began devouring the food. He ate like a starving ghost reborn, completely disregarding his appearance, so much so that droplets of soup splashed up, nearly landing on Mu Siki's face. Mu Siki gritted her teeth, suppressing her nausea as she reached out gently, speaking softly. "Bingfan, there are too many people here. It's not convenient to talk. Why don't we go back to the private room?" "What for? It's so much more comfortable eating right here." Su Bingfan glanced back at the buffet counter, now replenished with fresh dishes, then turned and grinned at Mu Siki. "You sit tight. I'm going to grab some more food. Only after we're full will we have the energy for our heart-to-heart." As he spoke, he winked and made silly faces at her. The few other diners around had already been glancing repeatedly at their table, especially since Su Bingfan was shouting so loudly. At his last remark, Mu Siki could even hear snickers from nearby guests. She was fuming inside, but unwilling to let everything go to waste, so she stayed put, enduring the stares from both customers and staff. Inwardly, Mu Siki cursed Su Bingfan to high heaven, but he remained utterly indifferent. He was doing this on purpose, to make her uncomfortable. The more miserable she looked, the happier he felt. It wasn't until 6 rounds of dishes had been served and the buffet had been refilled 3 times that Su Bingfan finally leaned back, patting his belly in satisfaction. He smirked at Mu Siki, teasing in the manner of a spoiled rich brat. "Chi-chi, now that I've eaten my fill and am feeling energetic, want to come back to my room and chat?" Mu Siki eyed Su Bingfan's round, bulging stomach and the greasy mess around his mouth, forcing down her disgust as she purred with false sweetness. "Naughty, who'd go to your room with you?" Just then, Xiaomei approached and said to Su Bingfan, "Sir, your clothes have been washed and dried. I've sent them to the private room." "Great, thanks." Su Bingfan pulled out his phone and said to Xiaomei, "I didn't bring cash today. Let me send you a red envelope as tip." "Sir, we aren't allowed to carry phones during work hours. It's to prevent us from adding guest contacts privately." As she spoke, Xiaomei flipped her ID badge around, revealing a QR code. "This is my payment code. You can scan it directly." Su Bingfan chuckled, scanned the code, and transferred 10,000 yuan. He then waved his phone at her. "Beautiful, it's sent. I wasn't quite satisfied with the massage earlier. I think I'll have another round later." When Xiaomei saw the amount on Su Bingfan's screen, her face flushed with excitement, and she immediately responded warmly, "Of course, sir. If you weren't happy with our masseuse's technique, I'd be happy to personally serve you." "Perfect. Then I'll try your skills later. If you manage to relax me properly, young master has more tips to spare." When putting away his phone, Su Bingfan deliberately angled the screen so Mu Siki could clearly see the transaction amount. At first, Mu Siki had looked down on Su Bingfan's flirtation with the female server, but when she saw the number, her jaw dropped. Her expression shifted rapidly from shock to soft, affectionate longing. Though Su Bingfan didn't look at her directly, he noticed the change immediately. He turned and asked considerately, "Are you full?" "Full." Her voice was dripping with honey. She seemed to have completely forgotten how embarrassing he'd just been, fixated only on the fact that this man could casually tip 10,000 yuan. She had visited this club twice before with Lu Xiaoqiu. While Lu would sometimes leave tips, the most he ever gave was 100 yuan. Lu once told her that men only threw big money around at KTVs for hostesses. and that those girls always had to pay a price in return. Like the time she saw a girl chug an entire bottle of red wine just to get a luxury watch. And for even greater rewards. Well, Musiki figured it was just a matter of equivalent exchange between men and women. Right now, if she wanted Su Bingfan's secrets, she didn't mind giving him something he had long desired. So when Su Bingfan invited her again, Musiki did not refuse. My clothes are dry. How about it? Want to come help me change? Sure. She even stepped closer to Su Bingfan on her own. As her right hand swayed, it brushed lightly and seemingly by accident against the back of his hand. But when Su Bingfan tried to turn and grab it, she playfully shied away. You're so naughty. There are so many people watching. Su Bingfan was about to say there wasn't anyone around, when a beautiful woman wearing the same uniform as Xiao Mei walked toward them. Seeing Musiki, she greeted her warmly. Chi-Chi, it's been so long since I've seen you. Then she glanced back at Su Bingfan, seemingly surprised. Switched boyfriends today? This one's not bad either. Our Chi-Chi always has great taste. Every man she brings in is a top-tier customer. Without waiting for Musiki to respond, the woman gave Su Bingfan a quick greeting and turned away. Su Bingfan sneered coldly. To someone who didn't know better, they'd think she was your coworker. The comment was a blatant humiliation to Musiki. But right now, she had no energy to quarrel with Su Bingfan. Softly, Musiki leaned closer, her eyes brimming with lips pouting as her hands twisted together behind her back, shyly shifting from side to side. I did come here with Lu Xiaoqiu before, but only once. That woman is Jinjin, the club's #1 hostess. She once tried to seduce Lu Xiaoqiu right in front of me and failed, so she's held a grudge ever since. What she said just now was deliberate, meant only to make you angry. Bingfan, you're not upset, are you? Su Bingfan deliberately sighed and said slowly, forget it. I guess it's my fault. I wanted to surprise you, but apparently I'm a step behind Lu Xiaoya. Lu Xiaoqiu may be a bit spoiled, but at least he's good looking. If you really like him, you should stick with him. Musiki looked at Su Bingfan as if she'd been gravely wronged, tears welling up in disbelief. How could you think that of me? Do you really see me as some gold-digging woman? Yes, of course you are. Su Bingfan cursed inwardly with full satisfaction, yet on the surface continued playing out a melodramatic soap opera with Musiki, the two of them tugging and clinging in the hallway until even Xiao Mei couldn't bear to watch anymore. Sir, would you like another massage? Su Bingfan immediately turned to Xiao Mei and said, of course, definitely. Let's go back now. Then, like a playboy, he wrapped one arm around Musiki and took Xiao Mei by the hand, leading both women toward the private room. Musiki hadn't expected Su Bingfan to bring Xiao Mei along. With a third person present, how was she supposed to extract information? Quickly thinking, Musiki came up with a plan. She quietly leaned close to Su Bingfan's ear, blowing softly as she whispered, Bingfan, I can give massages too, and my technique is pretty good. Su Bingfan smirked devilishly, his lips nearly brushing her cheek as he leaned in and murmured, what if I want something more special? Like a full-body deluxe service? Chapter 41, Beating a Human Head into a Dog's Head. Musiki blushed shyly and said with feigned coyness, well, you can't expect me to give you a full-body massage in these clothes, right? You should at least get me a new outfit. Or better yet, let's go shopping first. Su Bingfan placed both hands on either side of Musiki's cheeks, trapping her between his arms and pinning her against the wall. He lowered his head close to hers, as if he were about to kiss her at any moment. Shopping is so tiring, he said smoothly. I'll just transfer you the money. Go buy whatever you like when you have time. Why waste precious moments? The joy of tonight is worth more than gold. We should focus on activities that both of us enjoy. Playfully embarrassed, Musiki punched his chest lightly with her tiny fists and whispered, you're so naughty. Save those words for later, in private. With that, she slipped out from under Su Bingfan's arm and dashed back to his private room. Behind her, Su Bingfan gave a cold smirk and told Xiao Mei, you're not needed here for now. Go take a rest. Xiao Mei couldn't help but feel resentful inside. If it weren't for that fake innocent girl Musiki, she would have been the one making money tonight. But since the guest had dismissed her, all Xiao Mei could do was nod silently and leave for the time being. Su Bingfan lingered by the door for a few moments before finally turning and entering the room. Inside, Musiki was pretending to be timid again. Bingfan, let me give you a massage first, okay? Sure. Su Bingfan lay down on the massage bed, letting Musiki's wandering hands roam freely across his body, until he heard exactly the sound he'd been waiting for. Then, suddenly, he yanked her into his arms. Chi-Chi, I want to see you dance, for me. The kind where clothes keep coming off. As he spoke, he flashed the 8-digit balance in his Alipay account in front of her eyes. If you dance well, all this could be yours. Musiki playfully glared at him, feigning indignation. How could you think I'm that kind of girl? But the moment she turned away, she pulled out her phone and selected a sultry song, beginning to sway her hips slowly to the rhythm. Honestly, the dance itself was nothing special, just generic internet seduction moves copied from online videos. And knowing this was his enemy dancing in front of him, Su Bingfan found it utterly boring. His attention wasn't on her at all, it was fixed outside the club. Thanks to his enhanced physical abilities, Su Bingfan's movements were now too fast for ordinary eyes to follow. Earlier, while the two women were acting coy, he had swiftly taken the phone tucked behind Jinjin's waist, sent a text message to Lu Xiaoqiu, then deleted it immediately so Jinjin wouldn't notice. None of the three women present had detected a thing. Just now, while Musiki was massaging him, Su Bingfan had focused all his hearing on the entrance of the club. Sure enough, after checking his membership card usage record, Lu Xiaoqiu came storming over in fury. And right at the entrance, he ran into Jinjin. Jinjin didn't know she was the one who summoned Lu Xiaoqiu with the message, but that didn't stop her from playing her part perfectly. Master Lu, why are you here so early? Chi-Chi is still entertaining today's guest. Coincidentally, Xiaomei walked up just then. Upon hearing Jinjin stirring the pot, she jumped in immediately. That guest was quite generous, wasn't he? Otherwise, how could Chi-Chi push me aside and rush into the private room herself just to massage him? So that damn cousin of mine is even giving massages to some loser now? Lu Xiaoqiu was so enraged his eyes turned red. He had spent hundreds of thousands on Musiki just to get her into bed. Now he was determined to see exactly what kind of man she was indulging with his money. Furious, Lu Xiaoqiu stormed toward the room. Hearing his approach, Su Bingfan smiled inwardly. As Musiki danced in front of him, stripping down layer by layer with increasingly provocative moves, an idea flashed through his mind. At the moment she turned around, Su Bingfan swiftly rolled off the bed and cracked the door open just a slit. When Lu Xiaoqiu reached the doorway, he already heard the lustful music spilling out. Pressing his ear to the gap, he peeked inside and saw Su Bingfan sprawled carelessly on the sofa, while Musiki performed a scene so scandalous it made his blood boil. This very act had once cost him 30,000 yuan to witness, and now, Musiki was performing it for some lowlife tramp, and they were spending money on his membership card. Enraged beyond control, Lu Xiaoqiu kicked the door open and lunged straight at Su Bingfan, swinging his fist. But Su Bingfan, with his current strength and speed, was completely unafraid. With one hand, he blocked the punch, wearing an expression of innocence mixed with fear and helplessness. Master Lu, why are you hitting me? It was Musiki who invited me here. How else would I even know your membership number? If anyone deserves a beating, it's her. Musiki never expected Lu Xiaoqiu to show up, and certainly didn't anticipate Su Bingfan instantly shifting all blame onto her. She rushed to explain, Xiaoqiu, listen to me. Shut your mouth. Lu Xiaoqiu slapped Musiki across the face and roared, you filthy slut, spending my money while secretly keeping a gigolo on the side. Su Bingfan casually picked up his clothes and headed for the door, not forgetting to deliver one final jab. What if I'm a kept man? At least I've got skills, size, style, and obedience. What do you have besides money? What exactly makes you better than me? Without waiting for their reaction, he walked out of the room, thoughtfully closing the door behind him, and subtly crushing the lock so no one outside could get in. Soon, the sounds of slapping flesh and a woman's wailing poured from within. Su Bingfan strutted down the hallway, clothes in hand, whistling cheerfully. When he ran into Xiaomei again, she politely asked, Sir, are you leaving? Let me take you to change first. Now that's what I call thoughtful. You deserve all the love Big Brother gives you. Su Bingfan grinned, gently hooking a finger under Xiaomei's chin before following her to another private room to get properly dressed. When he emerged once more, he saw people gathered around the room he'd just left, knocking on the door trying to mediate, while others searched desperately for a way to break in. Su Bingfan sneered quietly to himself. Places like this would never call the police. By the time they managed to force the door open, Musiki's head would probably be beaten to a pulp. After tonight's chaos, when the apocalypse finally comes, will Lu Xiaoqiu still be sticking with Musiki while wearing the green hat of betrayal? Chapter 42. You'll learn the consequences of being rich but heartless. That night, Su Bingfan slept more soundly than ever. Yet someone else stayed awake all night. At the hospital, Musiki sobbed bitterly in a man's arms, her tears falling like rain. The man could only comfort her quietly, saying, Don't cry anymore, or your wounds might get infected. Why is this happening to me? A girl's most important things are her purity and dignity. Why did Su Bingfan destroy everything that matters to me? Musiki sounded as if she had been abandoned by a heartless lover, clutching the man's shirt while weeping. If it weren't for wanting a better future for us, why would I have forced myself to smile at him? But now, my face is ruined. The doctor said unless I go to Korea for plastic surgery, there's no fixing it. And that kind of operation costs a fortune. What am I supposed to do? Forget it. I won't treat it anymore. This is just how it'll be from now on. Maybe this is my fate. Heaven, why is my life so bitter? A flash of cold fury flickered across the man's face. Yet his voice remained soothing as he gently patted Musiki's back. The veins bulging on his arm, however, betrayed his true emotions. Su Bingfan, you're about to learn what happens to the rich who lack compassion. After waking up, Su Bingfan glanced out the window. The sky was gloomy, as if rain was imminent. Frowning slightly, he pulled out his phone and checked the weather forecast. 15 straight days of rain were predicted. He found it odd. In his previous life, although several typhoons had affected his city, heavy rains didn't start until mid-August. Today was only August 2nd. Why had the rain begun so early? Could it be the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth? If so, he needed to act faster. According to the map in his space, those criminals had already started secretly dumping waste into the ocean. Su Bingfan took out a Geiger-Muller counter from his storage space. After turning it on and measuring the indoor radiation level, the display showed 0.1 microsieverts. Perfectly safe. He then went to the balcony, closed the door behind him, opened the window, and measured again. This time, the reading rose to 0.2 microsieverts, still within the safe range. Though urban radiation levels generally range between 0.1 and 0.2 microsieverts, and anything below 0.5 microsieverts was considered acceptable, the slight increase outdoors caught Su Bingfan's attention. He decided to act swiftly. Instead of gradually cashing out in the stock market, he would sell all his shares after today's trading limit was hit and withdraw all funds tomorrow. He called Lao Chi. Brother, could you help me contact Fourth Brother? I've got another batch of gold to sell today. For some reason, Lao Chi's voice sounded unusually cold. How much this time? 500 Gene. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Finally, Lao Chi spoke again. All right, I'll set a time with fourth brother and let you know. After hanging up, Su Bingfan felt an odd sensation, an inexplicable unease. But he didn't dwell on it. His phone rang again, and to his surprise, it was Professor Hao. He answered quickly. Professor Hao, you haven't been home for days. Did something happen? Bingfan, I'm fine. It's Xiaochen, he's sick. I'm staying at the hospital to take care of him. Though Professor Hao tried to keep his tone calm, Su Bingfan detected a hint of panic beneath his words. Of course, Su Bingfan knew exactly why Meng Xiaochen was ill. He was the one who had transferred the tumor from Professor Hao onto Meng Xiaochen. What surprised him was that Meng Xiaochen had fallen ill even earlier than Professor Hao had in his previous life. Back then, it was because of Meng Xiaochen's refusal that no matter how hard Su Bingfan pleaded, Professor Hao refused to seek medical treatment. This time around, when it was Meng Xiaochen who was sick, Professor Hao still spent day and night at the hospital by his side. Su Bingfan couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort. Professor, which hospital are you at? I'll come visit Xiaochen. We're at Central Hospital. Su Bingfan immediately left, driving straight to Central Hospital. On the way, he made sure to buy a large assortment of food and drinks. When he arrived at the ward door, he saw Meng Xiaochen lying weakly in bed. Professor Hao was trying to give him water, but Meng Xiaochen suddenly slapped the cup away, yelling, "You bring me water this hot. Do you want me dead?" Professor Hao, seemingly long accustomed to Meng Xiaochen's outbursts, silently picked up the thermos, then headed to the restroom for a mop. Su Bingfan immediately pushed open the door. "Professor, let me handle this." He handed the supplies to Professor Hao, took the thermos into the restroom to rinse it, then came out with a mop to clean the floor. All Su Bingfan heard was Meng Xiaochen's angry shouting. "What crap did you even buy? Not a single thing here I can eat. Throw it all away. Get rid of it." "It wasn't meant for you to eat anyway," Su Bingfan replied coldly. "I bought this for Teacher Hao. You should be grateful just to smell it." Meng Xiaochen opened his mouth to curse again, but finding him irritating, Su Bingfan activated verbal exhaustion. Whenever Meng Xiaochen attempts to speak, he will immediately feel an uncontrollable urge to sleep. The next second, Meng Xiaochen collapsed onto the bed, snoring loudly and deeply. In the space, Cha Dudzi exclaimed in amazement. "That's ruthless. Host, if you don't revoke that command, Meng Xiaochen will only be able to eat and sleep from now on." No, actually, he might not even eat properly, because after holding back for so long, he'll desperately want to talk. Not important. Either way, I'll keep him alive. Seeing Professor Hao's current state, Su Bingfan had already decided, Meng Xiaochen must live. Otherwise, Professor Hao wouldn't know happiness for the rest of his life. And for someone like Meng Xiaochen, being silenced into muteness or sleeping endlessly was the best possible outcome. After all, Oscar had prepared many robots in the shelter. Later on, they could just assign a lifelike robotic caretaker to Meng Xiaochen. Seeing Meng Xiaochen finally asleep, Professor Hao let out a deep sigh of relief. He sat down by the bedside, caressing his son's face with tender, pained eyes. He's finally asleep. These past 2 days of chemotherapy have been torture for Xiaochen. Su Bingfan never intended to ask about Meng Xiaochen's condition. Instead, a thought suddenly occurred to him. "Teacher, didn't you say earlier that Xiaochen quit his job? Then his medical insurance must have been cancelled. Did he have any commercial insurance?" "I did buy one for him, but..." Professor Hao smiled bitterly. "Xiaochen said he needed startup capital for his business, so he secretly cancelled the policy behind my back." "So Meng Xiaochen is paying entirely out of pocket now?" Su Bingfan quickly calculated. Diagnostic tests would cost around 5,000 to 6,000, and a round of chemotherapy came to 20,000. Professor Hao probably still had enough money for those, but funds for surgery might fall short. Still, Su Bingfan had no intention of curing Meng Xiaochen. He now had a new idea. "Teacher, I know a friend who knows a specialist in this field. In a couple of days, I'll bring you and Xiaochen to see him. Don't worry, Xiaochen is so young, everything will be fine." Chapter 43, Deal with them one by one. Teacher Hao gave Su Bingfan a bitter smile. "Thank you, Bingfan. Even after Xiaochen treated you so poorly, you're still thinking of him." Su Bingfan didn't want to waste any more time on Meng Xiaochen, so he said to Teacher Hao, "Let me arrange a nurse for you, someone who can take shifts. That way, you can go home, take a shower, and get a proper night's sleep." "No, I'm fine on my own," Teacher Hao replied, her eyes never leaving Meng Xiaochen's face. "He's my only son. If anything happens to him, how could I ever face his father?" Su Bingfan opened his mouth, but said nothing. In the end, he just made sure Teacher Hao had eaten and rested on the sofa for a while before letting himself leave. Only as he was about to go did Teacher Hao finally reveal the truth. "Xiaochen's illness is burning through money. To raise funds, I sold our house. Bingfan, I'll be moving out soon. Once I find a new place, I'll make you that braised pork again." Since the apocalypse was coming anyway, Su Bingfan had already planned to take Teacher Hao with him. Selling the house didn't matter anymore. He simply reminded her, "Teacher, don't pay the hospital everything at once. We can deposit a few thousand each day. It's enough. My expert friend will cure Xiaochen eventually, so we don't need to keep pouring money into the central hospital." Teacher Hao smiled and nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you." After leaving the hospital, Su Bingfan felt a heaviness in his heart. Teacher Hao was such a kind person. Even though Meng Xiaochen had been so cold toward her during earlier checkups, she was still willing to sell her home and spend her life savings for this ungrateful son. But who knew? If there were no apocalypse, and if Xiaochen truly recovered, would he actually become a filial son and treat Teacher Hao well? Sitting in his car, Su Bingfan sighed quietly, then received a message from Oscar. Master, the shelter construction is taking shape. Would you like to come by today and see if there's anything you'd like adjusted? That perked Su Bingfan up. Sure, I'll be right over. Perfect. He could finally test just how awesome this daily teleportation ability really was. At that moment, critical bullshit interrupted with a helpful reminder. Host, entering the shelter from your space counts as one use of your daily teleportation. If you want to return from the shelter to the outside world, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Don't forget you've got plans with your brother tonight. Oh right. Su Bingfan immediately deflated. Forget it, I'll visit tomorrow. Don't feel like making such a long trip for nothing. Just as he was about to start the car, he saw a familiar figure walking toward him with seething hatred. Musiki approached the passenger side and knocked on the window. Su Bingfan didn't open the door for her. Instead, he stepped out of the car to confront her. Musiki, it's August. Aren't you hot wearing all that? Su Bingfan looked her up and down. Today she wore long sleeves and pants, a long scarf wrapped multiple layers around her head, plus sunglasses. She looked like a mummy. How dare you ask? Musiki glanced around to make sure no one else was in the parking lot, then removed her glasses, revealing two blackened eyes. Ha! Su Bingfan burst out laughing. What happened to you? It's all because of you. Musiki stormed around the car, rushing towards Su Bingfan, tears streaming. If you hadn't lied to Lu Xiaoqiu, would he have hit me this hard? Su Bingfan, why are you trying to ruin me? Me? Ruin you? Su Bingfan whined innocently. If I hadn't done that, how would you ever break free from Lu Xiaoqiu and finally run into my arms? Chi-Chi, do you even know how long I've waited for this moment? Musiki seemed slightly moved, a hint of pride flickering in her eyes. She pouted. Bingfan, promise me you won't get jealous again. Let's just live peacefully from now on. She leaned toward him, attempting to hug him, but Su Bingfan suddenly yanked off the silk scarf covering her face. Good lord, you're disfigured. Su Bingfan exclaimed dramatically, pretending shock. Panicked, Musiki quickly pulled the scarf back up, glancing around nervously. Thankfully, no one was nearby. She turned to Su Bingfan, pouting resentfully. Look what you've done to me. The doctor said I have to go to Korea for surgery. There's no technology for this here yet. Bingfan, come with me to Korea. Let's go tomorrow, okay? Of course I'd love to. Su Bingfan laughed, reaching out to snatch the headscarf away again and hiding it behind his back so she couldn't grab it back. But now that you're an ugly monster, I only like you for your face. Since you've lost your face, what good are you to me? Rather than waste time taking a cheap, desperate gold digger like you for plastic surgery, why not just take Bai Lingshan instead? I could get her surgically altered to look exactly like you. Wouldn't that be the same thing? Musiki was both ashamed, shocked, and furious. What, Bai Lingshan? When did the two of you start something? Su Bingfan sneered coldly. If it weren't for Bai Lingshan, do you think I could have even gotten into that club? And why else would Lu Xiaoqiu show up to catch us red-handed yesterday? That Bai Lingshan wasn't a good one either. In his previous life, she had teamed up with Lu Xiaoqiu to secretly harm him. Su Bingfan deliberately made Musiki misunderstand on purpose, hoping they'd turn against each other like fighting dogs. Musiki was so enraged her eyes turned red. Su Bingfan ignored her completely, got in his car, and drove away. His gaze icy, Su Bingfan thought to himself, Musiki was already finished. Next was Lu Xiaoqiu. All he needed to do was transfer Meng Xiaoqin's illness onto Lu Xiaoqiu when the apocalypse arrived, and then none of his past enemies would survive. And doing so would also relieve Teacher Hao's greatest burden. Not in the best mood today, Su Bingfan decided to treat himself to a big meal. He'd grown tired of yesterday's buffet, so he drove his beat-up car over to Sister Shan's barbecue and hot pot. Right around then, Old Seven called. 11 tonight. The exact deal location won't be known until later. Sure. Hey, wait. Actually, I'm heading over to Sister Shan's right now. Why don't you come too? We can meet up. Old Seven's voice sounded even colder than yesterday. Fine. If you don't mind getting your license revoked for drunk driving, then wait for me. Su Bingfan arrived quickly at Sister Shan's place. With no more internet celebrities bothering her, her shop had returned to its usual lively atmosphere. When Sister Shan saw Su Bingfan arrive, she immediately pulled him aside and said in a hushed, mysterious tone. Chapter 44, Did you know in advance? Xiao Su, did you know this was going to happen? Shunjie lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously to Su Bingfan. Su Bingfan felt a bit tense from Shunjie's tone and quietly asked back. Know what? The nuclear contamination. Shunjie whispered. When I went to the seafood market to restock, everyone was hoarding. Even people who never bought frozen shrimp or crab before were stocking up now. They say there's no way we can stop that island nation from dumping radioactive wastewater. So from now on, we won't be able to eat any clean seafood. Some say the frozen goods currently being stockpiled are already being snatched up by major supermarkets. She pointed toward the storeroom. I've stockpiled a little too, but since our shop doesn't mainly sell seafood, I listened to you and bought the most rice, flour, and cooking oil. I also bought 100 gene of salt. The old-timers at the wholesale market said we should buy and store salt. Apparently, there won't be clean salt left in the future. Hey, you haven't bought any salt yet, right? When you leave later, take 10 gene each for yourself and Lao Chi. Su Bingfan politely declined. Thanks, Jia, but I've already got mine sorted. Lao Chi's covered too. Your shop uses more, better you keep it for yourself. Alright, just remember, if you need any, come get it from me. If things really get so bad that eating and drinking become difficult, then my shop might as well shut down for good. As she spoke, Shinjia's eyes dimmed again. If that day really comes, everything will fall into chaos once more. I just hope this stockpile ends up being useless, like last time. Su Bingfan felt a pang of sorrow for her, but he couldn't save everyone he cared about. He could only urge her repeatedly. Yeah, stock up more on cured meat and dried vegetables. They'll come in handy. Inwardly, he was thinking, only 20 days left. I must find a way to boost my physical fitness and earn more points. If I can get the Big Ivan early, none of them will have to live in fear and hiding anymore. Even if he couldn't earn enough points before the pollution started, Su Bingfan hoped Oscar's robot army could at least purify the city where he had grown up. That way, innocent people like Shun Jia might be spared. He quietly sighed and mentally contacted Oscar. How's your robot army coming along? Don't worry, master. Everything is progressing smoothly. Oscar replied with quiet pride. First, I produced a batch of worker robots. Then, I had those robots fabricate parts needed to build even more robots. As for the core components, the chips, I handle those myself. In the end, every robot's functions are determined entirely by my chips. Good. Keep going, speed it up. Let me know if you need anything. Based on current needs, it'd be better to stockpile more raw materials, because... As Oscar spoke, he pulled up the map Su Bingfan had seen before from within his space. The red contaminated areas had doubled in size since last time. Master, the situation looks grim. The apocalyptic typhoon of this era might arrive earlier than expected. So I've marked several factories. Each holds materials essential for producing robots and weapons. If necessary, you may have to spend a few days living like a bandit. You can make weapons too? Su Bingfan was stunned. Then, can you make the Big Ivan? Oscar modestly replied. I can't create that specific device, but as I told you before, my learning potential is limitless. Once you update my database, I can produce weapons far more advanced than the Big Ivan. Su Bingfan immediately snapped, pulling Chu Dyz aside in frustration. Look at him. Now look at you. When the hell are you going to master those 5 elements? Chu Dyz sounded utterly aggrieved. Hey, it's not like it's up to me. The system hasn't released any new missions yet. If there were missions, wouldn't we have upgraded ages ago? I shouldn't be getting overshadowed by some virtual guy. Though Chu Dyz didn't say the last sentence aloud, Su Bingfan, now spiritually connected to the tattoo, could still sense his resentment clearly. Before Su Bingfan could respond, the door opened. It was Lao Chi. His face looked grim. Without a word, he sat down, poured himself a cup of liquor, and downed it in one gulp. Su Bingfan quickly pushed the skewers toward him. What's wrong with you? Why drink so fast? That'll ruin your stomach. The grilled food will be ready soon. Let's eat and drink together. Lao Chi remained silent. Suddenly anxious, Su Bingfan asked, is Grandma's condition worsening? In his previous life, during the final days, he hadn't paid much attention to Grandma's illness. All he knew was that without Lao Chi's care, she eventually starved to death. So this time, Su Bingfan felt somewhat anxious. If in his previous life Grandma's health had suddenly deteriorated, that would explain why Lao Chi still went out despite knowing how dangerous it was outside. There was a flicker of emotion in Lao Chi's eyes, and his voice softened slightly as he asked Su Bingfan, Bro, if Grandma's condition gets worse now, and we need money for a second surgery, would you still help me? Su Bingfan hesitated for a moment before responding. Lao Chi, Grandma's already old. Whether she can even survive a second surgery is uncertain. How about this? I know a friend who's an expert in this field. In a couple days, I'll take you and Grandma to see him. Maybe he has a better treatment plan. By then, he could just use words that curse to transfer Grandma's illness onto corrupt officials and greedy bureaucrats, saving her from suffering altogether. Su Bingfan clearly remembered how, years ago after her surgery, Grandma's face had turned ashen gray, enduring endless pain during recovery. Besides, according to Oscar, the apocalypse could break out at any moment. What if, right when it happened, Grandma was on the operating table or otherwise unable to move? That would be even more disastrous. But Lao Chi interpreted Su Bingfan's hesitation differently. He let out a self-mocking laugh, shook his head, and sighed deeply. Never mind. I'll just take care of Grandma myself. Lao Chi. Su Bingfan felt that Lao Chi had misunderstood him and wanted to explain, but just then, Lao Chi's phone rang. Lao Chi took the call and stepped outside, talking for quite a while. When he returned, he cheerfully steered the conversation toward other topics, leaving no chance for Su Bingfan to bring it up again. They continued eating and drinking, and before they knew it, the time had passed 10 p.m. Casually, Lao Chi asked, It's 10 o'clock. Aren't you going back to get that thing? No need. It's in the car. Su Bingfan smiled at Lao Chi. I'm already prepared. You've got some guts, kid. Lao Chi gave an awkward chuckle. Leaving something so valuable in your car? Don't you worry about your car getting stolen. Nah, with my beat-up piece of junk, who'd think there's anything valuable inside? Su Bingfan laughed and joked with Lao Chi while enjoying skewers and gulping down beer. Chu Dyz fell silent after giving a friendly reminder. Drunk driving equals crime. Whatever. The apocalypse was coming soon anyway. As long as his host stayed safe, he didn't care what happened. People should go wild once in a while. That's exactly what Su Bingfan thought too. However, as his physical stats improved, so did his body's ability to break down alcohol. To him, this much beer tasted no different than flavored water. Lao Chi had drunk plenty too, but based on Su Bingfan's knowledge of him, this amount wasn't even enough to touch the bottom of Lao Chi's tolerance. They kept drinking until 10:30. Lao Chi glanced at his phone and said, All right, let's go. Don't keep fourth brother waiting. Arm in arm, they walked out. Su Bingfan always parked his rundown car in a roadside parking spot. But when they reached the curb, they found someone else's vehicle parked there instead. Su Bingfan froze in shock. Where the hell is my car? Chapter 45. Why you? Where's the car? Seventh brother also panicked, almost exaggeratedly searching between several parking spots before turning back anxiously to ask Su Bingfan. Bro, should we call the police? Forget it, Su Bingfan said with a bitter smile, pointing at the surroundings. There isn't a single camera around here. Calling the police would just waste time. Let's just take a cab and go. No way. Seventh brother tightly grabbed Su Bingfan's arm. You're just gonna leave everything in the car? It's just 2 dirty shirts. Forget them, Su Bingfan said wryly. The valuable stuff is in the other car. Only I know where that one's parked. Come on, let's get a taxi and head over. You really are like a crafty rabbit with 3 burrows. A flicker of discomfort crossed seventh brother's face as he followed Su Bingfan into a taxi. Where to? Su Bingfan didn't state the destination directly. Instead, he pulled out 200 yuan and handed it to the driver. Master, just follow my directions. It's not far. Seventh brother opened his mouth as if to say something but then hesitated, glancing at Su Bingfan before staying silent. Guided by Su Bingfan, the taxi drove for about 7 or 8 minutes before stopping in front of a hotel. Stop here, master. Su Bingfan patted seventh brother on the shoulder. Let's get out. You parked your car here? After stepping down, seventh brother reached for his phone again. But Su Bingfan reached out and caught his hand. Come on, follow me. It's dark tonight. Stay focused, or you might trip. The taxi hadn't driven off yet. The driver glanced thoughtfully at the hotel logo above, then at the 2 grown men holding hands. Seventh brother awkwardly tried to pull his hand back. I can walk myself. Stop dragging me like this. It'll give people the wrong idea. At this hour? Who cares about misunderstandings? Su Bingfan didn't let go. Instead, he gave a slight tug, pulling seventh brother closer into his embrace. In this strangely intimate posture, they entered the hotel. Seventh brother could even hear the soft click of the taxi driver discreetly taking a photo behind them. Yet Su Bingfan strolled inside as if nothing was amiss, passing through the lobby under the attentive gaze of the front desk clerk, exiting through the back door, turning into a nearby residential compound. Only then did seventh brother see the Jeep Wrangler Su Bingfan had driven earlier. He chuckled. Man, you've got some serious secrecy skills. So mysterious. Been watching too many cop and robber movies? You pulling tricks like this even with your own brother? Su Bingfan faintly curled his lips, pointing at the dark pile of items in the trunk. Learned it from fourth brother. The things in the car aren't ordinary, so I figured I'd keep them somewhere safest. This place has cameras all around. No thief would dare touch it. Then he patted seventh brother's shoulder. Come on, get in. Don't keep fourth brother waiting. After getting in the car, Su Bingfan asked, so where are we headed now? Seventh brother thought for a moment, then said, let me drive this time? Why didn't you say so earlier? Without another word, Su Bingfan unbuckled his seatbelt, got out, and switched seats with seventh brother. Slowly starting the engine, seventh brother drove toward the outskirts beyond the 3rd ring road, chatting with Su Bingfan as he drove. Su Bingfan, you're a college guy, and me, I barely scraped through 9 years of compulsory education. How exactly did we end up friends? Have you forgotten our childhood? Su Bingfan gazed out the window, speaking quietly. Even if you have, I never will. You're my brother. Aside from teacher Hao, you were the kindest person in my life. A shadow flickered in seventh brother's eyes, but he remained silent. Su Bingfan, however, kept talking. Back then, I was irresponsible, lost in frivolities. You were the one who pulled me back from the edge. That's how I even got the chance to go to college. When others insulted me, calling me a parentless brat, you chased them off, slapped my shoulder, and said, don't be afraid. From now on, I'm your real brother. As long as I'm here, no one will ever bully you. On the way to and from school, it was always you walking behind me, making sure those bullies never dared harass me. When you saw me get into college, when you saw me doing well, you were happier than anyone. But you always stayed cautiously by my side, afraid of disturbing the peace of my life. Suddenly, Su Bingfan turned to face him, staring straight into seventh brother's eyes, and asked firmly, so, seventh brother, when exactly did you start getting involved with Musiki? And when did you decide to choose a woman over your brother? A flash of panic crossed seventh brother's eyes. He tried to argue. What the hell are you talking about? I heard your call to Musiki just now. I wish my ears weren't so sharp. Then I wouldn't have known my own brother betrayed me. For the first time, Su Bingfan regretted having such sharp hearing. If not for that, he wouldn't have discovered that the brother he trusted most was also one of Musiki's devoted followers. And now, this very brother was willing to betray years of brotherhood for a woman like Musiki. For a brief moment, Su Bingfan suddenly understood why the endings of Grimm's fairy tales often went like this. The old soldier kills everyone in the city, then becomes king himself. When someone is betrayed by the person they trusted most, perhaps the most satisfying revenge truly is just that, erasing everyone who betrayed you, as if the betrayal had never happened at all. Just as he now faced seventh brother. Seventh brother's expression shifted again and again, then suddenly calmed. He grinned crookedly, chuckling. Chapter 46, you shouldn't have harmed her. Since you've already heard everything, I won't bother denying it. That's right, it was me who told Chi-Chi to steal your car. Never expected you'd be this crafty though, leaving nothing inside. But it doesn't matter. Once I drop you off later, you can figure out how to get back to the city yourself. I'll use the money you gave us to take Chi-Chi for plastic surgery. After all, it's your fault. You should make up for what you've done. Lao Chi's eyes burned with deep hatred. Su Bingfan, Chi-Chi is a good girl. You shouldn't have treated her like this. A good girl. Su Bingfan laughed as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world, his back molars showing. Oh Lao Chi, have you ever even seen what a good girl looks like? Is that why you fell for Musiki so completely? Su Bingfan wiped the tears from laughing and asked. She's nothing but a gold digger who'd do anything for money, who'd sacrifice everything for it. She has no heart at all. She's just a professional fisherwoman. As long as you're useful to her, you stay in her pond. The moment you're not, you're worth less than dog shit. Su Bingfan wasn't just insulting Lao Chi, he was cursing his past self too. You're full of crap. Lao Chi shot back while driving, yelling at Su Bingfan. What the hell do you know? You don't know anything. Chi has her reasons. His voice choked slightly. Su Bingfan, you only remember that during high school, I walked with you to and from school every day, and often sat on your school's playground to scare away those bullies. But did you ever stop to think how an outsider like me managed to enter your strictly guarded school? Su Bingfan froze, murmuring, didn't you say some senior who graduated gave you his uniform? That uniform never came from any graduate. Lao Chi sneered bitterly. I barely studied in junior high. How would I know a senior from a key high school? Su Bingfan, you're too naive. In truth, I snuck in by climbing over the wall every time. I was afraid those bullies would corner you in the restroom again. But once, the security guards caught me and threatened to hand me over to the police, claiming bikes had been disappearing around school lately, and they suspected me as the thief. It was Chi who stepped in, carrying a set of school clothes, telling them I was actually a student in your class. Only my uniform got dirty, so she was helping me clean it. When they wanted to bring me to your classroom to confront your homeroom teacher, it was Chi who pleaded and talked them down until they let me go. Su Bingfan, I know you like Chi since high school, but I loved her too. She's such a wonderful girl. What's wrong with more than one person caring for her? I always knew you shouldn't covet your friend's wife, so I never revealed my feelings for Chi. I quietly loved her all these years. I'm even more foolish than you. Unable to hold back, Su Bingfan asked. Lao Chi, earlier you asked me why a college student like me would become brothers with someone who barely finished 9 years of schooling. But have you ever thought about the same gap between you and Musiki? A college student, and someone with only a junior high diploma. Why would she choose you? What makes her look at you? I knew it. I always knew you looked down on me. You never truly saw me, Chi Tiansheng, as your brother. Lao Chi suddenly snapped, turning angrily. All along, you've treated us like tools to boost your own status. Why would she look at me? I've asked myself that too. In your eyes, I'm worthless, a pile of mud. But Chi said everyone has their shining moments, something to be proud of. I'm loyal and honest, patient and thoughtful toward her, things she's never felt with anyone else. That's why she loves me. She loves you, yet sleeps with Lu Xiaoqiu? Su Bingfan mocked. Lao Chi, I really didn't realize you were such a love-struck fool. You're the damn fool. You don't know what Chi-Chi's been through, nor how kind she's been to me. You only see her being with Lu Xiaoqiu for money. But have you ever tried to understand why she needs money so desperately? Her father has uremia. Do you know how expensive uremia treatment is? You know absolutely nothing. You just throw insults. If it weren't for her father's medical bills, do you really think a decent girl like Chi would willingly degrade herself like this? Lao Chi broke down, his voice cracking. Damn it. I only blame myself for being powerless. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to suffer like this. Su Bingfan stared at his brother, so familiar, yet so foreign, and said each word with deliberate clarity. But all I know is, when Grandma was sick, it was me who stayed by your side in the hospital. Musiki never showed up once. Bullshit. You were always there in the hospital. How could she possibly come? Should she tell you straight to your face that the man she truly loves is your own brother? Su Bingfan was stunned. He had no words left to reason with this fool of a brother. How could Lao Chi possibly believe that a woman like Musiki actually had a heart? Lao Chi, wake up. Do you really think she's fishing just to pay for her father's medical treatment? But have you even seen her father? Does he look like someone dying from uremia? If she really only needed money for his surgery, why does she wear so many designer clothes? One single bag she owns could cover 2 rounds of dialysis treatment. You don't know crap. That's her disguise at work. She dresses like that because she's afraid of being harassed by dirty old men if she looks too plain. Musiki is just protecting herself. What's wrong with that? Fine. You're right. She's right. The only one who's wrong is me. Su Bingfan gave up. He closed his eyes and massaged his tense temples. This fool of a brother, there was no saving him. But Lao Chi didn't catch the sarcasm in Su Bingfan's voice. Instead, he climbed right onto the pole and kept ranting. Damn right it's your fault. You're filthy rich. Why couldn't you just help Chi? She only needed 6 million to get her dad a kidney transplant. You had the means, but you stood by and did nothing. Not helping was already bad enough. But then you went and ruined her face. You bastard, picking on a woman. You're not even human. Lao Chi suddenly slammed the car to a halt, swiftly pulling out a spring-loaded knife from his waist and pressing it against Su Bingfan's throat. The cold metal sent a chill deep into Su Bingfan's bones. Lao Chi's voice trembled slightly, but his resolve was stronger than ever. Su Bingfan, I need money for Chi-Chi's father's kidney transplant and for her facial reconstruction. I'm not asking for much. I'll take half of today's gold. You can take the other half. Don't even think about calling the police. I know where you live. I know where Teacher Hao is. Listen well, Su Bingfan, forgive and forget. Give Chi a way out, and I'll give you one too. Su Bingfan gazed silently at Lao Chi, as if seeing him for the very first time, as if he'd never known this person before. Slowly, coldly, he scanned him from head to toe. Lao Chi grew uneasy under that gaze, but there was no turning back now. At this point, they could never be brothers again. He gritted his teeth and pushed the blade forward another inch, his voice icy. Su Bingfan, will you agree or not? Su Bingfan turned his face away, letting the sharp tip pierce his neck skin. A single drop of bright red blood welled up, vivid and shocking. Lao Chi's hand jerked. The knife nearly slipped from his grip. Lao Chi, no matter what, you've always been my brother. Back then, you'd take a knife for your brother. Today, even if you're plunging it into your brother for a woman, I won't hold it against you. Life is short. All I want to remember is the good you've done for me. Su Bingfan tugged at the corner of his mouth. The car is yours. Everything in it is yours. From this moment on, we go our separate ways. Take care, brother. Chapter 47. The apocalypse came early. Without waiting for Old Seven to react, Su Bingfan turned and jumped out of the car the moment he finished speaking. His steps quickened gradually, until eventually he was sprinting at level 6 speed, rushing all the way onto the main road and continuing forward without pause. Passing vehicles could only feel a gust of wind. They never caught sight of Su Bingfan's figure. Kiduzi whispered to Oscar inside the space. Hey, should I tell the host he's running in the wrong direction? His home is on the other side. Forget it. Don't interrupt him yet. Let him keep running for a while. Let the wind dry his tears. Then he won't feel the pain of betrayal by a brother. Damn you too, shut up. I'm just in a hurry to pee and get home. Su Bingfan shouted furiously, but still didn't change direction, continuing his aimless dash. By now, Old Seven must have noticed the car was completely empty, with nothing in the trunk but 2 large boulders Su Bingfan had impulsively thrown in earlier. Since they'd already broken ties today, Old Seven's path was no longer viable. The remaining gold would likely never find its way to market. And after what happened today, Old Seven might go all in, refusing to give up until he achieved his goal. Kiduzi, didn't you say that once I reached level 6, I could move my house into the space? That's right, host. You can store your house in the space now. If you'd like, you can even place it inside the shelter. Oscar quickly chimed in. But master, I've designed a top-tier, luxurious, and ultra-comfortable villa for you inside the shelter. Are you sure you still want to live in your old cramped house? I'll live in both. Su Bingfan finally stopped, collapsing onto a stone bench by the roadside, gasping heavily as he asked, Oscar, if I move into the shelter now, will it interfere with your construction? Not at all. At least the level you'll be living in is already fully furnished. However, Oscar pulled out a map from behind his back. Master, I suggest you use tonight to empty out the machinery from the few factories I've marked here. These are all machines we can make good use of. You want me to become a burglar? Su Bingfan gulped hard. This humble servant dares not. Stealing the machines wasn't the hard part, but what would the factories use to operate tomorrow? If there were no tools to work with, wouldn't the workers lose even their final month's wages? Then how could they afford to stock up on supplies? Su Bingfan's heart wasn't made of stone. He didn't want his own greed to bring more suffering and death upon others. Master, you can take the machines and leave gold bricks behind. Oscar explained patiently. With gold bricks, they can buy new machines or use the money to pay wages. Isn't that the perfect solution? And you'll leave the gold right in the factory. No corrupt officials can steal it, right? Right. Su Bingfan found this logic sound and accepted the map Oscar handed over, ready to act. Sigh, too bad I lost both my cars. Am I supposed to run there tonight? Master, your junker is right here. Oscar pointed at a blue dot on the map. Musique thought it was too shabby, so she dumped it just a short drive away. Su Bingfan. Well, thanks to her then. The car was parked less than 3 kilometers away. Su Bingfan reached it in under a minute at full sprint. Luckily, the tank was full. Su Bingfan floored the accelerator and sped through the night, experiencing not only the thrill of being a phantom thief, but also the unique excitement of being chased and snapped at by stray yellow dogs. It wasn't until just before dawn that Su Bingfan completed every task marked on the map. Oscar was ecstatic, nearly grinning ear to ear. With these machines and raw materials, he could finally build the post-apocalyptic empire he dreamed of. Exhausted from the entire night's work, Su Bingfan now only wanted a hot bath and a long sleep. But suddenly, the Geiger counter he carried beeped urgently. Su Bingfan jolted upright, pulling out the device. The reading had already reached 0.45 microsieverts. What the hell is going on? News alerts kept popping up on his phone. He tapped one open and saw reports flooding in. Over the past 24 hours, bizarre events had erupted across the globe. Entire seas suddenly surfaced with massive swarms of jellyfish. Jellyfish that were black, yet shimmering with iridescent colors. On certain beaches, dozens of whales had stranded themselves, as if something terrifying in the water had driven them ashore. Fishermen hauled up mantis shrimps covered head to tail in tumors. Others caught fish with 2 mouths. Especially in cities previously ravaged by typhoons, large numbers of people began developing strange skin diseases, swollen red rashes that burst into pus at the slightest touch. Then came the orange rainstorm warning and various geological disaster alerts from the weather forecast. Su Bingfan opened the weather app. Yesterday there had been rain predicted for just 1 day, but now it showed continuous rain for the next 15 days. Shit, the apocalypse really came early. Su Bingfan immediately activated Transfer Lesion, shifting the illness from Meng Xiaoqian onto Lu Xiaoqiu, and transferring Grandma Qi's condition to a well-known corrupt official, then sped off in his car towards Central Hospital. Under Su Bingfan's influence, Meng Xiaoqian unusually stayed calm, allowing Teacher Hao a rare moment to rest. When Su Bingfan arrived at the hospital, Teacher Hao was dozing on the sofa with her eyes closed. Su Bingfan let out a sigh of relief. With both of them asleep, things would be easier. No need for more explanations. Chapter 48 Breaking Through Again, Advancement. Under Siduizi's guidance, Su Bingfan waved his hand and brought the 2 people into the space. Oscar, is the sanatorium at the shelter ready yet? Report, Master. Just a little bit more time. I still need at least 1 hour. Then take Teacher Hao and Meng Xiaoqian to my villa first. Find a way to keep them asleep for now. I'll do my best. Oscar took a deep breath and pulled out a stick of sleeping incense from his chest pocket. Fortunately, he had read a few ancient novels recently. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to accomplish today's task. Su Bingfan thought for a moment, then quickly drove back to the residential complex. Seduizi, what should I do to bring my house into the space? Master, all you need to do is run to your front door, place your hand on it, and use your mental power to move the entire house into the space. From the outside, your door will still appear exactly as before. No one will ever notice the house has been relocated. Su Bingfan sped toward the neighborhood, first rushing to Teacher House Place. He placed his hand on the door, and under Seduizi's instructions, used his mind to transport Teacher House into the space. Oscar, added to community construction, put Teacher House inside later. Understood. Su Bingfan then sprinted back to his own apartment. Stepping out of the elevator, he stretched his arms forward, but before his fingertips could touch the door, a heavy iron fist suddenly swung straight at him. Instinctively dodging aside, Su Bingfan silently thanked his improved physical conditioning. Otherwise, that punch would have shattered his nose bone. But the attacker didn't stop. Missing once, he launched into a furious barrage of punches aimed wildly at Su Bingfan. Unwilling to reveal his superhuman reflexes, Su Bingfan could only leap and dodge frantically while shouting curses. Old 7, are you crazy? You gonna keep this up? Old 7 couldn't land a single hit. Enraged, his eyes turned red and he panted heavily like a defeated fighting bull. Su Bingfan, you tricked me. There was nothing behind that car. Give me the money. Now Su Bingfan got angry too. Seizing an opening when Old 7 let down his guard, he lunged forward with a solid punch. His fist was far harder than Old 7's. His jaw went numb instantly, and his body flew backward, flipping midair before crashing onto the ground with a thud, vision blurring from the impact. Qi Tiansheng, use your brain for once. For old time's sake as brothers, don't say I didn't warn you. Go sell that car right now, buy food with every cent you get, stockpile as much as possible, or else you'll regret it someday. Rubbing his sore jaw and ringing skull, Old 7 staggered slowly to his feet, dazed. Su Bingfan, for old time's sake, don't blame me if I don't warn you. Don't expect peace from me again if you refuse to help Chi-Chi. You're truly hopeless. Su Bingfan sneered, done dealing with love-blinded fools. While Old 7 was still struggling upright, he quietly slipped both hands behind his back against his apartment door and activated his mental command, pulling the house into his space. Old 7, open your eyes and use your head. Check the news on your phone. Japan released contaminated water early, triggering worldwide changes in oceans and climate. If you don't stock up soon and keep whining over some woman instead, both you and Grandma will starve. With that, Su Bingfan turned and walked away without looking back. The punch he'd thrown moments ago had been carefully restrained, only using level 1 strength. Had he used full force, Old 7's skull would be fractured by now. Even so, Old 7 likely suffered mild concussion, barely able to stand straight. Yet just as Su Bingfan stepped one foot into the elevator, the other leg was suddenly grabbed. Unable to stand, Old 7 dropped to his knees, clinging tightly to Su Bingfan's thigh, voice softening. Brother, I'm begging you, help Chi-Chi. She cared so much about her looks. Now her face is ruined. Are you pushing her to suicide? And her father? Qi Tiansheng. Su Bingfan cut him off sharply, coldly. Let me beg you. The situation is grim, seriously grim. If you still care about Grandma, or even about saving your precious Musiki, then run to the second-hand market, sell that Wrangler, buy food, hoard everything you can. Otherwise, you will regret it. He yanked his leg free, tore the hands away, and stepped into the elevator without glancing back. The doors closed slowly, separating two lifelong brothers forever. In Old 7's eyes burned defiance and resentment, but not regret, nor longing. Su Bingfan knew there were no longer any brothers left between them. Seduizi sensed his master's sorrow, but still chimed in cautiously. Master, it's 9 o'clock. Shouldn't you withdraw your funds now? Right. Withdrawal. Su Bingfan let out a sigh, pulled out his phone, and withdrew all the money from the stock market, then continued moving through various supermarkets and wholesale markets with this large sum of cash. The rumble of thunder grew louder and more intense, and the air was thick with the shing smell of damp earth. Su Bingfan kept his eyes fixed on the Geiger counter. The reading had already reached 0.48 microsieverts. Once it crossed 0.5, it would become dangerous for the human body. Seduizi was extremely nervous too. Master, maybe we should stop buying stuff? Let's hurry back to the shelter. Survival comes first. Just a bit more. When the number hits 0.5, we'll teleport through the space. Su Bingfan's mind was under extreme tension, his physical stamina constantly strained. Without even realizing it, he had broken through to level 7. Master, you've advanced again. Seduizi wobbled out from the space, now taking the solid form of a bulldog. Master, as you advance, I advance too. If you'd like, I can even serve as your mount now. Mount is unnecessary, just help me with the shopping. Su Bingfan was practically grabbing half the items in the supermarket, stuffing everything he could into the space as he passed by. But now, at the wholesale market, Su Bingfan hesitated to just take goods from small vendors. With Seduizi around, he negotiated quantities and prices with shop owners, paid them, then let Seduizi stay behind to supervise loading while he rushed off to the next store. Although Seduizi now looked like a dog, everyone knew dogs were reliable creatures, and no one dared to cheat him. Using this method, Su Bingfan snatched up another batch of rice, flour, oil, and seasonings at the wholesale market. Suddenly, the alarm on the Geiger counter escalated once more. Su Bingfan glanced at the reading. It had hit 0.5 microsieverts. Seduizi, let's go. Su Bingfan didn't care anymore about hiding his superhuman abilities. Like an ancient martial arts hero using Qigong, he swiftly packed all the purchased goods into the space, pulling both himself and Seduizi inside in a flash. To people in the market, it was just a blur. They couldn't see what exactly happened. Since Su Bingfan had paid up front, no one bothered questioning the sudden disappearance of the man and his shopping cart. This was Su Bingfan's first flash teleportation. Fortunately, Seduizi had also evolved. He transformed the moment he entered the space into a Qilin beast with wings, carrying Su Bingfan through a bright white gateway, instantly arriving at the shelter. On the other side of the gate, Oscar stood respectfully waiting. Seeing Su Bingfan arrive, he smiled and bowed slightly. "Lord, welcome back to your sanctuary estate." Chapter 49, A Pleasing Sight. Su Bingfan's eyes lit up, truly lit up. The shelter was now electrified, and the lighting system Oscar had installed on every level glowed with a natural, sun-like warmth. Thousands of modified robots worked in orderly fashion, each attending to their designated tasks. As Oscar led Su Bingfan forward, he explained, "The materials you previously delivered for constructing the solar power station have all been assembled and installed on the dome of the shelter. Even on overcast or rainy days, our station will continue absorbing energy without any issues. Thanks to the clear weather these past few days, our solar station has already stored enough electricity to power the entire shelter for 2 years. So you needn't worry at all about future storms." All lighting inside the shelter mimics natural light sources, not just sunlight, but also starlight, moonlight, and even clouds. Living here, you'll never feel enclosed or isolated. I've also made thorough preparations for the ventilation system. The air within the shelter runs through a full-time purification process, and we have a simulated breeze system that replicates outdoor winds. If outside air is needed, it passes through 360 purification stages before entering, ensuring not a single impurity contaminates the interior environment. Su Bingfan looked around wide-eyed, as if seeing civilization for the first time, weaving through the bustling robots alongside Oscar. "I've converted all robot power sources to solar energy, and each robot contains a high-capacity battery within its body. That means they don't require rest and can work non-stop, 24 hours a day. I've differentiated them by job type through various uniforms. For example, the robots in green overalls you see here are responsible for the plantation. Those in yellow handle infrastructure, and the ones in white take care of your daily needs, among others." Oscar guided Su Bingfan through the plantation. The soil had evolved into highly fertile black earth, meticulously divided and planted with various crops. This upgraded black soil no longer required fertilization. Robots in green overalls merely inserted their fingers into the ground to automatically monitor soil temperature and humidity. Beside the plantation stood a hill covered with fruit trees and tea plants. A waterfall cascaded from the peak, turning stagnant water into flowing streams. At the foot of the hill lay a large pond teeming with aquatic plants, fish, shrimp, and more. This is our artificial lake, home to various freshwater species. One level below is an artificial sea housing all the fresh seafood you've collected recently. Poultry and livestock are housed on the next lower level. This arrangement allows animals to roam freely, improving meat quality while preventing them from trampling the crops. Su Bingfan nodded in satisfaction. Free-range pigs sold for dozens of yuan per kilo outside, with premium ones reaching over 100. Now he could enjoy them for free. How delightful. To possess his own land, mountains, and waters in this post-apocalyptic world, even thinking about it made Su Bingfan giddy with happiness. Led by Oscar, Su Bingfan reached the foot of the hill, where he discovered a concealed elevator. Riding it down to the artificial sea level, Su Bingfan nearly backed away the moment the door opened. The number of animals here created quite a pungent odor. Oscar quickly shut the elevator door and gestured for Su Bingfan to look through the glass. Turquoise waves shimmered gently, with fish leaping occasionally. Inside swam the beluga whales and dolphins Su Bingfan had just acquired from the zoo last night, along with seals, sea lions, walruses, and other creatures. Suddenly, Su Bingfan remembered something. "Where did you put the giant pandas?" Oscar pointed toward 2 small islands in the middle of the sea. "Predators like tigers and lions are on the left island. The pandas are on the right one. Their living environments are set up exactly as in zoos, complete with fresh bamboo shoots and fruits daily. If you'd like to visit, you can take a helicopter there." He pointed to a courtyard beside the elevator. "That's the helipad. The helicopter has been modified. It doesn't run on fuel, but on solar power, eliminating pollution concerns. I've also upgraded the control system. Flying it is now as simple as driving an automatic car. You can pilot it yourself and tour the area whenever you like." "Excellent, excellent. Very thoughtful planning," Su Bingfan said, pointing at the seabirds flying overhead. "Where did these birds come from?" "I caught them myself," Oscar replied modestly. "You're far too busy, so I dispatched several robots to capture a variety of wildlife. This maintains biodiversity and ensures ecological balance here." "Excellent, excellent. You've thought of everything." Su Bingfan was growing more and more satisfied with his capable steward. Then another question came to mind. He pointed at a robot outside wearing black overalls and sweeping the ground. "These animals eat and defecate. What do you do about all the manure?" "You needn't worry about that at all," Oscar explained. "Aside from a small portion released into the artificial sea to enrich the marine environment with essential microbes, we collect the vast majority of the waste. Since the black soil in the plantation doesn't require fertilizer, I've built a biogas power station on the lowest level. Not only does it process animal excrement, but in the future, your own waste will also be channeled through pipes into fermentation tanks to generate new energy. The entire waste management process is fully automated. Given the current biological load, the biogas plant requires about 9 tons of manure intake daily, producing 500 cubic meters of biogas, generating 1,080 kilowatt-hours of electricity, yielding 8 tons of liquid digestate, and 1 ton of solid residue. The solid residue can be turned into organic solid fertilizer, while the liquid digestate can be used for growing fruits and vegetables on the hillsides. Even if we produce more fertilizer than we need, nothing will go to waste. I've designated special storage areas. Once the external storms cease, we can dispatch robot teams to deliver these resources outside. Chapter 50, Luxury Villa District. Let the robot at first purify the soil and water sources on the surrounding mountains, then use these fertilizers to nourish the nearby forests, thereby cultivating a new ecological environment. Brilliant. Su Bingfan was extremely satisfied. Oscar pointed downward. The biogas power station is 1 level below this. You'd better not visit it. It smells even worse than this floor. Then let's go up instead. 1 level above was the machinery factory, where Oscar manufactured various robots and construction decoration materials. The robots also have shifts. Every half-month, they return to the factory for maintenance to ensure they work in optimal condition. Of course, their maintenance schedules are staggered, which guarantees the normal operation of our shelter. Another level up turned out to be a military base, complete with aircraft, artillery, and various combat robots built by Oscar. These were things Su Bingfan had only seen before in Marvel animations. Now they all belonged to him. Su Bingfan was so delighted he could barely contain himself. Oscar, you're absolutely amazing. With your arms factory, I don't need to buy anything from the Points Mall anymore. Oscar modestly replied. You should still purchase what's necessary. At the very least, I can't produce nuclear weapons. We're lacking the raw materials. Thinking of that tempting Tsar Bomba, Su Bingfan couldn't help but swallow hard. Once the shelter reached top-tier construction, his points would be enough to claim that Tsar Bomba. Above that were various industrial and chemical plants, completely isolated from the residential areas. One more level up led to the recreation zone. Here stood shopping malls, parks, movie theaters, and even a supermarket. Although everything here belongs to you, how could life be complete without the joy of shopping? Oscar explained. Su Bingfan scratched his nose, thinking to himself that Oscar was indeed just a robot. He still didn't understand men's hearts. For women, the ritual of shopping mattered greatly, but for men, as long as Earth wasn't exploding, with sufficient supplies, they could stay in bed forever. Yet what moved Su Bingfan most was that the interior design here perfectly mirrored the city he once lived in, enhanced with many high-end, advanced facilities. This gave him both a sense of home and the pleasure of being master of his own domain. Suddenly an idea struck Su Bingfan. The shelter's single-floor area is about 50,000 square meters, so Oscar, you. Yes, Oscar said, raising a finger to indicate the surroundings. The prototype of this entire level is based on your hometown city. I've also placed your room and Teacher Hao's room on this floor. But don't worry, only robots move around here now. To prevent suspicion from Teacher Hao, I've simply equipped the robots on this floor with realistic human skin masks. Human skin masks? A new thought occurred to Su Bingfan. Can you give faces like that to the robots downstairs too? Honestly, those mechanical faces are kind of ugly. Oscar's eyes flickered, replying meaningfully. Master, I can indeed create skin masks to change their faces. However, I'm not an artist. I require prototypes for every creation. If you can provide references, I can modify their appearances accordingly. Su Bingfan immediately pulled out photos of Sora Aoi and Mizuki Lola from his phone. Make them look exactly like these. Oscar twitched his lips slightly. Master, one beautiful woman is pleasing to the eye, but if an entire room is filled with identical beauties like these, don't you think it'd be rather creepy? Su Bingfan actually paused to seriously consider this question. After a moment, he shook his head. Forget it. Leave them as they are. After touring the recreation zone, the next level up was Su Bingfan's luxury villa district. This was Su Bingfan's personal leisure sanctuary. Master, this floor is quite expansive. Please come along and ride the sightseeing vehicle with me. Oscar waved his hand, and an autonomous white sightseeing car drove over. Though retaining the outer appearance of a standard tourist vehicle, the interior resembled more of a luxurious business sedan, complete with a refrigerator, thermal container, genuine leather seats, and fully automatic sunshading features. Su Bingfan climbed into the vehicle, and Oscar courteously poured him a glass of red wine from the onboard fridge, then brought out a platter of mixed nuts and another plate of fresh fruit cocktail. Please enjoy yourself at your leisure, Master. Everything here is fully automated. Whatever you need, simply state your request aloud. For example, right now, Oscar demonstrated by instructing the vehicle. Take Master on a tour of this floor at a steady pace. The sightseeing car smoothly started up and began slowly circling the level with Su Bingfan aboard. Oscar had designed this floor with exceptional attention to detail. The villa's exterior drew inspiration from ancient Greek temple elements, while incorporating Pollock-style aesthetics, making the entire structure appear majestic and solemn. In the distance, several robots dressed in maid uniforms could be seen working. Since they were designated for close personal service, Oscar had specially equipped them all with realistic human skin masks. Su Bingfan gazed thoughtfully as Qingxia and Manyu wiped the windows of his villa. Joey and Mimi cleaned the porch. Fogg and Hualei trimmed the lawn, while Dasa gracefully tended to the flowers. A lush green belt surrounded the villa, dividing the area into separate zones. On the emerald lawn, small squirrels and white rabbits could occasionally be spotted hopping around. Su Bingfan even noticed 2 black and white border collies. And on a nearby shrub branch, a ragdoll cat lazily flicked its tail in leisure. These dogs and cats, Oscar chuckled mischievously, scratching his head. I brought all these animals back from pet stores. Don't worry, master. They've all been vaccinated. Su Bingfan looked surprised, so Oscar quickly added, you'd be so lonely living alone in such a huge villa district. Having these little pets around will bring you more joy in the days ahead. Besides, you know what the apocalypse was like in your past life. Without me rescuing them, they'd have no choice but to die. As he spoke, Oscar suddenly pulled out a frisbee from behind his back. And if there weren't any dogs, who would play this with you, right? Su Bingfan raised an eyebrow but said nothing, silently accepting Oscar's decision. Besides lawns and gardens, there was actually a horse riding arena. The horses kept here were tall, strong, and well-fed, but that wasn't even the most shocking part. Su Bingfan stared in disbelief as Zhan and Eba bathed his horses, while silver-haired Shangliu handled feeding them. Oscar, you really don't hold back, do you? Su Bingfan felt lucky that he was the only real human living here. If there had been even one woman around, she'd have strangled him and eloped with the stable boys. Adjacent to the riding arena were also a shooting range, archery field, rock climbing zone, and a racetrack. Su Bingfan glanced thoughtfully at the high-end sports cars parked on the track and pointed at them, asking Oscar, these cars? Oscar blushed slightly. I sent the robots to borrow them from the Auto City. Anyway, they wouldn't have survived the acid rain. Better that I save them and put them to good use. Su Bingfan massaged his temples and muttered, if you're already enjoying playing highway robber, why not just rob a bank next time? Crime is something we absolutely cannot do, Oscar declared sternly. However, I did retrieve the 100 gene of gold you sold to Lao Si. Also, the only 2 real guns stored in his warehouse, plus a pack of explosives. They're now all inside your storage space. Su Bingfan. Name. Chapter 51, Utmost Luxury. Trying to guard against being double-crossed, he never expected to become the double-crosser himself. For a moment, Su Bingfan's emotions churned wildly. As for Che Duzi, the moment he spotted the racetrack, he could no longer contain himself. After giving Su Bingfan a quick greeting, he transformed into a young calf and darted off to race and frolic with the horses. After touring the entire villa section, Su Bingfan decided to check out the interior of the main residence. Oscar accompanied him, and wherever they passed, every servant bowed respectfully to Su Bingfan. Master of the estate, good day. Seeing these familiar faces, Su Bingfan couldn't deny that, at this very moment, his heart swelled with pride. Looking back at Oscar's polite, deferential expression, he found it somewhat dull and insipid. Oscar raised an eyebrow, seemingly oblivious to the disdain in Su Bingfan's eyes, and continued leading him through the villa. The entire mansion was nothing short of extravagantly luxurious. The floor was paved with meticulously polished colored tiles. Oscar explained, these are low-grade agate. There happens to be an agate mountain right beside the shelter. The whole mountain is made of agate, though the quality isn't great, so I had it ground and used as flooring. He then pointed toward the colorful glass windows in the living room. These are also made from agate, ground thin so they let in light while adding aesthetic value. Su Bingfan quickly propped up his chin with his hand, lest his jaw drop open in shock. This kind of treatment, surely even ancient emperors hadn't enjoyed anything like it? There's also this set of 12-panel rosewood screens carved with the Fulu show patterns. Oscar gestured toward the divider, separating the living room from the dining area. That one's pretty ordinary. I snatched it from some collector's backyard. Besides that, all the appliances had been acquired last night by Oscar's robot squad from high-end luxury stores. Each piece of furniture worth tens, or even hundreds of thousands. As for the furnishings, he'd taken the finest, most expensive pieces he could obtain from collector's storage vaults. Besides what's displayed here, there's also an enormous underground storage chamber full of treasures. Since these are cultural relics, we naturally need to preserve them properly. Su Bingfan ran his hand along his white marble hot spring pool, watching the 12 animal head statues surrounding its edge spout water. A sigh welled up inside him. Were a group of simply dressed little palace maids to attend his bath now, he might well become the next King Zhou who drowned in wine pools and forests of hanging flesh. No exaggeration. If not for the need to visit Teacher Hao, Su Bingfan could easily spend the rest of his life in this villa. It housed his private gym, fully equipped with workout machines calibrated precisely to physical enhancement standards. Here, Su Bingfan could continue improving his strength and stamina. There was also his personal bar, brimming with a dazzling array of alcoholic drinks. Oscar even demonstrated his skill by mixing a vibrant colored cocktail. In addition, a massive private 3D dome cinema stood ready. While Su Bingfan toured, Oscar secretly played a clip of a megalodon shark attack. The overwhelming pressure hit Su Bingfan instantly. He gasped, suffocated by the intensity, and fled the screening room in terror. Every floor contained a bedroom reserved for him, each fitted with different kinds of beds: waterbed, Simmons mattress, Chinese ornamental bed, wicker bed, even a noblewoman's couch and princess bed. One entire floor had been converted into a vast entertainment zone, filled with giant arcade machines, Street Fighter, King of Fighters, you name it. To Su Bingfan's astonishment, he even unearthed a vintage Super Nintendo console complete with classic game cartridges. Su Bingfan was thoroughly delighted with everything about the villa, until he reached the office area. The spacious study was furnished with solid wood furniture and plush leather chairs, laid out exactly like a corporate executive suite. Beyond the wide floor-to-ceiling window lay Su Bingfan's horse ranch, Che Duzi still romping wildly among the foals. Oscar pointed to a button nearby and said, "Master, if you're not comfortable with this view, just press here." Curious, Su Bingfan pressed the button. Instantly, the outdoor scenery shifted to the bustling traffic and urban chaos of modern society. complete with gridlocked cars and furious drivers shouting in road rage. He hastily pressed the button again, restoring the original view. He'd much rather watch Jay Doozy torment the young horses than be thrown back into that wage-slave world. Oscar, why did you install this? Do you expect me to work while I'm relaxing in my own shelter? Not at all, Oscar replied considerately. We set up this office mainly because we didn't want you to feel idle or bored here. Secondly, this room also serves as the central control hub for the entire shelter. Oscar taught Su Bingfan how to use the programs on the computer. The wall before him split apart, revealing over 100 monitors. From here, you can monitor every corner of the shelter, including live footage sent back by our drones outside. However, to make checking surveillance easier, I've already packaged the relevant software into an app installed on your phone. Su Bingfan pulled out his phone and indeed found the corresponding footage inside. Awesome, Su Bingfan exclaimed, punching the air excitedly, then asked in confusion. But if that's the case, why bother setting up an office for me? This is entirely to cater to your personal interests, Oscar said, waving his hand. The computer automatically switched to Drive E, which contains Su Bingfan's treasured collection of action films accumulated over the years. Oscar had even thoughtfully organized subfolders by country, number of people involved, and participating environments. Ahem. Su Bingfan coughed awkwardly. That really wasn't necessary. Food and sex are human nature. Perfectly normal, Oscar replied understandingly. You'll be living in this shelter for a long time. And even after you eventually leave, the outside humans might have undergone genetic mutations due to radiation. That's why I've specially arranged a robotic girlfriend for you, complete with fully realistic tactile sensations. Chapter 52. Acid Rain Approaches. Su Bingfan immediately waved his hands. No need. I already have cats and dogs. I'm more than happy. At the thought of doing that with a cold machine, Su Bingfan shuddered inwardly. Oh, fine then. Oscar deliberately sighed. Then I'll just assign Liba to scrub toilets. What a pity though, her simulation design is absolutely perfect. She even maintains a body temperature of 36.5 degrees Celsius and a heartbeat of 72 beats per minute. Liba will do. Su Bingfan instantly brightened up. The apocalypse is still long ahead. You really think things through. He grinned like an idiot. It was Liba after all. Even if he couldn't touch her, just having her smile at him every day would be wonderful. Oscar nodded contentedly, checked his watch, and reminded him. Your first date with Miss Liba is tonight at 7 o'clock. You have 5 hours left for preparation. No rush. Su Bingfan casually waved his hand. Liba was definitely going to be his girlfriend anyway, so what did 1 or 2 days matter? Still, he felt puzzled. The shelter had been built so perfectly. Why hadn't Mission 3 been completed yet? Eyeing the sky suspiciously, Su Bingfan said to Oscar. Oscar, I'm planning to continue touring the upper floors. There's nothing much to see upstairs, Oscar evaded, looking elsewhere. The top floor has the solar power station. The second level houses the air purification system and 5G base station, plus water purification plants and various other minor factories. You should really focus on preparing for your evening with Miss Liba. Oscar, Su Bingfan raised his voice slightly. If I recall correctly, doesn't my shelter have over a dozen floors? Precisely speaking, 15 floors. Counting on his fingers, Su Bingfan calculated aloud. I've already toured 8. Add those 2 you said were not worth seeing. Doesn't that leave another 5 floors I haven't seen yet? Oscar grew even more awkward, rubbing his hands in embarrassment. Master, the other 5 floors, they're still unfinished shells. Su Bingfan rolled his eyes dramatically. No wonder Mission 3 wasn't complete. He still had a third of construction left. Still, in just a few short days, Oscar had already solved the most basic living necessities. That alone satisfied Su Bingfan. Alright then, just hurry up with the remaining 5 floors. I'm not in any particular rush. Su Bingfan opened his phone. On DY, videos of torrential rain flooded the screen. Headlines across the country reported sudden downpours in most major cities, with urban drainage systems failing and subways and underground parking garages flooding rapidly. In the videos, howling winds bent trees sideways. Many people were stranded on roads by the storm, unable to move forward as the gales forced them to drift helplessly wherever the wind blew. Some tried huddling together for warmth and stability, hoping their combined weight could resist the wind, but ended up being blown into the water as a group. Billboards flew through the air like kites, crashing down onto cars and pedestrians before anyone could react. Even vehicles parked on the ground were swept away by the wind, drifting further and further on rising floodwaters. Su Bingfan quickly opened the surveillance feed. The external cameras showed only dense darkness, obscured by tree branches. He couldn't make out much, but judging by the relentless barrage of raindrops on the lenses, the rainfall in the mountains wasn't lighter than in the city. In fact, it was even heavier. He opened Weibo. 7 of the top trending topics were typhoon, heavy rain, tsunami, dam breach, mudslide, and landslide. He searched international news next. Just as in his previous life, the torrential rains had swept across half the planet. Especially near the island nation, red acid rain had already appeared. Su Bingfan clenched his fist slightly. The disaster had come earlier, so the acid rain had come early too. Within half a month, the first mutated zombies would emerge. Last time, the zombies first appeared in the island nation. Back then, someone had proposed bombing the entire country, but the US strongly opposed it, calling such an act inhumane and a violation of human rights. Shortly afterward, the US itself experienced widespread zombification. By then, the only country capable of destroying both nations was Russia. But Russia was busy fighting its war with Ukraine and paid little attention to the outside world. Both countries even assumed their own military forces had successfully bombed each other's nuclear plants, causing radiation leaks. That's why Russia stayed silent about nuclear contamination from the beginning. And when they finally realized the radiation had nothing to do with their war, nuclear levels worldwide had already exceeded safe limits. Even with the Tsar Bomba, Russia could no longer turn back the tide. Su Bingfan tightened his fist. Oscar, have we launched our drones yet? Master, we can't launch drones in this kind of torrential rain. But I've installed a Geiger counter on the shelter's dome. Right now, the external radiation level has reached 120 microsieverts. The level in urban areas must be even higher. For safety, nothing from outside can enter the space until our purification robots finish their work. Su Bingfan's expression turned grave. He had checked the data before. Any reading above 20 microsieverts indicated an emergency. If a person received more than 250 millisieverts of radiation at once, irreversible damage would occur. Over 2 sieverts could be fatal, and beyond 6 sieverts without proper medical care meant 100% mortality. Although the current external radiation wasn't yet lethal, harmful substances in the acid rain were already corroding buildings and damaging human DNA. Su Bingfan sighed quietly. This disaster facing humanity still couldn't be avoided. In his previous life, the government had immediately distributed potassium iodide tablets for free upon detecting excessive radiation in rainwater. But these pills only helped block nuclear radiation to some extent. They offered no defense against genetic alterations caused by the acid rain. This rain was nature's retribution against decades of reckless pollution by humankind. Laden with massive amounts of mutating bacteria and various artificial pathogens leaked from that fortress-like biolab. These viruses were as vicious and brutal as the D-Rex predator super dinosaur from movies. More aggressive, faster spreading, quicker to mutate, and completely incurable. Everyone exposed to the rain inevitably developed various skin diseases, followed by high fever, nausea, and vomiting. At the time the acid rain struck, the world had just lifted mask mandates. Everyone assumed it was another mutation of the crown virus. It wasn't until the island nation experienced a large-scale zombie outbreak, and some regions domestically began reporting similar cases, that the authorities realized this wasn't a mutated crown virus after all. By then, however, it was far too late. In his last life, if Su Bingfan hadn't been such a homebody, so lazy and reluctant to go out, he probably wouldn't have survived either. Thinking back to those memories, Su Bingfan felt heavy-hearted once again. Oscar quickly interjected. There are still 4.5 hours until your date, Master. Would you like to get styled first? Su Bingfan forced a smile and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I'll just take a hot spring bath to relax. Immediately, Oscar attended to Su Bingfan, guiding him to the villa's onsen pool. The misty steam gradually eased Su Bingfan's tension. He closed his eyes, his consciousness slowly drifting away. Even the horses in the racetrack lost their energy, lying lazily on the grass, swishing their tails as they dozed off. And just as Su Bingfan drifted into sleep, the world outside was only beginning to witness the true onset of the first crisis. Chapter 53. Contradictions erupt. Modern people have long developed the habit of constantly checking their phones, and news from short videos is far more eye-catching than official media broadcasts on television. For some reason, people now prefer to believe what self-media says rather than accept polished, sanitized truths. While someone ducked into a nearby building to take shelter from the rain, bored while waiting, they opened a short video platform. Others, meanwhile, climbed over the firewall to browse foreign media websites. Suddenly, one person noticed a post on a foreign website that had already garnered tens of thousands of views and over 1,000 replies within just a few minutes. The poster's username was No to Golden Rice Meals, and the content read, Location, Island Nation. I'm a student studying abroad here. The entire country is being hit by red acid rain. And even scarier, my Geiger counter is about to go off the charts. Attached was a photo showing radiation levels reaching 800 microsieverts per hour. The comments below were even more shocking. Lost in mist not fog. Bro, why do you even have a Geiger counter? What the hell is going on in the island nation? No to Golden Rice Meals replied. Ever since we heard about the island nation discharging nuclear wastewater, many international students like me prepared Geiger counters and potassium iodide tablets. Mine sits on my windowsill. Normally it reads around 10 or so microsieverts, but today it suddenly jumped dozens of times higher. I've already taken potassium iodide, but with radiation this high, I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Ass cheeks of the mountain, I'm the reddest monkey. Hold on? Screw holding on. Give up already. You chose to send money to those peaceful little lives. You should have known this day would come. Not a shred of sympathy from me. Spring flowers will bloom. Don't talk coldly. The OP is here to learn advanced skills from others to surpass them. He's already pitiful enough now. Iron pot skewers 2 bowls please. I once watched a documentary about the Chernobyl nuclear leak. Looks like plants and animals there were all affected. White squirrels, swallows covered in black and white spots, deformed leaves, mutated fish, and insects. Sweet potato, this is potato. That's nothing. Haven't you heard? 12 years after the island nation's nuclear leak, they got octopuses with 96 legs, kittens born with 2 heads, sheep with 2 heads and 8 legs, cows and horses with eyes, mouths, and ears all misplaced. Let's crowdfund a lead-lined coffin and bury the OP already. Brother, rest in peace. You don't need to wait for your mutation to finish. The reader stared wide-eyed, lips trembling, fingers gripping the phone tightly as they continued scrolling. But the phone signal seemed poor, the page stuttering slightly. Terrified, the person looked up at the door. The rain outside was heavy, yes, but at least it was normal in color. They lowered their head again and kept scrolling. The loading was slow, but still readable. Soon, replies from IP addresses across various countries appeared under that thread. Riding camel eating wonton. You guys can't imagine this. I'm in the Sahara. It's pouring rain here. My camel doesn't even know how to walk anymore. Poor baby, it probably never saw rain this heavy in its life. My neighbors are laughing like idiots, bringing out every pot and pan they own to collect water. Potato, this is sweet potato. Dude, are you enjoying nature's radioactive payback while being too clueless to notice? Bro, whatever you do, don't go out there. My location, Kimchi Nation. We're also getting nationwide rainfall, and guess what? My Geiger counter just went off the charts too. And I didn't even prepare any iodine pills. A photo followed, displaying a reading of 650 microsieverts per hour. Scrolling further down, another reply from Noda Golden Rice Meals popped up. Guys, no joke. This rain feels too strange, plus all these violent typhoons. Have you ever thought, we might all be under the same damn rain? Riding camel eating wonton. No way. I'm over 10,000 kilometers away from you. Potato, this is sweet potato. Why not? For 12 years, do you know how long they've been secretly dumping filth into the ocean? Maybe every single one of us is already bathing in radiation without knowing it. The reader's hand trembled. The phone slipped and fell, crack, hitting the ground. A nearby big brother kindly picked it up, glanced at the screen, and sighed. Screen shattered. Your iPhone is dead. The reader had no time to mourn the phone. Suddenly, they screamed at the top of their lungs. The rain is radioactive. Everyone run. Shouting, they pushed toward the exit, shoving through crowds, then sprinted wildly into the rain like a madman. The man who retrieved the phone stared after them like they were an idiot, pointing and laughing. This guy's nuts. Says the rain's radioactive, then runs straight into it. However, one of the people who had been standing next to the reader, idly peeking at the phone screen out of boredom, had already seen the post from the overseas website, and now screamed in terror. The rain really is radioactive. Everyone hide quickly. Don't get caught in the rain at all. As they shouted, they shoved fiercely toward the interior of the building. This was an office tower. Originally, everyone had been sheltering in the lobby, but now, with the cries piling up one after another, panic instantly erupted. Humans are naturally prone to herd behavior. Once more than two people start doing the same thing, a third and fourth quickly follow. Soon, others began surging deeper into the building too, and someone even tried to close the main entrance, refusing to let anyone soaked by the rain come inside. This immediately sparked conflict. Why shouldn't we be allowed in? This isn't your private property. If you can come in and take shelter, why can't we? You get out. There's no more room in here. There's clearly space left. I bet it's just you fat asses taking up all the room. Toss one of you out, and 3 more could fit. Those outside the building wanted in. Those inside wanted to shut the doors. The glass entrance couldn't withstand the tugging for long. Chapter 54. Something's not right. Crash. Finally, with a loud bang, the glass door shattered. Shards of glass wounded many people. Rain from outside drifted in, rapidly seeping into their wounds, immediately causing symptoms such as high fever, severe headache, nausea, and fainting. These symptoms only intensified the panic inside. Everyone pushed deeper into the building. The security guards could no longer hold back the crowd seeking shelter. In this crisis, self-preservation became the only priority. But with so many people surging inward at once, how could anyone truly stay safe? The floor, wet with rain, had become dangerously slippery. Soon, someone stumbled and fell. As the fallen person tried to get up, they grabbed at those nearby, dragging them down too. But the people behind kept pushing forward. Within moments, it turned into a massive stampede. No one cared what they were stepping on. Amidst the rush, screams pierced the air, though no one even knew what they were screaming about. Once inside the office building, the mob began forcing their way into offices. Some company doors were left open, so they rushed straight in. Others closed glass doors offered little resistance. One person smashed a door with a fire extinguisher, and the crowd surged through. The first resource seized was drinking water. Now that everyone believed the rain was contaminated, tap water would soon follow. Any water dispenser or purified water barrel they could seize instantly became a precious commodity. Some gulped water straight from dispensers. Others grabbed entire water jugs and tried to flee, only to be stopped and attacked by those behind. Some office workers stood bewildered. Others, having sneakily checked their phones during toilet breaks, had already found related news online. The office slaves understood their workspace resources better than the rain-soaked intruders. Their first move was seizing the snack supplies in the break room. The rain showed no sign of stopping. Forecasts predicted 15 consecutive days of blue bayou warnings. If rainwater really was unsafe, then while everyone fought over water, securing food now might give them leverage later. When hunger set in, they'd at least have something to trade. But soon others noticed these covert moves. Those who had grabbed snacks quickly became new targets, surrounded and stripped bare. Everything snatched away, even their clothes torn apart. And worse still, this wasn't happening in just one building. Someone, who knows whom, had taken screenshots of overseas posts, edited together footage from this building's chaos, exaggerated everything, and uploaded it to short video platforms, claiming the apocalypse had arrived, that the rain carried radiation, urging everyone to stockpile supplies now and never let go of any resources. That video was shared tens of thousands of times within hours. Across the nation, looting, vandalism, and violence erupted everywhere. Identical tragedies unfolded without end. The rain didn't let up. As incidents escalated, TV news finally began reporting on the riots and destruction caused by the storm. Though official media remained silent about whether the rain carried radiation, people had long grown accustomed to checking short video platforms before trusting the news. Videos on these platforms were reposted, re-edit, reshared beyond recognition, stripped of all original context. Now, the short video feeds were flooded with grotesque monster faces and explanatory clips made by self-proclaimed insiders hiding at home, insisting viewers must cling tightly to every last bit of supplies, because soon, all food and water would be contaminated. Even dedicated review accounts solemnly began analyzing rainwater components, boldly announcing to the world that this was a biological warfare attack launched by an enemy nation, far more insidious than the previous coronavirus, designed to wipe out China's population without firing a single shot. In an instant, the public completely ignored anomalies occurring worldwide, hypnotized by rhetoric on short video platforms. Looting and violence escalated further. Casualties mounted. Worst of all, due to the relentless rainstorms, power and water systems failed across many regions. Electromagnetic signals were disrupted. People's sources of information shrank to nothing but rumors and hearsay. Sister Shan had locked her shop the moment the downpour began. In haste, Su Bingfan managed to send her just one character, Run. She was a smart woman. She'd kept only minimal food at the store, the bulk of her supplies stored at home. Her apartment was located upstairs from her small shop. Before the rain started, she had quickly sent her employees home, then carried the last of her shop's ingredients back to her place to hide. She trembled all over. Though she didn't understand exactly what was happening, she instinctively trusted Xiao Su, her young protege. Living alone, Sister Shan had installed 2 layers of security doors. Now, she locked both tightly, then went online to search for information. A flood of messages, some seemingly true, others false or nonsensical, poured in from all directions. Sister Shan didn't know who to believe, but she understood one thing. The situation outside must be terrible. Suddenly, a chilling sense of dread gripped her heart. Trembling, she walked toward the balcony. From the window, she could see her small shop. And now, her store was completely ransacked. The rolling security shutter had been pried open, and many people were crammed inside, scrambling for who knows what. Sister Shan panicked and quickly retreated, then hurriedly pulled all the curtains tightly shut, terrified that someone outside might spot her on the upper floor and storm into her home to seize her supplies. She shrank into a corner, unable to relax even within her own apartment. Occasionally, voices came from outside the door. Sister Shan shoved every movable cabinet and chair she could against it. Right now, all she could do was feel grateful that she lived on a middle floor of a high-rise building, and that protective bars had been installed outside her windows, making it extremely difficult for anyone to climb up from below or down from above to reach her home. Only when the noises outside gradually subsided did Sister Shan tremblingly pull out her phone to send a message to Su Bingfan. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks rang out at the door. Startled, Sister Shan's hand jerked, and her phone tumbled to the floor. Su Bingfan woke up lying on a spacious bed. Behind the bed curtains, Oscar stood reporting to him. Master, you fell asleep in the hot spring earlier. But soaking too long is harmful to your health, so I carried you out and have already helped you bathe. Your underwear and pajamas are changed as well. Thanks. Su Bingfan cheerfully stretched, picked up his phone from beside the pillow, and glanced at it. Why is there only 2G signal? Su Bingfan frowned. Oscar, is there a problem with our base station? It's not our base station. Oscar rubbed his temple. My actions were still too slow. I only managed to bury 4 small base stations around the mountains, and failed to protect the ones in the urban area. Now that external signals can't get through, our base stations are just standing there like decorations. Su Bingfan put down his phone, which had been spinning loading circles without opening a single web page, and didn't think much of it. No signal, fine. Just find me some clothes. We've got tonight's date to prepare for. As soon as Su Bingfan rose from the bed, his phone suddenly rang again. He looked puzzled. Without even glancing at it, Oscar said, right now, the only place with signal is our shelter. The only person who could possibly be calling is Teacher Hao. Su Bingfan answered immediately. Teacher Hao's anxious voice came through instantly. Bingfan, where are you? Something feels not right. Chapter 55, The Quack. Teacher, don't worry, I'm on my way. Su Bingfan didn't care about any date or Diba anymore. Those were all fake anyway. He could meet them anytime. Right now, his top priority was calming down Teacher Hao. He grabbed a random outfit from the closet, ran his hands through his hair a few times, and had Oscar take him down to the recreation area on the next level. Teacher Hao and Meng Xiaochen were already waiting at the clinic there. As Oscar led Su Bingfan toward the elevator, he explained casually, Master, once your physical capabilities reach level 8, you'll be able to teleport anywhere within the shelter using sheer willpower, instantly. Su Bingfan rolled his eyes. You're right, me teleporting? I'd scare Teacher Hao to death. Just then, Su Bingfan remembered something. He turned to Oscar with suspicion. Listen, you better not blow our cover in front of Teacher Hao, got it? Don't worry. My acting skills live up to my name. Oscar replied confidently with a smile. When they reached the elevator, Oscar parted ways with Su Bingfan. The recreation area had been modeled after the city where Su Bingfan lived. Even the robots working here wore realistic human skin masks identical to those worn by real people back in the city. Su Bingfan sprinted all the way upstairs upon arrival. As patients, doctors, and nurses passed by him, he momentarily lost himself in a daze, almost believing it was all just a dream. Maybe there was no apocalypse after all. Maybe the world remained peaceful and kind. When he finally burst into the ward, Teacher Hao was anxiously waiting at the door. The moment she saw Su Bingfan, she grabbed his hand urgently. Bingfan, you're finally here. Come, quickly take a look. Su Bingfan subtly let out a sigh of relief. If this was only about Meng Xiaochen acting strange, not about her discovering the environment's artificial nature. Then everything was still under control. He felt secretly amused. What could possibly be wrong with Meng Xiaochen? Oh right, he'd just been asleep for days. But as soon as Su Bingfan stepped into the room, he froze. Meng Xiaochen was awake. Not only was he awake, but he was glaring at Su Bingfan like a predator ready to strike. Silent, seething. Su Bingfan gave a cold, indifferent smile. This was his territory. Meng Xiaochen posed no threat to him. Besides, now that he knew about Oscar's abilities, if Meng Xiaochen cooperated, Su Bingfan might even let him live. But if Meng Xiaochen tried any tricks again, Su Bingfan wouldn't hesitate to throw him outside to soak up some nuclear radiation before having Oscar fabricate a replacement clone to keep company with Teacher Hao. Worried, Teacher Hao pointed at Meng Xiaochen. Bingfan, look, he suddenly can't speak. Could it be tumor metastasis? This is something I can examine. A voice interjected. Su Bingfan turned in surprise to see Oscar entering the room dressed as a doctor, looking perfectly professional. He politely extended his hand toward Teacher Hao. Hello, I'm a friend of Bingfan's. You may call me Director AO. I'm an expert in this field. I've reviewed your son's medical records. The case isn't particularly difficult to treat. Teacher Hao lit up with hope. So you're the friend Bingfan mentioned. Director AO, please, take a look at my son quickly. Ever since the tumor diagnosis, he's become unusually irritable, then started sleeping constantly. Now that he's finally awake, he seems unable to speak. Could it have spread? Meng Xiaochen was furious, swelling like a toad. He wanted to know why he couldn't talk either. After lying unconscious for so many days, he had realized that speaking triggered his coma. So today, though he woke up, he dared not utter a word. Yet Teacher Hao's words enraged him. This woman was unbelievably dumb. Just as Meng Xiaochen opened his mouth to protest, he suddenly collapsed backward with a thud, falling unconscious again. Half the light in Teacher Hao's eyes dimmed instantly. She pointed shakily at her son. You see? He wakes up briefly and then passes out again. What on earth is happening? Please, Mrs. Hao, don't panic. In fact, prolonged sleep is a positive sign. The immune system operates most actively during sleep. That's precisely why people feel sleepy when ill. It's the body's self-protective mechanism. Only through deep, restorative sleep can we activate the immune system to fight. Only when the body mobilizes its own immunity against tumor cells can Meng Xiaochen truly recover. Internationally, there have been similar cases. Some wealthy individuals voluntarily enter hibernation to treat their illnesses. No matter how complex the condition, 10 or 20 years of sleep will fix almost anything. Of course, such procedures are kept strictly confidential to avoid affecting stock prices. I only learned about this method during my overseas training. Who would have thought such therapy existed? Oh, naturally, during sleep, muscle massage and nutritional support must be maintained. Therefore, Meng Xiaochen's care regimen needs to be upgraded. Oscar spouted nonsense with a completely straight face. If Su Bingfan hadn't known the truth, he might have actually been fooled. But Teacher Hao was thoroughly convinced. She held Oscar's hand and poured out her gratitude endlessly. The quack even solemnly called over a nurse and gave detailed instructions about Meng Xiaochen's care during his sleep. When it comes to illness, either one's own or that of a loved one, people tend to act this way, placing blind trust in someone who simply looks dignified and authoritative. After comforting Teacher Hao, Su Bingfan upgraded Meng Xiaochen's room to a private intensive care unit. Oscar assigned 4 nurses solely to attend to Meng Xiaochen. Only after such thorough arrangements did Teacher Hao finally feel at ease. Su Bingfan said to her, Teacher, go home and get some rest. I've bought the house back. The deep gratitude shining in Teacher Hao's eyes made Su Bingfan strangely embarrassed. Teacher, I've said it so many times already. You're like a mother to me. Isn't it only right for a son to buy his mother's home back? Don't worry, go home and rest. Dr. AO is handling everything here. Chapter 56. Do you have to be this soft? Teacher Hao glanced back and saw that everyone in the hospital was extremely respectful toward Director AO, so she nodded reassuringly. All right then, I'll go home and take a shower. I'll come back tonight. Immediately, a pretty young nurse came out of the ward, gently taking Teacher Hao's arm and playfully cooing. Teacher Hao, don't worry at all. We'll be here through the night. If Xiaochen wakes up and sees so many of us gathered around him, he won't act up one bit. From now on, you just need to visit during the day. Thinking of her son's habit of being instantly distracted whenever he saw a pretty girl, Teacher Hao blushed slightly, but still smiled at the young nurse before following Su Bingfan home. Oscar had even prepared an identical mobility vehicle for Su Bingfan inside the shelter. Naturally, as Su Bingfan drove through his own shelter, every light turned green, and within 3 to 5 minutes, they arrived home. Teacher Hao fell asleep as soon as she got into the car, and didn't wake up until Su Bingfan gently roused her downstairs. Teacher, go upstairs and rest. She struggled to sit up, then said to Su Bingfan, since there are people at the hospital looking after Xiaochen, how about tonight I make you some braised pork? What do you say? No need at all, teacher. Please rest well. I'll pick you up tomorrow, and we can go see Xiaochen together. Su Bingfan escorted Teacher Hao home, then drove out of the neighborhood. Soon enough, Oscar materialized in the passenger seat beside him. Master, how did it go? Pretty impressive acting, right? Oscar said proudly. It was good. Yes, Su Bingfan said with a slight frown, but I recall we didn't have that much raw material for robots. Investing so many into this single level, doesn't that seem like a waste? That's simple, Oscar replied confidently. These robots can be easily modified to perform other tasks afterward. As for Teacher Hao, you could tell her Meng Xiaochen needs specialized rehabilitation care, then take both her and Xiaochen away. Oscar pointed upward. I can build another small villa right next to your residence, specifically as a rehabilitation center for Meng Xiaochen. Teacher how can be carefully taken care of there too. This way, we maximize resource efficiency. Fine. I'll tell teacher how in a couple of days that I'm taking Xiaochen to a rehab facility. Let me handle it instead, Oscar said with a smug little tilt of his head. Right now, she trusts me more. Su Bingfan's eyes darkened slightly. Oscar, how's the outside world doing? Oscar twisted his 10 fingers together, remaining silent for a moment before replying. Master, the base stations haven't been restored yet. The network remains unstable, so we can't obtain any information from the outside. Plus, the rain hasn't stopped. It would be extremely dangerous to open any entrance or exit to release drones. Once sewage water gets in, the shelter will lose its purpose. Su Bingfan rubbed his temples and sighed quietly. I just feel a bit guilty. In my previous life, the apocalypse didn't arrive so quickly, nor was the downpour so severe. I'm afraid my presence might have made things worse. After all, there were still so many innocent people out there. Oscar stayed silent for a while before slowly saying, Master, your heart is too soft. In the apocalypse, kindness is a fatal flaw. In your last life, if you hadn't been so compassionate, you wouldn't have ended up. But since you're so concerned about the outside world, I can suggest a solution. Go back home and look out the window. Go home. Yes, your original house. You can enter through it and use Che Dudzy's power to view the real world from the window. But master, are you certain you really want to see? Hurrah, I'll think about it. Even as he said that, Su Bingfan couldn't help summoning Che Dudzy mentally. However, the user he called seemed to be out of service. Surprised, Su Bingfan turned to Oscar and asked, where exactly is Che Dudzy now? He ran into a minor issue and has already entered a dormant phase. Su Bingfan immediately tensed up, feeling puzzled. What happened to Che Dudzy? Why didn't I sense anything? Don't worry, nothing serious, Oscar reassured. Everything inside the shelter was transported from the space dimension. This place shares a similar flow of spiritual energy with that space, so Che Dudzy's dormancy is actually for better evolution. There's no need to worry. Su Bingfan let out a small sigh of relief, then asked again, he won't catch a cold, will he? Oscar couldn't help but burst out laughing. Master, your soft heart does have its benefits, but you really do care too much about all of us. Our shelter has an automatic temperature control function. The daytime temperature is maintained at 26 degrees Celsius, and it stays at 20 degrees at night. Don't worry, no one will get cold. Suddenly, Oscar's expression changed. Oh no. Su Bingfan immediately tensed up. What's wrong? Oscar looked grim. Master, it's already 6:30. Your date with Miss Doraba is about to start, but you haven't even done your styling yet. Su Bingfan let out a huge sigh of relief and rolled his eyes dramatically at Oscar. For heaven's sake, don't be so dramatic next time. You scared me half to death. He muttered under his breath. It's not like it's a real person or anything. Why the panic over a robot? Master, please take this seriously. Oscar suddenly turned stern. This apocalypse is far harsher than the last lives. No one knows how long you'll have to stay inside the shelter. And even if you do go outside someday, would you really dare get close to those people who've been irradiated? Su Bingfan opened his mouth, then closed it again, unable to utter a single word. Oscar continued gently. If you treat everyone as just a robot, won't your life become completely joyless? All my hard work making these robots so lifelike would be wasted. Why not just accept it as real? Go on a proper date with Miss Doraba. Give yourself something to look forward to in the future. Wouldn't that be better? You've got a point. All right then, let's hurry up and get this done in half an hour. Su Bingfan slammed his foot on the accelerator, finally doing something he'd always wanted to do since getting his driver's license, but never had the chance or courage to try. Street racing through the shelter. Oscar gave Su Bingfan a fond yet exasperated glance and snapped his fingers. Immediately, all the vehicles on the road subtly made way for Su Bingfan. Even a tree he nearly hit was swiftly carried away by nearby robots. After his car passed, they replanted it perfectly and dripped a few drops of nutrient solution onto the soil. Oscar slowly rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing a liquid crystal display embedded in his forearm. He tapped a few times on the screen, and the car's speed instantly surged. In less than 2 minutes, the vehicle came to a smooth stop in front of a brightly decorated shop. Standing at the entrance was a slick-haired, effeminate man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a garishly patterned silk scarf. The man greeted Su Bingfan with a flourish, raising his pinky finger. Hi there, honey. You're finally here. Let's get started. Su Bingfan awkwardly whispered to Oscar. The style is fine, but does he really have to be this flamboyant? Chapter 57. Corpse Transformation. The stylist quickly gave Su Bingfan the full CEO look, even placing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, just like his own, onto Su Bingfan's face. Although Su Bingfan strongly objected, the stylist insisted. Come on, be a good boy. This is pure genius. To stop a grown man from calling him baby, Su Bingfan hastily adjusted the glasses himself. The moment he looked in the mirror, he felt as if Meng Yanchen had stepped right out of a drama series. Still, this look would probably make Doraba happy too, right? Then he laughed at himself. She didn't need to be pleased. After all, he was just a robot. If she wasn't satisfied, he could always ask Oscar to rewrite the code and turn Doraba into a hopeless admirer anyway. The stylist whispered helpful tips nearby. CEO vibes, cold and aloof. Lose the smile. There you go. Perfect. By the time Su Bingfan stepped out again, even the car waiting at the door had been swapped for a brilliant diamond blue Lincoln Navigator. This much effort really made Su Bingfan feel the giddy excitement of going on a date with his goddess. At exactly 1859, Su Bingfan's car pulled up in front of the 7-star luxury hotel. A doorman escorted him all the way to the revolving restaurant atop the building. Miss Doraba has been waiting for quite some time. Suddenly nervous, Su Bingfan took a deep breath before pushing the door open, and there stood Doraba, wearing a misty blue evening gown, dripping with dazzling diamond jewelry, her long wavy hair swaying as she turned from the window and smiled back at him. "You're late, you know." Cough, cough, cough. Su Bingfan choked on his own saliva and broke into a coughing fit. Doraba frowned slightly and quietly asked Oscar by the door, "Should we reshoot?" Oscar stepped beside her and murmured, "Stay in character. No retakes allowed." Then he subtly pointed at the GoPro on the dining table. Doraba instantly understood. She swiftly approached Su Bingfan, gently patting his back with tender concern. "Are you okay?" The scent of his goddess surrounded him. Her warm breath brushed against his cheek, and her body heat seeped through the thin fabric of his shirt. Su Bingfan's face turned as red as a boiled crab. She whispered softly, "It's all right. Just relax. I've got you." Then, flashing another radiant smile, she said cheerfully, "You seem tired. Why don't we sit down and rest for a bit? Let's just chat first." Flustered and shy, Su Bingfan followed Doraba to the window seat, fidgeting so much he couldn't even speak. Thankfully, Doraba remained kind and composed. A waiter brought over red wine at just the right moment, and as they sipped and talked, Su Bingfan finally began to relax. Before him sat his radiant goddess, the table laden with exquisite cuisine, and beyond the glass, a peaceful night view. To Su Bingfan, this was life at its finest. But outside the shelter, the world had already become a living hell. The looting, vandalism, and stampede had raged for hours before gradually subsiding. And when people finally realized hundreds lay injured or dead beneath their feet, power and communications were still down. Elderly folks, women, and children hiding in homes peered fearfully through their windows at the chaos outside, bolting doors and sealing windows shut, silently praying for loved ones who hadn't returned. Those still stranded outdoors were now too exhausted to move. Let's carry the wounded, and those who aren't breathing, into separate rooms. It'll be easier to take care of them. Someone organized the effort, and slowly, a few others joined in. Though everyone wanted to conserve energy, no one wanted to stay near corpses. The injured helped each other toward the room with the best lighting and warmth, while the dead were quietly piled near entrances and windows to shield against the rain. Night had fallen, but the downpour outside showed no sign of stopping. Inside, all that remained were quiet sobs and weary sighs. People taking refuge in office buildings now deeply regretted their choices. The last reserves of clean water and food had been spilled and ruined during the earlier brawl. Now, everyone waited hungrily for rescue. Some lucky ones had taken shelter in supermarkets, where a few bold individuals began shopping with $0 budgets. Store staff didn't dare interfere. In fact, they'd secretly stashed away a supply of instant meals in the storage room and locked the heavy iron door tight, fearing outsiders might harm them. After all, the store belonged to the boss. Their lives belonged to themselves. After eating and drinking their fill, however, people didn't feel better. On the contrary, more and more began experiencing dizziness, nausea, and high fevers. What the hell? Did we get infected again? We're screwed then. So many people crammed together, not even a single mask around. I already got sick once. Can I catch it again? I've had 3 vaccine shots, still ended up triple positive. Some even broke into the convenience store next door and took ibuprofen for free, but saw no improvement after taking it. The power system never recovered, and the injured huddled together. Everyone was consumed by their own suffering, so no one noticed that those who had suffered external wounds and gotten drenched in the rain, the first group to develop high fevers, had begun convulsing, then gradually stopped breathing. Their corpses slowly stiffened, and their skin quickly turned ashen green. But under the cover of darkness, the people around didn't detect anything unusual. Finally, a loudspeaker broadcast echoed through the streets. Military helicopters were addressing the citizens. Please all stay indoors, close your doors and windows tightly, and do not leave your buildings under any circumstances. Remain calm and await rescue from firefighters and the military. We're safe. A sudden cheer rose from the crowd, followed by weeping from more and more people overcome with relief. The fire department and the military are here. We're going to be rescued. Hold on just a little longer. Child, Mom will take you home soon. Our blue uniformed firefighters and green uniformed soldiers are coming to save us. Honey, we've got hope now. No matter when, soldiers are always the most dependable. With hope came strength. Suddenly, the rain didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Everyone's eyes turned hopefully toward the windows outside, unaware that the bodies already turning dark green had started twitching again. Chapter 58, Flesh and Blood Merged. In the mall, a girl's boyfriend had been injured during the stampede, cut by glass, and subsequently developed a high fever. The girl had stayed by his side the entire time. When her boyfriend convulsed violently and then stopped breathing, she let out only one cry of anguish before covering her mouth and weeping silently. She didn't want her beloved to lie among the corpses. She just wanted to stay with him, the person she loved most in the world. In fact, in the room where the injured were resting, many had already stopped breathing. But those outside didn't come to check on them, and the wounded inside were too preoccupied with their own survival. They would simply kick the dead bodies aside to make more space for themselves to lie down. The survivors huddled together in the basement supermarket, where there was food and water. The injured, meanwhile, had been abandoned on the first floor. Once coveted gold and jewelry now held less value than a single steamed bun in the basement. The girl had laid her boyfriend near the escalator entrance, holding his hand tightly while softly whispering about the beautiful moments they'd shared. "You big dummy, wake up already. You promised me we'd watch the most beautiful sunrise, see the brightest stars. Now you're just sleeping. Do you want me to go alone? But without you, the stars have lost their sparkle. Without your company, the sun won't rise anymore. Wake up, big dummy. You said we were kin, flesh and blood intertwined. If you're gone, are you asking me to lose my most important family? How heartless you are." She kept holding his hand, tears falling one by one onto the back of his hand. Suddenly, after a long silence, the boy twitched slightly. At first, the girl thought it was just her imagination, but then he convulsed again, just as he had in the final minutes of his life. A flicker of hope reignited in her eyes. Clutching his hand, she whispered, "Big dummy, had enough sleep? Then get up already." In the darkness, she couldn't see his face clearly. Outside, wind and rain raged, and the only illumination came from the passing beam of a helicopter's light. Then, suddenly, she noticed something was wrong. By that fleeting glow, she saw that the boy's skin had turned a color entirely different from her own. Though impossible to identify in the dark, it was definitely not a human hue. The girl began trembling violently. It was only now she remembered. He had stopped breathing and his heart had ceased hours ago. So what was this? Terrified, she tried to pull her hand away, but the boy suddenly clenched his fist around hers and opened his eyes. It no longer had the affectionate gaze she knew so well. Instead, its eye sockets held murky, gray-blue orbs, crisscrossed with swollen blood vessels like thick centipedes. Its mouth gaped open, revealing sharp white teeth. Its head slowly turned toward her, emitting a low, guttural growl from its throat. "Oh!" The girl's scream went unnoticed by others, but it seemed to instantly enrage the creature before her. The reanimated boy lunged at her, sinking his teeth into her neck. Sharp fangs pierced her delicate skin, instantly rupturing her artery. Blood gushed out like a fountain. She didn't even have time to scream a second time before her windpipe was torn open. The undead boy ripped off a chunk of flesh and swallowed it whole, then pounced again, tearing another piece from her neck. They had truly become one in flesh and blood. Lying beside the boy was a middle-aged man who was also running a fever, though no one cared for him. Half conscious, he felt something warm splash onto his face and instinctively wiped it with his hand. The metallic, sweet smell hit his nose. Suddenly he jolted awake, his eyes flying open. He saw the girl's head barely hanging on, her neck reduced to a few strips of meat, while her boyfriend, now a monster, clutched her and tore into her body. The man's pupils contracted violently. He scrambled to his feet in terror, crawling up the escalator while shrieking incoherently. The commotion finally caught others' attention. People from upper and lower floors leaned over to look down. Someone pulled out their phone to illuminate the scene. In the dim light, the horrific sight resembled nothing so much as a starving man devouring human flesh. Everyone's nerves had been stretched to the limit. Witnessing this nightmare, they instinctively retreated, each trying to protect themselves. After all, the blue friends and green friends would be arriving soon. As long as they held on a little longer, salvation awaited. Why risk themselves for a madman? As for the man-eater, justice would catch up with him sooner or later. For now, self-preservation came first. But then, several more corpses beside the boy shakily rose to their feet. Their skin, like that of the reanimated boy, had taken on a shocking dark green hue. Their eyes bulged unnaturally, veined with thick, centipede-like blood vessels. They opened their foul-smelling mouths and lurched toward the few remaining survivors on the first floor. Most of these people were running fevers of varying severity. Some had already slipped into unconsciousness, while others, like the middle-aged man, were still barely able to move. Those who could move now found themselves driven by primal survival instinct, running faster than they ever had in life. Those unable to rise became easy prey for the undead, quickly torn apart and devoured beyond recognition. The onlookers from upper and lower floors froze in horror at the gruesome scene unfolding before them. "Zombies! Run!" Someone suddenly screamed at the top of their lungs. Instantly, panic erupted through the crowd once more, echoing the terrified cries that had filled the mall hours earlier. Run! Get out now! But where could they possibly run? Outside, rain still poured down. Occasionally, a helicopter passed overhead, but there was still no sign of any rescue team. And the only escape route, the first floor, was now swarming with grotesque monsters and mangled remains. There was simply no way out. People on the upper floors shrieked in terror, bolting upward toward higher levels, frantically shoving counters and display racks toward stairwells, hoping the zombies wouldn't be able to climb. Meanwhile, those who had earlier believed themselves clever and lucky for hiding in the basement level now found themselves trapped like animals in a cage. Their only exit was completely blocked by the undead. These zombies moved much faster than those in any video game. Though humans remained both above and below, the ones upstairs had scattered quickly, while the scent of living flesh was stronger downstairs. In moments, the creatures reached the basement level, lunging at the nearest humans, tearing into them with gaping, blood-drenched jaws. Even more horrifying, anyone bitten, even if missing limbs, would inevitably turn. For those whose wounds were exposed to the rain, transformation took several hours. But for those bitten by the undead, the change came within minutes. Within just over 10 minutes, the underground supermarket, once seen as a sanctuary worth fighting for, was utterly devoid of living souls. The zombies roamed restlessly, searching for traces of the living. Then, drawn by the commotion from above, they began climbing the stairs. Earlier, some staff members had secretly locked themselves in storage rooms to protect supplies of food and water. Only now did they dare exhale in relief. They silently thanked their past selves for sealing themselves inside. Though it seemed like a dead end, the iron doors kept the zombies out. One of them finally let out a shaky sigh. Jesus, scared the hell out of me. The last zombie in line suddenly twitched, hearing the sound. It turned its head slowly, staring strangely at the storage room door. Shah. Chapter 59, Beauty in the Arms. The zombies trailing behind seemed to receive some kind of signal, all turning around and staggering toward the warehouse's iron gate. Meanwhile, the people inside the warehouse had yet to realize they'd already become canned goods in the eyes of the undead. Zombies were strong. Mere iron gates posed no real challenge. Several zombies surrounded the door, biting and tearing at it until soon the can lid was pried open, revealing the trembling canned meat within. Upstairs, things weren't any better. The obstacles they'd counted on failed to stop the advancing horde. It took the zombies only minutes to catch up with the first group of fleeing survivors. Within half an hour, not a single living soul remained in the entire mall. And this very scene was playing out across the nation, and indeed, around the world. As for those who stayed home, waiting desperately for rescue, their blue-clad and green-clad heroes would never arrive. Whether facing earthquakes, tsunamis, wildfires, or landslides, it was always these brave men, the firefighters and emergency responders, who charged into danger first. Now, however, the young soldiers faced a grim reality. There simply weren't enough radiation-proof suits to go around. An officer suggested deploying helicopters to the Medical Equipment Transfer Center to secure protective gear before launching any rescue missions. But the proposal was quickly shot down by a superior officer. Helicopters aren't even available in sufficient numbers. But more importantly, we're a disciplined force. How can we act so entitled? 3 years ago in Jiangxing, medical supplies ran short too. When protective suits were lacking, people used plastic bags. Did those medics ever complain? Were they afraid? Now that it's our turn to step forward, how dare we claim we can't proceed unless each man gets a proper suit? No suits? Fine. We're garbage bags, raincoats, plastic buckets. Just get in there and fight. We are made of steel. Can a little rain really break us? Command has issued rescue orders. We're under level 1 alert. Every minute we delay puts civilians at greater risk. We are the people's soldiers. When the people are in danger, can we shrink back over such trivial difficulties? The command center fell silent. Heads bowed, no one spoke. No one could say the officer was right, yet no one dared call him wrong. Still, everyone in that room knew the truth. The rain they now faced was no minor inconvenience. It was catastrophic. And frontline troops had no choice but to charge in with nothing but flesh and blood, going door to door searching for survivors. Any protective suits found were given immediately to civilians, while soldiers escorted them to designated shelters. Troops soaked continuously in the rain turned faster than those merely splashed, transforming not through unconsciousness, but directly from high fever into full zombification mid-stride. These newly turned soldier zombies twisted their heads toward the civilians with grotesque snarls. A pilot circling overhead in a helicopter stared at the horror below, speechless. Everywhere, zombies. Many bodies were mutilated, wounds oozing thick greenish pus. Some still moved despite exposed bones, swaying blindly as they hunted for food. These were people bitten during feeding frenzies who later reanimated themselves. Once transformed, the undead abandoned these spoiled corpses and turned their hunger back toward the living. Now, the number of uninfected humans grew thinner by the second. One zombie, gutted in life, dragged half its intestines behind as it struggled to rise, then stumbled and collapsed flat on the ground. Its neck, chewed halfway through, struck the edge of a step. The head snapped free, flying off with a spray of red and white fluid. The heavy stench of blood mixed with lingering traces of human flesh instantly drew nearby zombies. They rushed over, clutching the severed head and sucking greedily at the gore. Gah? Ugh. The pilot gagged, nausea rising. He turned to ask, Sergeant, what should we do now? This place is worse than the Walking Dead. There's no one alive left down there. The young soldier waited, but no reply came. Instead, he heard ragged, wet breathing close behind. A chill of dread crept up his spine. Slowly, he turned his head, only to face his sergeant's bulging red eyes and foul, drooling mouth. The sergeant had been sitting at the helicopter's open doorway the whole time, drenched by relentless rain. He had turned. Holy sh. The soldier tried to twist the controls, to fling the creature out midair, but the zombified sergeant moved with terrifying speed. In an instant, a chunk of flesh was torn from the young soldier's cheek. Ah! Bang! The helicopter spun out of control and slammed into a building ahead, triggering a massive explosion. Thick black smoke coiled into the sky alongside roaring flames, illuminating the chaos on the ground with terrifying clarity. Hearing the blast, the zombies immediately turned and began shuffling toward the wreckage. Survivors hiding upstairs were shocked to the point of screaming, but their bodies reacted faster than their minds. They clamped down on their shrieks, swallowing every sound before it could escape. They realized now, zombies could not only smell humans, but also hear them. To survive, they couldn't make any noise at all, just like living in Silent Hill. While the zombies feasted hungrily on human flesh, Su Bingfan was inside the shelter, dancing a slow waltz with Dilraba, cradled in his arms, accompanied by gentle violin music. Dilraba was beautiful, warm, and full of charm, witty and talkative, just like Xiao Jingjing, so likable that it was no wonder she had portrayed that character so perfectly. It was practically a role written for her. With such beauty in his arms, Su Bingfan's heart fluttered. His lips slowly drew closer to Dilraba's face. Chapter 60, Leverage. Just as Su Bingfan's lips were a mere 0.01 centimeters away from Dilraba's cheek, she suddenly changed her warm demeanor, shoved him away hard, and shouted at Oscar. Director, what is this? You said it was a reality show. When did you mention a kissing scene? She wiped her cheek with disgust, though Su Bingfan hadn't even touched her, then shot Su Bingfan a glare. I hate ordinary people who have no sense of boundaries. Oscar looked extremely awkward. Su Bingfan, what the hell? Did Oscar actually bring Doraba in? Oscar quickly stepped forward and said to Miss Doraba, Miss Doraba, to be honest, this isn't actually a dating reality show. The outside world has already fallen into apocalypse. I brought you into Mr. Su's shelter purely for your protection. A shelter run by Mr. Su that's actually an entire city? Doraba didn't believe it. Who do you think you're fooling? If such resources really existed, why wouldn't my agent know? And if someone really had that kind of power and liked me so much, why wouldn't they sponsor me to win a few Best Actress awards? You're already the Golden Eagle Water Goddess, aren't you? Su Bingfan mumbled. Doraba shot him a sharp glance, and Su Bingfan immediately shut up. Where's my assistant? Where's my agent? Where are my bodyguards? Doraba paced back and forth as she spoke, clearly agitated. Su Bingfan frowned slightly. The Doraba before him now seemed like a completely different person. This one seemed a bit too full of herself. Oscar tried explaining things to Miss Doraba for a long time, but failed to calm her down. With no other choice, Oscar extended his right index finger and lightly tapped Doraba's neck. A flash of blue light flickered from his fingertip, and instantly, Doraba collapsed unconscious. Seeing the goddess collapse with a thud right before him, Su Bingfan jumped back in shock and pointed incredulously at her. Oscar, is that your idea of chivalry? You knock her out, but don't even bother catching her. Oscar spread his hands, looking innocent. Master, I'm your personal butler. My arms are meant only for you. I must never touch any other being. Besides, if you feel pity for her, why didn't you rush over and catch her yourself? I was just too far away. Su Bingfan stammered, lacking conviction. Oscar shrugged. Then there's nothing I can do. I'm just an AI. I have no emotions. I don't understand what cherishing beauty means. Besides, the carpet here is thick enough. Miss Doraba won't get hurt from a fall. And even if she did, with my current technology, I could simply replace her core with a mechanical one and let her continue dating you. Stop it. Much appreciated, really. Su Bingfan waved his hands frantically. Replace her core? That'd turn her into a mummy. Might as well go with a robot from the start. Oscar, seemingly oblivious to Su Bingfan's sarcasm, respectfully bowed again. You're welcome. As your servant, everything I do for you is only natural. Su Bingfan snorted coldly. Yeah, right, I totally trust you. You old schemer, you talk such a smooth game. If you could bring Doraba in, why did everyone oppose me bringing Teacher Hao in back then? How could those two situations possibly be the same? Oscar patiently explained. Master, sure, you wanted to bring Teacher Hao in, but could you really abandon Meng Xiaoqian? If you left Meng Xiaoqian behind, would Teacher Hao be happy? And if she's unhappy, how could you ever be happy for the rest of your life? But can you truly trust Meng Xiaoqian's character? Moreover, Teacher Hao is like your second parent. If she noticed something off about the shelter, you wouldn't allow me to use electric shock to knock her out, would you? Am I wrong? Seeing a slight crack in Su Bingfan's expression, Oscar continued. But Miss Doraba is different. If she listens, we keep her around. If she doesn't listen, I can just kick her back out. Of course, it's best if she stays. At worst, she'll just eat some of our food. You've got your own farms and ranches anyway. Sure, Miss Doraba's appetite is slightly bigger than the average girl's, but you can still afford to feed her. Afford or not, I don't want to. Su Bingfan muttered under his breath. Since you can turn Doraba into a machine core model, why can't you do the same to Meng Xiaoqian? Then you wouldn't have opposed me bringing Teacher Hao in, would you? Seeing that Su Bingfan still couldn't let it go, Oscar had no choice but to keep explaining. Master, you're still young. You don't understand just how deeply a mother knows her child. How about this? Let's run an experiment. Today, I'll build a robot identical to you, and tomorrow, I'll send it to have dinner with Teacher Hao. Then you can see for yourself whether she notices anything strange. Fine, do it. Su Bingfan stiffened his neck. What really annoyed him was that he still felt like Oscar's employee. It was his own shelter, yet he had to listen to the butler about everything. Just thinking about it made him irritable. Oscar shrugged. All right then, I'll build the robot tomorrow morning and destroy it in front of you after use. But for now, what should we do about Miss Doraba? Su Bingfan glanced down at the unconscious beauty. When she wasn't speaking, she actually looked quite adorable, reminded him a bit of the little fox she once played in a drama. Oscar added as a helpful reminder. Based on Miss Doraba's physiological data, she should remain asleep until noon tomorrow. Master, would you like me to send her to your bedroom? What kind of person do you take me for? Su Bingfan immediately objected. Oscar, remember this. Under no circumstances is that woman allowed into my villa. After speaking, Su Bingfan paused a moment, then said to Oscar, send her to my house. He also wanted to check how things outside were going anyway. But to see the outside world from within the room, he'd need to rely on Che Duzi's power. Su Bingfan returned to the villa area to find Che Duzi, who was still sound asleep. Whether it was Su Bingfan's imagination or not, he could have sworn Che Duzi seemed to be glowing. He tried waving his left hand, attempting to draw Che Duzi back onto his arm, but after several failed attempts, nothing worked. Master, you need to do it like this. Oscar stepped forward to guide him, place the left hand on Che Duzi's forehead, then activate mental focus. In an instant, Che Duzi was sucked back onto Su Bingfan's body mid-sleep, completely unaware, still deeply unconscious. Su Bingfan gently shook his left arm, careful not to disturb Che Duzi's sleep. Don't worry, Master. When Che Duzi is on you, it's just an ordinary tattoo. No matter what movements you make, it won't affect its sleep. And of course, it won't interfere with its evolution either. But if it keeps sleeping like this, how am I supposed to access its power? Chapter 61. The Lamb Awaiting Slaughter. Chasing nonsense is part of your tattoo, which ultimately is still part of your body. Just place your left hand on the glass and activate your telekinetic force like before. With your level 7 physical capabilities, you'll be able to leverage the power. Then let's give it a try. Su Bingfan immediately rushed toward the lounge area. When he arrived at the entrance of the residential complex, Su Bingfan felt momentarily dazed. Oscar had made this community too realistic. Every elderly man who gathered daily to play chess, every group of ants dancing together, even the gossipy grandmothers chatting idly, were all replicated exactly as they were in the real world. A sudden pang of reluctance struck Su Bingfan's heart. Oscar, maybe we should just leave this level intact? He simply couldn't bear to see the city where he'd grown up reduced to rubble. Even though the city before him was fake, Oscar had recreated it with such authenticity. The real city by now was undoubtedly shrouded in nuclear radiation and soaked in acid rain. So why not preserve this false one as a keepsake? Couldn't that suffice? Oscar sensed Su Bingfan's hesitation and softly sighed. You're the master of Haven Manor. Everything is up to you. We have plenty of space here anyway. Keeping one layer won't hurt. I'm just a bit concerned about how many robots we've placed here. It's nearly half our inventory. But never mind. At worst, I'll just maintain them more often. Su Bingfan's expression brightened considerably. He pulled out his phone and glanced at it. Still only 2G network, with just 1 bar of signal. He tried opening WeChat, but the app froze at the startup screen, unresponsive. Staring at the phone, he saw an image on the screen. A lone figure gazing back at Earth from afar. Suddenly, Su Bingfan felt suffocating loneliness. As if, in the near future, he would be the last person left on Earth. Returning home again, though he had only been away for less than a day, gave him a sense of separation from reality. This morning, the house had still brimmed with the warmth of human life. Now, instead of checking on Doraba, who had been laid in the bedroom, Su Bingfan followed Oscar's instructions. He turned off all indoor lights, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window in the study, placed his hand against the glass, and activated his mental power. Seconds later, the previously clear night sky, dotted with moon and stars, plunged into absolute darkness. A violent storm erupted like the claw of a demon, tearing through everything within reach. With his extraordinary vision, Su Bingfan could still make out the world outside amid the chaos. In the distance, streetlights swayed precariously in the wind, flickering as if about to die at any moment. Billboards, shared bicycles, even electric scooters, all were caught in the gale, flung against buildings, shattering into ruins. There was no one in the compound, only the relentless rain pounding violently against the windows, each drop striking as if trying to break through the glass. Su Bingfan clenched his fist slightly. He knew the scene beyond the window was artificial, yet he couldn't stop himself from looking. In the opposite residential building, faint silhouettes of elderly residents could still be seen, pressing against their windows, peering outward anxiously, wondering why their loved ones hadn't come home. They probably didn't even know how to use smartphones, unaware of the catastrophe unfolding outside. Su Bingfan lowered his eyes. Perhaps ignorance was a blessing. If they knew people outside were being ravaged by radiation, some frantic elders might rush out recklessly. Just as Su Bingfan was about to sigh, suddenly, his pupils widened and froze. Were those staggering figures walking toward the compound zombies? But wasn't the zombie outbreak supposed to happen 3 months from now? Why were zombies appearing today, just as acid rain began? Perhaps because in his previous life he had died by a zombie's bite. Su Bingfan trembled uncontrollably at the sight of these grayish-green creatures. He covered his mouth, forgetting that what he saw was fake, that even if he made a sound, the zombies couldn't hear him. The zombies staggered through the compound. Some apartment entrances were left open, allowing the creatures to shuffle inside. At this moment, Su Bingfan could only pray that when people heard strange noises outside their doors, they would under no circumstances open them. A piercing scream suddenly came from outside the window. A little girl living on the first floor, terrified by the scene before her. Damn it! Su Bingfan silently cursed. Zombies were extremely sensitive to sounds. Once they detected noise, they would launch immediate pursuit. Sure enough, the scream caught the attention of over a dozen zombies. Their bodies stiff, unable to turn their heads, they slowly rotated their entire bodies toward the little girl in the window. The girl shrank backward in fear, but it was too late. The zombies had already seen her. They drooled yellowish-green saliva in excitement, staggering closer and closer toward the little girl's window. Although there was a protective metal grill outside the first-floor window, such grills were only meant to deter the reasonable. They offered no real defense against determined force. And now, what stood outside was a group of immensely strong zombies. The zombies raised their stiff arms, grabbed the grill, and with a few violent yanks, tore it down like limp, rotten mud, tossing it aside. Now, the only barrier remaining between the little girl and the zombies was a single pane of glass. If stainless steel couldn't stop these monsters, how could fragile glass? The zombies didn't care about the transparent obstruction. They reached straight through the window with clawed hands. Crash! The glass shattered instantly. Help! Help! The little girl screamed again, but it seemed she was completely alone. No one came to save her. Sharp shards of glass pierced the zombies' arms, slicing their emaciated limbs into tattered pieces. But zombies felt no pain. They pressed forward regardless, oozing yellowish-green pus from open wounds, never hesitating. Once turned into a zombie, the only desire left was hunger, and zombies could never be full. At this moment, all they saw before them was tender, fresh meat. The frontmost zombies blindly stretched their arms but couldn't reach the girl. Terrified, The little girl crawled into her wardrobe, but even that wouldn't satisfy the zombie's craving. Impatient ones behind began tearing at their companions' bodies, using the others as stepping stones to climb higher. One zombie on top of another, they piled up until finally crawling through the window into the girl's room, arriving right before the wardrobe where she hid. Now she was nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Su Bingfan covered his mouth, his heart clenching with sharp pain. Chapter 62, Practicing Shooting. So you're filming a horror movie? Dish's sudden voice from behind startled Su Bingfan. Why are you awake? Su Bingfan instinctively covered his collar. As his left hand moved away from the window pane, the outside scene instantly reverted to the shelter's original quiet serenity. Didn't Oscar say this woman wouldn't wake up until noon? How unreliable can that guy be? Su Bingfan glanced into the living room. Oscar was nowhere to be seen. Disha sneered at him. What are you doing? Afraid I'll assault you? Go take a good look in the mirror. Every male star I've worked with is way better looking than you. You're not even worth my time. Su Bingfan immediately dropped his hand and shot back a contemptuous glance. Lady, do me a favor and look in the mirror too. Think you're the most beautiful woman in the world? With your looks, you're not worth my time either. You, Disha, used to being praised all her life, had never been mocked like this by an ordinary person before. She found it hard to swallow. But Su Bingfan wasn't done yet. I know you've got rich benefactors protecting you, and you only care about them. But tell me, has any of your sugar daddies ever bought you an entire film city to play around in? After saying this, Su Bingfan proudly flicked his thumb toward the outside behind him. This place, the whole city, belongs to me, and everyone down there, they're mine too. Uffed. Disha rolled her eyes dramatically. All yours. Then go shout out there once and see who answers you. Fine, I will. Su Bingfan yanked the window open, but then his gaze fell on the still-lit light in Teacher House house far away. He hesitated for a moment, then closed the window again. Never mind. It's the middle of the night. Let's have some decency. I'll call tomorrow. Just as I thought. Disha pursed her lips and smiled, a bit mischievous, a bit alluring. In that instant, she wiped away every trace of annoyance Su Bingfan had felt earlier. Resting after a good sleep, Disha now looked just like a friendly neighbor girl, without any airs of a big celebrity. She pulled up a chair and sat down, carefully examining Su Bingfan's study. You're a science student? Actually, I'm an engineering student, Su Bingfan said, pointing at the books on the shelf. My major was computer network engineering and management. I don't get it. Disha laughed frankly, shaking her head. We art students spend all day practicing, so our academics aren't great. But I really admire people who've read a lot. I once discussed with my agent whether I should take on a script about a highly educated woman, just for fun. But my agent said my image isn't quite right for that. A shadow crossed Disha's eyes, but she quickly brightened and pointed at a row of books. When I filmed Glory, the library set had even more books than yours, though most of them were just empty shells. Su Bingfan's heart softened. He told her, if you like, feel free to browse my books. We've got plenty of time ahead anyway. No thanks, I wouldn't understand them. Disha rested her chin on her palms, leaning on the desk murmuring, but if I had the chance, I'd really love to go back to university and study for a few more years. I was always a kid who loved reading. Can't have your cake and eat it too, Su Bingfan said, pulling a chair to sit beside her, staring out the window with unfocused eyes. When I was in college, I was crazy about esports. But one friend told me I was already too old, and honestly, my skills weren't exceptional, certainly not as good as the characters you played in Glory. He told me the path of education might be narrow and tough, but I'd already walked onto it. The road of esports is even narrower and harder. Why give up a path you're already succeeding on, just to make life harder for yourself? Su Bingfan's expression darkened. If only he had known earlier that Lao Chi also liked Musiki, would things between them have ended up this way? He let out a bitter smile. If he had truly known they both liked the same woman, he couldn't promise he'd step aside. At best, he'd say to Lao Chi, brother, let's compete fairly. You had a really good friend, Disha said softly, her eyes kind but her smile tinged with sadness. In our circle, making real friends is actually pretty difficult. That's why I was so happy when I filmed Glory. After saying this, as if wanting to lighten the mood, Disha suddenly stood up, pointing excitedly out the window. What special effect technique did you use just now? That zombie looked so real. Hey, didn't you say this is your film studio? Are you making a post-apocalyptic movie? Suddenly enthusiastic, Disha leaned forward, bringing her face close to Su Bingfan's, raising her right index finger to point at her own nose, and asked earnestly, do you think I could play a role in your script? Su Bingfan subtly stepped back a little and asked Doraba, didn't you just say you wanted to play a highly educated woman? I love adventure themes too. Doraba waved her arms excitedly like a little girl, striking poses in front of Su Bingfan as she spoke. I've watched the entire Resident Evil series 6 times. Mila Jovovich's look was so cool and fierce. And Tomb Raider, oh my gosh, Angelina Jolie's leather outfit was even more stunning than a formal gown. I won't lie, I secretly bought 2 replicas and hid them in my closet. But my agent said this kind of image doesn't fit my current persona or aura, so I haven't even had the chance to take secret photos. Su Bingfan immediately perked up. Now you have your chance. Not only can I take photos for you, I can record the whole process. He then shouted at the top of his lungs, Oscar. Here. Oscar appeared instantly, as if he'd simply stepped in from the next room. So your name is really Oscar. Doraba beamed brightly. What a lucky name. Full of blessings. May it help me finally win a well-deserved Best Actress award. Oscar's eyes flickered slightly, his words laden with meaning. Miss Doraba, although there are things I've kept from you, there are others I haven't lied about. From the moment you entered this city, nothing allows for retakes or second chances. So, if you want to star as the leading lady in this apocalyptic crisis rather than play a nameless extra who dies on sight, then starting right now. As he spoke, Oscar pulled out two Type 56 semi-automatic rifles from behind his back and handed one to each of them. You'll need to come with me for shooting practice. Wow, this is truly amazing. Doraba reached out joyfully to touch the rifle, then pointed at her trailing evening gown. But I can't exactly go target shooting in this, can I? With that, she turned to Su Bingfan, her large, dewy eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Young man, you did promise you'd take pictures of me earlier, so that still counts, right? Chapter 63, Inviting the Wolf into the House. To be honest, with her looks, paired with camo gear and a short leather skirt, Debbie tossing her long wavy hair instantly gave off that certain vibe. Oscar transformed into a photographer, snapping shot after shot of the goddess with his DSLR. Su Bingfan wasn't particularly skilled in photography, but he still managed to look the part, DSLR hanging around his neck, clicking away hundreds of shots. After all, when the subject is beautiful, every photo turns out great no matter how you take it. After finishing the photo shoot, Oscar led them both to an indoor shooting range. The hotel's recreation-level shooting range was located in the basement floor where they had just finished dining. Both put on noise-canceling headphones and exchanged glances. Each could see pride and determination shining in the other's eyes. Oscar had equipped their rifles with training rounds, capable of piercing targets, but harmless to people. Hold the gun like this, aim with your eyes like so, then gently pull the trigger. After Oscar personally coached each of them, both Su Bingfan and Debbie subtly adjusted their stances to look cooler. Bang, bang. After a round of rapid fire, the wall was riddled with bullet holes, but both target sheets remained perfectly clean. Excited, Debbie pointed at the highest hole and shouted, "That one's mine. Look how high I shot." Su Bingfan couldn't believe it. Despite having level 7 physical conditioning, not a single one of his shots hit the target. Oscar sighed. Master Zhuang, shooting accuracy and physical strength are two completely different things. You'll need to train from scratch. And Miss Debbie, we're practicing marksmanship here, not high jump. Height alone isn't helpful. Oscar patiently re-explained the fundamentals once more. However, Miss Debbie declared she was exhausted from taking photos earlier and needed to sleep. Since this whole session was just for fun, Oscar didn't mind her leaving. He flicked his fingers and summoned a room service robot to escort Debbie upstairs. The round-headed robot flashed a pixelated smile on its LCD screen, the childlike electronic voice surprisingly adorable. "Beautiful young lady, please follow me upstairs. Your room is ready. It's the Princess Deluxe Suite." Debbie giggled, reaching out to pet the robot's round head. "Then lead the way. You're so cute. Do you have a girlfriend? How about staying with me tonight?" Watching the goddess fade down the hall, Su Bingfan muttered under his breath, "I'm pretty cute too. I don't have a girlfriend either. I could stay." Master Zhuang. Oscar raised his voice slightly, handing Su Bingfan a rifle loaded with training rounds, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "You are staying, with tonight's goal being not to miss the target even once. Oh, and a gentle reminder, you haven't done your physical training today? That'll need to happen too, right afterward. Excellence comes from diligence, decline from laziness. Skip 1 day, you know it. Skip 2 days, nonsense knows it. Skip 3 days, and don't say, I didn't warn you. Your fitness will regress." "What? It's not permanent." Now Su Bingfan was genuinely scared. He quickly raised the rifle and turned to face the target. Bang! On the floor, a yellow puddle mixed with pink eggshell fragments. The egg shape completely destroyed. "Oh no!" Shan Jia cried out in distress, stepping forward instinctively to clean up, hoping at least the yolk was intact. But before she could react, someone stepped right into it. "Hey, watch where you're stepping." Her tone sharpened, but catching sight of Lauchi, she swallowed her frustration, forcing a smile as she said to Musiki, "Chi-Chi, why don't you go rest inside? I'll handle the cooking." She pushed Lauchi lightly. "Lauchi, take your girlfriend out. Clean the bottom of her shoes too. Don't track filth everywhere. Water is precious now." Muttering softly, Shan Jia carefully cleaned up the mess, heart heavy. Thinking it over, might as well boil dumplings this morning. That would cover rice, dish, and soup all at once. But when she tested the stove, the natural gas was still out. She let out a sigh and forced a bitter smile. Looks like instant noodles again today. With chaos downstairs and water and power still not restored, every drop at home had to be conserved. And food. What little they had would have lasted Shan Jia half a year if she were alone. But now with 2 extra mouths, rationing was necessary. Yesterday evening, frightened by the looting and smashing below, she nearly jumped out of her skin when someone knocked at the door, thinking raiders had arrived. Only when she heard the familiar, weary voice outside did she finally relax. "Shan Jia, open up, it's me, Lauchi. Are you home?" Thanks to Lauchi's help before, Shan Jia's shop had made it through tough times, especially when those internet celebrities came to cause trouble. So without hesitation, she quickly opened the door. Coming, just a sec." Shan Jia pushed aside the cabinet and chair blocking the entrance, barely managing to crack the door open. "Lauchi, what brings you here? Come in. Quick, close the door behind you." She stepped back to let Lauchi inside. "I was out running an errand. Originally planned to grab something at your place, but Mei Shangda Yman launching Juria. Sister, it's too chaotic out there. We can't go back home now. Would you mind letting us stay for a while?" As he spoke, Lauchi pulled Musiki from behind him, wrapped up tightly and completely covered. The moment Shan Jia saw Musiki, she regretted her decision, but out of politeness, she could only force a weak nod. "Come in, then. Just close the door first. Right now, the most important thing was not to draw attention from outside." Lauchi entered with Musiki, slightly embarrassed as he explained. Sis, you've seen how wild it is out there. We didn't have a choice. We just happened to end up downstairs. Don't say any more. Hungry? I'll cook you some noodles. Shan-Jie motioned for them to sit on the living room sofa, then headed straight to the kitchen. Musiki glanced around Shan-Jie's one-room apartment, subtly wrinkling her brow. Outside, heavy rain began pouring down, pounding against the glass with sharp cracks. Quick and efficient, Shan-Jie boiled 3 bowls of egg noodles and placed them on the coffee table. The 3 of them sat together, eating the steaming hot meal in silence. Shan-Jie, who had been terrified moments ago, finally felt a bit calmer now that there were others around, and realized just how starved she was. Chapter 64. Spoiled people are just fussy. 7th brother was the same, eating with obvious enjoyment. Only Musiki held her plain egg noodles for a long while, barely picking up a single bite with her chopsticks. Shan-Jie had run her business for years and could immediately tell that Musiki was being picky about the food. But Shan-Jie lowered her eyes and continued eating quietly, not bothering to respond. To ease the awkwardness, she turned on the television. But the TV seemed strange now. Every channel had stopped airing entertainment shows or dramas. Some stations had even suspended their signals completely. The only station broadcasting showed footage from last month's heavy rainstorm, accompanied by a cold, stark message. A red boa warning is currently in effect. Heavy rainfall is expected for the next 7 days. Citizens who have already returned home should avoid moving around unnecessarily to prevent accidents. Shan-Jie pulled out her phone. Only 1 bar of signal remained, and web pages simply wouldn't load. What kind of messed up world is this? When will it end? Shan-Jie murmured, then lowered her head and kept eating. After several bites, 7th brother looked up at Musiki and said, Chi-Chi, eat up. Sister Shan's noodles are so good. Musiki forced a faint smile at 7th brother and continued struggling through the simple meal. When half the bowl remained uneaten, 7th brother, who knew Shan-Jie hated waste, picked up Musiki's leftovers and finished them himself. Shan-Jie took a tissue, wiped her mouth, and said indifferently, They say the rain will last 7 days, but knowing our luck, it might stretch to 10. With things so chaotic outside, 7th brother, does Grandma have enough food at home? 7th brother's expression darkened slightly. He lowered his head and muttered, The fridge should hold her over for a while. That's good, Shan-Jie said flatly. Call Grandma later when you can. Don't let her worry. The elders don't know how to use phones properly, and they can't figure out the TV either. Letting her know you're okay will ease her mind. Yeah, alright. 7th brother silently pulled out his phone, fumbled with it for a moment, but there was no signal. The call couldn't go through. Outside, the rain continued falling, and something fell off, as if the streets weren't just wet, but dangerous. Shan-Jie went to the kitchen to wash dishes, but halfway through, she suddenly noticed the water pressure dropping. Sensing trouble, she quickly called for help. Hurry, grab a basin to collect water. We're about to lose supply. Then she rushed to the bathroom, turning on both the faucet and showerhead, filling the bathroom storage bucket. 7th brother dropped his phone and ran to help. Musiki wrinkled her brows slightly again, but the water cut off in an instant. 7th brother managed only half a basin, and Shan-Jie had caught just a little more than half a bucket. Then came the power outage. The entire room plunged into darkness. Musiki screamed, Ashung, where are you? 7th brother immediately dropped the basin and rushed to the living room to comfort her. In doing so, some of the precious water he'd collected spilled onto the floor. Shan-Jie, exhausted from scrambling alone, finally snapped. Using the dim light of her phone, she said sharply, Hey Missy, are you okay? You've been wearing sunglasses since you walked in. Now the lights are out. Fine, whatever, but if you're scared of the dark, why don't you just take those damn glasses off? Or are you some big celebrity who can't be seen? Sis. 7th brother raised his voice at Shan-Jie for the first time. Siki's injured. She's not spoiled or delicate. Shan-Jie was too drained to argue. Who visits someone's home acting this high maintenance? And yet 7th brother still insists she's not fussy. Clearly, he was just another love-struck fool. She didn't reply. Instead, she rummaged through a drawer, found a spare candle, lit it, and carefully stored away all the water they'd managed to collect. Unwilling to deal with the mushy, clingy couple in the living room, she turned toward the window, staring out at the torrential rain and the chaos beyond. 7th brother, did you check your phone earlier? Right when the rain started, I saw tons of messages, some real, some fake, saying the rainwater was toxic. Well, even if it is, we're practically immune, 7th brother said casually, trying to reassure everyone. We've survived melamine, Sudan red, pre-made meals. What poison haven't we eaten? We lived through 3 years of masks. This is just rain, sis. Don't stress so much. Shan-Jie didn't answer, but suddenly, she pointed outside, horrified. 7th brother, look outside. There was no light outside, and their apartment was on a high floor. She couldn't see clearly what was happening below, but it looked like people were biting each other. 7th brother pressed against the window for a moment, then began to shiver. Holy crap, could the rain be carrying rabies or something? Shan-Jie's heart pounded. She suddenly recalled Su Bingfan's repeated warnings. Her woman's intuition told her the situation was far worse than it seemed. With things so wild outside, there was no way she could let 7th brother and Musiki go out now. Shan-Jie's apartment only had 1 bedroom, 1 living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, so she said to 7th brother, You'll have to make do on the couch for 1 night. I'll sleep in bed with Chi-Chi. Though Shan-Jie's bed was only 1.5 meters wide, it was enough space for 2 girls to sleep. Before bed, Musiki tugged slightly at 7th brother's sleeve, hesitating. I want to take a shower. How can you shower without water? Shanjia muttered, annoyed. This woman was really strange. She somehow made her feel inexplicably irritated. Although seventh brother wasn't entirely happy with Shanjia's attitude toward Musiki, he could only comfort her. Baby, there's no water or power right now. We can't take a shower. Just hang in there. When the rain stops, I'll take you to a hot spring. Musiki reluctantly went into the bedroom. With a man from outside the family staying over, Shanjia didn't even change out of her clothes. She just lay down fully dressed. Musiki struggled for a while, but eventually had no choice but to endure the night as best she could. The next morning, Shanjia checked her phone first thing, still no signal. She checked the water and electricity, neither had been restored. Walking to the window to look downstairs, she saw that the rain was still falling, though seemingly lighter now. The streets were completely empty, and the pooled sewage appeared an unusual dark red. In the distance, she could see her small shop had been smashed into ruins. Shanjia could only sigh. She'd deal with it after the rain stopped. Frowning, she hurried into the bathroom, carefully portioning out some water for brushing teeth and washing up. The rest needed to be saved and used slowly. While Shanjia was fiddling with water supplies in the bathroom, Musiki cracked the eggs. That was how the scene this morning had come about. When Shanjia came in carrying 3 packs of instant noodles, handing one to each person, Musiki's expression turned sour again. Pouting, Musiki tugged at seventh brother's sleeve and whispered, "How can you eat these dry things? They're all preservatives. They're terrible for your skin. If you're worried about your skin, then don't eat them. Wait until utilities are back before you eat," Shanjia said coldly, then ignored the fussy young lady and turned toward the window to eat. Last night had been chaotic, yet this morning was strangely quiet. It felt unnatural. And although she distinctly heard helicopters last night, along with broadcasts announcing rescue teams were coming, why hadn't anyone arrived yet? Then there was that explosion she'd heard in the night. A sense of unease crept into Shanjia's heart. Even though their household now had 2 extra mouths to feed, if anything unexpected happened, at least they still had seventh brother, a man, around. Seventh brother himself didn't dare say much now. Given the situation, who could possibly make demands? But Musiki wasn't done. She continued whining. "But I really want steamed egg. I need to maintain my figure. I can't eat too many carbs." "Then don't eat. Skipping a meal helps maintain your figure too." Chapter 65 Blood, all over the ground. Musiki hadn't expected Lao Chi to talk back to her so bluntly, and for a moment, her expression turned sour. Lao Chi also felt a bit awkward but chose not to respond further. He turned his head toward Shanjia and followed her to the window to look outside. Having lived on the streets for years, Lao Chi immediately sensed something was off. "Why is there blood all over the ground?" "Blood?" Shanjia instantly grew fearful. "Did we hurt someone last night? Maybe worse." Lao Chi's brow furrowed tightly. Even from this height, he could make out yellowish-white and reddish substances floating in the dirty water, likely brain matter and bodily fluids. There was half a gut drifting in the puddle, a severed foot tossed by the roadside, and half an arm flung across a car roof. He could even faintly see inside Shanjia's shop, where a shriveled skull lay exposed. Such a chaotic scene could only have been caused by multiple attackers, and clearly, more than one person had been injured. Lao Chi had heard the explosion that night too. He hadn't been asleep yet, but at the time, he hadn't thought much of it, assuming it was just a gas pipe rupturing due to the heavy rain. Now, however, it seemed far more serious than that. Over the next 3 days, apart from sleeping, Su Bingfan was constantly dragged into training by Oscar. Handguns, rifles, sniper rifles, submachine guns, then practicing grenade throws. In the afternoons came physical conditioning drills. Even during meals and showers, Oscar played martial arts videos for Su Bingfan, as he would soon begin learning various combat techniques. Finally finishing the day's training and just about to rest, Su Bingfan was startled when Oscar pulled out a new schedule. Now he was supposed to learn how to drive tanks and helicopters. "Do I really need to learn this? With all the circuit boards we have at home, can't you just modify one with self-driving capability? Or better yet, just build me a robot driver?" "No way." Oscar suddenly took on the stern tone of a teacher. "Name one lone hero in any post-apocalyptic movie who escapes while carrying around a chauffeur?" "But I don't even need to escape," Su Bingfan retorted, then quickly added, "I promised teacher how I'd accompany her to visit Meng Xiaoqin. I need to go find her." "Fine. Then let's do the physical training tonight instead." Oscar folded his tablet away with a knowing smirk and said, "Didn't you bet with me earlier about replacing yourself with a robot in front of your mother? While you've been immersed in training these past 3 days, it was actually a robot spending time with teacher Hao. Want to see how it performed?" With a wave of his hand, Oscar summoned a massive LCD screen, like a projected movie. On it, Su Bingfan saw a perfect replica of himself knocking on teacher Hao's door. Teacher Hao opened the door joyfully and invited the Su Bingfan inside. The robot greeted her as usual and proudly displayed the slab of pork belly in his hand. "Teacher, tonight we'll have dumplings and braised pork." Su Bingfan nearly dropped his jaw. Had Oscar not warned him beforehand, he might have doubted whether this was some secretly recorded footage of himself from a previous visit. The robot was identical to him in every way. Oscar fast-forwarded the video to double speed, focusing close-ups on teacher Hao's face. At first, she looked genuinely happy. But as Su Bingfan began making dumplings, teacher Hao's expression flickered with subtle doubt. Her second moment of uncertainty came when Su Bingfan ate the braised pork. The third arose when they visited Meng Xiaoqin together. Under the care of several pretty nurses, Meng Xiaoqin behaved unusually well. Though still mute, he seemed content. But at that moment, teacher Hao's suspicion peaked, not because Meng Xiaoqin couldn't speak, but because of the Su Bingfan beside her. When Su Bingfan offered to escort her home after leaving the hospital, Teacher Hao politely declined. After bidding her farewell courteously, the robot walked off, but Teacher Hao quietly circled back, following him from a distance. Su Bingfan went to the library to read, then headed to the basketball court to play. Teacher Hao trailed behind each time, her confusion deepening with every step. By evening, when Su Bingfan went to the cinema alone, Teacher Hao returned home with a troubled look on her face. Meanwhile, the robot shut down into standby mode the moment she left. On the second and third days, whenever Su Bingfan attempted to visit again, Teacher Hao greeted him warmly, but the instant he turned away, her expression darkened with silent suspicion. With another gesture, Oscar froze the screen on a close-up of Teacher Hao's slightly furrowed brow. Su Bingfan reached up and gently closed his gaping mouth, then turned to Oscar and asked, "I didn't even notice anything off myself. How did Teacher Hao figure it out?" Oscar smiled faintly, his tone laced with meaning. That, only a parent can explain. After all, parents recognize their children by more than just their face. Su Bingfan rubbed his tense face and quickly got up to take a shower and change clothes. "I have to appear in front of Teacher Hao in person, at least once, or she'll keep worrying." "Oh right, what's Dipper been doing these past few days?" He had just remembered there was still a goddess in the shelter after 3 days of solitary training. "Oh her." Oscar sighed and wearily massaged his temples. "I originally separated you two to avoid distractions during training. But Miss Dipper really isn't cut out to be an action star. So I casually picked a historical romance drama script for her to study at the hotel." Su Bingfan immediately pulled open the shower curtain, eyes lighting up. "Then can we go on a date tonight?" Chapter 66, triggering the next quest. "You're not allowed to go on a date until you can guarantee every single shot hits the bullseye," Oscar said with a fake smile. "Love is just a seasoning in life. Compatibility is the essential survival skill in the apocalypse, Master Zhuang. You need to distinguish what's primary and what's secondary. Hey, if you're not even going to arrange a chance for us to meet, then why keep her in the shelter at all?" Su Bingfan complained. Obviously, to trigger the next quest, Cha Dudu, who had been sleeping for several days, finally woke up. It climbed down from Su Bingfan's arm and stretched comfortably, yawning lazily. Was it the shimmering water in the bathroom playing tricks on his eyes? Su Bingfan couldn't help but feel that Cha Dudu was surrounded by a faint glow, and its body seemed more muscular. Cha Dudu sensed Su Bingfan's confusion and grinned. "Host, it's not your imagination. I really have gotten stronger. And not just me. You've gotten stronger too. Look." Su Bingfan showered every day, but as a rough guy, he usually finished within 5 minutes. He'd never paid much attention to his own body. Now, prompted by Cha Dudu, he finally looked down. What he saw startled him. "My little bird got bigger?" Cha Dudu rolled its eyes dramatically. "No, dummy. Your belly fat shrank. That's why your little bird looks bigger." Oh right. He'd been undergoing intense physical training, but hadn't noticed the changes to his body. Now, upon closer inspection, Su Bingfan realized how incredibly strong he had become. His entire body was packed with taut muscles, defined abs, broad pectorals like double doors, and seductive hip flexor lines. He ran his hands over his skin. Beneath was dense, firm muscle, nearly zero soft fat. Water droplets slid along the smooth contours of his body, almost like playing a beautiful melody across his frame. But Su Bingfan frowned. Oscar asked curiously, "Master Zhuang, what's wrong? This is a perfect body. There's plenty wrong." Su Bingfan grumbled. "Haven't you heard? A little muscle attracts women. A body full of muscle only attracts men. Similarly, being moderately skilled draws many users, but if you're extremely professional, you'll probably only attract fellow experts. Which means from now on, anyone interested in me will be pure macho men." Oscar tried to console him kindly. "Don't worry, Master. There aren't many uncontaminated survivors left anyway. In the end, whether it's men or women, you'll have your pick." "Gee, thanks a lot." Su Bingfan wasn't comforted in the slightest. After dressing, Su Bingfan finally felt like himself again. He'd always had a V-shaped build. The only difference was that his muscles were far more developed now. Oscar had picked out a black shirt for him. Su Bingfan tried it on. It fit perfectly. Except from the third button upward, none of them would fasten. He licked his lips and asked Oscar, "I'm just going to visit my teacher. Do I really need to look this sexy? Maybe I should just wear my old t-shirt." Fair point." Oscar smiled slightly. "Though today Miss Deba is also heading out. You might run into each other." Su Bingfan immediately turned back. "Visiting my teacher is urgent. Never mind, I won't change clothes." Out the door, downstairs, across the way, upstairs, knocking on Teacher Hao's door. "Teacher, I'm here to mooch a meal." "Coming." Teacher Hao flung open the door in slight panic. When she saw Su Bingfan, her face lit up with excitement and joy, as if she'd finally found a long-lost child, tears glistening in her eyes. "Bingfan, you're back." Su Bingfan's expression flickered. He didn't know how she could sense something was off, nor how she recognized him as the real one. But for now, he couldn't play along with her assumption. He quickly changed the subject. "Teacher, I'm starving. Can I have some beef dumplings?" "Oh sure. There's beef in the fridge. I'll make dumplings for you, and stew a pot of braised pork." She dashed into the kitchen. Su Bingfan went to wash his hands in the bathroom, then started helping. Teacher Hao took out the beef and defrosted it in the microwave, then began kneading dough. Su Bingfan chopped vegetables, washed them, and then moved on to mincing the filling. The dumpling stuffing, which used to take over 10 minutes to chop finely, was done in 2 minutes flat, Su Bingfan wielding 2 kitchen knives in a blur of motion. He then smoothly took over the dough from Teacher Hao, kneading it vigorously. Within 2 or 3 minutes, The lump of dough was smooth and tender. Teacher Hao stared, stunned, then teased. When did our Bing-fan turn into a kitchen prodigy? Did you secretly attend New Oriental Cooking School these past few days? Su Bing-fan grinned and began making dumplings together with Teacher Hao. The stewed pork in the clay pot was already emitting a rich aroma, and the countertop was covered with plump white dumplings. Su Bing-fan even pulled out his phone to play some soothing background music. The atmosphere felt as joyful and warm as celebrating Chinese New Year. Once the dumplings were done, Su Bing-fan started boiling water while Hao Shi stood beside him, thinking for a moment before saying, "Today's meal is a bit too greasy. Let me whip up a cold dish for you." She prepared a simple home-style cold salad, then washed 2 tomatoes and made volcano with snow, a cold dish Su Bing-fan loved most. "Teacher, I also want eggplant," Su Bing-fan whined playfully. "All right, I'll make it for you." Teacher Hao laughed, pulling out 2 more eggplants to wash. "But you'll have to wait a bit. The stove's occupied right now." Soon, both the dumplings and the braised pork were served. Teacher Hao also cooked a quick fish-fragrant eggplant, one of Su Bing-fan's all-time favorite flavors. There, now the meal is balanced and nutritious. Satisfied, Teacher Hao arranged the dishes on the table. The two set out bowls and chopsticks together and began their meal. Su Bing-fan was truly starving and truly craving real food. For the past 3 days, Oscar had kept him on an intense physical regimen. To save time and accelerate fitness gains, every single meal consisted of just 2 eggs, 10 slices of beef steak, 3 gin of milk, 5 gin of seafood, and a massive bowl of vegetable fruit corn salad. That kind of hardship had been unbearable. Now, finally enjoying real home-cooked food, and in front of the person he cared about most, Su Bing-fan didn't hold back at all. So much so that by the time Teacher Hao had finished her first dumpling and looked up again, she found Su Bing-fan had already devoured all 4 plates of dumplings they'd made, like a whirlwind sweeping through. The eggplant, gone. The cold dish, cleared. Only a little braised pork sauce remained at the bottom of the plate, and Su Bing-fan licked his lips, asking innocently, "Teacher, got any steamed buns? I want to dip them in this sauce." Suddenly, Teacher Hao covered her mouth, lowered her head, and couldn't help but sob. Su Bing-fan froze, immediately reaching over to gently pat her back and soothe her softly. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Chapter 67, Special Forces Deployed. Teacher Hao shook her head hard, forcing herself to take several deep breaths in an effort to calm down. Only after she had forcefully held back her tears did she turn and gently stroke Su Bing-fan's face. "Bing-fan, I haven't been able to look after you properly these past 2 days. You've suffered so much." Before Su Bing-fan could respond, Teacher Hao wiped her face with the back of her hand and quickly turned toward the kitchen. "Never mind eating plain buns. They're not nutritious. Let me make you another egg pancake." Su Bing-fan really wanted to say he didn't feel like eggs, but by then Teacher Hao had already cracked the eggs. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and eat 2 more egg pancakes. As he ate, he glanced at Teacher Hao's refrigerator, silently thinking that tonight he'd have to bring over some supplies to restock her fridge, otherwise Oscar would have to conjure up an entire marketplace again, which was too hard on a robot. 3 days had passed. The 3 unwilling housemates had now been living together for 3 days. At this point, they all knew what was happening outside. Although water, electricity, and internet had not yet been fully restored, zombies were already roaming the streets. Every day, helicopters flew overhead carrying heavily masked special forces who broadcast messages urging surviving civilians not to open windows or go outside, but instead stay quietly indoors awaiting rescue, all while spraying bullets from their submachine guns at any nearby zombies. The first batch of soldiers sent out on missions had all been wiped out. Those still capable of deployment now were known as the Elite Squad, troops equipped with protective suits. No matter how chaotic things became outside, operations within the command center remained unaffected. The upper echelons still enjoyed clean water, functional networks, and electricity, while civilian districts were temporarily beyond help. Shanjia had barricaded the door tightly. Her building had 32 floors total, and her apartment was on the 14th, high enough to be relatively safe. Now, she felt somewhat grateful that Lao Qi was here with her. If she had been left alone as the only woman facing such chaos, Shanjia wasn't sure she could have endured it. Musiki had stopped being defiant. Whatever Shanjia gave her, she obediently ate. Ever since Lao Qi had snapped at her once, Musiki seemed to have matured significantly, no longer demanding special treatment or causing trouble. Their first major problem now was the shortage of daily use water. Earlier, Su Bing-fan had reminded Shanjia to store drinking water, so she had 10 large buckets of purified water at home, plus nearly a full barrel on the water dispenser, enough for drinking. But domestic water use remained a challenge. Shanjia hadn't expected a water outage, so she hadn't stored much extra. Fortunately, her neighborhood occasionally experienced water shutoffs, so she had developed a habit of saving 1 bucket of water each day. Still, this amount wasn't enough to sustain 3 people through normal daily routines. Now they didn't flush the toilet after urinating. Only bowel movements warranted a flush. Yet foul odors still seeped out from behind the tightly closed bathroom door. Outside, rain continued without pause. The helicopter announcements forbade opening windows, so they just had to endure the stench. Eventually, everyone grew numb to it. By the 3rd day, Lao Qi finally couldn't sit still anymore. "I need to go check on my grandmother." "Are you crazy?" Shanjia shoved him back. "Can't you see what kind of monsters are out there? Going out now is no different than throwing your life away." Musiki didn't want to leave at all and pretended to join Inchan Bingham. "Yeah, a shung, just bear with it a little longer. Now that the military has stepped in to rescue civilians, we'll be saved soon. It'll be the same for your grandma. Didn't you say she has plenty of food at home?" Just as Lao Chi was about to argue further, a burst of gunfire erupted outside, followed by the explosion of a grenade. Lao Chi flinched violently, sighed deeply, then turned and trudged back to the living room, slumping dejectedly onto the sofa. Shan Jie found a blank sheet of paper and used a highlighter to write a thick, bold SOS, which she taped to the window, hoping this would catch the attention of passing helicopters and prompt the rescue team to come sooner. Occasionally, faint noises echoed in the hallway. Each time, Shan Jie would immediately cover her mouth and sit frozen in a corner, terrified that even the slightest sound might draw unwanted attention from outside. They endured until the evening of the 4th day. Finally, at the request of the Special Forces, the command center managed to restore city water and power supply for 2 hours only. Helicopters slowly cruised overhead, broadcasting instructions. Civilians at home, please turn on your lights to aid our rescue tally. Power and water will remain active for 2 hours. Please remain calm, stay indoors, and do not open windows. Do not open your doors unless you are certain it is an official military rescue unit. The outdoors are dangerous. Please avoid making any noise. When the sound of flowing water returned to the pipes, Musiki immediately nudged Lao Chi. Ashung, go clean up the bathroom. As the only man in the apartment, Lao Chi naturally couldn't let the women handle this task, so he ducked into the bathroom and began scrubbing carefully with toilet cleaner. Shan Jie turned on the light, feeling as if her heart had brightened along with the room. Though natural gas hadn't been restored yet, having electricity was already a huge relief. Shan Jie pulled out her induction cooker and seized these 2 precious hours to quickly prepare a steaming pot of hot noodle soup for everyone. Musiki also volunteered to help in the kitchen. Though she couldn't cook, she grabbed every available container and started filling them with water, 1 basin at a time. She never wanted to live in filth again. For once, Shan Jie gave Musiki a genuine smile. Once Lao Chi finishes cleaning the bathroom, you go ahead and take a shower. With such rare access to water and power, everyone rushed to take a bath. Shan Jie even threw their dirty clothes into the washing machine. Lao Chi mopped the tables and floor, Musiki hung laundry on the balcony, and Shan Jie cooked in the kitchen. It almost felt like a harmonious family working together. Dinner was still egg noodles. This time, Musiki didn't complain at all. She clutched her bowl tightly and slurped noisily, enjoying it more than anyone else. Shan Jie, your cooking is absolutely amazing. Top-notch. Shan Jie grinned proudly. Of course, my little shop actually started as just a noodle stand. I used to make hand-rolled noodles myself, and only expanded later. Kids like Lao Chi here, when they were broke at month-end, who among them hasn't come by to eat my noodles? As she spoke, her eyes dimmed again. With everything so chaotic outside my shop, Lao Chi fell silent for a moment, then forced himself to cheer up. Hey, look on the bright side, Shan Jie. With things so messed up outside, nobody's going to be opening businesses anytime soon. That means your landlord will have to lower the rent. We can just sell noodles, easily earn over 100 yuan a day. Shan Jie managed a small smile. What she didn't know was that her landlord had already turned into a zombie and been shot dead by special forces. Chapter 68. The rain finally stops. That evening, Oscar still arranged a date between Su Bingfan and the goddess Dilraba as a reward for his hard training over the past period. They met again at the same restaurant as last time, though this time Dilraba wasn't wearing a formal dress or a full set of jewelry. She wore a pale yellow polo dress with small white daisy patterns, her hair tied high into a ponytail, with 2 strands of bangs framing the sides of her forehead. Her face bore no visible makeup. This fresh, innocent look made Dilraba appear even younger than Su Bingfan. Su Bingfan had gone home to change clothes, still wearing a shirt and suit pants, but he secretly styled his hair a bit before arriving. Dilraba noticed something different about him the moment she saw him. It's only been a few days. How come you've gotten even more handsome? Su Bingfan was too embarrassed to say it was because his chest had grown larger, so he just tugged at his collar and replied, Buddha needs golden robes. People need fine clothes. Looks are 3 points. Presentation 7. No way, that's not it. You must have done something secretly. Your entire aura has changed. Laughing, Dilraba gestured for him to sit. Come, sit down quick. Only after you're seated can I order food. Su Bingfan glanced at Oscar, who naturally took on the role of waiter this time. Oscar brought over a bottle of 1990 Romanicani, poured each of them a glass slowly, and said softly, Wine this good doesn't get any rarer with every bottle opened. Dilraba turned to look at the bottle and laughed joyfully. I know this bottle well. When we filmed Glory, we used these exact bottles. Though our director was pretty stingy, we were given wine worth only 1 per bottle that tasted like grape juice. But the bottle really is beautiful. I even took several selfies holding it. A glimmer passed through Su Bingfan's eyes as an idea suddenly struck him. Wasn't there still several unfinished floors in his property? Could he perhaps turn it into a winery? Oscar instantly picked up on Su Bingfan's thought and smiled toward Miss Dilraba. Actually, Mr. Su owns quite a large vineyard estate. If Miss Dilraba is interested, you should definitely try some wine from Mr. Su's winery sometime. It tastes quite excellent. This remark was actually meant for Su Bingfan's ears. Su Bingfan raised his eyebrows slightly, silently asking Oscar with his gaze, Do I already have a vineyard estate now? Oscar nodded matter-of-factly at Su Bingfan. Of course. As the estate owner, all your wishes naturally come true. Su Bingfan nodded approvingly. Well done. You've got potential. Oscar gladly accepted. I'll continue striving. The dinner proceeded light-heartedly and comfortably. Dilraba didn't mention acting once, nor did she ask about Su Bingfan's progress on that post-apocalyptic film, much less probe into his assets. Instead, she acted entirely like an ordinary friend, simply sharing a meal and chatting casually. It was Su Bingfan who felt somewhat puzzled and finally asked her directly, "Why aren't you asking me about filming the movie?" Doraba burst out laughing. "No way. You really think that's all I care about? That I'm that materialistic?" Su Bingfan wasn't sure how to respond. Doraba turned her head to gaze out the window, continuing. "In our industry, of course we meet many wealthy people. But alongside genuine millionaires are also fake ones. I don't smell the stench of capital around you. And being with you feels so comfortable. I really enjoy that feeling. So let's not bring those things up. Can't we just be ordinary friends?" Su Bingfan felt his face grow warm and instinctively asked, "Are you really that short on friends?" Doraba smiled bitterly, her eyes lowering slightly. "To be precise, I don't really have any friends. Friends from school days. We've all taken different paths since then. Now there's an unbridgeable gap. When they're near me, some flatter me, others tread carefully. It's just so dull." So gradually, everything faded away. As for people in the industry, Doraba lifted her beautiful eyes, locking onto Su Bingfan's, seriously asking, "Do you truly believe real friendship exists in our circle?" Su Bingfan wanted to say no, but hesitated to speak it aloud. Doraba wore a faint, weary smile, absently twirling her wineglass between her fingers, murmuring, "All those so-called 7 fairies of Huagong, Taigo's sisterhood, grade 7 class 2. They're nothing but mutual hype and publicity stunts. You only count as part of the group when you're hot. Then someone might crawl up and beg to join as an unofficial member. But the moment negative news surfaces, everyone rushes to cut ties, desperate to shout to the world, 'We never even knew each other.'" A sardonic curl appeared on Doraba's lips. Even best friends sometimes compete for the same resources. When competition involves tens or even hundreds of millions of yuan, how could anyone expect friendships to remain unharmed? "So, I really love that feeling while filming Glory." Jingjing had her close schoolmate Pei Pei, her good friend Qin Shui from the industry, plus her little assistant and agent. They could all interact like friends, like elder sisters. But in reality, I'm just a money-making tool for my agent, and my assistant treats me like a boss with trembling fear. How could we ever become real friends? Doraba turned her gaze towards Su Bingfan, her eyes filled with warm amusement. "So, I truly feel lucky. Even though I don't know what kind of fate brought me to meet you, I find being with you so relaxed and happy. That's more than enough. As for your identity, I won't ask anymore. Consider it a Roman holiday I'm giving myself." Su Bingfan suddenly gathered his courage and asked Doraba, "Then can I pursue you?" Doraba looked as if she'd just heard the funniest joke imaginable. She covered her mouth, giggling uncontrollably. It took her a long time to calm down before she waved at Su Bingfan apologetically. "Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I just think you're making this sound way too simple. In our line of work, unless you've faded into obscurity and have no jobs, you're constantly on the move, day and night. The romance shown in Glory was actually quite idealized. We even had time to date through our phones. Do you know, I've actually gone 2 full days and nights without sleep during filming? If I don't even have time to sleep, how could I possibly have time to check my phone? And you already know the direction my current projects are heading. Could you really accept having a girlfriend who ignores you for days on end, while spending every moment building chemistry with other male actors?" On the 7th day, the rain finally stopped. Helicopters still flew back and forth, but less frequently. Previously, they passed by 3 or 4 times a day. Now, only once a day. Each time a helicopter flew over, its message reminded everyone not to go outside. But Lao Chi couldn't hold himself back any longer. "Sis, do you have a raincoat and rain boots? I want to go home and check on Grandma." "Are you crazy, Lao Chi? It's only temporarily stopped raining. The sky is still dark, and it's dangerous out there." Although Shan Jia was also worried about Grandma, she couldn't let Lao Chi take such a risk. If Lao Chi stayed put, only Grandma might be in danger. But if Lao Chi went out, it was highly likely they'd all be in danger. Yet Lao Chi couldn't stay still. He pointed at the empty road outside. "Where's the danger? Right now, there isn't even a single soul out there. They said help would come, but how long have we been waiting? Sis, after going through 3 years of the pandemic, haven't you realized yet? Rescue efforts will happen, yes, but they follow a logic. They'll save the 3 highs first, high-ranking officials, high-income earners, and the highly educated. Only then will they reach people like us in the common residential areas. When will they get around to helping us? Maybe I can wait, but Grandma can't." Lao Chi bitterly tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Sis, my family lives in an old neighborhood, the poorest area in our city. When do you think they'll finally make it to my home? Thank you for taking care of me and sheltering me, but now I have to go. I can't leave Grandma alone at home." Shan Jie didn't want Lao Chi to leave, and Musiki definitely didn't want him to go either. If Lao Chi left, she'd have to follow. But who knew what exactly was happening outside? The helicopter broadcasts only warned against opening windows, never explaining why zombies had appeared. But Musiki had already pieced most of it together. It had to be the rain. There was something wrong with this strange, eerie rain. The world had descended into chaos only after the rain started. People had started turning into zombies only after the rain began. Musiki had no intention of becoming a zombie. She still wanted to live her life beautifully. She had to think of a way to keep Lao Chi here. Suddenly, Musiki pointed downstairs and cried, "Look! Look quickly! Someone actually went outside." Chapter 69, There are still zombies. Sister Shan and Lao Chi rushed to the window upon hearing the sound. Although Lao Chi really wanted to go outside, when he heard someone had already gone downstairs, he became more eager to see how the first person would handle it. The man was covered from head to toe. He wore a blue raincoat, a face mask, gloves on his hands, and black rubber boots on his feet. No one knew which floor he lived on. He made his way down cautiously, frequently looking back over his shoulder. He stood in the shadow near the entrance of the building for a long time, carefully observing. Only after confirming no one was outside did he finally let out a sigh of relief and slowly take one step forward. Splush! The sound of his rubber boots stepping in water rang sharply through the otherwise empty street. The man froze, alertly scanning the surroundings. If zombies appeared at this moment, all he needed to do was turn around quickly, retreat into the stairwell, and shut the unit door securely behind him. Then he'd be safe. He stood still for quite some time, noticing nothing unusual. Finally relaxing, he began walking faster toward his destination. Lao Chi followed the man's path with his eyes and immediately understood where he was headed. It was a small convenience store. Clearly, this man had no choice but to risk coming out. He must have run out of food and water at home. That little supermarket had already been looted and ransacked 7 days ago. Who knew if anything edible or drinkable remained for this bold man? Suddenly, another figure appeared. This person in black clothing emerged from Sister Shan's building entrance. Sister Shan lived too high up, and now they didn't dare open the windows, so she couldn't clearly see what was happening below. Only that this figure staggered behind the man in the raincoat, tilting its head, dragging its legs, walking in an odd way. Then another figure appeared, closely following the one in black. Oh my God! Sister Shan clapped her hand over her mouth in terror, afraid even a gasp might attract attention from below. These two figures coming out of Sister Shan's building were not human at all. The one at the rear walked exactly like the front one, but different in one horrific way. Half its head had been eaten away, brain matter dripping steadily onto its shoulder. That was what made it instantly clear. This was no living person. The two zombies trailed behind the man in the raincoat, their pace gradually quickening. By the time the man finally sensed something wrong behind him, the two zombies had already seized his shoulders. Help me. The man tried to escape, but his strength was no match for the two zombies. All he could do was scream desperately. But who would come to save him now? The crooked-necked zombie ripped off his raincoat and opened its bloody maw wide at his neck. Splash! Bright red blood gushed out, instantly spreading a sweet metallic stench through the air. The blood sprayed onto the half-headed zombie's skull, seemingly stimulating it. It lunged forward too, tearing off the man's mask and taking a massive bite straight into his face, ripping off a large chunk of flesh, revealing the raincoat man's blood-soaked teeth. Save me, help! The man struggled fiercely, screaming until his voice broke, fighting desperately for a sliver of survival. If only special forces would arrive now, he could still be saved. But the piercing cries didn't bring rescue. They attracted more zombies. The once silent residential compound suddenly saw numerous limb-damaged zombies emerging from all directions. They had starved far too long. Now, finally hearing a human voice and smelling fresh blood, they charged toward the man in the raincoat like a horde. Dozens of zombies swarmed over him. In mere moments, they devoured every last scrap. Nothing remained, not even bone fragments. The man in the raincoat didn't even get a chance to turn into a zombie himself. He died horribly, torn apart by the undead. Just like Su Bingfan in the previous life. A strange image flashed through Musiki's mind. She seemed to see the person being torn apart. It was Su Bingfan. Yet from the 14th floor, Musiki couldn't possibly have seen the man's face clearly. And that vision didn't feel like watching from above. It felt more like being right there. Frightened, Musiki shook her head hard, dispelling the bizarre thought. She grabbed Lao Chi tightly. Ashung, you can't go out. There are zombies in our building, and the entire ground floor is crawling with them. If you go out, you'll be walking to your death. At that moment, the zombies below had finished devouring their meal. They stood in place, looking around blankly, as if searching for other humans. Fortunately, zombie necks were stiff. They couldn't look upward. Otherwise, they'd see terrified faces staring down from many windows. Finding no more prey nearby, the zombies slowed once again to their sluggish pace, wobbling off in different directions and drifting back into whatever buildings they could enter. Sister Shan was already trembling, on the verge of tears. She was now certain that the unit door downstairs in her building had already been damaged, and there was a high chance that zombies still lurked inside the hallway. Chapter 70, Zombie Evolution. The rain had stopped, but the network signal still hadn't been restored. Su Bingfan was eager to know what the outside world looked like now, so he launched a drone. A Geiger counter was attached to the drone, showing that the external radiation level was currently 70 microsieverts per hour, much lower than during the heavy storm, but still dangerous. From a distance, the drone observed rescue teams being deployed by helicopters. However, due to the small size of the aircraft, they could only save a limited number of people at a time. Moreover, everyone on board the helicopter was fully armed and suited up, even more tightly covered than the medical workers during the mass period. Su Bingfan deduced that even the military must be running low on usable personnel right now. Judging from the map, the helicopter was operating in the city's high-tech zone. Su Bingfan sneered bitterly. Back during the mass period, when everyone else was waiting for relief supplies, the high-tech zone always received theirs first. Ordinary citizens like them had to wait 3 or 4 extra days just to get a sack of cabbages and radishes. But those in the high-tech zone? Meat, eggs, milk, rice, flour, cooking oil, leafy greens, and even fruits and snacks. Su Bingfan didn't feel like watching anymore. This government was hopeless. No matter the circumstances, ordinary people could only rely on themselves first. He had no intention of letting anyone discover his location, especially not the military. There would be absolutely no benefit for him in that. In this zombie-infested apocalypse, if he exposed his position after hoarding so many clean supplies, his fate would be even worse than in his previous life. It wasn't that Su Bingfan didn't trust the military. It was because, in his last life, there'd been a soft-hearted billionaire who'd made that exact stupid mistake. When even survival was hard, still clinging to kindness. That was beyond foolish. Chiduzi sensed Su Bingfan's thoughts and poked his head out to offer a sarcastic reminder. Host, you know how badly that billionaire ended up in your last life, yet you still plan to take in Musiki. Aren't you an even bigger idiot? Shut up, Chiduzi. He's my cousin, serving another host. Get lost. Su Bingfan only let the drone fly in remote suburban areas with no human presence, then zoomed the camera to its maximum range to observe the city. Faint sounds of gunfire and explosions came from the direction of the high-tech zone. Maybe the military was both rescuing people and fighting zombies? Still, Su Bingfan quickly noticed something strange. Earlier, 4 people had descended from the helicopter. Although 4 returned, only 1 was carrying a weapon. The other 3 were also dressed in protective suits, but their movements could only be described as panicked scurrying. And on the once pristine outer surface of their suits, strange patterns now appeared. But the area was small. Su Bingfan couldn't make it out clearly. Oscar, can the image be enlarged any further? Master, the machine has reached its limit. Oscar shrugged. But maybe you can ask Chiduzi to take a look. Su Bingfan patted Chiduzi on the head. Duzi, did you notice anything? Chiduzi glanced briefly and lazily replied. They encountered zombies. Those weird patterns are bloodstains and brain matter. And judging by the situation, unless I'm mistaken, well, actually, something definitely went wrong. Su Bingfan's eyes darkened, his lips pressed into a thin line. The outside world wasn't much better than it had been in his previous life. Last time, the rain had lasted 3 months. With poor urban drainage systems, in low-lying areas, entire first floors were submerged, water levels rising high enough to reach second-floor windowsills. Because of that, casualties had been far heavier. Many buildings corroded and weakened, making zombies even more rampant and survivors fewer. No living person could survive in 2 or 3 meters of floodwater, but zombies? They very well could. Survivors trying to flee upward, knocking desperately on a neighbor's door, found it nearly impossible. But zombies didn't face that problem. As long as they heard human noise or smelled the scent of flesh, ordinary doors couldn't stop them. Even anti-theft doors would eventually give way. It was just a matter of time. These zombies would use their filthy, sharp fingers to claw through weakened walls, feeling no pain even when their fingers broke. And behind each zombie stood a horde. Taking turns attacking, they could breach a household within hours. Such incidents became increasingly common as time passed, since walls had long been eroded into fragility by acid rain. Unless someone lived on a middle floor, there was almost no chance of surviving until rescue arrived. This time, the rain had only lasted 7 days. The walls shouldn't have suffered severe corrosion yet. As long as it didn't rain again, urban flooding would gradually recede. But last time, before the island nation dumped nuclear waste, people had at least stocked up on supplies to some extent. This time, the apocalypse had come too early, too suddenly. Except for Shanjia, who'd been warned by him. He had no idea how long others could possibly last. Su Bingfan let out a faint sigh. He really wanted to use the drone to check on Shanjia, his grandmother, and those other familiar faces, to see how they were doing. But moving any closer would risk exposing his location. After the betrayal he'd suffered in his previous life, Su Bingfan now believed that self-preservation came above all else. Anyway, Shanjia's home is right beside her shop. She's such a smart woman. She'll definitely be fine. Su Bingfan glanced once more at the live feed from the drone. The helicopter was still conducting rescues. But this time, the only armed soldier didn't descend. Instead, they lowered a rope ladder, leaving it to the people below to climb up themselves. That meant these individuals would have to fully expose themselves to an environment with radiation levels far beyond the safety threshold. Even if they were rescued, how long could someone survive after being enveloped by such intense radiation? They would suffer systemic damage, skin turning red, swelling, and rotting, digestive systems breaking down, causing nausea and vomiting, possible cognitive decline, even malignant tumors. Su Bingfan still remembered that news report he'd seen online, the first domestic case of nuclear radiation exposure. The victim had received a total body dose of just 2.9 microsieverts, yet it cost him his life within 10 hours. Now, radiation levels had soared to 70 microsieverts per hour. These people might not even make it back to a military shelter before they started experiencing dizziness, nausea, and nosebleeds. Su Bingfan no longer wished to watch. This kind of rescue mission was meaningless. The military was merely performing empty gestures, comforting themselves while polishing the metals of their superiors. Oscar, bring the drone back. Even after retrieval, the drone, now heavily irradiated, could only be stored temporarily in the isolation chamber outside the shelter. It would need thorough decontamination before any reuse. And even then, it would never be allowed inside the shelter again. But Oscar suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted, "Master, look, zombies are evolving." Chapter 71, Mission 4, Wind Element. So fast evolution? Su Bingfan quickly returned to the monitor, only to be met with a horrifying sight. Climbing a rope ladder required skill. Ordinary people usually wobbled unsteadily while climbing, which was why after the ladder had been lowered, it took a long time before someone's head slowly appeared, inching upward step by step. Then came the second person, and the third. Judging from their silhouettes, the first was a child, the second a woman, and the third a man. This must have been a family of 3 being rescued. The male head of household was still showing gallantry, letting his wife and child climb first. The helicopter hovered in place, waiting as they painstakingly ascended one by one. Suddenly, the helicopter sharply lifted higher, causing the line of people dangling below to sway like wind chimes. At the very bottom of the rope ladder, someone was climbing unusually fast, faster even than those special forces soldiers earlier. But when the image zoomed in, Su Bingfan clearly saw that the figure at the bottom wasn't human at all. It was a zombie, its abdominal cavity completely hollowed out, leaving only the spine connecting the torso. Yet it climbed rapidly, and was now nearly within reach of the lowest climber's ankle. Even more terrifying, below that zombie, another chain of zombies dangled. An endless stream of zombies. Su Bingfan frowned. The sound of the helicopter and the gunshots must have attracted such a massive swarm. The sudden lift of the helicopter likely stirred up even more zombies on the ground. Now, Su Bingfan finally understood what Oscar meant by zombie evolution. Zombies normally had stiff joints. Their movement was limited to crawling on flat surfaces, utterly incapable of performing high-difficulty actions like climbing a rope ladder. Yet these zombies now demonstrated mobility rivaling that of elite soldiers. Could this one be the fallen Special Forces soldier? And what about those below? Oscar pointed at the chain of zombies beneath the ladder. 3 Special Forces soldiers died just now. Yet suddenly we have so many zombies capable of climbing ladders? Master Zhuang, admit it, zombies are harder to deal with in this world. They've evolved. Su Bingfan rubbed his temples. This was serious trouble. If zombie joints had evolved enough to bend and climb, then no floor level would be safe anymore. Especially for high-rise residents, most of whom only installed soft protective nets. Such things were as fragile as spiderwebs against zombies. His eyes glued to the surveillance footage, Su Bingfan watched as the zombie closed in on the lowest person's ankle, just 2 rungs away. The person below was terrified. Fear unleashed hidden strength, and he began scrambling upward rapidly. But those above remained suspended mid-air, swaying dangerously, blocking his escape path. Thus, human survival instinct awakened humanity's most primitive selfishness. The man who had moments ago generously let his wife and child go first now transformed into a selfish beast. Desperate to survive, he abruptly yanked the woman's ankle above him. Caught completely off guard, she didn't even have time to react before being violently pulled down, tumbling off the ladder. Su Bingfan could even hear her disbelieving scream. Several hungry zombies followed her downward, but far more continued climbing upward. In that moment, the man had only one thought: to survive. So without hesitation, ignoring that the obstacle ahead was his own flesh and blood, he scrambled up, planning to repeat his trick, grabbing the child's ankle and tossing him down too. Perhaps from witnessing her mother's tragic fate, the child was prepared this time. When the man's hand reached out, the child clung to the ladder with all his strength, wrapping himself tightly around it. As the zombie drew closer and the child blocked his way, the man pulled harder. Now not only did the ladder sway violently, the entire helicopter trembled uncontrollably. A sense of dread welled up in Su Bingfan's heart. Sure enough, the next second, the rope ladder fell. Survival instinct overrode duty. The Special Forces soldier abandoned the rescue mission and fled alone. Oscar quickly lowered the drone to avoid detection by the helicopter. The screen before Su Bingfan shifted to an image of bushes. Su Bingfan sighed. What kind of life was this? When would it ever end? He wondered. If he ever managed to leave, how many living humans would remain outside? If mankind truly faced extinction, perhaps, for Earth, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. As Su Bingfan drifted into dark thoughts, Oscar sat beside him, fingers rapidly tapping as he analyzed data. The drone deployment wasn't merely for observation. Its primary mission was to collect external environmental data, allowing Oscar to calculate when the radiation would dissipate. Of course, dissipation didn't mean total disappearance. Radiation on the surface and in the air would slowly sink, then penetrate deep into the soil and groundwater. The half-life of these radioactive substances ranged from several thousand to tens of thousands of years, just like a certain region in an island nation bomb during World War II. Even after nearly a century, if someone were to fly over it today holding a Geiger counter, they'd still be shocked to find radiation levels hovering around 1 microsievert. After calculations, Oscar reached his conclusion. If it doesn't rain again, we should be able to go outside in about 3 days. However, we can't access data from other regions yet. I need to wait for the network to come back online. Once it does, I'll be able to obtain global data through my own methods. 3 days. Su Bingfan rubbed his temples. Oscar, let's continue training. Suddenly, Che Dudsey turned his neck and said to Su Bingfan, Master, I've received the 4th main quest. What quest? Quest 4, deliver Miss Dilraba home. Completion reward. Che Dudsey suddenly grew excited. Master, you absolutely must complete this one well. The reward is that I will gain control over the wind element. Hearing this, Su Bingfan began breathing heavily with excitement. The main quest had finally started connecting to Che Dudsey's 5 elements. But, Dilraba's home. Precisely. Oscar waved his hand, and another holographic screen appeared beside him, displaying a red over a location more than 1,000 kilometers away from Su Bingfan. This is Miss Dilraba's nearest apartment. As long as you return her here, the mission will be complete. However, Oscar didn't continue, but Su Bingfan already knew what he meant. However, the outside world might be overrun with zombies. So, I'll have to fight my way through. Chapter 72, You're so damn annoying. In theory, yes. But, Cha Dudsey gave Su Bingfan a thorough up-and-down glance and said earnestly, Host, there's no way you can drive a vehicle through a horde of zombies while simultaneously wielding a weapon and mowing them down all by yourself. After all, the zombies are evolving at an alarming rate. At this pace, it won't be long before their speed and strength improve even further. Aren't you supposed to be my spirit beast tattoo? Su Bingfan stared at Cha Duzi oddly. Can't you fight alongside me? Cha Duzi then transformed into various forms, starting with a small bulldog, shifting into a slightly larger black and white calf, then growing into a massive Qilin beast. Flapping his wings mid-air, Cha Duzi explained to Su Bingfan. Host, although I have wings, I can only enhance your abilities. I can't drive for you. And my combat effectiveness has its limits too. If you're not in active combat mode, I can't exert any strength no matter what. Su Bingfan paused to think, then asked seriously, so you're essentially just a weapon, not a comrade in arms. I can understand it that way, right? Technically yes. Then, Su Bingfan immediately turned his head, eyes gleaming as he looked eagerly at Oscar. Oscar waved both hands frantically. Master, don't even think about using me. I'm a virtual being. If I leave the protection of the shelter, not only would I turn into a pile of scrap metal myself, but everything I've done up till now would vanish into thin air. Su Bingfan clicked his tongue. Fine then, forget it. After all, everything inside the shelter had been built by Oscar. If losing Oscar meant losing all of it, Su Bingfan would rather fight alone. Can I operate a tank? Of course you can. But think carefully. Tanks are effective at long range, not close combat. Once these zombies climb onto your tank, you'll be trapped like a fish in a barrel. At that point, you won't even be able to escape. Besides, zombie fluids are highly corrosive. Your tank might not protect you for very long. Alright, stop already. Just give me a damn way out. Su Bingfan rubbed his temples. Man, his head hurt. Oscar and Cha Duzi exchanged glances, then offered gently. Master, actually, you could train a partner to fight beside you. That's right. Su Bingfan suddenly lit up as if enlightenment struck. Even if Doraba isn't much of a sharpshooter, she can still train her driving skills. Oscar, don't I have some empty floors left? Build me a racetrack, model it after Bayambuluk's 9 turns and 18 bends. This time, it was Oscar who pinched the bridge of his nose. Master, setting up a racetrack is easy. We have both time and space. But are you really sure about training Miss Doraba as your battle partner? Cha Duzi chimed in supportively. Host, don't forget, Doraba is your mission objective. After you deliver her home, you'll have to carve another bloody path back on your own. You can't possibly drop her off, then realize, oh hey, I can't get back, and ask Miss Doraba to bring you back and forth endlessly? Are you two just going to keep dragging this cycle forever? Not to mention, Oscar added solemnly, you absolutely cannot let Miss Doraba see that you're emerging from the shelter. The human heart is the hardest thing to predict, Master. I'll say it again. You must never reveal anything about the shelter to anyone. This doesn't work. That doesn't work. Then tell me what the hell I should do? Su Bingfan slumped in defeat, sprawled limply on the ground. How about giving the vehicle full autonomous driving? I'll shoot, and the car drives itself. The current autonomous system can't distinguish between zombies and humans. Facing a zombie swarm, self-driving would only lead you straight into a death trap. Done for. Then I'm quitting this mission. Su Bingfan gave up and flopped flat. Anyway, the world's already like this. Whether I go out or not doesn't matter. Might as well just keep Doraba here as my wife. But host, Cha Duzi quietly stepped back a pace before speaking. If a mission remains uncompleted within the allotted time. Su Bingfan felt a sudden chill run down his spine and grabbed Oscar urgently. What then? Oscar let out a soft sigh. One random level of your shelter will vanish. Your physical capabilities will regress by 1 tier, and Cha Duzi here will devolve back into a mere primitive tattoo. Holy crap, that's insane beyond belief. Su Bingfan suddenly remembered a pressing question and grabbed Oscar tightly. When exactly will my shelter be fully constructed? You don't need to worry about that, Oscar said confidently. Although a few floors aren't fully furnished yet, we've already begun the construction work, and the initial progress has been very fast. As long as the robots keep working, the system will consider it in progress and won't impose any penalties. Alright, good. Su Bingfan scratched his head. But my problem still isn't solved. Hey Oscar, what about that robot you made earlier? The one that looks exactly like me. I could use that, right? It's not impossible, but... Oscar looked somewhat helpless. Even if the robot is highly intelligent, there might still be situations it can't react to quickly enough. And in post-apocalyptic combat, even a 0.01 second delay could mean life or death for you. Su Bingfan suddenly jumped up, agitatedly pacing back and forth, pointing at Oscar and Cha Duzi and shouting wildly. You're useless, you're useless. The robot won't work either, Doraba can't help. I might as well just sit here and wait for punishment. He slumped down again in despair, then sneered coldly. This damn system sure is something. Instead of directly deducting my physical abilities, it has to give me some stupid puzzle first. Well, actually, Master, it's not really that much of a puzzle. Oscar straightened his bow tie, as if preparing to say something important. Su Bingfan snapped impatiently. Just spit it out already. Stop talking in riddles. It's pissing me off. Cough cough. Oscar cleared his throat awkwardly before finally saying to Su Bingfan, Master, didn't you forget? We're not the only ones in the shelter besides you and Miss Doraba? How Lauscher? Su Bingfan shot up immediately. No way. She's old and timid. Sending her out with me to fight zombies? She'd have a heart attack. Not How Lauscher, Oscar said this time, finishing his sentence in one go to avoid further annoyance. Her son Meng Xiaoqian. Chapter 73. Let him come. Give me a break. Su Bingfan raised his right hand and waved it forcefully. Let me cooperate with Meng Xiaoqian? You really think he wouldn't just throw me straight into a zombie nest if he got the chance? I totally believe he would. Oscar quickly added, seeing Su Bingfan getting agitated. That's exactly why I said we should modify Meng Xiaochen. You can modify a living person? Su Bingfan was skeptical. Oscar pulled out a book from behind his back. I've been studying medicine lately. I think we could perform a surgery on Meng Xiaochen to alter his memory, keeping only what you want him to remember and deleting everything else. So you're saying, like in those TV shows? Su Bingfan rubbed his hands together. He had watched quite a few mystery films involving human memory manipulation. They always seemed so high-tech and impressive. But I remember these kinds of operations rarely last. Meng Xiaochen might regain his memories at any moment, right? True, Oscar said with a mysterious smile, then pulled out another book from behind. That's why I'm now studying ancient texts, trying to develop a new drug, puppet powder. With this powder, Meng Xiaochen will become your loyal follower forever. If you say one, he won't dare say two. It hadn't rained for 3 days. This morning, the sky finally revealed a faint golden glow. That sliver of light felt more like a beacon of hope, giving people still trapped at home and waiting for rescue a renewed sense of confidence. Sister Sean stood by the window, murmuring, "The rain has stopped. Maybe everything will finally pass." Old Seven snorted bitterly. "Sis, haven't you figured it out yet? We're probably another group that's been abandoned. No helicopters for 2 whole days." Sister Sean lowered her head without speaking. The helicopters hadn't come in 2 days. Yet during this time, several people whose homes had run out of water and food attempted to venture outside for a chance at survival. Unfortunately, every single one of them ended up as zombie fodder. Electricity and water were still provided only 2 hours a day, creating a grim state of neither starving to death nor being truly saved. Only now, the supply came at noon instead of evening. According to the last helicopter's broadcast announcement, this change was made so nighttime lights wouldn't attract zombies. It was supposedly for the residents' safety. But rescue teams still didn't arrive. Those who hadn't stocked up early were destined to die. Families with elders fared slightly better. The fridge, no matter how old the contents, usually held something edible, enough to feed a family for at least a month. But modern young people rarely stored food. This kind of situation often happened even during the mask era. Suddenly, an order came. The neighborhood was sealed. People searched their entire homes and couldn't find 2 packs of instant noodles, not even toilet paper left. They could only cry for help in the property owners group chat. Back then, Sister Shan's community even set up resource exchange tables on the first floor of each building, enabling neighbors to support one another through hard times. But now, who had the energy to care about anyone else? Right now, all Sister Shan could do was ensure drinking water and meals were prepared using purified water, while tap water was used for daily washing, even for rinsing pots. At first, Musiki was still fussy, worrying whether the water source was clean enough and safe to use. After all, if the rinse water wasn't clean, then the pot itself wouldn't be either. Cooking rice in a dirty pot would be nothing but self-deception, like covering one's ears while stealing a bell. But as time passed, Musiki dared not complain anymore. Drinking unclean water might lead to infection, but refusing to drink meant dying faster. Sometimes Musiki wondered, if she hadn't broken up with Lu Xiaoqiu, would Lu have stayed by her side in this apocalypse, sharing every bowl of thin porridge with her, giving her half of whatever little he had? Still, Lu Xiaoqiu's parents never liked her. Even if they hadn't split up, perhaps Lu Xiaoqiu would have loved her but lacked the power to protect her. Every night now, the only thing that could lull Musiki to sleep was such fantasies. Sister Shan's stockpile of food was enough to feed 3 people for a while, but fresh vegetables were severely lacking. They now relied entirely on meat. Fortunately, Sister Shan had stored plenty of carrots, chopped together with meat and cooked into 5-spice rice in an electric rice cooker. It still tasted delicious. The first time Sister Shan made the 5-spice rice, Old Seven circled the stove like a child over 300 months old, drooling with desire. "Sis, your cooking skills are incredible. With just this pot of rice, you could rise from the ashes." Musiki, drawn in by the smell, joked half seriously. "With such an amazing aroma, once Sis puts the pot by the door, customers will come knocking just from the scent." Old Seven chuckled foolishly. Then suddenly his expression changed. He rushed into the room, dug out a roll of clear tape, moved aside chairs and tables near the entrance, and carefully wrapped the inner door with tape layer after layer. Musiki was initially puzzled, but when she heard strange noises from the hallway, she got frightened too and quickly moved to help. The two of them hastily sealed every crack around the door with tape, then dragged the chairs and tables back into place. Hearing the sound outside pause briefly at the entrance before gradually fading away, they finally let out a sigh of relief. "Ah Sheng, should we seal the window cracks too?" "Nah, it won't come to that. Can those things really climb up through the windows?" Before he could finish, something suddenly fell from the rooftop above. It passed by in an instant, but Old Seven still caught a clear glimpse. It was a zombie. "Quick, seal the windows." Sister Shan also sensed something wrong and immediately began searching for more tape. Together with Old Seven, they taped up all the window gaps and pulled the curtains tightly shut. Now the room was almost completely dark. Old Seven turned on his phone's flashlight. The 3 of them quietly ate their meal by the dim light. As usual, Sister Shan first made a ritual of letting her camera taste the food, tapping and swiping at her phone for a while before finally beginning to eat. Though the network was still down, Sister Shan kept thinking about that young boy who had advised her to stockpile food. Every day, she sent her daily life updates to Su Bingfan. Her reasoning was simple. She lived alone, and so did Su Bingfan. A person living alone could easily break down mentally under such circumstances. So why not send him a message every day? Once the network came back, Su Bingfan would receive a flood of messages. Perhaps that could bring him some comfort. Old Seven no longer insisted on going out to find his grandmother. The outside situation was grim. He wasn't foolish enough to act heroically and throw his life away. Chi-Chi, who's left in your family? I've never heard you mention any relatives before. Sister Shan asked casually, unaware of how deeply this question cut into Musiki's fragile nerves. Musiki's expression shifted slightly. If the room hadn't been so dark, and if her face hadn't already been disfigured, Sister Shan surely would have seen the resentment and bitterness flashing in Musiki's eyes. Chapter 74. Did you really think a little comic book would teach you the Thiwa Denshieso? Musiki hated nothing more than talking about her family. Outside, she always dressed herself up as a glamorous rich second generation, going for that socialite vibe. But in truth, her parents were just ordinary workers, and her family's circumstances were quite modest. Although Shan Jia had asked the question innocently, it struck a nerve with Musiki like poking a hedgehog's soft spot. She instantly bristled, silently seething. She thought to herself, I've only been staying here a few days, and already she's prying into everything. How annoying. But when Shan Jia brought it up, Lao Chi suddenly remembered something. Chi-Chi, with everything so chaotic outside now, what about your dad's dialysis? Musiki gave a bitter smile, lowering her head slightly. With everything falling apart like this, hospitals might not even have doctors left. Who would have time to take care of my father? We can only leave it to fate. Lao Chi felt uneasy and quickly grabbed Musiki's hand. Once we're able to go out again, I'll make sure to get your father to the hospital right away. Shan Jia raised an eyebrow. What about grandma then? Her eyes darted back and forth between Musiki and Lao Chi. In the end, she quietly sighed, turned around, and retreated to her room, leaving the living room to the two of them. The bruises on Musiki's face were familiar to Shan Jia. They were the kind only left by a man's fists and kicks. Back when Shan Jia married that old bachelor, her own body had been covered with such marks. Though that old coot cared about appearances, he never hit her in the face. And in the village where he lived, many wives had been trafficked women, their faces and bodies scarred just like this. Their so-called husbands didn't care whether they kept their dignity, as long as they could bear children. But those were mountain village brides. Musiki, on the other hand, was an urban white-collar beauty. Why did she carry these kinds of injuries? And judging by the wounds, some hadn't even scabbed over yet, seeming to have been inflicted just 2 days before the storm arrived. Shan Jia pursed her lips. It definitely wasn't Lao Chi who laid hands on her. Given how much he adored Musiki, that was out of the question. And knowing Lao Chi's temper, if someone had hurt her, he wouldn't have let it go. Yet Shan Jia remembered clearly, there were no signs of fighting on Lao Chi's hands or body. So something about Musiki was definitely off. Shan Jia frowned slightly. Lao Chi had put his own grandmother aside for this Musiki. From now on, she'd have to be extra careful. Oscar was currently busy non-stop, running around like his heels were kicking the back of his head. He was not only training Su Bingfan to master various weapons and improve accuracy, but also personally researching the formula for the puppet powder. Su Bingfan didn't have the heart to say it outright. Did Oscar honestly believe he could come up with some kung fu secret potion just by reading a few martial arts novels? Seriously? Did he think handing someone a comic book could actually teach them the Thiwa Denshieso? Su Bingfan could only focus on exploring alternative routes himself now, trying to figure out how to complete the mission another way. For instance, finding a robot to partner up with. Actually, Su Bingfan himself was a computer science major. Writing a program for a robot wasn't beyond him. And at worst, he still had that space. If the robot turned out completely useless, he could just retreat into the space and return to the shelter from there. The two of them stayed busy with their respective tasks. Cha Duzi, meanwhile, had nothing better to do all day, so he went to the racetrack to exercise with the horses and occasionally visited the ocean layer just to pick fights with tigers and lions. He called it improving his combat skills, but in reality, he was just bored out of his mind. 2 days later, Su Bingfan finally realized something and asked, "Didn't you say me and Cha Duzi are fused as one? Then why is he visibly leveling up while I'm still stuck at level 8? Cha Duzi explained. It's just like climbing a mountain. The higher you go, the harder it gets. To reach level 8, you might need a certain turning point. Su Bingfan shrugged. He was starting to understand now. These so-called turning points were inevitably tied to mission objectives. Once the mission was accomplished, his physical abilities would naturally rise. So for now, in order to complete Task 4, he first needed to develop a proper program. Oscar had already perfected the robot's code. Su Bingfan estimated that within roughly 3 days, he could finish rewriting the code to enable the robot to drive vehicles for him. As for the vehicle itself, Su Bingfan wasn't worried. The Jifun Mall had cars available. One good car cost just a few thousand Yifun. If it weren't for saving up for the Big Ivan or a Tu-95 Bear strategic bomber, Su Bingfan would have started shopping in the Jifun Mall long ago. After all, the off-road vehicles sold there were modified and far superior to the ones he'd bought at the 4S store. However, before Su Bingfan could even finish writing the program, Oscar announced that he had completed the Gajok of Meng Xiaoqin. What did you say? Su Bingfan exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock. You actually managed to develop the puppet powder? Not quite. Oscar replied with a mysterious smile. But, I've mastered the puppet technique. The surgery on Meng Xiaoqin has already been completed. The recovery period should take about a week. After that, Master, you can remove the filthy mouth trigger that keeps Meng Xiaoqin drowsy. Then I'll apply my puppet technique, ensuring absolute control. Hold on a second. Su Bingfan still found it hard to believe. That puppet technique of yours, you didn't learn that from some martial arts novel, did you? Of course not. Oscar pulled out a book from behind his back. I taught myself hypnosis. And I've already tested it on Miss Doraba. It was a complete success. Hypnosis? Is that even reliable? Su Bingfan still thought it sounded like hocus pocus. He'd only ever seen this sort of thing in movies. Could it really work in real life? Master, don't forget. Even though I can't leave the shelter, I can enter your space, Oscar said confidently. And even if something goes wrong with my hypnosis, you could just send Meng Xiaochen back into your space so I can reapply it. No problem at all. Su Bingfan remained skeptical. Alright, fine. Let's give it a try. When they returned to the hospital, Teacher Hao was wiping Meng Xiaochen down with one of the nurse robots. The way Teacher Hao looked at the robot even carried a hint of son-in-law approval. Upon seeing Su Bingfan, Teacher Hao lit up with joy. Bingfan, Dr. Ao just finished operating on Xiaochen. He removed the entire lesion. She'll be completely fine from now on, as long as she has regular checkups. That's wonderful news. Su Bingfan feigned surprise. Xiaochen is still so young. She deserves to live a healthy, happy life. Exactly. Teacher Hao glanced meaningfully toward the nurse robot. Our Xiaochen doesn't even have a girlfriend yet. Once she's fully recovered, we should definitely thank this lovely nurse for all her dedicated care. Oscar had programmed the nurse robots not only with caregiving protocols, but also with routines designed to keep Teacher Hao happy. So when he spoke, the nurse robot didn't shy away. In fact, she joined in the conversation cheerfully, making them look more like a mother and daughter-in-law than caregiver and patient. Su Bingfan twitched his lips. At this rate, his partner really couldn't be a robot. Sure, they called it artificial intelligence, but why did they still seem so damn dumb? Chapter 75, Selfish Human Nature. The monotonous cohabitation of the three continued. Because of the fragrant 5-spice rice incident last time, Shan Jie now had to cook as low-key as possible, deliberately preparing dishes that wouldn't emit any noticeable aroma. As a result, everyone could only eat blindfolded through endless boiled meats and boiled vegetables, flavorless and dull, dipping everything into soy sauce just to get by. Now, however, the most serious problem had emerged. They had only 2 final barrels of purified water left. Once these were gone and rescue still hadn't arrived, they'd have no choice but to drink tap water. Yet one glimmer of hope remained. Yesterday afternoon, the helicopter had finally flown back over. Hearing the sound of the chopper, Shan Jie and the others, ignoring the danger outside, immediately flung open the curtains, banging on the glass while holding up SOS signs, hoping desperately that someone on board would see them. But the helicopter didn't land. The roar of its rotors had drawn not only the few surviving residents, but also the zombies in this area. Perhaps because this district had been overlooked for rescue longer, the zombies downstairs had gathered thickly, swarming like crowds at a train station during spring festival travel rush. There were simply too many to eliminate one by one with gunfire. So the people in the helicopter dropped several grenades instead. Shan Jie felt the ground tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The house shook, and chunks of plaster rained down from the walls. Damn it. They don't care whether ordinary people live or die. Lao Chi wrapped one arm around Musiki and grabbed Shan Jie with the other, preventing both women from falling, while he himself slammed hard against the windowsill, grimacing in pain. After regaining her balance, Shan Jie said, they had no choice. If the military landed directly here to save people, it'd be suicide. This way, at least there's a chance some survivors might make it out. At the very least, we now know one thing for sure. They haven't abandoned us. We'll be rescued soon. Lao Chi glanced outside. Most of the zombies had been blown apart. The remaining few dozen were quickly mopped up by shotgun fire from above. Even so, the helicopter remained cautious. The rescuers didn't descend, but instead hovered near a window of another apartment, knocking on the glass, signaling the occupants to come out, then tossing down a rope ladder. For civilians, the short climb wasn't particularly difficult. The hardest part was stepping out the window, a leap requiring immense courage. Because once someone jumped, the helicopter would sway violently, making those already on the rope ladder swing even more dangerously. This rescue operation targeted a family living 2 floors below the opposite building from Shan Jie's apartment. From where Shan Jie stood, she could see about 4 or 5 members of the family still alive, each pressed against their window, eager yet hesitant, cautiously leaning outward. First, the man climbed out. After reaching the ladder, he turned and reached back for the child. The boy looked about 7 or 8 years old, too heavy now to be carried on his father's back. The man encouraged him repeatedly, and the two climbed face-to-face upward. Next came the daughter-in-law and mother-in-law. The younger woman urged the elder forward. Mom, you go first. I'll support you. Don't be afraid. But the old woman shook her head. You go first. I'll follow and hold on to you. It's okay. I'll grab your belt. We can make it. The daughter-in-law hesitated, wanting to insist again, when the man on the ladder suddenly twisted his head back and roared. Hurry up. Stop wasting time. Only then did the wife stretch half her body out of the window, reaching for the rope ladder. Shan Jie and the others watched intently from their window, studying every move to prepare. If the helicopter came for them, they couldn't afford delays. Still, Shan Jie was worried. If she went first, her stamina might slow things down. But if Lao Chi led the way, Musiki wouldn't let herself go ahead. She glanced anxiously at Lao Chi, but he seemed oblivious, his eyes distant and unreadable, lost in thought. Musiki snorted coldly, pointing out the window. What idiots. Still playing polite at a time like this? Every minute wasted risks infection. They're pretending to be noble, sacrificing their own son's safety by keeping him exposed outside. Escape order should have been decided long before. Every second counts when the helicopter arrives. Shan Jie frowned slightly. Though she found Musiki's words harsh, she couldn't deny the truth in them. After a long silence, Lao Chi finally spoke. When they come for us, Shan Jie goes first, then Chi Chi. I'll bring up the rear. A weight lifted from Shan Jie's chest. Musiki's eyes flickered, but she said nothing. By now, The woman across had grabbed the rope ladder with one hand, but she clearly wasn't used to climbing. It wobbled wildly beneath her, shaking with every movement. The helicopter had no choice but to move as close as possible to the residential building, urging the elderly woman to come out quickly. Suddenly, a resident from the floor above opened their window too. A middle-aged man reached out and abruptly grabbed the man's clothing, shouting, "Let me get on too. Let me get on." At that moment, the man was still protecting his child and caught off guard. He nearly got yanked downward, causing the helicopter to sway dangerously. Seeing the situation spiral, the crew immediately began pulling back, which left the elderly woman unable to grab the rope ladder once again. "Don't fight for it. We'll rescue each household one by one. Everyone will be saved." No matter how loudly the special forces soldier shouted, the middle-aged man refused to retreat. "If you're going to save everyone anyway, then save me first. Otherwise, none of us should go." The man even pulled out a clothes-drying pole, threatening, "If you don't save me, I'll smash your rotor blades. Then none of us will survive." The soldier was now in a difficult position. If he allowed this disruptive man aboard first, such chaos might plague every future rescue operation in this housing complex. Human nature is selfish, especially when life and death are at stake. People may fail to act selflessly even toward their own families, let alone toward neighbors they barely knew. The soldier hesitated, then shouted to those on the rope ladder, "You come up first. We'll deal with the old lady later." But suddenly, the man grew stubborn. He lifted his head and glared furiously at the soldier, shouting, "Save my mother first." Chapter 76. The situation spirals out of control. The two households, one upstairs and one downstairs, were locked in a standoff, leaving the helicopter stranded for the time being. Quickly, more windows opened as people reached toward the rope ladder. "Save me. Hurry up. I'm so close. Our household has only elderly and children. Elderly and children should be rescued first." "You're kidding. Your old lady is over 80. Does it even matter if she's saved? Save me first. I'm only 21. Get out of the way. I'm a woman. Ladies first. Move aside. Women just slow us down. Men are heavier. They'll capsize the helicopter." Chaos erupted. Yet the rescue team still hesitated. Musiki couldn't understand it. This is clearly the rescue team's fault. When they were counting who was still inside earlier, they should have anticipated this kind of chaos. If they had just gone floor by floor from top to bottom when conducting the rescue, none of this would have happened. It's such a simple concept. After all these days of statistics, don't they have any experience by now? No wonder the rescue operation is progressing so slowly. Look at that building across the way. People on both the upper and lower floors, but they chose to rescue the middle level. No wonder things fell apart. "What do you know?" Shanjie sneered slightly, explaining to them. "I've lived here nearly 10 years. I know most of the neighbors around. Do you really think the rescue team picked this family randomly? Did you actually believe their earlier count of lights was for planning rescue operations?" She gently patted Musiki's shoulder. "Chichi, you're too naive. That middle-aged man is a senior official at the tax bureau, and his wife is the academic director of the school right below us." Musiki's eyes widened in realization. So in the end, it's still class privilege at play? But this family seemed so plain and humble. Lao-Chi suddenly chuckled softly. "Did you forget the beginning of that TV drama? Dressed in rags, eating plain fried sauce noodles, but actually embezzled 100 million yuan. What you see with your eyes isn't necessarily the truth. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the family across truly is incorruptible." Musiki felt anger burning inside. This was exactly why she had spent her entire life clawing her way upward. No matter when, class always worked against ordinary people. So what exactly had she done wrong? She merely wanted to climb using her own abilities, so that when her parents grew old, they wouldn't have to wait at home desperately for a hospital bed. She only hoped her future child wouldn't be discriminated against by teachers, the same way she was mocked and humiliated in elementary school. She only wished that starting with her generation, the Mu family could finally escape life at the very bottom. What was so wrong about that? Being beautiful was a gift from heaven, wasn't it? Just like someone being smart or athletic, it's all talent bestowed by fate, a natural advantage. How dare Su Bingfan ruin Musiki's face because of that? Musiki clenched her fists tightly. Cutting off someone's livelihood is worse than killing their parents. Su Bingfan, I hope you've already been eaten by zombies. Otherwise, I'll kill you with my own hands. Outside the window, chaos intensified by the second. To avoid being dragged down by desperate civilians, the helicopter was forced to pull back farther. Then the special forces soldiers reached out, pulling children onto the aircraft first. A man supported his wife as she climbed up the rope ladder, shouting back into his apartment. "Mom, don't be afraid. I'll come right after." The soldier shouted urgently. "You get on first. We need the ladder empty before we can throw it back down to your family. You're holding everything up down there." But by now, some desperate civilians could no longer wait and began attempting to save themselves. Inspired by too many Hollywood disaster movies, people started searching their homes for rope loops, trying to toss them onto the helicopter's landing skids. Believe it or not, one person actually managed to hook the skid. Ecstatic, he tied the other end of the rope around his waist and jumped outward. In the movie version, he would now securely hang from the skid, safely escaping with the rescue team from this nightmare. But in reality, the moment he jumped, the loop slipped right off the skid. Shanjie gasped, covering her mouth with trembling hands, eyes wide but unable to make a sound. From dozens of stories up, hitting the ground would send brain matter flying several feet high. Yet even such a horrific tragedy did not extinguish people's desire to escape. Everyone collectively concluded it wasn't the method that was flawed, it was the rope. So people rushed back into their homes, searching for sturdier ropes. Some even found fire safety ropes from their emergency kits and continued hurling them at the helicopter. Look downstairs. Musiki pointed and cried. Why are there still zombies? Weren't they all blown up earlier? Lao Chi pressed his lips together and said, these zombies weren't the ones who survived the earlier explosion. They just came out from the hallway. Maybe they moved too slowly before, which is why they escaped then. But now, having caught the scent of human blood, they've come out to feed again. The corpse downstairs was quickly devoured by the zombies, leaving nothing behind. Then, the zombies tilted their heads in an eerie posture, staring upward with hollow eyes, waiting for the next delivery. The sight of zombies below didn't discourage those trying to escape, it only strengthened their determination. With no water or food at home, zombies lurking outside the door, and helicopters arriving only once every few days, if they didn't seize this chance, who knew whether they'd survive until the next rescue? The Special Forces soldier had already pulled the man on board. Together, the two men grabbed the rope ladder and hoisted the woman up as well. With the man's help, the rescue process finally picked up some speed. Yet hands continued to pour out from every window. Some people even risked everything, attempting to crawl from their own windows toward the elderly woman's window. The walls, eroded by 7 days and nights of rain, had become extremely fragile. One after another, they plummeted down like dumplings dropped into boiling water. The zombies on the ground erupted in frenzied delight, rushing forward to tear into the fresh bodies. Another dozen or so zombies emerged from the hallway, joining the feeding frenzy. Shanjia felt her hair stand on end, goosebumps covering her arms. My God, how many zombies are still inside the building? No one could answer that. Meanwhile, the Special Forces soldiers, after tossing 2 more grenades down below, remained focused on rescuing the elderly woman. Lao Chi pointed outside and scoffed. How stupid can these people be? Just leave the old lady behind. Save these people first. After all, the big official they're trying to rescue has already been saved. Shanjia lowered her hand from her mouth and gave a bitter smile. Old 7. Then tell me, why do you think the daughter-in-law was so insistent on letting the old lady go first in the midst of escaping? Because this old lady holds the highest status in the family. She's the mayor's teacher. In truth, the entire family's political fortunes were built on her. There was no way they'd abandon her at such a critical moment. Shanjia sighed, took out her phone, recorded a short video of the chaos outside, uploaded it to her social media feed, and sent a carefully worded text message. Lao Chi glanced sideways at Shanjia, puzzled. Hey, who are you messaging? He remembered Shanjia never contacted her family back home. At a time like this, who could possibly matter so much to her? Shanjia shook her phone slightly, forcing a weak smile onto her lips. I'm sending a message to Bing Fan. With the world in such chaos, I don't know how he's holding up. Musiki suddenly gripped Lao Chi's arm, and his face darkened. But Shanjia didn't notice the shift in atmosphere at all. She kept murmuring to herself, thank goodness Bing Fan warned me in advance to stock up on supplies. Otherwise, we'd have ended up just like those poor souls out there. Lao Chi's expression turned even darker. Chapter 77, Zombie Rain. Lao Chi slowly clenched his fists. Su Bingfan had mentioned stockpiling supplies to him before, but always in a joking tone, never seriously. So Lao Chi hadn't taken it seriously at all, and hadn't accumulated much. Now, with Muzi Chi trembling beside him, a conspiracy theory began to take root in Lao Chi's mind. It must be that Su Bingfan had somehow learned in advance about the coming downpour. He was the only one who knew, which was why he started hoarding and even sold his gold to get cash. Yes, it had to be this way. Otherwise, how else could one explain why Su Bingfan suddenly rushed to offload so much gold, even willing to sell at a loss? Lao Chi slammed his fist hard against the windowsill, a flash of cold fury in his eyes. I treated him like a brother, protected him with everything I had, but he never gave me a second thought. Su Bingfan is really something else. He took the time to seriously warn Shanjie to stock up, but never once said a proper word to me. If anything happens to Grandma, I'll make Su Bingfan pay with his life. Shanjie was startled by Lao Chi's sudden outburst, shrinking back a step. Before she could even ask what was wrong, Muzi Chi pointed across the way and shrieked, "Look, quick!" Lao Chi and Shanjie followed her finger. To their horror, nearly every window of the opposite building now had zombies crawling through them. And these zombies were clearly faster than humans, because they feared nothing. Their goal was clear. They didn't care about escaping on planes. They only wanted to eat. Their emaciated bodies made them perfectly suited to scaling fragile walls like insects. In no time, some crawled straight through wide-open windows, while others leapt into the air, lunging directly at the helicopter. To the zombies, the hovering helicopter was nothing more than a delicious can of human meat. Though the first few failed, the ones behind quickly learned, and kept launching themselves forward with renewed force. Shit, the zombies have evolved. They're intelligent. Lao Chi quickly yanked the curtains shut. They crouched behind the fabric, peering cautiously through the narrow gaps. Shanjie's voice trembled with fear. Lao Chi, how do you know they've evolved? In the movies, Lao Chi said firmly. Movie zombies are stiff-jointed, can't bend properly, and are completely brainless. But these ones, clearly smart. Muzi Chi silently rolled her eyes, but on the surface, the helicopter pilot clearly saw what was happening too. So many of his comrades had already died pointlessly. He wasn't about to end up the same way. He exchanged a glance with the Special Forces soldier. Their decision was unanimous. They'd completed half the rescue mission. Even if they got punished, the penalty wouldn't be too severe, not with so few people left alive. But if they insisted on staying to finish the job, that would be a death sentence. The helicopter rapidly ascended, shaking off the zombies below. The man aboard screamed, "Save my mom." The soldier snapped quietly. Right now, I have to eliminate the zombies first, or none of us survive. If you want to save your mother, shut up and don't interfere. The man opened his mouth wide, but swallowed his angry retort. Helpless, the elderly woman stood frozen at the window. The man could only call out bitterly, "Mom, close the window for now. We will come back for you today." The old woman nodded desperately at her son, forcing a shaky smile that said don't worry, then closed the window tightly. The instant the window shut, a zombie climbed up, only to be shot dead by the soldier. The soldier's rifle remained steady, aiming precisely at each emerging zombie. One shot, one kill, methodical and calm. Hope flickered back in the man's heart. Just 7 more shots, and all the zombies would be gone. Meanwhile, those who had earlier caused trouble were either already overrun by zombies inside their rooms, silenced forever, or had sealed their windows tightly, too terrified to reappear. Only 2 zombies remained. Once eliminated, the rescue could resume. Suddenly, 2 more zombies dropped from above, landing on the helicopter's tail. Their long nails scraped across the metal hull as they clawed their way forward. "There are tons of zombies on the rooftop," Shanjia cried, pointing at the opposite building. Muzi Chi seemed genuinely terrified now, burying herself deeper into Lao Chi's arms, whispering frantically, "Why are there zombies everywhere? Then on our side." Lao Chi patted her shoulder heavily and said, "Afraid ours is just the same. And these zombies, they're far too agile. Shanjia, from now on, cooking duty's yours. Try to make food with no smell, alright?" "Oh okay, and no problem." Shanjia was already dazed with terror. From the rooftop, more zombies kept jumping down. Some failed to grab the helicopter and fell straight down, crashing onto the lower floors and breaking apart. But even with missing limbs, they dragged their broken bodies back up and kept crawling into the building. Others dropped directly onto the helicopter's rotor blades, instantly shredded into a bloody mess. Zombie limbs flew in all directions, some pieces even splattering against the windows. Shanjia felt an overwhelming surge of relief. The rescue was happening on the opposite building's 12th floor, still 5 or 6 meters away from her own window. Otherwise, she couldn't even imagine what kind of nightmare it would be if half a zombie's head were stuck to her windowsill. The 2 zombies that had climbed onto the tail were each shot point-blank by the Special Forces soldier, their heads exploding on impact. Yet, the rain of zombies from the rooftop showed no sign of stopping. To stay safe, the helicopter had to pull back from the opposite building, ascending higher while slowly approaching Shanjia's side. But then, zombie rain began falling on Shanjia's residential building too. One zombie plummeted right into the spinning rotor, instantly torn apart, its thick dark green gore splattering across Shanjia's window pane, carrying with it a shriveled eyeball that stared lifelessly straight at her. Chapter 78. The zombies are evolving too fast. Ah, Sister Shan couldn't help but let out a sharp, piercing scream. Old Seven quickly reached over and covered her mouth. "Sister, calm down. Screaming will attract zombies." Musiki felt extremely fortunate at this moment that a few days ago, when Old Seven wanted to go out, Sister Shan had stopped him. Judging by the current number of zombies, there had likely already been many inside the building even before the rain stopped. If they had rashly opened their door, they would have practically invited death into their home. Seeing the danger below, the helicopter outside immediately climbed higher, constantly adjusting its angle in an attempt to escape the storm of falling zombies. But as Old Seven had said, these zombies were evolving faster than those in movies or TV shows. They still retained a trace of intelligence. Their jumping ability was growing stronger. Some zombies had even learned to take a running start. The residential complex where Sister Shan lived was located in a school district, with tightly packed buildings and tall floors, up to 32 stories high. It took time for the helicopter to rise from the 12th floor, and every second of delay was an opportunity for the zombies to improve their leap. For the people inside the helicopter, each passing second brought unpredictable danger. Finally, one zombie successfully lunged into the helicopter and grabbed the child's ankle. The child screamed in terror. At such close range, they couldn't fire a gun. While the Special Forces soldier was drawing his knife, the zombie sank its teeth into the child's calf. The other zombies followed suit, hurling themselves toward the aircraft. Some clever ones jumped onto the back of the zombie biting the child, using it as a ladder to climb up and tear into fresh human meat. The child's parents screamed frantically, grabbing anything within reach and swinging wildly at the zombies. But their strength and movements were no match for the undead. They were quickly overwhelmed. The Special Forces soldier now had his knife out. With a swift motion, he slashed through a zombie's neck like cutting a radish. The headless body flailed violently for a few seconds before sliding lifelessly away. He turned his blade toward the second zombie. But the reason the first zombie's neck had been so easily severed was because it had barely any neck left. The second one, a post-rain mutant, had intact, leathery skin. The knife lodged into the zombie's neck, but wouldn't cut through, nor could it be pulled free. Instead, it drew the zombie's attention to the soldier himself, the so-called big white steamed bun. The protective suit not only blocked external radiation, but also masked the scent of human sweat. Now, however, the soldier had successfully enraged the creature. Immediately, several zombies turned and began clawing and biting furiously at his suit. The pilot, terrified, kept spinning the helicopter 90 degrees left and right, trying to sway the zombies out of the cabin. But the maneuver only dislodged 2 zombies. 3 more seized the opportunity to leap inside instead. The family of 3 had already been bitten multiple times. Now, the Special Forces soldier faced a grim choice: fight the zombies while minimizing casualties, which meant sacrificing the family, because they would soon turn. Before he could act, though, his suit ripped open with a loud shhhh. It was sweltering hot, and he had been drenched in sweat inside the suit. And to the zombies, that smell, human sweat, was nothing short of delicious. They went utterly berserk. Although the helicopter had now climbed high enough to keep new zombies out, the pilot was even more afraid, because behind him, the entire cabin was filled with zombies. The next day, Meng Xiaochen woke up from surgery. Su Bingfan immediately lifted the swearing curse binding him. Just to be safe, Oscar performed a deep therapy on Meng Xiaochen, essentially deep hypnosis. Su Bingfan was curious. Even if Oscar was a virtual being with exceptional learning capabilities, could he really master such advanced hypnotic techniques, just like that? When Oscar, looking deeply satisfied, signaled Su Bingfan to come see Meng Xiaochen, Su Bingfan was completely convinced. Whether it was psychological or not, Su Bingfan could swear that Meng Xiaochen's eyes seemed clearer now. When he looked at him, there was even a hint of warmth. Bingfan, I'm so happy you came to see me. Meng Xiaochen smiled like a child. Su Bingfan returned a slightly guilty smile, still feeling a bit uneasy. After all, aside from the first year when Teacher Hao taught him, Meng Xiaochen had never spoken to him so kindly since. Still, Su Bingfan now understood Meng Xiaochen's hostility toward him. During the past few days, as the plan to transform Meng Xiaochen progressed, Oscar had gathered numerous stories and had Che Duzi read them aloud to Su Bingfan during his physical training sessions. They were all stories about adoptive parents showering love and care on their adopted children, while unintentionally neglecting their biological offspring. Of course, without exception, these stories were always told from the perspective of the biological child. But when Su Bingfan looked at the situation from this different angle, he suddenly understood Meng Xiaochen's feelings. Honestly, if Meng Xiaochen had been the one adopted by his parents and received the lion's share of their attention and effort, Su Bingfan couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be even more bitter than Meng Xiaochen. Boys' friendships usually formed quickly and simply. From an initially awkward start, the two soon got caught up in an animated conversation. Su Bingfan plopped himself right down on the hospital bed, chatting excitedly with Meng Xiaochen like they'd been brothers all along, discussing the latest mobile game. I'm telling you, once you try this game, you'll get completely hooked. Meng Xiaochen replied shyly, I don't really play mobile games. Mom says it's bad for your eyes. I still prefer Plant vs. Zombies. Su Bingfan's eyes lit up. You like fighting zombies? Awesome. Then I'll take you to play this super fun game later. One-on-one, life-sized action. Meng Xiaochen's face brightened instantly, and he sat upright. Really? There's a game that cool? Absolutely. Though it's designed for two-player teams, you pair up and cooperate. I used to only watch others play, but now that you're here, you've got to come with me. Hey, I'll be the sniper, you be the spotter, we charge in together. How's that sound? Yes. Yes. They chatted so enthusiastically that if not for the nurse coming in to remind Meng Xiaochen to rest, Su Bingfan might have dragged the patient straight to the racetrack for practice. As the nurse helped Meng Xiaochen lie down, he still remembered to mouth a polite, thank you. When Su Bingfan closed the door, Meng Xiaochen was still silently shaping the words with his lips. Remember to visit me tomorrow. Su Bingfan nodded firmly at him. The moment he turned around, he found Teacher Hao wearing a knowing, delighted smile. Of course, Teacher Hao was absolutely thrilled. Her son was cured. The two kids had reconciled. What could possibly be better? She had even started secretly planning. Once Meng Xiaochen was discharged, she'd arranged for him to invite the nurse over for a home-cooked meal, just to see if there might be potential for something more. And then, naturally, she'd have to find someone suitable for Su Bingfan too. Once both kids had settled down and started their own families, she could look forward to babysitting their children. Chapter 79, Signal Restored. With a brother now, Su Bingfan's days in the shelter suddenly became more interesting. Although Meng Xiaochen was still in recovery, Oscar had checked his physical functions and confirmed that he was already fit for basic driving training. When they had nothing else to do, the two would head to the racetrack and drive cars that Oscar had borrowed in advance from the car city, chasing each other around the circuit. In the evenings, they'd return together to the Hao family home, where Teacher Hao would make dumplings, stew meat, steam buns, fry fish. Every day felt like a festival. Su Bingfan also took the opportunity to introduce Miss Dilraba to Meng Xiaochen. The three of them met for the first time at an amusement park. Young people together, riding roller coasters, pirate ships, and the Wild Mouse ride. They quickly grew close. However, Oscar's hypnosis might have been too effective. Meng Xiaochen had no recollection of Dilraba being a famous celebrity at all, and secretly whispered to Su Bingfan, Dude, the taste is pretty good. Chase after her hard. When you get married, I'll be your best man. Puffed. Su Bingfan spewed out his entire mouthful of icy cola. Luckily, Oscar appeared just in time, swiftly pulling out a handkerchief to shield Meng Xiaochen and preventing a total disaster. Taking another clean handkerchief from Oscar, Su Bingfan wiped the stains off himself while dramatically grinning. You really think big, don't you? Now every time there's a female around me, you want to push us straight into marriage. What's wrong with that? Meng Xiaochen turned back to nod gratefully at Oscar, then took the handkerchief from him and started helping wipe down Su Bingfan while patiently reasoning. Bingfan, you're not young anymore. It's about time you considered settling down. Dilraba's a good girl. Don't be too picky. She'll do just fine. All right. Stop right there. Su Bingfan exclaimed in astonishment, leaning backward to create some distance from Meng Xiaochen. Brother, if I'm not young anymore, are you any younger than me? If I recall correctly, we were born the same year, and you're actually a few months older. By your own logic, doesn't that mean you should also be worrying about finding someone? I am considering it. Meng Xiaoqian nodded seriously, a small, love-struck smile curling at the corner of his lips. I think Xiaofang is a wonderful girl. Su Bingfan looked up at Oscar. Oscar mouthed silently. That nurse Miss How likes so much. Su Bingfan's expression turned complicated. He'd seen Xiaofang charging once. So Xiaofang must be a robot. Honestly, even though he initially thought Doraba might be a robot too, pairing a real human with a robot romantically still struck him as, well, forget it. As long as they're happy, that's what matters. The drones previously deployed brought back monitoring data daily. Oscar returned with good news. The shift in wind direction meant that nuclear radiation in the air would soon diminish significantly. Within at most 2 days, they could venture outside. Driving was a skill that relied heavily on practice, and given Meng Xiaoqian already had experience, the two quickly became proficient enough to navigate freely within the simulation base. Then came another piece of encouraging news. Mobile networks had finally been restored. Su Bingfan was overjoyed. This meant they could now learn what was happening in the outside world. According to Oscar, frontline military rescue teams had suffered heavy losses. Forced by necessity, they had to first deploy engineers to repair communication stations. Using mobile signals, they aimed to locate surviving humans, establish contact, determine how many needed rescuing and estimate timelines, instruct survivors on preparation measures, and only then proceed with organized operations. Su Bingfan immediately opened Weibo and the short video platform to check the current state of the outside world. Looking up official news updates was impossible now. Under these circumstances, it wasn't just questionable whether any official journalists were still alive. Even if there were sufficient frontline reporters left, how could they possibly report? Dear citizens, although chaos prevails outside, the overall situation remains positive. Today we've eliminated 30 zombies, but tragically lost 50 civilians and 200 elite soldiers, along with 1 helicopter. Negative reports like this would rather not exist than flood the internet. But independent media was different. Although there had been no network for some time, this didn't stop those accustomed to communicating solely through digital platforms from uploading images and videos when possible. After browsing through recent uploads, Su Bingfan quietly sighed. Cha Duzi hadn't gone running off today. He stayed beside Su Bingfan, eagerly asking, Master, according to Oscar's data, we can go outside tomorrow. Have you decided which district to start rescuing people from? Su Bingfan gently shook his head. Not yet. Having lived through that previous life, he understood the depths of human cruelty all too well. A measure of rice earns gratitude. A bushel breeds resentment. If he went out to save people now, it was highly likely that crowds would covet his supplies, or even resort to sabotage in their scramble to claim them. There might even be someone complaining, why did you save him before me? And soon after, they'd resent Su Bingfan, not a shred of gratitude in sight. After all, in his previous life, he'd seen this kind of behavior far too many times. So this time, Su Bingfan wasn't in a hurry. He planned to let them starve for a few more days first. Anyway, anyone exposed outdoors by now had already turned into zombies. Those still indoors only needed to ration their food and water. If the older generation could survive the 3 years of natural disasters, these people could endure it too. Only when everyone was freezing and starving, terrified by the zombies outside their doors, believing all hope of survival was lost, only then would Su Bingfan step in like a savior. With a balance of kindness and authority, he could firmly control the survivors who might otherwise become unruly mobs. Moreover, so far Su Bingfan had only seen information from the internet. Before setting out, he needed to dispatch his drone squad to gather the latest and most accurate intelligence from the outside world, so he could plan accordingly. Suddenly, Su Bingfan's phone started buzzing continuously, as if a flood of messages were pouring in all at once. He picked up the phone and glanced at the screen, and his pupils abruptly widened. Then, he heard knocking on the door. Chapter 80. Someone is knocking on the door. To make it easier to take care of teacher Hao and train with Meng Xiaoqian, Su Bingfan had been staying at home during the day. But now he was inside the villa level, and the elevator connecting the shelter to other floors required biometric identification to access. Unless Su Bingfan brought someone along, no one else could ever leave the recreational area. So how could there possibly be someone knocking on the door? Moreover, the knocking sounded hollow and distant, almost as if it were an illusion. Su Bingfan glanced at Oscar and asked, is it a robot coming to knock on my door? No way. Robots have their own operational routines. They would never interfere with the master's life. Oscar had already taken a defensive stance as he said to Su Bingfan, Master, this isn't knocking from within the villa area, it's coming from the old house. The old house was transported from your space, so any knocking there can be heard by you no matter where you are. But, Oscar frowned slightly and continued, this time, the knocking isn't originating from inside the shelter. It's from the outside world. A chill ran through Su Bingfan's heart. Whoever was knocking now certainly wasn't a rescue team. Most likely, it was someone showing up demanding supplies. And such people absolutely must not be acknowledged. In his previous life, apart from Musiki, others had also knocked on Su Bingfan's door, but each time, he'd resisted the urge to open it. Su Bingfan understood that unless one possessed sufficient combat strength, kindness had no place here. In a zombie-ridden apocalypse, hoarding abundant supplies and being discovered meant a gruesome end. Just like those famine-stricken novels often depicted. If while fleeing disaster you carried a single steamed bun but weren't strong enough yourself, that bun wouldn't be your lifeline. It would become your death warrant. When a wealthy carriage encountered desperate refugees during flight, it could only harden its heart and rush forward. Otherwise, the mob would swarm over, not just looting every resource, but leaving neither mercy nor life for the carriage owners. Human cruelty has always remained unchanged throughout history. When people themselves live in constant fear of starvation or death, notions like propriety, justice, integrity, and morality amount to nothing. For survival, they would seize everything, destroy everything, betray everything. Yet this is merely humanity's instinct for survival. At moments of life and death, intense will to live awakens the most primal selfish genes buried deep within, driving them towards self-preservation and nothing more. Su Bingfan lowered his eyes slightly. If in his past life he truly grasped this truth earlier, hadn't let lust cloud his judgment, and held firm without opening the door for Musiki, then, Kadizi suddenly blurted out, then you wouldn't be living in such a luxurious shelter either. Hey host, since fate gave you a second chance, can we please stop dwelling on past humiliations and that shameless hussy? Heaven already granted you a reboot. Why are you still stuck in a loop? Su Bingfan's expression turned awkward. Oscar quickly stepped in to change the subject. Master, if you wish to check what's happening outside, you can view the exterior situation through the peephole inside the shelter's home. Su Bingfan shook his head. Forget it. No need to look. Even if I do, I won't open the door. Showing kindness at this moment would only endanger myself. But, Oscar hesitated before finally telling Su Bingfan. It's Qi Tianxing who's knocking. Su Bingfan tightly gripped his phone. The screen lit up, displaying the date, August 25th. The last text message was sent on August 17th. Sender, Shanjia. Message content. The explosion had plunged the water and power systems into paralysis once again. This time, no one knew when they might be restored. Zombie eyeballs clung to the window pane. Shanjia didn't dare approach the window anymore. Lao Chi ventured outside several times. The elderly woman across the way still stood nervously by her window, peering out in terror. But the helicopter hadn't been seen for a long while. No electricity meant darkness, but one could simply sleep earlier at night. Previously, power had only lasted 2 hours per day anyway, so Shanjia had prepared plenty of flatbreads ahead of time, ensuring nobody starved. However, lack of water remained a huge problem. Their supply of purified water was nearly depleted. Each person could drink only a small cup per day. Although they'd stored large amounts of daily use water before, now they dared not use it recklessly, allocating only a small basinful each day. If the water supply never recovered, these reserves might well become life-saving resources. Coexistence under one roof once again deteriorated into chaos. Seeing that Shanjia could still continuously pull instant noodles, sausages, biscuits, and other items from her secret storage space, Lao Chi's resentment grew deeper and deeper. Shanjia noticed Qi Tianxing's unsettling mood and assumed he was worried about his grandmother, so she tried to comfort him again. Qi Tianxing, don't be too anxious. In my opinion, these days will end soon. Look, wasn't the rescue team already heading our way? They'll come back. Qi Tianxing's expression turned dark and sullen, but the dim light concealed everything, leaving only his cold voice behind. That helicopter exploded the day before yesterday. Since then, we haven't seen a single one come. What hope do we even have left? Shanjia's smile froze, the light in her eyes gradually fading as she bitterly forced out. Even if there's no hope, we still have to keep living, don't we? We can't just give up on ourselves like this. Think about your grandmother. Isn't she your reason to hold on? Don't you dare talk to me about grandma. Qi Tianxing suddenly erupted, pacing furiously around the room while cursing. That damn Su Bingfan. He knew how to warn you to stockpile food. Why couldn't he at least say a word to me properly? At home, we only have rice, flour, and oil. I didn't even prepare a single pack of instant noodles, let alone drinking water. Even if I were at home, surviving would be impossible. And now grandma's all alone there. Suddenly, Qi Tianxing crouched down, clutching his head and sobbing uncontrollably. Grandma, I don't even know how grandma is doing right now. Shanjia's heart softened. She squatted beside him, gently patting his shoulder in consolation. Since there's rice, flour, and oil at home, grandma won't starve. Her generation lived through times of famine. She knows how to take care of herself. But Qi Tianxing kept shaking his head through tears, yanking at his hair violently. No, grandma can't take care of herself. She has Alzheimer's. Chapter 81. Don't worry, I'm opening the door now. Shanjia was too exhausted to even comment. Leaving a grandmother with Alzheimer's alone at home and only remembering to go back for her after so many days, Lao Chi, with his love-struck brain, was beyond hopeless. After crying his fill, Lao Chi himself felt awkward, especially when he saw the look of disdain on Shanjia's face. He mumbled, I have to work during the day to earn money. So I entrusted my grandma to the Annie next door, asking her to come every day and prepare 3 meals for grandma. Shanjia's expression turned even grimmer. In such chaos, what did it mean for an elderly, frail, Alzheimer's-suffering woman living alone at home? To have stockpiled food? Shanjia didn't even dare imagine whether grandma was still alive. But now, anything said would be hindsight. Since they'd already suspected the worst for grandma, it was even more important not to let Lao Chi risk going out at this moment. After all, no one knew whether a hungry zombie might be lurking in the hallway. 2 more days passed, and finally, they saw a helicopter flying by again. This time, the rescue operation was more cautious. 2 helicopters flew together, one responsible for rescuing, the other for cover. Even more uplifting, this rescue began from the top floor and moved downward, checking each apartment one by one. Suddenly, hope flickered back to life in the hearts of Shanjia and the others. They felt hope again. Only Musiki spoke a spoilsport sentence. We're in the middle floors. Who knows how many people are still alive upstairs? We might have to wait several more days before they reach us. Shan Jie remained silent for a moment, then slowly said, "No matter how many days we wait, at least now there's something to hope for. That itself is good." Mu Siki stared at the half bucket of purified water left in the house, licked her cracked lips, and muttered under her breath, "Blind optimism is just handing your life over to fate. It's meaningless." Shan Jie glanced at Mu Siki and whispered, "I'm a woman sold into marriage from the mountains. People like us know long ago that if life has no hope, it's no different than being dead. Sometimes, even if the hope comes only from within yourself, you still need it." Mu Siki twitched the corner of her mouth, but said nothing. Her face was still injured. Washing her face had become difficult now. Some areas hadn't been re-bandaged in time, scabs forming and peeling off, leaving ugly scars like creeping centipedes. Now, those centipede-like lines twisted and quivered slightly. Mu Siki felt deeply conflicted inside. She yearned for rescue, yet she also feared it. Because her greatest advantage since childhood, the beauty of her face, had been ruined. And the man beside her now had nothing but brute strength to offer. Previously, she had still hoped that once the rescue team arrived, she could find a way to get reconstructive surgery. But now, that hope was gone. Who knew whether among the roaming zombies downstairs there might be a cosmetic surgeon? And in these chaotic times, what if a zombie broke in during surgery? Should she hand the scalpel over and say, "Hold on a sec, eat later. I'll style you first"? Right now, Mu Siki hated Su Bingfan, who had disfigured her, hated the powerless Lao Qi, and even resented Shan Jie, who constantly pumped everyone with false motivation. She hated this sunless existence, but uniquely, she didn't hate Lu Xiaoqiu. In fact, Mu Siki secretly planned that if she ever got the chance to see Lu Xiaoqiu again, she would do everything she could to win him back. Lu Xiaoqiu had money. With enough cash, she could leave the country for plastic surgery. Then, she, Mu Siki, would shine again as a dazzling socialite. Lao Qi sat curled in a corner, silent. To him, whether life held hope anymore didn't matter. His only relative might already be dead, and he was helpless about Siki's injured face. He felt like a complete failure, unable to give his lover enough wealth, unable to care properly for his family. And his former best friend, Su Bingfan, had clearly been able to help him. Just thinking about those 2 heavy boxes of gold made Lao Qi's teeth grind with rage. Although fourth brother later gave him a 50,000 yuan kickback, that sum wasn't even enough to cover 2 dialysis sessions for Chi-Chi's father. If Su Bingfan hadn't betrayed him, he could have used those 2 boxes of gold to hire a full-time nurse for grandma, cure Mu Siki's face, or even buy a kidney source for her father on the black market. Everything would have been solved. Every night, Lao Qi dreamed of beating Su Bingfan to a pulp, but Shan Jie didn't know about the dark thoughts hidden between the two sharing this makeshift home. She was still calculating how long their remaining supplies would last. Although the rescue was progressing in order, Mu Siki had spoken one truth. They were in a middle floor. Given the current pace, no one could predict when the rescuers would reach them. Shan Jie calculated that the flatbreads and instant food at home could last about 7 more days. As for water, there were still 2 basins of tap water in the kitchen. If things came to the worst, even that would become drinking water. Suddenly, a soft knocking came from outside the door. Shan Jie and the others immediately stopped whatever they were doing, frozen in place, afraid to make even the slightest sound. The knocking was light, but it continued. Then, a hoarse, lifeless voice slipped faintly through the door. "Shan Jie, are you home? It's Sha Fongfong from downstairs." Shan Jie let out a breath of relief. Sha Fongfong was a military wife. Her husband had died during a rescue mission, and her mother-in-law, overwhelmed with grief, had passed away not long after. At home, there was only Fongfong and her 3-year-old child, Xiao Ruru. Sometimes when Fongfong was too busy at work to pick Xiao Ruru up from kindergarten, Shan Jie would help out. Hearing that it was Fongfong at the door, Shan Jie could already guess what had happened. "Fongfong, is that you? What's going on?" As she called back, Shan Jie tried to move aside the table and chairs blocking the door, but Mu Siki rushed forward first and blocked her way. Mu Siki shoved Shan Jie hard, glaring. "Get a grip on yourself, will you? Who knocks on doors anymore under these circumstances? They're either after food or water. We barely have enough for ourselves. Do you want to play saint and starve us all?" The sudden push caught Shan Jie off balance. She stumbled backward, nearly falling, and now anger flared inside her. "I know exactly why she's here. Do you think you're the only one with brains? But Fongfong is a military widow. Xiao Ruru is the orphan of a hero. Even if I have nothing to eat or drink, I can't turn my back on them." With that, Shan Jie shoved Mu Siki right back, then strained to drag the furniture aside, clearing a path. At the same time, she called quietly toward the door. "Fongfong, don't be afraid. I'm opening the door now." Mu Siki staggered from the shove and fell straight into Lao Qi's arms. Lao Qi suddenly lifted his head, his dark, venomous eyes locking onto Shan Jie's back like those of a coiled serpent. Mu Siki turned her head, their gazes meeting, twisted with malice, igniting sparks of something sinister. Chapter 82. Is there any other way? The knocking continued. Oscar asked, "Master Zhuang, shall we go practice shooting first? That way, they wouldn't have to hear the noisy knocking." Su Bingfan shook his head. "What should I do? How can I communicate with them?" A flicker passed through Oscar's eyes. "To speak with Qi Tiansheng, you'll need to send the house back out, just as you brought it in before. You could add a radiation-proof layer to the house, but such a coating would only last 10 minutes. Even so, I don't recommend bringing the house back into the shelter afterward, because even a 1 in 10,000 chance of infection is still 100% for a sterile shelter." Su Bingfan tugged at the corner of his mouth and asked, "Is there any other way?" "There are methods, of course. But, wait sis. Lao Chi suddenly grabbed Shanjia, stopping her. Sha Fangfang's here now. She's definitely come for food and water. Have you decided how much to give her? Shan's hand froze. Outside the door, Sha Fangfang had already started crying. Sis, please, just give me a small bottle of water and a little food. I can endure, but little Ruru can't. We haven't had water or food for 2 days. The child has a fever today. Sis, please save my baby. A flash of determination crossed Shanjia's eyes. Fangfang, wait. She immediately turned around, fetched 2 empty mineral water bottles, filled them, then took a guacamole flatbread and stuffed it into a bag. Sis, Lao Chi blocked her again, lowering his voice. They're just one woman and a child. Do you really need to give so much? How is this too much? Shan snapped, shaking off Lao Chi's hand sharply. It's my stuff. I'll give as much as I want. A cold, ruthless look flashed in Lao Chi's eyes. The moment Shanjia opened the door, Lao Chi suddenly kicked hard from behind, shoving her out, then quickly slammed the door shut. Musiki instantly cooperated, dragging tables and chairs to block the entrance once more. Shanjia hadn't expected to be kicked outside. She fell forward, knocking Sha Fangfang down too. The sudden noise startled Sha Fangfang. She whispered nervously, Sis, what's going on? It took Shanjia a moment to regain herself. She turned and pounded fiercely on the door. Qi Tiansheng, open this door. This is MY house. But inside, Qi Tiansheng remained silent. Instead, Musiki's cold voice rang out. You love playing the saint so much? Then have your wish. Outside aren't just starving neighbors. There are starving zombies too. You're on your own now. Good luck surviving. Shanjia was about to scream back, but Sha Fangfang clamped a hand over her mouth. Tears in her eyes, she whispered urgently. Be quiet, sis. There's that thing in our hallway. Come home with me first. At least let's get home. Shanjia followed numbly as Sha led her forward. She never imagined that Qi Tiansheng, whom she treated like her own younger brother for all these years, would cast her out like this in their time of need. Driven by desperation, Sha Fangfang summoned courage and clarity. She knew the loud noise must have already attracted zombies lurking in the hallway. Getting home fast was their only hope. The elevator was now the most dangerous route. Sha pulled Shanjia toward the emergency stairwell. She cracked open the fire exit door, carefully checking both floors above and below. Seeing no zombies, she quickly dragged Shanjia back up. Once they descended just one more flight and closed her apartment door behind them, they'd be safe. They were already on the 13th floor, victory within reach, when suddenly, a zombie crawled up from the 12th, half its abdomen torn away. Shanjia froze in terror. Sha Fangfang yanked her arm frantically. Don't just stand there, run. The two dashed up the final steps. Coming to her senses, Shanjia remembered to slam the fire door shut behind them and latch it firmly. The zombie slammed against the door, the booming impact soon certain to summon others. The weak wooden door couldn't hold long. Already, the bolt was loosening under the force. Yet Sha still hadn't unlocked her apartment door. Sha had been starving for 4 days. Even with survival instinct awakened, her strength was fading. She finally reached the door, but her trembling hands fumbled helplessly, unable to pull out her keys. When she finally did, her shaking fingers couldn't align the key with the lock. Let me. Shanjia snatched the key, shoved it into the lock. Just as the fire door behind them burst open with a thunderous crash, the knocking grew louder and louder, as if someone outside was trying to smash through the metal security door with bare fists. Just as Qi Tiansheng was about to lose patience, his hand already reaching for the hammer at his waist, a lazy voice finally came from inside the door. Who is it? It's still early morning. Can't you see I'm asleep? It's me, Lao Chi. Lao Chi's voice carried both embarrassment and urgency. Bing Fan, buddy, brother, I'm truly desperate. I'm begging you, can you spare me some food? Inside, Su Bingfan didn't respond for a long moment before finally asking. Lao Chi, didn't I warn you many times to stock up on food? I even left my car for you to sell for supplies. Didn't you do it? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Lao Chi's face, quickly replaced by resentment. He felt that by bringing up the car now, Su Bingfan was deliberately reminding him of their last unpleasant encounter, the final rift between them, as a way to spite him. Lao Chi clenched his fists tightly in silence. Clearly, Su Bingfan no longer considered him a brother. Feeling a gentle squeeze on his arm from the person beside him, Lao Chi took 2 deep breaths and pleaded once more. Bingfan, brother, I'm really out of options now. Please open the door and help me. I did store some supplies, but my grandma has Alzheimer's. I usually leave her in the care of the auntie next door. On the day it started raining, before I got home, she took half of all our rice, flour, and oil. Now grandma can't even stand. She's starving. As if fearing Su Bingfan wouldn't believe him, Lao Chi pushed the old woman beside him, dressed in dull, drab clothes, closer to the peephole so he could get a good look. Bingfan, brother, I know I wronged you, but grandma's innocent. Can you just open the door and let her in? I swear, I won't stay. Su Bingfan's fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles white from the strain. His body trembled slightly with emotion, but his mind kept flashing back to the previous life. Lao Chi's final call, made in his dying moments, begging him to take care of grandma. Su Bingfan let out a soft sigh and reached out to unlock the door. Instantly, a gleaming, cold dagger slipped through the crack and pressed sharply against Su Bingfan's throat. Chapter 83 has no humanity. The phone's text message alert kept ringing nonstop. Su Bingfan raised an eyebrow. Who could be sending him so many messages? In this era of rampant messaging apps, someone still insisted on using SMS, probably because once the signal was restored, the text would automatically come through. Picking up the phone, Su Bingfan broke into a smile the moment he saw the sender's name. So it was Shanjia checking in to let him know she was safe. One by one, Su Bingfan slowly scrolled down. The messages started with updates on her safety, then shifted to sharing her daily meals, and finally evolved into words of encouragement for him. Shanjia had sent over 80 texts in total. Through these messages, Su Bingfan could almost see that woman's determined figure tirelessly moving around in the kitchen. Suddenly, one picture caught his attention. He zoomed in, and faintly, another 2 sets of cutlery came into view. Su Bingfan's brow tightened. Shanjia wasn't married, nor had he heard anything about a live-in boyfriend. As far as he knew, she lived alone. Then who were the other 2 people? A dark premonition flickered through Su Bingfan's mind. At a time like this, if Shanjia had stockpiled so many supplies, having others in the room with her, no matter who they were, meant immense danger for her. Frantically, Su Bingfan scrolled further, but aside from the words of encouragement, Shanjia hadn't mentioned a single thing about who was with her. The last message was a voice note. With trembling fingers, Su Bingfan tapped it open. Shanjia's agonized, desperate scream immediately poured out. Don't open the door for Lao Qi. He has no humanity. Don't believe, Aya. In that instant, Su Bingfan felt all the blood drain from his body. His limbs turned icy cold. His hands shook so violently, he nearly dropped the phone. In the background, he could even hear the sounds of zombies tearing into flesh and chewing greedily. He could imagine how much pain she was in, how terrified, how hopeless. Just like himself in his previous life. Today, Su Bingfan opened the door for Lao Qi. He just wanted to ask him face to face. When you caused Shanjia's death, didn't your conscience ever stir? The cold tip of a knife pressed against Su Bingfan's neck. Calmly, Su Bingfan stepped backward slowly. Lao Qi, his face dark and grim, advanced step by step toward him. Behind him, another person, fully covered up, followed closely. Once both were inside, that person shut the door. Su Bingfan tugged at the corner of his mouth and smirked. Lao Qi, really? We don't need to do this, right, brother? Lao Qi sneered contemptuously. Who the hell are you calling brother? If you truly considered me a brother, you wouldn't have only told Shanjia to stockpile supplies and kept me in the dark. Su Bingfan clenched his fists tightly, screaming internally, you piece of trash. How dare you bring up Shanjia to me? But outwardly, he remained calm. His eyes flicked to the person behind Lao Qi, then he grinned suddenly. Lao Qi, didn't you say you were bringing grandma over? Where is she? Since when did you become such a dutiful grandson to Musiki? Seeing this, Musiki gave up pretending. She simply removed her hat, glasses, and mask, revealing a face covered in scars. That's right, it's me. Your heart may be cruel, but your eyes aren't bad. Su Bingfan didn't seem bothered at all. With a roguish grin, he said, how am I heartless? I just made one of your sugar daddies lose faith in you. Big deal. You can always seduce another man. Say, how about your loyal lapdog, Qi Tiansheng? Shut up. Musiki, seeing Su Bingfan, felt hatred surge, enemies meeting eye to eye. She rushed forward and slapped him hard across the face, again and again, until her fingers went numb and she stopped, shaking her wrist. Lao Qi looked at her with concern, saying gently, let me handle the rough work from now on. Look how tired you've gotten. Su Bingfan wiped the thin trail of blood from the corner of his mouth, then asked, where's grandma? How the hell can you even ask about grandma? Lao Qi lunged forward with a kick, slamming Su Bingfan onto the floor with a loud clang. If you'd just warned me earlier, if you told me things would turn out like this, I wouldn't have left grandma all alone at home. His voice choked up. After Lao Qi and Musiki finished the last guacue left by Shanjia and drank the last of the purified water, they seized the chance to sneak downstairs, jumped into the Wrangler, and sped straight back to grandma's place. Just as Lao Qi had feared, when the rainstorm hit, their neighbor across the hall, who knew only an elderly woman was at home and that there was plenty of stored food, moved all the rice, flour, oil, and edible supplies to their own apartment. At first, the neighbor lady would still bring a hot meal over at dinner time. But soon after, the old district broke out in zombies. The neighbor tossed a single flatbread over to grandma and never returned. When Lao Qi arrived back home, the place was in complete disarray. It was easy to imagine how terrified grandma must have been during her Alzheimer's episode. She had eaten everything in the house that could be consumed, even gnawing haphazardly on toilet paper. Grandma had starved to death. Lao Qi broke down and wept bitterly at home. Musiki pretended to console him for a few moments, then suggested to Lao Qi, let's go find Su Bingfan. Since he withdrew so much cash beforehand and warned Shanjia, he must have stockpiled a lot of supplies. The word struck a deep chord. Lao Qi already harbored intense hatred towards Su Bingfan. Now that grandma was dead, why should Su Bingfan still be alive and well? Chi-Chi, go put on one of grandma's outfits. Su Bingfan might not open the door for you or me, but when he sees grandma, his heart will soften. Only then did Musiki rummage through the wardrobe and pull out the most presentable set of clothes belonging to grandma, reluctantly putting them on. As they were about to leave, Musiki tugged at Lao Qi's arm. Grab a bedsheet and wrap grandma in it. Bring her with us. Lao Qi was actually moved, nodding appreciatively at Musiki. Right. We can't just leave grandma all alone in the house again. A flicker passed through Musiki's eyes. The two sped toward Su Bingfan's place in their car. But this time, they encountered a small group of zombies. Lao Qi floored the accelerator, and just as it seemed they'd shake off the zombies, for more appeared ahead, blocking the road. With the Wranglers seemingly trapped and no escape left, but to crash through, Musiki suddenly moved with surprising agility, unbuckled her seatbelt, dashed to the back seat, opened the door, and hurled grandma's body out. What are you doing? Lao Qi shouted in shock and rage at Musiki. I'm obviously saving you. Musiki replied. closing the door and returning to the passenger seat. Grandma's corpse slid away, the shroud unraveling, releasing a wave of rotting stench that instantly drew the attention of every zombie nearby. Chapter 84. You dare to kill? The stench of decay, unbearable to ordinary humans, was as delicious to the zombies as a can of fermented herring. Immediately, those zombies abandoned their chase after the Mustang and lunged toward Grandma's corpse. Although Old Seven was heartbroken, escape was his priority now. He could only continue flooring the accelerator without restraint, speeding forward desperately. Beside him, Musiki said coldly, Aishing, I did this to save you. All of this is Su Bingfan's doing. Hate him if you must. Su Bingfan. Old Seven slammed the steering wheel fiercely. You and I are sworn enemies until death. At this moment, the tip of Old Seven's knife pressed against Su Bingfan's neck. The brotherhood between them had long dissipated into nothingness. Su Bingfan let out a sigh, calm as if nothing had happened. Old Seven, be honest, after all these years of brotherhood, you've always treated me well, but haven't I done right by you too? Before this strange rainstorm came, I told you countless times to stock up supplies. Remember how, back during the mask shortages, didn't your brother warn you then to hoard? But back then you didn't take it seriously, just like you don't now. Only difference is, back then your brother risked his life bringing food and water to your door, but now things are far worse. We can't even leave our homes, and only now do you regret. If you truly listened to me, you wouldn't have left Grandma alone at home. Old Seven, search your heart honestly. I know you've lost someone irreplaceable, and that pain runs deep. When you can't hate yourself, you need someone else to blame, so you shift all that hatred onto me. But Old Seven, is any of this really my fault? What has clouded your judgment so completely that you can no longer tell whether a brother's heart is sincere or false, good or evil? Old Seven, don't go further down the wrong path. Put the knife down. If you do, I'll pretend none of this ever happened. We'll still be brothers. Su Bingfan spoke these words from the depths of his heart. If Old Seven laid down the blade now, he would spare him, give him a chance to live. Old Seven's eyes flickered with emotion. He gave a bitter smile. Pretend nothing happened? How easily you say it. Grandma is dead. Shanjia is dead. So much has happened. How could I possibly act like it never occurred? Seeing hesitation in Old Seven's hand holding the knife, Musiki immediately spoke up. Aishing, don't forget what kind of world we're living in now. Being soft on others is cruelty to yourself. Do you really think he'll help you? If he were truly willing to help, why didn't he give you 2 gold bricks earlier so you could stock up? Su Bingfan has no heart. If he'd shown even a shred of sincerity before, would Grandma have starved to death in her own home? Provoked by Musiki's words, Old Seven pushed the knife forward again. The sharp tip broke Su Bingfan's skin at the throat, and a single drop of bright red blood slid slowly down the blade, falling onto the floor. In Su Bingfan's eyes shone regret and pity. Old Seven, I mean what I say. If you put the knife down now, I will shelter you. And if you wish, you may keep the woman behind you by your side. But Old Seven, you're not stupid. You think for yourself. Is Musiki really as wonderful as you imagine? Her father doesn't have uremia at all. Dialysis, kidney transplant. It was all lies meant to deceive you. Perhaps when you barely knew her, she seemed radiant, untouchable. But after living together day after day lately, haven't you seen clearly enough what kind of person Musiki truly is? Old Seven's hand trembled. He pulled the knife slightly away from Su Bingfan's neck. Yes, it was true. These past days, Musiki had been like a venomous snake, constantly defying his expectations, forcing him to reevaluate everything he thought he knew about her. Old Seven turned around, scrutinizing the woman behind him with growing suspicion. Was this woman truly the goddess he once idolized, the gentle angel in his mind? Or was everything merely an illusion crafted for his eyes? Was she actually a demon wearing a beautiful disguise? Under normal circumstances, Musiki should have taken a step back now, hands covering her mouth, looking at Old Seven with tearful, accusing eyes, making him feel that doubting her was the gravest betrayal of their love. But now, disfigured, her eyes swollen nearly shut, such gestures would only make her appear uglier still. So Musiki gritted her teeth, stepped forward, grabbed Old Seven's right hand, and thrust it forward with full force. Splorch! The sharp dagger pierced Su Bingfan's main artery. Hot blood sprayed across Old Seven's face. Shocked by the sudden turn of events, Old Seven roared furiously at Musiki. You crazy bitch! Do you even know what you've done? Musiki replied calmly. Of course I do. I'm helping you, Chi Tianxiang. If you hesitate when decisive action is needed, chaos will follow. If you act but fail to commit fully, disaster will come later. Look at you, dithering and weak. What I just did was merely help you carry out your own plan. Now that Su Bingfan is dead, why don't you hurry up and find the supplies and gold he left behind? Old Seven backed away in disbelief, staring at Musiki as if he'd never seen her before, muttering, just for a bit of supplies, you're capable of murder? Musiki, you're truly a devil. Musiki slapped him hard across the face without hesitation, then fixed him with a haughty, disdainful gaze like a proud queen. Enough, Chi Tianxiang. You're a strong man. If deep down you didn't also wish for Su Bingfan's death, do you think I could have pushed you at all? There's hypocrisy, and then there's being utterly ridiculous. At this point, there are hardly any decent people left, so who exactly are you pretending to be moral for? You were willing to push Shanjia out the door for those same supplies. How much easier would it be for you to eliminate someone like Su Bingfan? After finishing her scathing words, Musiki suddenly softened. She stretched out her slender arms, wrapped them around Old Seven's neck, pulled his head down, and whispered into his ear. Now isn't this better? You've become the boss, and I'm the boss's woman. What top wife doesn't have a few ruthless tricks up her sleeve? It's like how Emperor Zhou had to have a Su Daji by his side, so that even if he harbored dark thoughts, there'd be a woman who understood him completely, ready to shoulder all the blame. Later, we'll just throw Su Bingfan's body outside. In these chaotic times, no one will care whether a man was murdered or turned into a mutant. The monsters out there will clean up everything perfectly, and as for us, Mu Siki swept her hand in a wide arc through Su Bingfan's living room. This huge house will be our home. You've got a house, a car, a woman, plenty of supplies, and 500 gene of gold. Aishing, from now on, you'll be above all others. Isn't this exactly the life you've always wanted? Aishing, the helicopters are still doing rescue missions. Once things come outside, we'll use this money to fix my face. You love my look so much, right? When I'm beautiful again, we'll get married. I'll give you children, boys, girls. Mu Siki's voice was as hypnotic as the song of Medusa. Old Seven's eyes flickered with wavering emotion. Satisfied, Mu Siki curled her lips slightly. A man like Old Seven, strong but not too bright, selfish just like her, was exactly the kind of partner she needed in this era. Old Seven's expression gradually melted. He reached out, wrapped an arm around Mu Siki's waist, and pulled her into his embrace. Completely ignoring the bleeding corpse of Su Bingfan lying right before them, they kissed passionately, tongues entwined. The room's temperature rose rapidly. Restraint faded, and rough hands began wandering, slowly slipping beneath Mu Siki's clothes. No one noticed that Su Bingfan's eyes had suddenly snapped open, his eyeballs rolling slowly until they locked, unblinking, onto the two lovers locked in each other's arms. Chapter 85. There's a zombie outside the door. As Old Seven's hand grew bolder by the second, slipping past the final thin layer of fabric to grope that soft, pale mound, Mu Siki suddenly shoved him away and pouted. What's the rush? We haven't properly eaten in days. Let's see what goodies this guy stockpiled first, then we can get cozy. Right on cue, Old Seven's stomach growled. Mu Siki gave a sultry smile and whispered gently, let's find some food first. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're well fed tonight. A warm sensation flooded Old Seven's heart, and his very first instinct was to rush straight into Su Bingfan's study. Though he couldn't recall that day when Su Bingfan had earnestly advised him to stockpile supplies, he did remember one thing. Su Bingfan once said the entire floor of his 32 square meter study was paved with gold bricks. Su Bingfan's apartment had a perfect layout. The living room lay just inside the front door, and all other rooms surrounded it, arranged clockwise: bathroom, master bedroom, guest bedroom, balcony, study, and kitchen. Although the curtains on the balcony were tightly drawn, blocking out all light, there was still light shining from within his bedroom. Light meant electricity. Electricity meant water. As Old Seven marched toward the study, he muttered, with power and water here, let's see if this kid left behind any meat. After 7 or 8 days of nothing but flatbread, my throat's as bland as a bird's chirp. Gotta eat and drink before I can think of pleasure. Old Seven pushed hard against the study door, but no matter how much force he used, it wouldn't budge. Could this bastard have locked it? Mu Siki examined the hinges and tapped Old Seven on the shoulder. He might have replaced the door. It's supposed to open outward. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Old Seven's face. He quickly pulled the door hard toward himself, but beyond it stood a solid wall of red brick. Did this bastard seal off the study? Old Seven searched the living room, but found no chairs. He grabbed the wooden coffee table and swung it at the brick wall with all his might. The table shattered into pieces. The brick wall remained completely intact. Now, the only remaining object heavy enough in the living room to hurl at the wall was the large sofa, nearly 6 feet long. If only Old Seven could lift it. I don't believe this crap. Old Seven turned toward the kitchen, hoping to find a better tool for smashing. But when he slid open the kitchen door, another red brick wall blocked his path. A sudden wave of panic surged through him. He dashed to the balcony and yanked open the curtains. Behind them should have been a glass door leading outside to the balcony, with the Doyman residential building visible across the way and the garden downstairs. Instead, all he saw was yet another red brick wall. His heartbeat quickened, his chest began to heave, and his breathing turned ragged. What the hell is going on? Mu Siki stared wide-eyed, unable to accept that this eerie scene unfolding before her could be real. She lunged at the master bedroom door, flung it open, and again, only a dark red brick wall greeted her. Old Seven and Mu Siki suddenly went berserk, frantically opening every single door in the apartment. Yet without exception, each doorway led to nothing but crimson brick walls. Meanwhile, Su Bingfan, who had moments ago lain dead in a pool of blood, slowly rose to his feet. Hearing the noise behind him, Mu Siki and Old Seven turned around and froze like they'd seen a ghost. The bleeding wound on his body visibly stitched itself back together in seconds. Su Bingfan bared his gleaming white teeth in a grotesque grin. Well, was it fun? Mu Siki screamed and scrambled behind Old Seven. Old Seven wanted to run too, but his legs felt nailed to the floor, completely paralyzed. A flicker of pity and regret passed through Su Bingfan's eyes as he slowly spoke. Old Seven, do you believe in past lives and reincarnation? What if I told you that in our previous life, we were loyal brothers until death? Would you believe me? Would you feel regret? But in this lifetime, you've become someone I no longer recognize. Old Seven, you always said loyalty was everything in the underworld, but where is your loyalty now? Shame and terror rendered Old Seven speechless, unable to utter a single word. Memories of their shared past flashed vividly before his eyes. Finally, he recalled Su Bingfan patting his shoulder and saying, that island nation is about to dump nuclear wastewater. Old Seven, trust me, stock up. Stockpile as much food and water as you can. The money? I'll cover it. Think of your grandma. What would happen to her if disaster strikes? Regret crushed old Seven's heart so deeply he wished he could die right there. He sank to the ground, yanking at his hair with both hands, wailing uncontrollably. Musiki trembled violently. Suddenly, she sprinted toward the front door and ripped it open. Thankfully, beyond the door wasn't another brick wall, but standing outside was a zombie, half its head chewed off. At the sound of the door opening, the zombie slowly turned its head. Musiki shrieked and slammed the door shut with a thunderous bang. But the zombie outside had already smelled fresh meat. How could it possibly let go so easily? Bang, bang, bang. The door shuddered under violent pounding, as if it might be shattered any second. Su Bingfan watched Musiki's frantic movements with amusement and asked, "What's wrong? So you do know fear after all? Musiki, when you sent others into swarms of zombies, did you never stop to think that they were afraid too?" Musiki thought he was referring to the old lady's corpse and stubbornly lifted her chin. "Of course I'm afraid. I don't know what kind of monster you are now, but if the zombie gets in here, you won't survive either." "Me?" Su Bingfan said carelessly, stretching out his hand and driving a fist straight into the red brick wall. Though behind the bricks there were only more bricks, his punch still carved a deep crater right into the solid masonry. Chapter 86, I do have feelings for you. Su Bingfan smiled like a grim reaper. "Musiki, do you really think, with my abilities, I'd fear those half-dead, half-undead monsters outside?" Musiki immediately dropped to her knees before Su Bingfan, trembling as she begged. Bingfan, you must have a way to save us, right? We know we were wrong. It was all Qi Tianqing's idea. You think about it. I've never even stepped into your home. How could I possibly know anything about your family? I was forced into this. I do have feelings for you, Bingfan." Su Bingfan looked at her as if watching a clown perform, mocking her with an amused gaze while glancing between Musiki and Lao Qi. Lao Qi, at that moment, seemed neither desperate nor resigned. He fixed his eyes straight on Musiki behind his glasses, watching her prance around like a jester with cold clarity. Meanwhile, Musiki groveled shamelessly, willing to strip naked and offer herself bodily, just to beg Su Bingfan to save her from being devoured by zombies. Outside, the pounding on the door grew louder and more frantic. Clearly more than one zombie was now gathered there. The earlier commotion must have drawn others in, surrounding the house completely. Yet Su Bingfan remained utterly indifferent to Musiki's advances. Even when her face was still beautiful, he had despised her. Now, with her features grotesquely disfigured, he found her repulsive beyond words. But Musiki failed to notice the icy disdain hardening Su Bingfan's expression. She continued rambling desperately. "It wasn't my fault about Shanjia either. It was Qi Tianqing who kicked her out. She sheltered us for so many days, and yet he betrayed her. What a beast. Less than human. And Grandma. Qi Tianqing knew perfectly well why we brought her body along, but he acted so fake. If he truly cared about her, how could he let me open the back door and toss her out? Even if I took initiative, he could have gotten out of the car and taken her back. No, Qi Tianqing is too selfish. He never wanted Grandma's remains in the first place. Even that stab just now, I was just the scapegoat. Bingfan, believe me, I was used. I'm innocent." She cried bitterly, tears streaming down her cheeks, but paired with her twisted, hideous face, it was terrifying rather than pitiful. Su Bingfan kicked her away sharply, his voice icy. "Even if I intended to save someone now, I wouldn't waste my effort on a lowlife like you, who sold both soul and body." A flicker of light passed through Lao Qi's eyes, then deep regret. "Bingfan, brother. I've wronged you, wronged Shanjia, wronged Grandma. I've wronged everyone closest to me. I don't deserve to live." Musiki instantly pointed at Lao Qi and said, "See? He himself admits he doesn't deserve to live. Why not throw him out instead? Let him distract the zombies, and then we can escape." Su Bingfan stared strangely at Musiki, then asked seriously, "But tell me, last time, I never once said I don't deserve to live. I even sheltered you. So why did you still team up with Lu Xiaoqiu and throw me out to feed the zombies?" By now, even someone as dense as Musiki realized something was terribly wrong with the Su Bingfan standing before her. Her eyes widened in terror as she stammered. "What nonsense are you spouting? Past lives? Did you have some dream and start believing it's real?" Su Bingfan gave a bitter smile, pulled out his phone, and played the final audio recording left by Shanjia. "I wish it were just a dream. But last life, just like Shanjia, I was thrown to the zombies by you. They tore every piece of flesh from my body, yet I stayed conscious. Watching you and Lu Xiaoqiu laugh at me, steal everything I owned." Inside the small room, Shanjia's agonized screams looped endlessly from the phone, as if she lay dying right before their eyes. Terrified, Musiki scrambled backward toward Lao Qi, clutching his arm and whispering shakily, "Aishing, either Su Bingfan has gone mad, or he's already mutated. Aishing, we need to run, huh? Wah." Disbelief flooded her face as she looked down at the knife buried deep in her abdomen. The 4-inch blade had vanished entirely into her body, leaving only the black handle protruding, gripped tightly in Lao Qi's hand. "Are you insane? How dare you kill me?" Musiki stammered, trying to crawl away, but Lao Qi grabbed her hair, yanking her back. The knife slashed quickly across her torso, opening a long gash, and a loop of intestine slithered out slowly through the wound. "Ever since the day I chose you," Lao Qi whispered hoarsely, "I've already been mad." Lao Qi's eyes were bloodshot as he stabbed repeatedly into Musiki's body. Soon, Musiki couldn't even whimper. Her body only twitched with mindless biological reflexes. Her terror-filled eyes bulged outward, as if expressing her utter disbelief. Her loyal lapdog, the one who had forsaken family and friends for her, had actually turned his blade against her. Crimson blood pooled across the floor, flowing all the way to Su Bingfan's feet. He merely remarked quietly, "So even a heartless person bleeds red." Su Bingfan looked at Lao Chi's back and said softly, "Lao Chi, I'll leave you enough food to last a month and get you to a safe place. That should settle the debt I owe you for taking care of me in 2 lifetimes. From this moment on, we go our separate ways." Lao Chi turned around, wanting to say something more to Su Bingfan, but suddenly everything blurred. In an instant, he found himself back in Grandma's old house, a full table of supplies laid out before him. It was as if everything that had just happened was nothing but a dream. Yet the lingering stench of decay in the room, and the blood staining his hands and clothes, told him it was real. Grandma was truly dead. Musiki was dead too. Su Bingfan had indeed left him enough supplies to last a whole month. But his brother was lost forever. Like a soulless corpse, numb and mechanical, Lao Chi shuffled into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, washed the blood from his body, then changed into clean clothes. He sat down at the table, pulled a loaf of bread from the box, and began chewing slowly, tears streaming down his face as he mumbled, "Bingfan, brother's sorry. I let you down." Su Bingfan sighed and reached over to shut off the display screen. Oscar raised an eyebrow and reported, "The dispatch decoy robots are safely isolated outside along with the drones as a precaution." Su Bingfan remained silent. Oscar paused, then continued, "Earlier today, I used a drone to stir up some commotion in the old Kengchu district. It should attract military attention and redirect their rescue operations." Su Bingfan still didn't respond. Oscar went on reporting, "The simulation chamber has been abandoned, along with the bodies inside. But, Master Zhuang, don't you think it's time you stepped out and completed your mission?" Oscar sighed lightly. "If you don't act soon, there won't be many living people left out there." Chapter 87. Something seems off. The 7th time. Su Bingfan earnestly explained to Meng Xiaoqin what they were about to face. Meng Xiaoqin appeared attentive, but the amusement in his eyes clearly showed he still treated it as a game. With no choice, Su Bingfan quietly asked Oscar, "How's this guy's shooting practice been going?" Oscar whispered back, just like Su Bingfan had. "Within 1 meter, he hits wherever he aims. Beyond 1 meter, he aims wherever he hits." Su Bingfan. His shooting skills aren't even as good as Dilraba's. Su Bingfan gritted his teeth. 1 meter is enough. If we're lucky and run into a zombie horde, as long as he doesn't shoot into the sky, hitting anywhere will do. Su Bingfan wandered around the points mall for a bit, then reluctantly spent 1,000 points on a Desert Eagle. He then joyfully splurged another 1,500 points on an M500 revolver. As he held the M500 tightly, lovingly caressing it, he couldn't help wincing at the cost. Cha Duzi comforted him from the side. "Once you buy the handgun, all subsequent ammo supplies are free. Master, you're not losing anything." Su Bingfan felt wronged, like a mistreated young wife. I'm not losing anything. Then if I buy a car, will they throw in free gasoline too?" The previous Wrangler had been left to Lao Chi. Su Bingfan's current rides consisted only of that little broken-down car and several vehicles Oscar had acquired from the Auto City. Though there was a Grand Cherokee, a Range Rover, and a Mercedes G-Class, Su Bingfan still felt something was missing. Truthfully, Su Bingfan had long coveted the 3rd-generation smart pickup truck, Smart Truck 3, available in the Points Mall, a vehicle the advertisement dubbed the terrorist's nightmare. Equipped with numerous high-tech gadgets normally seen only in James Bond movies, it could detect chemical and biological threats to protect passengers. It could lock onto targets in pitch darkness and even identify and destroy incoming missiles. Mounted on the vehicle was a 12.7mm heavy machine gun that, guided by a sound positioning system, could locate hidden snipers nearby and eliminate them. Although many of these functions were useless against zombies, it remained utterly perfect in Su Bingfan's eyes. It was nothing less than his apocalypse dream car. Staring at its price tag in the mall, 5,000 points, Su Bingfan muttered under his breath. "As long as they include free fuel, I'll buy. Cha Duzi found Su Bingfan's stinginess so unbecoming of a lord that, despite his disdain, he still clarified. "Just buy it. Anything from the Points Mall comes with completely free follow-up supplies, and no need for you to refuel. It automatically connects to the Points Mall's after-sales department when fuel drops below 20% and resupplies itself." Su Bingfan stared, wide-eyed. "There's an after-sales department? Do they run 11 promotions?" Ahem. Oscar coughed lightly, gently reminding him. "Master, it's only August now. If you wait until the 11 sale, the system will assume you have no intention of completing Task 4, and then you'll face punishment, which is, all right, don't say it." Su Bingfan rubbed his temples, grumbling. "Why don't you just build those houses faster? Once Task 3 is complete, I wouldn't have to pinch every single point." A flicker of embarrassment passed over Oscar's face as he quickly suggested, "We still have 3 empty levels, and I can't think of their purpose right now. Master, would you be interested in taking in refugees?" Su Bingfan's hand froze mid-caress of the M500, his gaze gradually turning cold. "No, I'd rather use Cha Duzi's 5 elements to purify the outside world anew than bring strangers into the shelter." In his past life, and in this one with Shan Jia, the bloody truth had proven one thing. The first rule of surviving the apocalypse: kindness is unacceptable. To harbor goodwill toward others when your strength is insufficient is tantamount to handing half your life away. Though the shelter had plenty of robots, if among the rescued there was someone skilled in computers who altered the robot's programming, Su Bingfan would essentially be digging his own grave. The shelter was located roughly in the city's western suburbs, while across in the eastern suburbs lay a stretch of forest. He would sooner hand any survivors over to the military or leave them in the forest of the eastern suburbs than let any stranger discover he possessed a divine-tier shelter brimming with billions worth of supplies. The next morning, early at dawn, Su Bingfan called Meng Xiaochen out. Xiaochen, I'm telling you one last time. Seriously, the mission we're about to undertake is extremely difficult, and what we'll be facing are zombies the same size and shape as real humans. These zombies are extremely aggressive. If you're not careful, you'll get infected, and once that happens, even the mightiest immortal won't be able to save me. Meng Xiaochen looked at Su Bingfan with bright, sparkling eyes and smiled. Don't worry, bro, I totally get it. A shiver ran through Su Bingfan's heart. The man who used to say don't worry, bro, all the time was now still in the old jail, guarding his grandmother's portrait, barely surviving each day. Shaking those intrusive thoughts from his mind, Su Bingfan led Meng Xiaochen to change into a set of special uniforms tailor-made by Oscar. The main material of these uniforms was ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene fiber, close-fitting yet comfortable, lightweight and breathable, offering excellent resistance to corrosion, extreme abrasion, UV rays, and high-tier strength. In addition, Oscar had added a radiation-proof coating inside, effectively shielding against residual environmental radiation. The complete outfit consisted of 18 separate pieces from head to toe, including something known as a fascikini. They were now fully armored, down to their toenails. For reasons unknown, Oscar had even painted portraits on the fascikinis, actual likenesses of the two men themselves. As a result, when Su Bingfan and Meng Xiaochen put them on, each saw the other's face looking bizarrely distorted. Puhaha, they couldn't help but burst out laughing at each other. But the mouth area of the fascikini had no opening, so they saw each other laughing with lips sealed shut. This made them look even sillier, and they laughed even harder. Oscar then handed each of them a pair of goggles. Wear them properly. We must prevent any possible contamination. Only at this moment did Meng Xiaochen begin to sense that something seemed off. Chapter 88. Mercy and Hesitation. Meng Xiaochen tentatively asked Su Bingfan. Bingfan, are we playing a game? Yes and no, Su Bingfan replied seriously. You can think of it as a level-up game. Win, and you get luxury cars and beautiful women. But one misstep, and we'll never be able to return. Meng Xiaochen immediately backed down, frantically undressing while muttering. Forget it. I'm not playing anymore. I don't need fancy cars. Subways and buses are way more eco-friendly. And I already have my beauty. I only need Xiaofang. Su Bingfan hadn't expected Meng Xiaochen to back out so quickly, and was momentarily stunned. Oscar sighed, pulling out a pocket watch from his coat, and swaying it gently in front of Meng Xiaochen's eyes. Meng Xiaochen, the moment Su Bingfan had you put on that uniform, you became a proud warrior of the apocalypse. The Su Bingfan before you is now your comrade, your master, your partner. You must use your life to support him in completing this mission. This mission ends only when Su Bingfan permits you to take off that uniform. Meng Xiaochen's gaze shifted from blankness, to confusion, to clarity, and finally settled into the kind of courage Su Bingfan had hoped for. Oscar put away the pocket watch and whispered to Su Bingfan, it's done. Just snap your fingers, and he's yours. Hesitantly, Su Bingfan snapped his fingers. Meng Xiaochen's eyes instantly regained focus, and he fixed Su Bingfan with a determined look. Boss, I'm ready. Let's go. Su Bingfan holstered a Desert Eagle and an M500 at his waist as he said, then let's move. You drive. Meng Xiaochen stared intently at the two sleek, black handguns, swallowing hard, clearly envious. Boss, can I have one? No, Su Bingfan said sternly. Not unless you can achieve pinpoint accuracy within 10 meters. Otherwise, you're just wasting bullets. Meng Xiaochen looked disappointed, staring longingly at the grip of the gun protruding slightly from its holster. When Su Bingfan wasn't looking, he quietly reached out and lightly touched the metal surface with his index finger, then climbed into the driver's seat of the smart truck II with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, Su Bingfan's left arm grew warm again. Chidian used telepathy to communicate. Master, I've just received Task 5. Speak quickly. Task 5. Rescue civilians. For every 10,000 civilians saved, you will be rewarded with an elemental ability. Su Bingfan thought for a moment and said, so if I rescue 40,000 civilians and get Miss Doraba home safely, you're saying I'll master the 5 elemental attributes, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and then we can rebuild the city? Not just the city, you could reshape the entire world. Send all that contaminated soil straight to Mars. What did Mars ever do to you? Su Bingfan sneered. What if there was life on Mars? He wasn't about to go around poisoning innocent beings. Aliens weren't exempt either. Whatever corrupting things existed should be sent right back to wherever they came from. The moment the car started, Su Bingfan stashed it into his space, emerging directly at Riverside Freight Yard, then slowly drove toward the city center. The freight yard was located on the outskirts, sparsely populated, with even fewer vehicles around. As Meng Xiaochen drove, Su Bingfan held his pistol tightly, constantly scanning the roadside for any sudden appearance of zombies. In his previous life, after the outbreak, Su Bingfan had survived only a little over a month before being betrayed by Musiki. He still didn't know whether a cure or vaccine for the virus would eventually be developed. Now, facing zombies once again, Su Bingfan felt nervous. After all, last time, he'd been torn apart and eaten alive by them. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. He placed his left hand over his right, silently calming himself. Stay cool, stay calm. This time, he had the most powerful off-road vehicle and a high-powered combat handgun. Even if zombies appeared, he could handle them easily. And if he couldn't, with his level 7 physical stats, he still had the ultimate strategy, run. Or better yet, retreat into his space. What Su Bingfan didn't expect was that the first zombie he encountered would be the security guard old man, someone he'd gotten along with quite well. The old man showed no visible wounds. Apparently, he'd been trapped at the freight yard by the heavy rain, unable to return home, and had become infected after contact with the tainted rainwater. Even half a pack of Huazi cigarettes stuck out of his pocket, the one Su Bingfan had left him. There was no blood on the zombie guard's clothes, likely because there were no humans around here, which meant he was starving. Hearing the roar of the engine, the stiff limbs of the zombie guard jerked into motion. Su Bingfan shouted at Meng Xiaochen, "Floor it. Drive straight through." Although Su Bingfan still had the task of killing zombies, facing one he actually knew and recognized so clearly made it hard for him to bring himself to act. So he rolled up the window, hoping Meng Xiaochen would just speed past. Meng Xiaochen had also seen the zombie guard. He turned to Su Bingfan in surprise. "Aren't we eliminating it?" Su Bingfan hesitated, his hand gripping the gun wavering. But the security guard zombie was accelerating rapidly, stretching out its hands toward the vehicle as it ran, claws bared, as if desperately craving food, or perhaps even life itself. Meng Xiaochen glanced at Su Bingfan again and asked uncertainly, "We're really not shooting it? Didn't you say our mission is to kill zombies?" Still, Su Bingfan couldn't bring himself to do it. The zombie's face was far too familiar. Sure, this old man had accepted a few favors from him, but he'd also given Su Bingfan special treatment and helped him countless times. Su Bingfan simply couldn't pull the trigger on such a recognizable face. "Just let it go," Su Bingfan muttered. "It's already dead anyway." The moment that thought crossed his mind, a blinding flash surged through his brain, followed by an excruciating pain like his skull was splitting open. "Ah!" Su Bingfan cried out, clutching his head in agony. Once again, the tattoo on his left arm burned intensely. Chidian seemed to be suffering too, shouting furiously, "What are you doing being so damn merciful? You're dragging me into punishment too." The searing pain lasted about 3 seconds before finally subsiding. When Su Bingfan opened his eyes again, Meng Xiaochen had already pulled out a grenade, opened the window with one hand while still steering the car, and hurled it straight at the security guard zombie. As the zombie exploded into pieces, the intense pain in Su Bingfan's head vanished completely. Grumbling, Chidian muttered, "Host, your mission is to eliminate zombies and save civilians. If you see a zombie but choose to hesitate or pick and choose whether to act, you're leaving potential dangers for innocent people. That's why you were just punished by the system." But right now, Su Bingfan's attention was entirely on Meng Xiaochen. "How do you have grenades?" "Oscar gave them to me." Meng Xiaochen shrugged casually. "He figured you might hesitate on your first outing, so he gave me a few grenades to help you out when you can't pull the trigger." Then he tilted his head and grinned at Su Bingfan. "Not bad, huh? How was my aim?" Chapter 89. Under no circumstances would he let these guys see him as a joke again. The car sped forward, and Meng Xiaochen even began to hum a tune with smug satisfaction. Su Bingfan wore a gloomy expression, repeatedly telling himself that the next time he encountered zombies, he would personally deal with them, no matter what. He absolutely could not let these guys see him as a joke again. Yet ideals were plump and beautiful. Reality, however, was terrifying. On the road from Riverside Freight Yard to downtown, they passed through a village where every single villager had turned into zombies. And right now, these zombies were slowly wandering directly ahead on the road, blocking their path. Hearing the roar of the engine, the zombies had already turned and started rushing toward the vehicle at full speed. The horde surged forward like a tide, relentless, unstoppable, layer upon layer, wave after wave. Immediately, Su Bingfan's mind flashed back to his previous life, when he was surrounded by a zombie swarm. Fear overwhelmed him again, and he quickly shut the window tight. But Meng Xiaochen's eyes turned red with excitement. Let's wipe him out. Though Su Bingfan couldn't shoot for the moment, their car was damn awesome. Even though Su Bingfan hadn't issued Meng Xiaochen a personal firearm, this vehicle was equipped with a mounted 12.7mm heavy machine gun. True, Meng Xiaochen wasn't much of a marksman, but thanks to the sound targeting system, this machine gun could automatically lock onto targets and eliminate them. Though Su Bingfan had thought these features useless when buying the car, they proved indispensable now. Meng Xiaochen didn't know why he was so familiar with operating the vehicle, yet he effortlessly maneuvered the heavy machine gun, unleashing a barrage of gunfire into the zombie horde. Zombies blocking the front were instantly blown apart, their heads exploding like blooming flowers. A zombie could survive missing half a head, but not a complete obliteration. Decapitated zombies wobbled briefly from momentum before collapsing in piles. Yet still, the zombies behind blindly charged forward. They'd been starving for far too long. Now that humans had finally appeared, they were willing to give everything for food, even a life they'd already lost once. Although Meng Xiaochen wasn't skilled with a gun, his driving was superb. He maintained just the right distance from the horde, ensuring every zombie stayed within the weapon's effective range. He even found time to chat casually with Su Bingfan. "Hey boss, aren't you gonna fire off a couple rounds yourself?" At this moment, Su Bingfan finally began shaking off his primal fear. He rolled down the window, pulled out his Desert Eagle, and fired a bang, straight at a zombie ahead. Even with level 7 physical strength, the powerful recoil numbed his palms. Yet Su Bingfan was quickly captivated by the sheer destructive power of the Desert Eagle. One bullet didn't just shatter the zombie's skull, it blew half its body apart. The tremendous force even pierced through the head of another zombie behind it. With one shot, Su Bingfan killed 3. To achieve such results on his first try sent Su Bingfan's breath quickening in excitement. Bang! Another shot, and 2 more zombies dropped. Seeing Su Bingfan gaining confidence, Meng Xiaoqian adjusted the vehicle's angle to fully support his shooting. The more Su Bingfan fired, the smoother he became. Soon, all the zombies ahead lay scattered and lifeless on the ground. Yet when faced with the last row of zombies, Su Bingfan hesitated again. These zombies were children. They must have been well protected by their families, showing no injuries at all. Like the security guard zombie, they had transformed solely due to rainwater contamination. Some child zombies still clutched the toys they'd been playing with before turning. If not for their murky green skin and stiff movements, how different were they really from other zombies? Seeing Su Bingfan hesitate once more, Meng Xiaoqian sighed softly, then used the heavy machine gun to eliminate the group of child zombies. Su Bingfan closed his eyes, unable to bear watching. Meng Xiaoqian slowly pulled the car over to the roadside and reached over to pat Su Bingfan's shoulder. Boss, we didn't kill anyone. Zombies aren't people. If you saw zombies and refused to eliminate them, that would be real murder. Su Bingfan kept repeating those words to comfort himself. He didn't kill anyone. What stood before him were merely zombies, nothing more. Meng Xiaoqian pointed toward the back seat. Oscar prepared plenty of incendiary bombs back there, plus 2 flamethrowers. We need to burn all these things completely. Otherwise, leftover limbs still carry the virus and will pollute the soil and groundwater. Su Bingfan looked at Meng Xiaoqian in surprise. When did you and Oscar discuss so many details? Meng Xiaoqian grinned cheerfully. That part doesn't matter. As long as I'm out here with you, my job is just to handle logistics. The two got out of the car, each grabbing a flamethrower, and began clearing the battlefield, torching the remains on the ground. The charred remains gave off a strange, sour stench. Fortunately, both of them wore face masks made of special material containing activated carbon layers. After several stages of air purification, the smell was no longer so noticeable. After cleaning up the battlefield, Che Duzi finally spoke in a quiet voice. This was your first experience. How do you feel, Master? Do you want to continue today? Su Bingfan shook his head slightly. I imagined myself to be much stronger. But in reality, what I faced today was only a small part of it. If Oscar hadn't made so many preparations in advance and brainwashed Meng Xiaoqian into protecting me, I really wouldn't have known how long I could last. Since you're tired, come back and rest. That was exactly what Su Bingfan had in mind. He patted Meng Xiaoqian on the shoulder. Bro, let's call it a day. We're heading back. The two drove back to the shelter. For safety reasons, the vehicle underwent thorough disinfection and inspection at the shelter's decontamination level before being allowed through the second gate into the shelter. Once inside, they returned to the prepping room they departed from. Oscar helped both of them with another round of complete disinfection and checks, ensuring everything was perfectly safe before removing their goggles and all their gear. Right now, Su Bingfan felt utterly drained in both body and mind. With considerate care, Oscar asked, Master, would you like something to eat and some rest? Su Bingfan nodded wearily. I want to soak in the hot spring. Me too. Meng Xiaoqian immediately lit up. I've never soaked in a hot spring before. After today's ordeal, the two could truly be considered comrades in arms. Su Bingfan naturally didn't refuse. They headed to the hotel's hot spring level. Immersed in the warm water, wisps of rising steam curled from the surface, surrounding them with hazy mist. The hot water gradually eased Su Bingfan's tense nerves. Right on cue, Oscar brought over 2 glasses of wine. Su Bingfan let out a soft sigh. Chapter 90, Developing the Vaccine. Su Bingfan let out a slight sigh, took the wine glass, and took a sip. The cool liquid slid down his throat, his atoms apple bobbing subtly, as if bearing pressure of its own. Su Bingfan closed his eyes. Today was merely a test run. He had no idea how many more days like this lay ahead, but he would gradually get used to this life. He couldn't allow all of humanity outside to perish. His battles now weren't just about completing system tasks. They were about buying time for the entire human race. Time to develop an antidote or vaccine. But he didn't know how many survivors remained out there who could even benefit from it. And among them, how many were medical researchers? Suddenly, an idea struck Su Bingfan. He lifted his gaze toward Oscar, his eyes flickering with indescribable excitement. Oscar flinched under Su Bingfan's intense stare and immediately inspected himself head to toe. Master, is something wrong with me? No, nothing at all. You're perfect, absolutely perfect. Su Bingfan grinned widely, revealing a row of sharp, white teeth. Oscar, come closer. Let's have a chat. Oscar instinctively stepped back, laughing awkwardly. Master, if you have something to say, just say it. Getting so cozy all of a sudden, I can't handle it. Su Bingfan only became more amused. He turned and leaned against the edge of the pool, chatting casually with Oscar. Oscar, aren't you supposed to be quick at learning things? Aren't you supposedly omnipotent? Don't you also have countless research robots? So then, can you develop a cure or vaccine for the zombie virus? Oscar pondered seriously for a moment before slowly answering. Well, technically speaking, yes. After all, a zombie vaccine is still a kind of medicine. Given enough time and raw materials, it can definitely be developed. However, Master, all medications require clinical trials. The zombie vaccine is no exception, which means I need sufficient test subjects. So, Oscar lifted his eyes, giving Su Bingfan a deeply meaningful look. Su Bingfan instantly understood. He sighed, turned around, draped a towel over his face, and muttered, So I'm still stuck working for you, catching people and zombies alike. Meng Xiaoqian had been sitting quietly beside them for a long while, but suddenly spoke up. If clinical trials are needed, I'd like to volunteer. Oscar's eyes lit up. Meng Xiaoqian was practically his half-creation, and parts of him still lingered within her body. If Meng Xiaoqian became a volunteer, Oscar could guarantee receiving the most accurate, detailed feedback on any medication. But Su Bingfan frowned slightly. Meng Xiaoqian smiled, reached into the water, and splashed him. What's wrong? Since you need volunteers anyway, if others can do it, why can't I? I want to contribute too. Su Bingfan mumbled. Teacher, how would worry? Oh please. Meng Xiaoqian rolled her eyes dramatically. You really don't know my mom at all. She's such a selfless person. If she knew you needed volunteers to develop medicine that saves lives, she'd be the first one rushing forward to sign up herself. She'd never stop me. Su Bingfan thought about it, and realized she was probably right. He couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Indeed, Meng Xiaoqian understood teacher how far better than he did. Fine then. First, we'll go capture some zombies for Oscar's medical team to study. Once the vaccine is ready, I'll call on you as the volunteer. The two soaked in the hot spring, sipping red wine, while Oscar brought them a fruit platter to snack on slowly. After Su Bingfan had fully relaxed, Oscar arranged for 2 technicians to give them massages. Lying face down on the massage bed, enjoying the robotic therapist's service, Su Bingfan suddenly began giggling foolishly to himself. The last time he'd felt this indulged was when he used Lu Xiaoqiu's membership card at a private club. Now that he thought about it, he had no idea how his other enemy, Lu Xiaoqiu, was doing these days. Though he had transferred Meng Xiaoqian's tumor onto Lu Xiaoqiu, the Lu family was rich, and money solved most problems. For all he knew, Lu Xiaoqiu might still be alive. A flicker passed through Su Bingfan's eyes. Tomorrow, he decided, he'd go check on the once glorious Lu household. After leaving the hot spring area, Su Bingfan walked forward arm in arm with Meng Xiaoqian like brothers, chatting about where they should go for skewers next. They were stopped mid-stride by a pair of long legs stepping directly into their path. Su Bingfan followed the legs upward until he met Dilraba's slightly angered expression. Su Bingfan, you've gone too far. Before he could even begin explaining, Dilraba pouted and gave his shoulder a light but firm shove. You're going for skewers without inviting me? Have you forgotten what I was raised on? Su Bingfan stood there, mouth agape, completely stunned. Behind him, Meng Xiaoqian quickly raised her hand shyly and asked, since we all share the same interest, can I invite Xiaofang too? Half an hour later, the 4 of them were sitting on the hotel rooftop, drinking beer and eating spicy crayfish, with all kinds of skewers laid out on the table. Dilraba looked slim, but she had an incredible appetite, devouring her food with gusto and zero pretense. To Su Bingfan's surprise, Xiaofang was also eating heartily, just like a real person. Watching Oscar roasting a whole lamb nearby, Su Bingfan quietly asked through telepathy, can robots even eat? Robots can even serve as bedmates. Oscar winked at Su Bingfan with a smirk. I've always said my robots are unmatched in this world. Xiaofang can do everything, except give birth. Though, if one day such a process becomes necessary in her marriage to Meng Xiaoqian, I could program her to simulate pregnancy symptoms, and after 10 months, give birth to a baby. Su Bingfan mentally pictured the scene. A robot lying in a delivery room, surrounded by other robots. The system programming her to scream in pain during labor, while Meng Xiaoqian and teacher Hao waited cluelessly outside, anxiously pacing back and forth. Once the screaming stopped after the designated time, Oscar would then pull a tiny robot from a nearby safe, power it up. The little robot would begin wailing, and teacher Hao would burst into emotional tears. Then robotic Xiaofang would proceed to breastfeed it, change its diapers. A sudden chill ran down Su Bingfan's spine. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel those bizarre images from his mind. Just then, Dilraba popped a piece of yogurt curd into his mouth before he could react. Her slightly cool fingers accidentally brushed against his lips, making Su Bingfan's heart skip a beat. But Dilraba seemed completely unaware of how intimate the gesture was, continuing to chat and laugh with Xiaofang about makeup, celebrities, and dresses, occasionally turning around to ask the 2 men for their opinions. Yet whenever Su Bingfan or Meng Xiaoqian actually offered typical male perspectives, both girls would wave dismissively. Never mind, never mind. Straight men's taste is simply unbearable. Then the 2 girls would exchange glances and burst into laughter, their bright joy seeming to sweep away every shadow. After several rounds of drinks and countless flavors of food, Dilraba suddenly got inspired and treated everyone to a dance. Ever-efficient Oscar promptly provided the perfect background music. Dilraba swayed gracefully with the melody, like a fairy drifting among clouds or an earthbound spirit dancing through moonlight. Her elegant movements were poetic, mesmerizing. Time itself seemed to freeze, as if the entire world now existed only within her dance and her smile. Her long black hair fluttered with each motion, like dark silk ribbons weaving tempting arcs through the air, gently tugging at Su Bingfan's heartstrings. His eyes flickered. How could such a lovely Miss Dilraba be sent back into that chaotic, dangerous world outside? Even if he had to send her home eventually, he'd first have to clean up every last evil lurking beyond these walls. Chapter 91, Capture Alive. The next morning, Su Bingfan enthusiastically yanked Meng Xiaoqian out of bed right at dawn. Bro, get up. We've still got work to do today. Meng Xiaoqian groaned sleepily and mumbled something, then immediately tried to bury himself back under the covers. Su Bingfan hauled him up again. Frustrated, Meng shouted loudly, Mom, can't you control him? Disturbing someone's dream is like murdering a demon in broad daylight. Standing at the doorway, Ms. Hao smiled watching the 2 kids wrestle. All right, that shout of yours just broke the spell. There's no way you'll fall back asleep now. Come on, get up and eat. I made big wonton dumplings for breakfast, and also fried some turnip-stuffed pancakes. You know, your favorite. Hearing that breakfast was full of his favorite foods, Meng Xiaoqian instantly perked up. He rushed through washing up and ran out, only to see Su Bingfan already gobbling down a huge bowl of wontons, holding one pancake in each hand. Oscar was a pretty good cook too, but Su Bingfan still preferred Ms. Hao's cooking. It carried the flavor of love. It carried the taste of home. Meng Xiaoqian quickly snatched the remaining 3 pancakes from the plate, shoved one into his mouth, then mumbled, "How could you not leave even one for my mom?" Ms. Hao walked out from the kitchen with another plate of steaming hot pancakes and laughed. "I made plenty today. Eat as much as you want. Later, I'll bring some over to Xiaofang too. I heard she worked the night shift yesterday. Perfect. She can have a warm meal when she gets off at noon, then go straight to sleep. By the time you two finish your mission, Xiaofang should have rested enough. Xiaoqian, you go pick her up, and Mom will make you braised pork belly." At the mention of Xiaofang, Meng Xiaoqian became even more energized, as if every bite he ate now had extra power behind it. Ms. Hao sat down, added another pancake on his Su Bingfan's plate, and said to him, "Bring that little girlfriend of yours home too. Let me have a look." A wonton went straight down the wrong pipe. Su Bingfan choked, face turning red, and frantically nodded his head without speaking. Determined not to waste a single moment before tonight's family gathering, they wasted no time. Once they'd eaten their fill, the two rushed straight to the preparation zone, slipped on their battle gear, grabbed their equipment, and readied themselves to leave. This time, Su Bingfan had even equipped Meng Xiaoqian with a rifle. As for himself, he was fully armed. He had an AK-47 slung across his back, the beloved Desert Eagle, an M500 holstered at his waist, and a trench knife tucked into the side of his boot. Finally owning a gun of his own, Meng Xiaoqian lovingly stroked the sleek black barrel of his M16, carefully slung it over his shoulder, and fastened the supply belt Oscar had specially prepared for him. The belt bristled with grenades, perfect for Meng Xiaoqian's use. Though Meng wasn't particularly skilled at shooting, his throwing aim was extremely accurate, always landing directly at the center of his target. With minimal firepower, he could eliminate the maximum number of enemies. Joining them today were 4 drones modified by Oscar. Oscar handed each of them an in-ear headset. "I've upgraded your earpieces and goggles. They're now synced with the drone system. When the drones detect a target, they'll issue a voice alert. On the right side of your goggles, there's a small button. Press once to display coordinates, twice to view the live feed from the drone. Rotate the button to adjust zoom." Oscar briefly explained the equipment to Su Bingfan and Meng Xiaoqian, then passed Su Bingfan several compressed containment bags. "Don't forget today's main objective. Catch me 2 zombies for research. Preferably alive. If dead, make sure they aren't leaking fluids. That kind of contamination is problematic. I need clean specimens." Su Bingfan paused, picturing a non-leaky zombie and recalling their leathery skin, then said to Oscar, "You might as well just say you want 2 live ones. I can handle that." "Oh, wouldn't want to impose." Oscar grinned slyly. "But if you could bring back 2 live specimens, that'd be even better. These are special material bags, radiation and contamination resistant. Just stuff the zombies inside once caught. Don't worry, the bags are super sturdy. Zombies can't tear them open." All right, got it. Stop nagging." Su Bingfan split the bags with Meng Xiaoqian, and the two prepared to depart. Oscar followed behind anxiously. "Use these for now. If anything feels awkward or inconvenient during operation, let me know when you get back. I'll make adjustments tonight." Su Bingfan grumbled. "Then why don't you make all the guns silent?" Oscar smiled gently. "Master Su, I've already silenced all firearms. But grenades and hand-thrown explosives? Those can't be made quiet. And the roaring of your car engine, that's unavoidable too. Or would you prefer to walk?" Caught off guard by his clever butler, Su Bingfan rubbed his nose awkwardly and quickly ushered Meng Xiaoqian out. The two once again drove the smart truck II, teleporting directly into the riverside cargo yard. They chose this drop-off point deliberately, to avoid making Meng Xiaoqian suspicious about the route leading out of the shelter. Although Oscar could eliminate Meng Xiaoqian's doubts through hypnosis, Meng had only recently undergone surgery, and Su Bingfan was worried that too much hypnotic intervention might dull his mind. They drove smoothly out of the cargo yard, moving steadily forward along the suburban highway. This stretch of road had just been cleared yesterday. There weren't just no zombies. Even zombie limbs had been completely burned away. Passing through the small village they'd encountered the day before, they continued forward for about another kilometer when suddenly, both of their earpieces picked up an alert from the drone. Chapter 92, The Zombie Horde. Warning, warning. There is a horde of zombies in the gas station ahead, 500 meters away. Meng Xiaoqian immediately slowed down the car and gently pulled over to the side of the road. Su Bingfan pressed twice on his goggles, and instantly, a dense swarm of zombies filled his vision. Extreme close-ups, right in their grotesque faces. Startled, Su Bingfan jolted upright and quickly turned the knob to zoom out. Only after pulling the view back 4 times did the scene finally resemble watching a movie, reducing the overwhelming visual impact. Then came confusion. A gas station, not even a big supermarket. How could there be so many zombies here? Meng Xiaoqian had also seen the situation through his goggles. He pursed his lips and murmured, "There's a convenience store inside the gas station, isn't there?" Su Bingfan suddenly understood. This area was still suburban. Villages typically only had small shops. If villagers needed supplies, they'd usually travel into the city. But this sudden heavy rain likely left some households running out of food. With transportation already paralyzed, unable to reach the city, people must have turned to the convenience store at the gas station instead. However, The gas station staff were very likely among the first to get infected by the rain and mutate. And thus, tragedy unfolded. Su Bingfan slightly increased the zoom. Sure enough, while some zombies bore bite marks, a few wearing gas station uniforms showed no visible wounds. Among them were even several zombie children who looked only 3 or 4 years old, their bodies unmarked. An idea sparked in Su Bingfan's mind. There are elderly, middle-aged, and young ones here. Perfect candidates for capture. Meng Xiaoqian turned around incredulously, glaring at Su Bingfan. Are you serious? There are at least 100 zombies up ahead. Just the two of us, me and you. Are we supposed to step out and grab a sample group of old, middle-aged, and young from that mob? Not one group. A second as well, Su Bingfan corrected helpfully. To obtain sufficient clinical data, we need to cover all age groups and both genders. Oh, cut the crap. Meng Xiaoqian snapped. He started the engine and began turning the car around. Su Bingfan quickly grabbed his hand before he could shift gears, demanding, "What's wrong with you? Didn't we agree that when we're out, you follow my lead?" "Well, I can't follow blindly." Meng Xiaoqian pointed toward the gas station. "With that many zombies, just toss a couple grenades and be done with it. We can catch singles later. Why cause chaos in a damn zombie horde? If one bites us, we turn into them too. Is it worth it? All that talk about Xiao Fong, Doraba, having grandchildren to entertain my mom. It'll all be meaningless." Su Bingfan fell silent for a moment. Then an idea struck him. "Oscar, give me a pack of synthetic blood plasma." Reporting, Master Zhuang. "We don't have any in stock, but I can produce 2 packs immediately. Please wait a moment." About 10 minutes later, Oscar delivered 2 packs of plasma into the space. Su Bingfan pinched his left arm to awaken Che Duzi. "Go. Throw these 2 packs of synthetic plasma. Aim for the zombies' missing limbs." On it, a surge of heat ran through Su Bingfan's left arm as Che Duzi transformed into a winged fire qilin and shot into the sky. Meng Xiaoqian felt as if he were watching a 5D sci-fi film. The fiery qilin gripped the 2 blood bags in its claws and swiftly flew toward the zombie horde. It targeted a one-armed zombie and pop. One blood bag splattered directly onto the zombie's head. Synthetic plasma smelled exactly like real human blood. To zombies, the scent was equally irresistible. The nearest few zombies, smelling the blood, immediately went into frenzy and lunged at the one-armed zombie, just as they would attack a human. They pounced on their fellow zombie, tearing into its flesh with powerful jaws and sharp teeth, letting the victim's greenish blood spray all over themselves. In that moment, the zombies couldn't tell friend from prey. The rich, metallic stench overwhelmed them, driving them into a feeding frenzy over their own kind. As these zombies fed, their bodies became smeared with blood, attracting the next outer ring of zombies, who now attacked them. Zombies farther away tilted their heads, observing the bizarre scene. They seemed confused. What was appetizing about a bunch of green, leathery corpses? Yet, as Che Duzi dropped the second pack of plasma, the situation rapidly spiraled out of control. Learning from the first throw, Che Duzi executed the second drop more effectively. It managed to splash 4 zombies with a single pack. Now drawing even more attention, swarms of zombies rushed in, devouring the contaminated ones without hesitation. Zombies were being torn apart everywhere, and the sound of crunching bones filled Su Bingfan and Meng Xiaoqian's earpieces with a grating crunch. Crunch. Meng Xiaoqian shuddered and whispered, "I don't think I want to eat spare ribs for the next 3 or 5 days." "Don't worry," Su Bingfan said. "Whatever Xiaofang cooks tonight, you'll still manage to eat it." He patted Meng Xiaoqian on the shoulder. "Now, go. There are still a few stragglers left on the side. That's our target." At the thought of finally getting to test his M16, Meng Xiaoqian grew excited. He floored the accelerator, speeding straight toward the horde. Their plan was simple. Take advantage of the chaos while these zombies devoured each other, grab 2 intact ones from the outer edges, ones without missing limbs, and take them back. But both of them had forgotten one thing. The loud roar of the massive Smart Truck I engine would attract the zombies' attention too, and they'd overlooked another critical point. To ensure some zombies remained untouched on the outside, Su Bingfan had only let Che Duzi throw 2 plasma packs. That meant very few zombies were actually splattered with plasma, and even after secondary contamination, there were at most 7 or 8. Among 100-odd zombies, only 7 or 8 were bloodied. That wasn't nearly enough to satisfy their hunger. Before the Smart Truck I could reach its intended targets, those 2 clusters of zombies had already devoured their fellow undead completely. Not a single bone fragment was left behind, and even the bloodstained ground had been licked clean. Yet they still weren't full. Now, hearing the roar of the approaching vehicle, the zombies instantly turned their heads and locked onto the truck. Being stared down by dozens of zombies wasn't new to them, but this time, they were much closer, because the truck was still speeding forward. And in that moment, one zombie suddenly lunged at the vehicle, slamming its grotesque face against the windshield, claws scraping noisily at the doors as it tried to open what it saw as a fresh can of human meat. Zombies learned quickly. One leapt up, and immediately a second, then a third followed. In no time, 7 or 8 zombies clung to the surface of the Smart Truck I. Although the vehicle was nearly tank strong, the 2 inside couldn't possibly remain unafraid. Su Bingfan gritted his teeth and suddenly screamed, "Run! Holy shit! Throw grenades and blow them away. I'm not catching live ones anymore." Above, Che Duzi folded one wing over his face in embarrassment. "Oh my god, I can't even watch. Thank goodness there's Meng Xiaoqian. Otherwise, host, you'd be dead right here. Hey, where are you going?" Meng Xiaoqian sharply turned the wheel and reversed, stomping the gas pedal while shouting. With all these zombies clinging to the car, how the hell can we throw grenades? Opening a window means we're dead. Screw this. This is way too damn scary. Chapter 93. This household falls apart without me. The car swerved violently in place, quickly shaking off the zombie hitchhikers. Meng Xiaochen immediately turned the vehicle around and sped back the way they came. Host, aren't you going to complete your mission? Cha Duzi screamed in panic. Whoever wants to play can play. You scared me half to death. Su Bingfan's mind flashed again with the image of being surrounded by a horde of zombies in his past life. Combined with Meng Xiaochen's terrified screaming this time, Su Bingfan felt this was just too damn terrifying. Just now, he'd been less than half a meter away from those zombies. If not for the solid bulletproof glass between them, he'd probably be just like last time, dead meat. Cha Duzi pleaded desperately. But if you encounter zombies and don't eliminate them, the system will punish you. No matter how much Cha Duzi shouted, Su Bingfan wouldn't listen. He was so frightened he'd even forgotten he could retreat straight back into the shelter through his storage space. In his panic, he kept urging Meng Xiaochen frantically. Speed up. Accelerate. Floor it. I am flooring it. If I press any harder, the engine will blow. I'm already driving this car like it's an airplane. The two hapless partners were completely thrown into disarray. Together, their combat effectiveness totaled 0. Cha Duzi shook his head and sighed. Fine. Looks like I've got to handle this. Sigh, this household falls apart without me. Cha Duzi didn't yet possess elemental attributes, but he was a fire Qilin. He could breathe fire. Seeing his host fleeing like a coward while shrieking in terror, Cha Duzi helplessly shook his head, then suddenly opened his mouth wide and blasted a jet of flame toward the zombie horde. The fire rapidly engulfed more than a dozen zombies. Bright red flames shot across their bodies, instantly burning away their clothes and hair. Their leathery skins sizzled under the heat, emitting a foul, rotting stench. But zombies didn't feel pain. Even ablaze, they continued charging forward, pursuing their prey. Cha Duzi kept spewing fire from behind, completely oblivious to how many living firebombs he was creating. Now, Su Bingfan and Meng Xiaochen weren't just being chased by zombies. They were being chased by flaming zombies. Inside the shelter's monitoring room, Oscar watched every detail unfold on screen. He immediately darted into the space and yelled at Su Bingfan. Master, get a grip. Even if you don't capture them alive, you absolutely must leave no survivors. Turn back and fight those zombies. Shouted it like that, Su Bingfan barely regained a shred of rationality. He trembled as he glanced at the rearview mirror. What the hell is Cha Duzi doing? A group of burning zombies chasing after him. The sight was incredibly spectacular. Oscar quickly handed over a grenade. Here, blow them up. Su Bingfan accepted the grenade with trembling hands, swallowed hard, and looked into the mirror once more. Although Meng Xiaochen was driving at top speed, the zombies weren't slow either. The distance between them was closing fast. At this rate, the first wave of fire zombies would reach the car's tail within seconds. Above them, Cha Duzi had just realized setting things on fire wasn't solving anything. But without elemental powers for now, he could only stare helplessly at the zombies below, sighing in frustration. In this life or death moment, Su Bingfan's rationality finally reasserted control. He pulled the grenade out from his space, yanked the pin with a ping, quickly rolled down the window, and hurled it outside with all his strength. The grenade arced perfectly through the air, landing right in the middle of the zombie crowd. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted above the zombies. Pre-fragmented shrapnel scattered in all directions, flying like sharp steel blades and slicing into zombie bodies, instantly tearing them apart. The massive shockwave from the blast didn't extinguish the flames. It instead shattered the bones of the nearest zombies entirely. The front row of zombies collapsed immediately. Su Bingfan, now gradually calming down, pulled out a second grenade and tossed it just as before. Seeing Su Bingfan regain his fighting spirit, Oscar shook his head and returned to the shelter. Sigh, this household falls apart without me. After finally blasting away all the zombies, Su Bingfan let out a breath of relief and told Meng Xiaochen, "Alright, we're good. No need to run anymore. Let's take a break." But Meng Xiaochen's attention was now fixed on Su Bingfan. "How did you get a grenade?" "Oscar gave it to me." Su Bingfan shrugged casually, forcing a relaxed tone. "If Oscar could prepare grenades for you, of course he could get me grenades too." Then he tilted his head with a smug smile. "Pretty accurate throw, huh?" He then tried to show off just like Meng Xiaochen had done before, wanting to hum a little tune. Unfortunately, the tremor in his voice betrayed the fear inside him. Meng Xiaochen gave Su Bingfan a long, knowing look. Su Bingfan awkwardly coughed and mumbled, "That's enough for today. Let's head back home. I'm starving." Back at the shelter, the two instinctively slung their arms over each other's shoulders and headed straight for the hot spring again. They weren't trained soldiers. It was only natural to feel fear when faced with so many zombies. But fear could only last a moment. They couldn't stay that way forever. Su Bingfan placed a warm towel over his face, letting himself fully relax as his mind began to wander. With just the two of them, one vehicle, and 4 modified drones, their combat strength was far from sufficient. If these resources were in the hands of special forces, they would be used to great effect. Yet even with level 7 physical abilities, Su Bingfan still had the urge to run when things got tough. And right now, Su Bingfan didn't want to cooperate with the military. He had plenty of supplies, but not enough fighting power. If he reached out to other factions now, what would it be different from handing over his head? If he ran into someone with ill intentions, Su Bingfan feared he wouldn't even be able to protect his shelter. Chapter 94. Departure, Robot Brigade. Su Bingfan suddenly remembered that during his stockpiling phase, he had purchased a massive number of robots. At the time, Oscar had even mentioned modifying these robots into combat units. So right now, he should have an entire robot brigade at his disposal. Where were those robots? Could it be that Oscar had dumped them all into the residential zone, turning them into ordinary civilians living mundane lives? Oscar, Su Bingfan immediately called him over. Being mentally linked with Su Bingfan, Oscar naturally knew what he was about to ask. Before Su Bingfan could speak, Oscar explained, Master, your robot brigade is still intact and ready. And even the robots currently in the city are fully capable of being deployed to battlefields at a moment's notice. I've already thought this through. We can issue a military draft notice. That would also explain to teacher why so many people suddenly disappeared from the city. Using the draft as an excuse to redeploy all the robots out of the leisure district would save us quite a bit on energy costs. Su Bingfan hesitated slightly. Your idea is both good and not good. I'm just afraid teacher Hao will be the first one to sign up. After all, teacher Hao had once said that if their country ever went to war, she'd do her part, even if it meant going to the front lines as a cook. That's simple. Oscar glanced toward Meng Xiaochen sweating inside the steam room and said, just let teacher Hao stay behind to take care of Xiao Fong and Miss Doraba. That settles it. Why would those two young girls need teacher Hao to look after them? Oscar gave a meaningful look. Even young people can get sick, you know. Su Bingfan felt a pang of guilt. How could sweet Miss Doraba possibly fall ill? As if reading his mind, Oscar suggested further, she doesn't need to be sick. She could be pregnant instead. Anyway, Meng Xiaochen and Xiao Fong's relationship is progressing nicely. Why not just push them into marriage tonight, make things official, and then... No. The mere thought made Su Bingfan's head throb. Alright, forget it. Let's just add an age limit to the draft notice. That'll keep teacher Hao excluded. But there are a few robots in the neighborhood whose characters are older than teacher Hao. Then set the limit at 59. Problem solved. Oscar immediately shut up. Fine, you decide. Su Bingfan returned to find Meng Xiaochen. After enjoying themselves thoroughly, they each went off to pick up their girlfriends before heading home together for dinner. As the four walked home, they noticed the streets seemed much emptier than usual. Doraba looked worried and said, I heard something big might be happening. There's talk about conscription. Su Bingfan acted casual. Even if something does happen, it won't involve you girls fighting on the battlefield. Just stay home and wait safely. Both Doraba and Xiao Fong shot him indignant glares. What do you mean by that? Every citizen bears responsibility for the nation's fate. Now you're discriminating based on gender. Exactly. I never thought you'd be like this. Xiao Fong said, turning back to stare at Meng Xiaochen. You don't think I'm incapable too, do you? Meng Xiaochen quickly distanced herself from Su Bingfan. How could I hold such outdated views? Who says women can't match men? Xiao Fong. If you go to war, you'll definitely become a female general. Xiao Fong blushed slightly, lowered her head shyly, and smiled. I don't have that kind of ability. I just want to be a medic, someone who heals the wounded. Su Bingfan couldn't help but imagine a scene. Rows of robots torn apart by zombies dragged back like casualties, and Xiao Fong holding a soldering iron, patching them up like injured soldiers. Well, not impossible actually. Doraba, equally excited, said, I want to be an art troop soldier. Even if I can't carry a rifle, I could sing or dance for the troops when they're tired after a long day. Then her voice softened with sadness. People say actors bring ruin to the nation, but we truly wish to serve our country too. Her words left Su Bingfan speechless. It seemed that if these two girls were determined to go to the battlefield, he'd have no choice but to let them. As for whether they'd be scared upon seeing zombies, that could be dealt with later. When the four entered the house, they found it dark. Teacher Hao sat motionless on the sofa. Only when she heard the door open did she snap out of her daze and weakly mutter, You're back. Mom's been so absent-minded today, haven't cooked yet. I'll go make dinner now. No need, teacher. I ordered takeout today. Please, just sit down. Su Bingfan and Meng Xiaochen quickly moved forward to gently guide teacher Hao back to the sofa. She sank back down with another long sigh. Mom, what's wrong? Tears welled up in teacher Hao's eyes before she even spoke. She wiped her face and said, This afternoon, the community posted a military draft notice. I wanted to join as support staff. Anything to help. Even cleaning battlefields or moving supplies. Su Bingfan gave Meng Xiaochen a mental thumbs up. He really had guessed it right. But they have an age limit. Teacher Hao sadly shed tears, one after another. Meng Xiaochen quickly comforted her. Mom, going to the battlefield isn't a game. Of course they'd have an age restriction. You'll be 60 next year. They naturally want young and strong people. That explanation only made things worse. Upon hearing it, teacher Hao cried even harder. But Granny Wang from Building 1, Granny Li from Building 2, Uncle Lu from Building 3, and Uncle Ge from Building 4. All of them got drafted. Meng Xiaochen was instantly speechless. These were all elderly folks in their 70s or 80s. How could the draft have taken them? Wasn't this utter nonsense? Teacher Hao sobbed more bitterly. They said anyone who's 59 wouldn't be taken because our age group is neither old nor middle-aged, still has aging parents to care for, children depending on us, and a spouse in the middle. We're just too much of a burden. But I don't have any of that, she wailed. All I have are 2 sons, and you two are already on the battlefield. Why must they leave me behind? Su Bingfan thought hard before finally coming up with an excuse. Teacher, if all the adults go to war, who'll teach the elementary students? How about you go to school and contribute your remaining strength? Immediately, teacher Hao stopped crying, her eyes lighting up with renewed hope. That's right. If all the grown-ups go off to fight, the children left behind still need someone to look after them. I can take care of the kids. Revived at once, she cheerfully rushed toward the kitchen. Wait here, I'll make dumplings for you. Right then, the doorbell rang. Oscar arrived carrying the takeout Su Bingfan ordered, and everyone hurriedly set the dishes on the table. But none of that could stop Teacher Hao from making her dumplings. After all, Miss Doraba absolutely loved dumplings, especially those stuffed with beef and scallions. Every time I eat your dumplings, it feels like I'm back home. If you like them so much, then eat more, Teacher Hao replied warmly. Then, turning to Xiao Fong with a smile, she added, you love soup. I'll make you a pot every meal from now on. The dinner ended in warm delight. That night, Oscar came to report to Su Bingfan. The robot brigade has been fully modified and can set out tomorrow morning. Su Bingfan instructed Oscar to pull up the city map, then pointed at a specific location. Our target tomorrow will be right here. Chapter 95, Doing the Opposite. The location Su Bingfan chose was an area relatively underdeveloped within the city. This place had many large factories and a dense population, with per capita living space less than 2 square meters. Moreover, it was quite far from the military shelters that Su Bingfan knew of. Ironically, just 2 streets away lay the city's most famous affluent district. Lu Xiaoqiu's home was located there, where per capita living space exceeded 200 square meters. For days, drones had been silently following the helicopters conducting rescue operations from a distance. In truth, Su Bingfan was deeply dissatisfied with the military's rescue efforts. Rescue the powerful first, then the wealthy. The common people would always be left until last. Su Bingfan intended to do precisely the opposite. If he followed the military's example and saved only those in power or with money, those elites wouldn't support him anyway. They'd probably regard everything as their due. But ordinary people were different. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. The wisdom passed down by ancestors carried profound meaning. Sitting before his computer, Su Bingfan rapidly tapped at the keyboard. His method of locating survivors didn't rely on lights or mobile signals, but instead used life detection and sonic sensors mounted on the drones. Using lights for positioning required electricity to be restored in the neighborhood, and even then, only if the household showing light hadn't already experienced zombification. Mobile signals weren't reliable either, since many elderly people and children didn't own smartphones, rendering such tracking ineffective for rescuing them. Su Bingfan's upgraded life detection and sonic sensors could detect up to 1 kilometer away, penetrate solid brick walls thicker than 2 meters, sense humans through several rooms, and automatically distinguish human forms. To date, Su Bingfan hadn't captured a single zombie. He wasn't sure whether zombies still retained body heat, but he was certain they lacked breath and heartbeat. His modified sensors specifically detected the magnetic fields generated by human respiration and heartbeats, ensuring no mistakes during rescues. Additionally, the automatic human recognition feature could transmit thermal imaging footage. Even if the sensor mistakenly identified a zombie, Su Bingfan could still determine whether the subject was human or undead based on movement patterns visible in the thermal image. With preparations complete, Su Bingfan prepared to sleep. Oscar blocked his way, hesitating as if wanting to say something. Su Bingfan was well accustomed to his Gunja-esque mannerisms, so he asked directly, "Is there something you've thought of that I haven't?" Oscar hesitated before speaking. "Master, have you ever considered what the outside world has become now?" Su Bingfan carefully recalled his memories from his previous life and shook his head. "I don't know. In his past life, he merely focused on surviving in isolation, never opening social apps during the apocalypse. He didn't know exactly what condition the outside world was in, but he could roughly guess. Most likely, these people weren't doing well at all." Oscar let out a soft sigh, waved his right hand, and a liquid crystal display appeared beside him. "This is video footage captured by one of the drones. You may wish to take a look." Su Bingfan wanted to say, "I don't want to watch," but the footage had already begun playing. The first scene showed a hungry mother cradling her feverish, starving child, knocking door to door while cautiously watching for any sign of zombies nearby. Whether the homes were empty or their occupants simply wary, the woman knocked on over a dozen doors without a single response. Finally, someone opened the door. Inside stood a grubby, disheveled man wearing nothing but underwear, eyeing the woman with unmistakable malice. The woman flinched but, for her child's sake, gritted her teeth and didn't retreat. "Brother, do you have any food? My child hasn't eaten in days. Please, save my baby." The man rubbed his chin with his left index finger, leering up and down at the woman as he sneered. "Of course I've got food, but why should I give it to you?" At this point, Su Bingfan no longer wanted to continue watching. A single pair of underwear couldn't hide the man's vile intentions. He already knew what this opportunistic predator was after. Yet Oscar insisted he keep watching. The woman, for her child's sake, clenched her teeth, forcing a pained smile. "Brother, if you'll just give my child some food, I'll do anything you want." "Well, what are you waiting for? Do I need to invite you in?" The woman bit her lip hard. For the unconscious child in her arms, she humbly stepped inside. Su Bingfan didn't want to see what came next, but Oscar said calmly, "Master, please see it through. I'm not about to watch porn. It's restricted content, yes, but it's not pornography. Please, watch to the end." After she stepped inside, the man immediately began groping her. The woman sobbed, pleading, "Brother, I'll do whatever you say. Just please give my child something to eat first. Let him have a bite before we do anything." But the man violently tore open her clothes. "No doing anything, no food. What if you eat and then run off?" She tried to struggle, but the physical strength between men and women was inherently unequal, and she had already gone days without food. She couldn't break free. She had hoped the nightmare would be over in just a few minutes, but the man tormented her for over an hour, using all sorts of perverse methods that left her in unbearable agony. And what shattered her completely was that when the man finally zipped up his pants, satisfied, and tossed her a carton of milk, the child had already stopped breathing. "Ah, my baby." The room filled with the woman's desperate wails, but the man glared coldly. "Shut up. If you attract those damn things, I'll throw you out there to feed them." The child had been the sole reason for her to keep living. Now, how could she possibly heed his threats? She continued clutching the child's lifeless body, crying uncontrollably. The man casually grabbed a folding stool and smashed it against the back of her head. She didn't even have time to let out a grunt before she collapsed into unconsciousness. He reached out to check. She was still breathing. So he dragged her into the room, bound her wrists and ankles tightly to the legs of the stool, just like in the Flowers of War. What awaited her from this moment on was easy to imagine. And the child, already dead. Su Bingfan suddenly clenched his fists tightly. In the footage, the man gripped the child's feet and walked into the kitchen. Chapter 96. Not saving. The child wasn't big to begin with, looking only about 3 or 4 years old. After going hungry for days, he was nothing but skin and bones, barely any meat on him. Yet the man still stripped the child bare, rinsed him down like a radish under running water, then tossed him into the pot. Su Bingfan felt his chest tighten, a surge of acid rising in his throat. He had suspected, maybe even expected, that cases of cannibalism might occur. But not like this. The scene clearly showed that the man's kitchen still held several bags of rice and flour. There was more than enough food there for one person to survive comfortably for half a year. And in half a year, rescue would surely have arrived. Less than a beast, Su Bingfan clenched his right fist and slammed it hard onto the table. He could already imagine it. One day, if that woman grew too weak to resist, she'd end up on the plate too. Oscar raised a hand, and the scene flickered, shifting to another image. 2 young men were struggling up a mountain path carrying an elderly man between them, panting heavily. Behind them walked a woman, glancing around cautiously. When they reached halfway up the hill, the 2 men dumped the old man beneath a tree, wiping sweat from their brows as one whispered, "Dad, don't blame us. There just isn't enough food at home. Nobody knows how long this nightmare will last. You'll have to pray for your own luck." The woman hurried over too, saying to the old man, "Dad, we've been pretty filial, at least leaving you alive. Look at Ergo next door. He threw his own mother out already. Isn't that much worse?" The old man didn't beg. Quietly, he wiped the corner of his eye with his sleeve, murmuring softly, "The food you save. Make sure Nyo gets her fill." Yeah, we know. Just stay here and keep quiet." The 3 turned and hurried back down the mountain. One of the men muttered, "With so little food left, we gotta feed to Bao first. What's a girl like Nyo gonna be good for in the end anyway?" "Shut up, keep your voice down." The woman shot him a sharp look. "If the old man hears and starts screaming, the village chief will come after us." Meanwhile, the village they returned to was bustling with activity. Pigs being slaughtered, sheep butchered. A group surrounded a large cauldron while, off to the side, a stage had been erected. Several men hacked flesh from bone. Meat went into the pot. Bones were thrown into the firewood pile to burn. Oscar zoomed in deliberately, and Su Bingfan saw clearly now. On that chopping block was a woman. Unable to hold back any longer, Su Bingfan rushed into the bathroom and vomited violently. After a long while, when he finally caught his breath, he turned to Oscar and said weakly, "Surely this kind of thing only happens among villagers? After all, they're ignorant." Oscar lifted a hand. The image changed again. This time it appeared to be a rented apartment, and the 2 people inside looked like college students. The man seemed relatively healthy, but the woman was deathly pale. The girl lay weakly on the bed, whispering, "Xiaohai, give me something to eat, just one bite. If I get my strength back, I'll go home. I won't trouble you anymore." Xiaohai didn't even turn around, grumbling, "There's only half a box of instant noodles left. What exactly do you expect me to give you?" A single bitter tear rolled down the girl's cheek. "Then let me go? I'll return to my parents. They'll take me in. Give me a chance to live." Xiaohai's eyes flickered, his lips curling into a cruel grin. "Want to leave? Fine. I'll take you out." Hope sparkled in the girl's eyes. She quickly pleaded, "My parents must still have plenty of food. Take me back, and I'll ask them to give you some supplies. You won't lose anything." A flash of viciousness passed through Xiaohai's gaze. "Yeah, I won't lose anything. They despise poor suitors like me. 2 packs of noodles would be enough to chase me away." He pulled the girl up roughly, dragging her toward the door. They weren't completely foolish, at least they avoided the elevator, opting instead for the stairs. But Su Bingfan couldn't shake a growing sense of dread. That look in Xiaohai's eyes, it was far too familiar. It was just like Lu Xiaoqiu in his previous life. Su Bingfan shot to his feet, but no matter what he did, it made no difference. The scenes Oscar was showing had already happened. He could do nothing but watch helplessly. Xiaohai dragged the girl down to the ground floor, where she was still babbling words of gratitude. "My parents just don't understand you. They aren't heartless people who hate poverty. They only have me, a daughter, and want me to live well. That's not wrong, is it? Once we get to Gowning, my family will definitely give you food, water too. Xiaohai, why don't you just stay at my place? This apartment is almost out of supplies anyway. Why go through the hassle of traveling? Staying with us means my parents can see for themselves how kind and good-hearted you are." Su Bingfan wanted to scream at how naive this girl was. If Xiaohai were truly a decent partner, would he have let her starve like this? Xiaohai dragged the girl along without a word. When they reached the vicinity of the convenience store, he suddenly pulled out a fruit knife from his waist and slashed it hard across the girl's arm. The girl stared in shock, eyes wide. "Xiaohai, what are you doing?" But Xiaohai didn't say a single word. He He shoved the girl away with all his strength and then sprinted off in the opposite direction. Crimson blood gushed out instantly, and the sweet, intoxicating scent quickly attracted the zombies inside the store. They rushed out and lunged straight at the girl. The moment she saw the zombies, the girl understood Xiaohai's intention. But after so many days of starvation, she had no strength to run. Only enough breath left for one final, defiant scream. Meanwhile, Xiaohai seized the chance to slip into the convenience store, pull out a prepared bag, and swiftly fill it with food. Oscar raised his hand again, and the scene shifted once more. This time, it was inside a residential compound. Judging by the room's decor and size, the family must have been relatively well off. Around the dining table sat a family of 3. Though their meal was only a simple bowl of dumpling soup, in times like these, it was still decent. At least there were eggs and tomatoes in the broth. After a few bites, the child suddenly asked, "Dad, why isn't Grandma coming out to eat?" The man's eyes flickered slightly as he said, "Mom took her meal into the room. Grandma isn't feeling well. From now on, she won't be eating with us." The child nodded vaguely and lowered his head, continuing to eat. The image then tracked to the smallest bedroom in the house, where a shriveled old woman lay in the cramped room, tears, thick and lifeless, streaming endlessly from her hollow eyes. Su Bingfan clenched his fists. Although he couldn't see how much food this family had stored, the porridge all 3 had eaten moments ago was quite thick. Just add a little more water. It wouldn't have been too much to give the old woman a single bite. These people are worse than beasts. They'll get what's coming to them. Oscar let out a soft sigh and said slowly, "Human nature cannot withstand such trials. So what I'm facing aren't just civilians in need of rescue, but also these bloodthirsty executioners." "You don't have to agonize over it," Oscar replied. He raised his hand again, and before Su Bingfan's eyes appeared a simulation view similar to what he'd seen through the goggles. "I've added a program to the drones. For those who have committed killings, their faces remain normal in color, but their bodies will appear partially red in the display. The larger the red area, the more companions they've killed. For example, the family of 3 just now, their bodies showed no red yet, because the elderly woman still clung to life. But Xiaohai and the lecherous man already bore palm-sized patches of red on their bodies. And among the villagers, some even had half their bodies glowing red. Su Bingfan fell silent for a while. When he raised his head again, his gaze was harder, sharper, resolute. "I won't save these people." Chapter 97. Face to face with the enemy. In times of famine, the practice of exchanging children to eat had indeed occurred in history. But the premise was always that those people had truly run out of options. When even grass roots and tree bark were gone, they resorted to such extremes out of sheer desperation. Yet these people before him hadn't reached that point. In fact, many households still had ample stored grain. How could they still be so ruthless? Su Bingfan felt that such people didn't deserve to be called human. Since he had chosen to become a savior and build a new world, this world should follow the rules according to his will. The next day, Su Bingfan arranged everyone's exit to open near their destination. Meng Xiaochen didn't ask why, and Su Bingfan offered no explanation. The location Su Bingfan had chosen held another layer of meaning. This area had been designated as an affluent district precisely because of its serene environment, backed by mountains and surrounded by water. Now, the wealthy district was nearly empty, while just 2 streets away, the civilian areas remained in dire straits. The robot squad that set out first was invincible, clearing every zombie from the entire block in under half an hour. The zombies' severed limbs were piled in the widest part of the road and then burned to ashes. The stench of rot and decay spread through the air. Su Bingfan frowned. If only he had access to wind element abilities, he could have blown the foul air away. The streets here were narrow, with trees lining both sides. To prevent uncontrolled fires, Su Bingfan ordered the robot squad to stand guard until the remains were completely consumed. The fire raged for over an hour. Su Bingfan couldn't believe the rescue team wouldn't notice such thick, dark smoke. But for 3 days now, he'd lit fires daily, and yet never once encountered any rescue teams. Silently, Su Bingfan surveyed the surrounding residential area. The life detector and soundwave scanner indicated at least dozens of living people remained here. Yet despite the massive disturbance they'd caused, not a single person had come out. Perhaps the civilians were too frightened. Or perhaps, among them were many who harbored guilt, their rooms filled with secrets, too afraid to show themselves. Su Bingfan ignored them. After his robot squad eradicated the zombies, they drove off toward the nearby affluent district. The wealthy district was desolate, almost devoid of people. Occasionally, a few zombies appeared, but only workers who used to serve here. Su Bingfan instructed the robot squad to capture several high-quality specimens to bring back for Oscar's research. Then they began patrolling around. Though remote in location, there must have been reasons why the rich chose to live here. The mountain and water setting kept the air much fresher. Even now, radiation levels here were within habitable range. Moreover, a direct highway connected this place to downtown, making transportation extremely convenient. Since Su Bingfan had no intention of bringing survivors back to the shelter, he needed to find them a new place to settle. Somewhere like this was perfect. Meng Xiaochen drove slowly around the villa district, murmuring, "Bingfan, you're not thinking of gathering everyone here, are you? What if someone monopolizes an entire villa and refuses to let others in? Wouldn't that cause trouble? Then we'll simply drive them out." Su Bingfan replied calmly. In the early stages of relief, everyone would have to eat from the same pot. Anyone greedy enough to want more than their share, he saw no reason to tolerate them. He wasn't short of ancestors to worship. If he was to build his own new empire, his people must obey. Suddenly, the robot squad reported ahead. Master, we found living humans in Villa District North 4. At first, Su Bingfan paid little attention, replying, tell them, if they agree to allow us to requisition their property, they'll receive daily rations of 3 meals, plus fruits, vegetables, and meat. If they refuse requisition, they can shut their doors and live as they wish. We won't disturb them. But they must not interfere with our operations either. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to isolate them. North 4 was the most secluded zone. Behind it lay only mountains or water. So if necessary, they could simply erect a net and seal off that single villa. But soon, another message came from the robot squad. Master, they refused to cooperate. They claimed that unless they receive 2 gene each per day of fruit, vegetables, fish, shrimp, meat, eggs, and milk, they will set the entire villa district on fire. And they say, what they can't have, no one else will get either. Su Bingfan furrowed his brow and checked the drone footage. The man showed no red aura, meaning he hadn't killed anyone. Let's go see for ourselves. This land, Su Bingfan had already decided. He wanted it. He would negotiate with them and settle the matter once and for all. Daily supplies? Absolutely impossible. Though his shelter currently enjoyed abundant production, he would never let an unruly subject hold him hostage. Meng Xiaoqian drove Su Bingfan to the North 4 district. A single villa, the smallest in the entire villa zone, yet still covering more than 800 square meters. Su Bingfan didn't even get out of the car before spotting the homeowner standing at the entrance, brandishing a mop head and glaring fiercely at one of the robots. Behind the man stood a woman, hands on hips, shouting defiantly and borrowing his bravado like a fox hiding behind a tiger's might. Su Bingfan raised an eyebrow. He truly hadn't expected to run into an old acquaintance like this, face to face once again under such circumstances. The man was none other than Lu Xiaoqiu, another enemy Su Bingfan had yet to eliminate, and the woman standing behind him, none other than Bai Lingshan. Su Bingfan pressed his lips together. From Musiki's disfigurement to the onset of the apocalypse, only 3 days had passed. Had Bai Lingshan really managed to hook up with Lu Xiaoqiu in just 3 days? Or had these two already been secretly involved all along, and Musiki merely a disposable plaything? As soon as Lu Xiaoqiu saw the arrival of a striking vehicle, his spirits instantly lifted. Chapter 98, An Eye for an Eye. Lu Xiaoqiu shouted toward the car, hey, listen up. I've got something you'd never expect in my hands. If you don't do exactly as I say, you'll end up with nothing but empty hands. Behind him, Bai Lingshan's eyes flickered with an unusual gleam when she saw Su Bingfan's vehicle. Bai Lingshan immediately spoke in a sickeningly sweet falsetto. Officer, though we don't know your ultimate goal, since you now intend to requisition this villa district, you must provide us proper compensation. Su Bingfan activated the car's loudspeaker and called out to Lu Xiaoqiu. Get this straight, we don't need to take all the villas. Yours just happens to be on the outermost edge, so it doesn't affect us at all. We can even set up a barrier to isolate your property. Then we won't interfere with each other. Our waters won't cross. No way. Lu Xiaoqiu immediately jumped up. The villa district is a single entity. How can you go splitting it apart? Can't be divided? So did your family buy the entire estate then? Of course not. Why do you care so much anyway? Lu Xiaoqiu began talking nonsense. I'm telling you now, if you don't do as I say, I'll start causing trouble. Suddenly, Su Bingfan asked, Lu Xiaoqiu, where are your parents? They're long gone. Hey, who the hell are you? Prying into everything like this. You're way too nosy. Only now did Lu Xiaoqiu realize he should be suspicious. Su Bingfan paused briefly before speaking again. Lu Xiaoqiu, you're sick, aren't you? That was practically stating the obvious. When Su Bingfan had transferred Professor Hao's tumor onto Meng Xiaoqian, it had already begun spreading. Then, he transferred Meng Xiaoqian's tumor onto Lu Xiaoqiu. Combined with the severe radiation exposure from recent days, Lu Xiaoqiu was now merely a dying man clinging to his last breath. He could collapse at any moment. But Su Bingfan wanted to spell it out plainly. Lu Xiaoqiu, why is it that only you're left in your family? Where's your father? Your mother? And what about your father's female secretary? What happened to the child she gave birth to? Lu Xiaoqiu staggered backward, stunned. Who are you? How do you know about my family? But Su Bingfan pressed on relentlessly. Isn't your girlfriend Musiki? Then why are you now hanging around with Musiki's best friend? When did you two start fooling around? Does Musiki even know? Bai Lingshan suddenly spoke up, annoyed. Who said Xiaoqiu's girlfriend is Musiki? I'm clearly Xiaoqiu's girlfriend. We're both unattached adults. Nothing wrong with normal dating. Who are you anyway? Why are you meddling in everything? Su Bingfan was using a voice modulator. Neither Bai Lingshan nor Lu Xiaoqiu recognized his voice. Yet he continued questioning. All the other residents of this villa district have left, probably rescued by relief teams. But Lu Xiaoqiu, why are you still here? Did your father abandon you? Oh, that's right. You've always been good for nothing. Your father favored your older brother. Wait, isn't that guy actually your assistant? Lu Xiaoqiu, you probably don't even know, your assistant, that male secretary, is actually your half-brother. He's endured humiliation and served under you all these years, waiting for the moment you'd finally fall apart in disgrace. Everything you once enjoyed in Nanjing, now it all belongs to him. Lu Xiaoqiu looked shocked. Impossible. Lu shouting is clearly your mother's lover, right? Su Bingfan couldn't help but nearly laugh. This family, once you tore away their pretenses, what a twisted mess they were. A real-life version of Thunderstorm. Of course, all this information had originally slipped out accidentally from Musiki in her previous life. Back then, Su Bingfan had merely taken it as gossip and amusement. Never expected he'd get to use it today, to torment Lu Xiaoqiu like this, and honestly, he was quite satisfied. Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes turned red. He charged forward brandishing a mop handle, but was stopped by the robots. Furious, he screamed, "Who the hell are you? Why are you making up lies about my family? Making it up? Then why didn't they take you when they evacuated?" Lu Xiaoqiu choked on his words. Now Bai Lingshan was starting to panic too. She approached Lu Xiaoqiu and asked, "Xiaoqiu, your dad will come back for us, right?" During the mass evacuation, there hadn't been enough seats in the vehicles. Lu Jinhua had left Lu Xiaoqiu behind, saying he should guard their home first. But their home was already stripped bare. What was there left to protect? Now, Lu Xiaoqiu couldn't help but wonder. If he hadn't been diagnosed with terminal cancer during their escape, would Lu Jinhua have taken him? Or would he have chosen the illegitimate son? Lu shouting? Inside the car, Su Bingfan smiled to himself, deeply satisfied. He ordered his robotic squad. Lock the two of them up for now. We'll deal with them when we reach the next district. Su Bingfan wasn't interested in those cliched revenge drama lines like, "I'll keep you alive just so you can watch me live well, and suffer every second of it." Su Bingfan believed in an eye for an eye. Leaving Lu Xiaoqiu alive didn't guarantee both of them would die eventually through other means. That wasn't what Su Bingfan wanted. After the robots had subdued Lu Xiaoqiu and Bai Lingshan, one robot specifically asked for orders. "Master, should we provide them with food and water?" "No, don't give them anything. They're not even allowed to use the toilet. Let them eat and defecate where they sleep and figure it out themselves." With the robot squad leading the way, progress was much faster. Su Bingfan left one team behind to guard and tidy up the villa district, then took out a water purification system from his space and handed it to one of the robots. "Upgrade the local water supply system." The purification system had been improved by Oscar. It could filter not only impurities, but also radioactive substances from the water. As for the trace amounts of radiation still lingering in the air, Chu Duzi suddenly launched into the air from Su Bingfan's left arm, transforming into the fire Kirin that soared through the sky, flying back and forth. Su Bingfan didn't know what Chu Duzi was doing, but he had the vague feeling that Chu Duzi seemed to be weaving a net. The paths Chu Duzi flew formed a vast crisscrossing network, covering the entire villa district under an invisible protective web. When Chu Duzi returned, he said to Su Bingfan, "Host, this is a protective shield I've created for your territory. All toxic and harmful substances will be blocked outside this net. You can rest easy now." For some reason, Su Bingfan immediately thought of the magic circle sun Wukong drew around his master. "Great job. You've worked hard." After praising Chu Duzi briefly, Su Bingfan prepared to leave with his team. As the car just got onto the road, they encountered a little girl, 7 or 8 years old, timidly tugging at her clothes, standing by the roadside and staring at them. Su Bingfan quickly had Meng Xiaoqian stop the car and personally got out to check. "Little sister, why are you out here alone? Where are your family members?" Tears welled up in the girl's eyes as she softly bit her lower lip and whispered, "Brother, can you give me something to eat?" "Grandma," Su Bingfan asked, "is it just you and your grandma at home?" "Yes, my mom and dad are working in the south. It's just me and grandma at home. She saved all the food for me, always saying she already ate. But yesterday, grandma suddenly fainted." The little girl began crying as she spoke, and Su Bingfan immediately picked her up. "Come on, take me to see grandma." Chapter 99, she was really on the upper floor. Su Bingfan carried the little girl forward all the way until they reached a dilapidated dormitory building. The little girl pointed up at the building and said, "My home is on the second floor." Su Bingfan glanced around. As he had walked here carrying the girl, many people secretly watched from behind their windows, but none had come out. Mostly because Su Bingfan now wore all black and a face-covering mask, making him look genuinely frightening. Su Bingfan looked up at the rundown building and asked the little girl, "This place is so broken down. Does it leak when it rains?" The girl obediently shook her head. "It's okay. When it rains, we use basins to catch the water. Then we can flush the toilet with it later. No waste." Su Bingfan gently poked the tip of her nose. "Such a good child." The girl stuck out her tongue and licked her dry, chapped lips. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Bingfan. "Big brother, let's go upstairs quickly. Grandma is waiting for us up there. She needs our help." A flicker of sorrow passed through Su Bingfan's eyes. He gently set the girl down on the ground and straightened up. "Little girl, why would you lie at such a young age?" The girl shook her head innocently. "Big brother, I'm not lying. Grandma really is upstairs. Maybe your grandma really is upstairs. But so is a deadly trap waiting for me, isn't it?" Su Bingfan's gaze grew cold. His physical abilities had already reached level 7. Every slight movement in this area was clearly audible to him. He could hear everything. The people hiding in the rooms near the stairwell, each armed with axes and hammers, waiting for him. He even overheard their whispers, discussing how they'd braise half his body and cook the other half spicy. But the girl didn't know Su Bingfan had reached such an absurdly enhanced physical state, and kept trying to manipulate him. "Brother, please, come upstairs with me right away. Grandma really can't hold on any longer." Slowly, Su Bingfan unfastened a long rope from his waist, smoothing it out as he spoke to the girl. "If what you're saying were true, then yes, your grandma truly wouldn't last much longer. This dormitory building is falling apart. It leaks every time it rains. This downpour has lasted 7 days and 7 nights. Your home must have been completely soaked by acid rain by now. Little girl, I don't blame you. You're poisoned, under someone else's control. But I can't allow this to continue either." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Bingfan activated his level 7 physical ability, moving so fast that no one could react. In a flash, he tied the girl up tightly with the rope, then dashed up the stairs. One by one, he disarmed and bound every single ambush member upstairs, over a dozen of them. Downstairs, Meng Xiaochen raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's going on?" Su Bingfan brushed dust off his hands and said, "I already suspected it earlier. Why would people eat human flesh when there's still food available? Now, we don't need to guess anymore." He gestured toward the crumbling building behind him. Buildings where cannibalism occurred share one common trait. They leak during rain. Even those villagers who resorted to eating people, they've all been drenched in rain. But for some reason, they didn't fully turn into zombies. Instead, only certain zombie traits manifested, like bloodlust, cannibalism, greed. He signaled to the robot squad, "Take all these people back. Oscar will use them for live experiments." Meng Xiaochen grimaced slightly and whispered, "Live experiments? Isn't that too cruel? Cruelty lies in letting them remain walking corpses like this. That's far worse." Su Bingfan patted Meng Xiaochen's shoulder. "Don't worry, we're saving lives here. Only by bringing them back can Oscar accelerate the development of antidotes and vaccines. I believe something inside their bodies must be different. Otherwise, why, under the same rain exposure, do they still retain part of their humanity?" He even thought of that movie Outbreak. Could it be that these people naturally carry some kind of antibody? After handling everything at the dormitory building, Su Bingfan prepared to move on to the next target. "Hold on a sec," Meng Xiaochen said, drawing a circle in the air around them. "There are still civilians here. What do you plan to do about them?" "Cold treatment," Su Bingfan replied calmly. "I can't beg them to accept my help. Let them deal with it however they want." He left a small robot unit behind to maintain order and led the main force toward the next neighborhood. The next district was closer to the city center, but conditions remained bleak. Though water and electricity were supplied for 2 hours daily, most households had run out of stored food. Some brave souls attempted to rush outside to scavenge for supplies, but few who ventured out ever survived. Thus, most others simply lived in terror, slowly starving to death within their sealed rooms. Su Bingfan arrived at this neighborhood and once again sent the robot squad to lead the way. In just over half an hour, all the zombies in the entire district were eliminated. Just as Su Bingfan was about to walk around with Meng Xiaochen, a piercing cry suddenly rang out. "No, please, let go of my husband. Let him go." Su Bingfan and Meng Xiaochen exchanged a glance and quickly rushed over to see what was happening. The people on this street seemed noticeably more normal than those on the previous one. At least after seeing troops come to eliminate the zombies, some dared to step out and gawk or speak up. When Su Bingfan approached, he saw a middle-aged woman clinging tightly to a man's hand, refusing to let go no matter what. Several robots tried to separate them, but the woman held on too fiercely. Since the robots couldn't harm civilians, they could only wait for new orders from Su Bingfan. "What's going on?" The robot pointed at the man and said, "He was bitten by a zombie." Su Bingfan frowned. The man showed no signs of zombification yet, only a terrible bite wound on his shoulder. That meant he had just been bitten? What was so urgent that they couldn't wait a few more minutes, until his team had cleared all the zombies, before coming out? The woman sobbed uncontrollably, repeating nothing but, "Please, let go of my husband," unable to utter anything else. Fortunately, an elderly woman from the crowd stepped forward and kindly explained the situation to Su Bingfan. Chapter 100, The Refugee Zone. "I know what's going on. Dazhuang and his wife are famously devoted to each other. Probably ran out of food at home for too long. Dazhuang got desperate and came out looking for something to eat for his wife. That's how this happened." Su Bingfan saw how heartbroken Dazhuang's wife was, sobbing uncontrollably, and couldn't help but feel terrible. He immediately called Oscar. "This man was just bitten, hasn't turned into a zombie yet. Is there any way to control the virus?" Oscar sounded rather helpless. "Master Zhuang, you only gave me that live sample earlier today, just recently. How could I possibly control the virus already?" Su Bingfan felt a bit awkward, but he wasn't ready to give up. "Then is there any way to stabilize him? He wanted to suggest amputation, cutting off the bitten part, but the bite was near Dazhuang's shoulder, close to his neck. That area couldn't be amputated. Oscar thought for a moment and said, "Master Zhuang, if you put him in your space, he'll remain exactly as he is now. No good. After 4 hours, he'll become brain dead. His wife will still end up devastated. It won't take 4 hours. Give me just 1 hour. I can build a temperature-controlled isolation chamber to maintain all his bodily functions at their current state. This way, we buy time for me to study the virus." Fine. There was no time to lose. Without another word, Su Bingfan pushed Dazhuang's wife aside, grabbed Dazhuang, and pulled him into his space. Su Bingfan's physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. No matter how tightly she clung, she couldn't resist. She only saw a blur, and her husband was gone. Meanwhile, the robots around Su Bingfan swiftly acted, making it look as if they'd shoved Dazhuang into a sack, then carried off the bundle. It all happened in an instant. No one noticed Dazhuang had already been swapped out. "Where's my husband? Where's my husband? Where are you taking him? Sir, please, let my husband go. He's a good man." Dazhuang's wife threw herself at Su Bingfan's legs, crying bitterly. "If only my body weren't so weak, Dazhuang wouldn't have taken such a risk. If you're going to arrest anyone, take us both. I want to stay with my husband." "Fine. Then come along." Su Bingfan waved his hand, and 2 robots immediately stepped forward to lift Dazhuang's wife. This time, she stopped crying. Instead, her expression grew calm, and she even smiled gently at Su Bingfan. "Thank you." The nosy middle-aged woman who had been watching rushed forward to block them. "What are you doing? Xiao Fan hasn't been bitten. Why are you taking her away?" Su Bingfan raised his voice so everyone could hear. "I'm not arresting Xiao Fan, nor am I arresting Dazhuang. We're actively developing a cure and vaccine for the zombie virus. Dazhuang is being sent for treatment. As for Xiao Fan, we'll send her to the refugee zone, where she can live safely with ample supplies and proper care. The woman finally relaxed, then quickly wore a look of envy. Xiao Fan, you've really turned misfortune into fortune. Su Bingfan turned to the woman. Our refugee zone isn't far from here, guarded by soldiers. Anyone else who wants to go can join. But the refugee zone has its rules. Everyone must follow the regulations, or they'll be expelled. The woman's eyes lit up immediately, cautiously asking, do you have food there? Chapter 101, Su the Sovereign. Of course there is, Su Bingfan said with a hint of pride. We have plenty of fruits, vegetables, clean water, meat, and eggs. Everyone who enters the shelter zone can receive daily rations. But the shelter zone is like a newly founded nation. Everyone must abide by the new rules, or they will be expelled. The middle-aged woman immediately raised her hand. Then count me in. Following orders? That's all I've done my whole life. I'm the most obedient person you'll ever meet. Then a young man poked his head out from a window and asked, I'm young and strong. Can I go too? Of course. There's still plenty of work to be done in the shelter. Your strength will be valuable, and naturally, you'll be paid accordingly. This excited them even more. Work? And actual pay? After the pandemic just ended, many of them had lost their jobs and could only survive on odd jobs. Now, in this chaotic world, someone not only offered food and shelter, but also employment and wages. This was nothing short of divine salvation. I'm in too. I'm a plumber and electrician. I can be useful. I'm a cook. I'll prepare meals for everyone. I'll do cleaning. I'll be a security guard. I'm going. Me too. People began emerging from their homes, dragging their bundles, eyes shining with renewed hope. Meng Xiaoqian, standing at the back, suddenly shouted without warning, Long live Su the Sovereign. Su Bingfan looked slightly startled. Immediately, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Long live Su the Sovereign. Su the Sovereign is our savior. Su Bingfan quickly raised both hands, motioning for calm. The crowd instantly quieted down. Now please follow your guides and enter the shelter zone in an orderly fashion. Anyone who disrupts order will be removed immediately and barred from re-entry. Please cherish this opportunity. Amid the joyful clamor, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. You're not government officials. Why would you be so generous? Could it be you're luring us into human experiments? Ordinary people are easily swayed, and once those words were spoken, others quickly echoed. Yeah, exactly. What department do they even belong to? Why would they feed so many of us for free and pay us wages? Something's fishy. Su Bingfan replied calmly. I belong to no department. I am simply someone with the capability to protect myself and others during the apocalypse. Those who choose to follow me may call me Su the Sovereign. I guarantee you absolute safety and secure living conditions. Those unwilling to follow me, or who doubt me, are free to wait for military rescue. As he spoke, Su Bingfan deliberately glanced up at the empty sky. Just don't know when those rescue helicopters will finally arrive here. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth and, once again, was the first to raise her hand. We ran out of food and water days ago. They promised rescuers would come, but after all these days, we only hear helicopters buzzing overhead. When will it be our turn? I don't care who you are. Staying home means starving to death anyway. At least with you, I might find a way out. My old man and I are half buried in yellow earth already. No money, no looks, nothing worth stealing. I seriously doubt you'd want two wrinkled fossils like us. I'm betting Su the Sovereign is a good person. I'm following Su the Sovereign. Others quickly joined her. I'll follow Su the Sovereign too. In times of chaos, heroes emerge, and I believe Su the Sovereign is that hero. So can I follow Su the Sovereign and earn myself some merit of backing the emperor? The joke made the younger folks burst into laughter. Yet, indeed, Su Bingfan already had intentions of promoting this brave woman. Chapter 102, don't you doubt it? Ma'am, I can see you're a kind-hearted person. How about this? Since families in the shelter will be living together, would you mind taking on the role of building manager? Just help keep track of daily tasks. What do you think? The Andy's eyes lit up immediately. Sure, I can definitely handle that. Back in my day, I was a production team leader. I know how to manage things. The man who had just mentioned merit of following the dragon grimaced slightly and muttered under his breath. Damn, is there really someone with merit of following the dragon? Then he quickly raised his hand. Your Majesty Su, I can drive. I can be the shelter's driver or whatever's needed. No problem at all. Good. Then you'll serve as acting transport captain for now. Do well, and we'll make it permanent. I'm a level 8 electrician. Keep up the good work, and the position of electrician team leader is yours. Everyone became increasingly enthusiastic. Su Bingfan was very satisfied with their responses. This was exactly what he wanted. He didn't want to support a group of freeloaders who did nothing but eat. The future reconstruction of the new capital would require everyone to contribute themselves. If everything was handed to them on a silver platter, how could they ever truly appreciate their hard-won new life? The robot task force dispatched a squad to settle these civilians into the shelter zone, while Su Bingfan led the rest toward their next target area. With prior experience, they were clearing zombies much faster now. This time, however, several robots had been bitten by zombies, damaging their outer shells. A few others sustained injuries during close combat, their joints slightly twisted from the struggle. Meng Xiaoqian saw those warrior machines with exposed internal components, yet she showed no surprise, continuing to follow Su Bingfan as they reclaimed territory. Among the civilians in this district, a few had resorted to cannibalism. They'd all been captured by the robot squad, but Su Bingfan didn't bring them back to the shelter. Instead, he found another house to imprison them separately. They already had enough research subjects. If Oscar requested more later, he'd bring these people then. After all, they were dangerous individuals. Bringing too many such monsters into the shelter made Su Bingfan uneasy. With some robot units damaged, Su Bingfan decided to end operations for today. There would be plenty of time ahead anyway. On the way back, Meng Xiaoqun remained silent. Unable to hold back any longer, Su Bingfan asked, "Aren't you even curious?" Meng Xiaoqun smiled faintly. "Bingfan, maybe you can fool my mom, but do you really think you can hide it from me?" Su Bingfan's heart lurched. While driving, Meng Xiaoqun continued calmly. "Though the place we're living now feels similar to our old home, Oscar isn't a god. He must have made mistakes somewhere." Su Bingfan mentally retraced every detail, but couldn't recall where Oscar might have slipped up. Could it be the hypnosis failed? Suddenly, Meng Xiaoqun asked, "Bingfan, this is our real city, isn't it? When the zombie virus broke out here, you took Mom and me to that other side to live. But to spare Mom from worry, you kept it hidden from us. Am I right?" Su Bingfan fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Some details were off, but essentially, that was exactly what had happened. "I don't know if it's because I've been sick lately or just had surgery, but images keep flashing through my mind. Me arguing fiercely with you and Mom. Me being jealous because she favored you. So I bullied you constantly just to get her attention. Me crying alone behind your backs when I saw the two of you getting along like a real mother and son." With each word Meng Xiaoqun spoke, Su Bingfan's heart sank deeper. Chapter 103, You're My Brother. Su Bingfan had always taken for granted the love and care Teacher Hao gave him, never realizing that he had taken the place meant for Meng Xiaoqun, the maternal affection that rightfully belonged to her. Teacher Hao was indeed selfless towards Su Bingfan, but what about her own son? Meng Xiaoqun continued, "Bingfan, I can't tell whether those scenes I saw were real or just dreams, but I could feel it. I wasn't happy back then. Neither were you nor Mom. But now, we're brothers. Mom smiles every day. I'm happy, and so are you." So, Meng Xiaoqun stopped the car, turned to face Su Bingfan, and said seriously, "So you're my brother, forever. And as your brother, I've got your back, always." A surge of emotion rose in Su Bingfan's chest. If they could remain this close forever, life ahead would be far less complicated. As he restarted the car, Meng Xiaoqun casually asked, "Are all these soldiers robots?" Caught off guard, Su Bingfan answered honestly, "Yes. They're robots made by Oscar. With them leading the way, we won't have to face the zombies ourselves." Meng Xiaoqun fell silent for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was much lower, almost hoarse. "What about Xiaofang?" Su Bingfan hadn't expected Meng Xiaoqun to catch on so quickly. He opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally chose not to reveal the truth. "Xiaofang, she's like Oscar. She has human thoughts and emotions, but she can't leave the shelter." Meng Xiaoqun's expression turned complex, somewhere between disappointment and relief. "Are all the people in your shelter like Oscar? Can they only live inside the shelter?" "You could say that." After a brief pause, Meng Xiaoqun said, "Once the refugee zone is properly built up, why not let Mom come out and teach? Keeping her cooped up in the shelter isn't ideal. Letting her contribute again would make her much happier." All right, Su Bingfan thought it over and found the idea workable. If Meng Xiaoqun had already sensed something was off, it was only a matter of time before Teacher Hao figured it out too. Rather than keep deceiving her with a bunch of robots, it made more sense to let her come out and be useful. Back at the shelter, everyone relaxed and rested as usual. Oscar took charge of repairing the robot squad. Suddenly, the map in the space let out a series of beeping sounds. "What's going on?" Su Bingfan asked Cha Duzi. Cha Duzi replied, "The flashing spots indicate locations where clean supplies still remain. Those will be our next targets." Su Bingfan hadn't considered scavenging for more supplies. He already had enough for self-sufficiency in his shelter. But this was the apocalypse. This was chaos. Survivors would inevitably fight over resources, using them to fuel their growing ambitions. In this chaotic world, supplies were like money in times of peace. Greed could drive people to do terrible things. And that was exactly what Su Bingfan wanted to avoid. He was already busy building a new empire and keeping an eye on the military. He didn't want to waste energy dealing with power-hungry survivors. Therefore, securing as many clean supplies as possible before anyone else could was the wisest move. Su Bingfan checked the supply distribution map. Most sites were near civilian districts, since the supplies were mostly still stored in supermarket warehouses. Then tomorrow we go here. Chapter 104. Someone went 0 yuan shopping. The first destination of the day was a neighborhood close to the 3rd Ring Road, where there was a relatively large shopping mall. Su Bingfan knew this, and so did the ordinary people living nearby. As a result, the number of zombies wandering in this area was significantly higher than in the previous neighborhoods. What Su Bingfan didn't know was that some people had actually turned into zombies on the very day of the storm. Those who had taken shelter from the rain inside the mall and became part of the first wave of infections. The city Su Bingfan lived in was only a 3rd Tier 1, and beyond the 3rd Ring Road lay rather remote suburban areas. But once they entered within the 3rd Ring, the scenery changed noticeably. The roads were in chaos, wrecked cars littered everywhere, alongside scattered body parts. No one could tell whether these remains came from traffic accidents or from being torn apart by zombies, but they were strewn all over the place. A bus slowly passed them by. The driver was a zombie, but it still maintained its pre-transformation posture, allowing the vehicle to keep moving forward. The passengers aboard had also turned into zombies. Strangely, however, they remained eerily silent, just like they had been in life, sitting quietly as if simply riding the bus, waiting for their final stop. Su Bingfan raised an eyebrow and said to Meng Xiaoqun, "It seems the zombies here are different." Meng Xiaoqun frowned. "They don't seem aggressive at all. After all, the road was now filled with robot squads moving about. Their appearances were indistinguishable from humans, and the noise made by such a large group should have easily attracted zombie attention. The robot squad had already eliminated hundreds of aggressive zombies, yet the ones on the bus appeared completely indifferent. Su Bingfan gave an order. Go capture the zombies on that bus too. Bring them back so Oscar can study what's going on. The robot squad immediately complied, blocking the bus and boarding it to seize the zombies. But these zombies were like wooden dummies, passive and motionless, offering neither resistance nor attack as they were captured. Oscar had already converted one entire level of the shelter into a fully sealed zombie research lab, spending his days studying countermeasures against the zombie virus alongside a team of robots. Lord Zhuang, there are many large factories near the 3rd Ring Road. Make sure to bring me back some raw materials. I need to build another batch of robots. Su Bingfan resignedly gave a thumbs-up okay sign. He'd already gotten used to his steward issuing orders to him. It took the team roughly over an hour to clear out the zombies along the way. Residential buildings mixed with hidden zombies added difficulty. Without drone scanning for precise location, the robot squad would have needed even more time. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall. The building had 6 floors above ground and 3 underground. B1 was the supermarket. B2 and B3 were parking levels. The first floor housed luxury watches, jewelry, and cosmetics. The second sold women's shoes. The third featured women's clothing. The fourth carried men's wear and footwear. The fifth was dedicated to children's products. And the 6th floor contained a food court, arcade, and a cinema. Su Bingfan's sole target was the supermarket on B1. The rest of the goods meant little to him. Still, Meng Xiaoqian insisted that they should sweep through the upstairs clothing sections too. Your Majesty Su, don't forget you've got a whole population relying on you now. Su Bingfan blushed slightly, lowered his head, and mumbled an agreement. The two then cautiously advanced inward, guns in hand. In truth, with the robot squad clearing the path ahead, danger was no longer a serious concern for them. But the moment they stepped inside, Su Bingfan sighed. It looks like someone's already done some zero-yuan shopping here. Chapter 105. There are still living people here. The luxury counters on the first floor had all been smashed open. Gold jewelry was completely looted, and silver items had also been swept clean. Yet those beautiful colored gemstones, pearls, jade, and diamonds remained untouched. Those high-end watches worth hundreds of thousands or even millions apiece now lay alone in their display cases. These items hyped into sky-high prices by capital were only sought after by gullible buyers during times of peace and prosperity. In war-torn eras, or in a world like this post-apocalyptic one, people weren't foolish. They knew only real gold and silver held value. Meng Xiaoqian's eyes landed on the jade counter nearby. He asked Su Bingfan cautiously, could these things be contaminated? Can we take them back? Su Bingfan assumed Meng Xiaoqian wanted to hoard goods, so he waved casually. Take them if you want. Just bag them up for now. We'll have Oscar disinfect everything once we're back. Carefully, Meng Xiaoqian picked a translucent white Hetian jade bracelet from the cabinet, then chose another vividly green featurey bracelet with excellent clarity. Judging by the size, they'd fit teacher Hao and Xiao Fang. He didn't take much, just these 2 bracelets. After wrapping them carefully, he placed them into his inner pocket, then continued forward with his gun at the ready, walking alongside Su Bingfan. Unable to resist, Su Bingfan asked, why don't you grab a ring for Xiao Fang too? Inside the counter, shiny platinum diamond rings sparkled, items that would normally cost tens or even hundreds of thousands per piece. But now, nobody cared. Meng Xiaoqian wore a face mask, so it was hard to tell if he was blushing, but his eyes lowered slightly as he said, something like that. I think it should come from me buying it myself. It just doesn't feel right using something seized for free for such a purpose. That touched something in Su Bingfan. After mulling it over for a moment, he walked over to the jade counter himself, selected a lavender-colored featured bracelet with excellent clarity, wrapped it up gently, and tucked it safely against his chest. He remembered in an old costume drama, Miss Doraba wore exactly such a bracelet. It looked stunning on her, especially against her pale skin. The two walked side by side. Truthfully, the mall had already been cleared by the robot squad. Aside from dried bloodstains scattered in spots, no traces of zombies remained. Su Bingfan frowned. The stench inside the mall was unbearable. No telling how many bodies had decayed here. The smell of rot hung thick in the air, almost burning the eyes. Drawn by the odor, swarms of flies buzzed in circles throughout the building, their constant humming irritating and grating. The robot squad reported to Su Bingfan, Master, we can thoroughly clean this place with disinfectant to prevent flies from carrying pathogens. However, the agent is highly irritating, so we recommend you endure it a little longer. We'll begin cleaning immediately after you leave. Su Bingfan blinked. All right, next time something like this happens, clean it first. I don't mind waiting a couple more days before coming back in. The robot squad reported again. Master, all zombies inside the mall have been eliminated. But there are still living people here. Instinctively, Su Bingfan's gaze turned toward the basement level. But the robot pointed upward. The person is on the 6th floor. Power supply in the city remained restricted to limited hours, so Su Bingfan could only climb slowly on foot. He glanced back at Meng Xiaoqian, who gave him a resigned look. Together, they began ascending the stairs. Actually, the mall staircases weren't steep and climbing them wasn't strenuous, but modern people had grown spoiled by elevators. After just a few steps, most would be winded. At every elevator entrance across each floor, mannequins, display stands, chairs, and other obstacles were piled up. A final effort made by survivors trying to block zombies from advancing upward. As they climbed higher, signs of zombies actually became fewer. By the 5th floor, nearly all bloodstains had vanished. Chapter 106 I want to take a shower. Su Bingfan silently gave these living people a mental thumbs up. Smart move. When the storm hit, everyone trapped inside the mall would naturally head downstairs. Meanwhile, those outside seeking shelter would also rush toward the first floor and the basement level. Especially after the downpour lasted a full day and night, more and more people would inevitably break into the supermarket for supplies. As a result, people on the lower floors were most likely exposed to the rainwater, triggering zombification. And once turned, the zombies would first attack the living humans nearby, making those on lower floors far more vulnerable. In contrast, the group on the 6th floor had actually taken the safest route. By sealing off each level below them and retreating to the topmost floor, they ensured their human scent wouldn't drift downward. With the zombies' stiff joints and poor sense of smell, there was little chance they'd bother climbing all the way up. The 6th floor happened to be the food court. Though not as well stocked as the supermarket, the kitchens still held backup ingredients. Plus, there was a buffet-style restaurant here. The daily supply of fresh food was always abundant. If rationed carefully, this food could last until rescue arrived. When Su Bingfan and Meng Xiaochen reached the 6th floor, however, they found no sign of anyone moving about. They exchanged a puzzled glance. Su Bingfan signaled the robot team that followed behind him, then split them up to search. This was just a small shopping complex, with only one escalator and one fire escape connecting all floors. If these survivors were smart, they must have locked the fire escape early on. The escalator was already guarded by Su Bingfan's men, so the survivors could only be hiding somewhere inside a shop. Yet after a full sweep, they found no one. After a moment's thought, Su Bingfan deployed a drone equipped with a life detection scanner and discovered the truth. The people were hiding inside the fire escape stairwell. 6 in total. Judging from the thermal imaging, they seemed to be trembling. Su Bingfan walked up to the door of the emergency stairs. He paused, then chose not to open it immediately. Instead, he knocked gently and called out, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. I have my own army and have established a refugee zone on the outskirts of South City. If you want to come with me, all you need to do is contribute some labor there. If you'd rather not, I won't force you. The supplies here are untouched. I won't take any. They're still yours. I've cleared out all the zombies downstairs. You can go home anytime if you wish. But I'd suggest checking the second basement level for a working car. The streets aren't entirely safe right now." Su Bingfan spoke sincerely. Muffled whispers came from behind the door. Clearly they were discussing among themselves. His wolf ears, level 7 hearing, picked up every word. A young girl's timid voice whispered, "I don't think he's lying." A boy replied, "Even if he wanted to deceive us, what good would it do? We heard gunfire earlier and rushed in here. We didn't manage to grab any supplies when we entered. If they were really after resources, they could have just taken everything and left. No need to trick us." Another girl's shaky voice added, "But what if they just want to capture us and turn us into pleasure slaves?" Another boy snorted, "Zhao Fian, are you reading too many web novels again? Pleasure slaves? Seriously? I think Qinchang's right. We've got nothing left to lose anyway. If he really can take us to a refugee zone, then we won't have to live like this, constantly scared and hiding." Then a younger girl's voice, teary and pitiful, murmured, "I just want to take a bath. If he lets me have a hot shower, I'll even agree to be a pleasure slave." Chapter 107, Evolved Again. A young boy's voice cried out in sorrow and indignation. "Su Huanhuan, you've changed. You're actually giving in just for a hot shower. Is our relationship all fake?" Su Huanhuan choked back tears. "Fan Gao, I'm sorry. I had no choice." Qin Chang spoke up again. "All right, enough. Of all times, are you two seriously doing a Chengyao drama right now? In my opinion, let's open the door. If they really meant us harm, we wouldn't have survived this long. And if they truly are saviors, then maybe we've got a chance to live. Besides, I reckon if they had guns, they wouldn't have bothered reasoning with us. Just that alone makes me trust him." Another boy chimed in, "We die either way. But if we're lucky and meet someone good, maybe we'll find a way out. Let's open the door." Click, the sound of the bolt being drawn. Slowly, the door to the emergency stairway creaked open, revealing 6 youthful faces, 3 boys and 3 girls, clear-eyed and brimming with nervous anticipation. "You're students from Nan University? How do you know?" 6 pairs of eyes lit up instantly, staring at Su Bingfan as if he were an otherworldly deity descended from the heavens. Su Bingfan rolled his eyes inwardly. All 6 idiots were wearing their school badges right on their chests. Must have forgotten themselves after so long. "So, did you 3 couples come here to watch a movie?" The 6 lowered their heads shyly. A soft, timid voice said, "We're not couples, we're dormitory alliance partners." Su Bingfan couldn't help but chuckle silently. Dormitory alliance? Wasn't that just grouping up a bunch of single dogs? Still, he kept his tone gentle with these kids. "If you're willing to come with me to the shelter zone, I can provide clean food and water. All I ask is that you do work within your ability. By the way, in the shelter zone, you can take hot showers." A plump girl suddenly lifted her head in delight. "Hot showers? I'll go." Judging by her voice, this cute, hefty girl weighing over 200 Jin was Su Huanhuan. And behind her stood Fan Gao, a guy well over 300 Jin, wearing an expression of tragic betrayal. Su Bingfan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Talk about beauty being in the eye of the beholder. At those weights, did Fan Gao really think someone would drag his girlfriend off to be a sex slave? What kind of physique could possibly endure that? A tall, slim boy stepped forward to introduce them. "We're second-year students from Nan University. My name is Qin Chang." He pointed at a quiet, bespectacled boy. "This is Du Fei. That's Fan Gao." Then he introduced the girls one by one. Su Huanhuan, Chun Linlin, Zhao Feifei. Su Huanhuan was the plump girl, Chun Linlin, thin and dark-skinned, and Zhao Feifei, the prettiest of the group. whose eyes never left Qinchang. Su Bingfan quickly grasped the dynamic among the six. Meng Xiaochen pointed at Su Bingfan and announced, "This is the owner of the shelter zone. You can call him Emperor Su." Su Bingfan gestured toward Meng Xiaochen beside him. "This is my general. You may call him General Meng." Meng Xiaochen blinked in surprise. He hadn't realized he'd been promoted to general at some point, and immediately straightened his posture, trying to look more worthy of the title. Chiduzi stirred restlessly, whispering secretly to Su Bingfan, "Host, I think I've evolved again." Chapter 108. Everyone has progress bars above their head. Su Bingfan mentally communicated with Che Dudzi. "What new skill have you mastered this time? This skill is indescribable, but I can share it with you." As Che Dudzi spoke, Su Bingfan felt a sudden warmth in his left arm. Then, miraculously, something magical appeared before his eyes. He could now see several progress bars floating above every person's head. The red bar represented that person's favorability towards Su Bingfan, while the blue bar indicated their loyalty level. Su Bingfan noticed that all the college students had favorability scores above 80 and loyalty above 70, meaning they were all usable assets. He couldn't help but glance at Meng Xiaochen. Meng's loyalty was at 100, and his favorability bar actually exceeded 100. Su Bingfan felt a warm satisfaction spreading through his chest. In this lifetime, he finally had a true brother. Su Bingfan said to them, "You can now follow my soldiers to the shelter zone. As for what work you'll need to do, I'll assess your specialties later and assign tasks accordingly. For now, there's no specific job, so you can join everyone else in helping construct the shelter. After all, with so many people to feed and house, we must rely on our own labor for prosperity." All 6 students nodded in agreement. Qinchang then added, "There's still some leftover supplies here that haven't been consumed. Why don't we take those along too?" Su Bingfan nodded approvingly. He was clearly a sharp one. Moreover, Qinchang's favorability toward him was 90, and his loyalty reached 96. He was definitely qualified to lead this small group. "Qinchang, since you're most familiar with these supplies, take charge. Organize everyone to quickly pack everything up and follow the vehicles back to the shelter." Meng Xiaochen hesitated, whispering cautiously, "But we only drove 1 car here. We can't fit all 6 of them." "Don't worry," Su Bingfan smiled faintly. "There are plenty of cars down in levels B2 and B3. Sure, Su Bingfan himself didn't have the ability to unlock vehicles, but Oscar did. Oscar tossed a keychain from his space to Su Bingfan. "This is a universal car key. No matter which vehicle, as long as you insert it, it'll start." Su Bingfan generously handed over all the keys to Meng Xiaochen. "Come on, brother Meng the handsome. Want to go pick some rides with me?" Meng Xiaochen grinned like a kid who hadn't seen his 3rd birthday in 300 months. He loved cars more than anything. He could even identify a brand just by its horn sound. Even though he knew Su Bingfan was essentially sending him on a $0 shopping spree, Meng still couldn't suppress his idiotic smile. If not for his ears blocking the way, his grin would have stretched clear to the back of his head. Oscar had given a total of 20 car keys. The 2 of them picked out 20 off-road SUVs, assigned each to robot soldiers, and had them drive people and cargo. The supplies downstairs had previously been too close to the zombie horde and needed cleaning. With a wave of his hand, Su Bingfan first stored them in his space, handing them over to Oscar for purification before transporting them to the shelter. Meanwhile, the first batch of crops in the shelter had already ripened. Su Bingfan took out part of the harvest and sent it to the shelter, but only stored enough food for 3 days. The shelter had essentially become a luxury villa district, complete with free meals, making it dangerously easy to make people lazy. Right behind the villa area lay the forest park, where the soil was rich and fertile, suitable for growing almost anything. Su Bingfan decided that everyone in the shelter must participate in building the new district. He wouldn't tolerate freeloaders, especially those who assumed everything they received was their due. Chapter 109. You decide for yourself. The rescue operation was progressing in an orderly manner. Su Bingfan's current route of action followed exactly what Oscar had planned, focusing on capturing areas with supplies. And these zones, whether in ancient or modern times, were always strategically contested territories. So when Su Bingfan's team moved to clear out their 3rd supermarket, they inevitably encountered a formidable enemy. These people were ordinary humans, and worse, they had hostages. As a result, the robot squad hesitated over whether they should open fire. That momentary hesitation gave the opposing group the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Although the robot squad was indestructible and even bulletproof thanks to Oscar's design, continuous gunfire still damaged some internal components from the sheer force of impact. Soon, several wounded robots were retreating from the front lines. Frowning, Su Bingfan activated the loudspeaker and shouted into it, "We're a rescue team. If you don't want to leave with us, we can split the supplies here 50-50. I only ask that we evacuate the civilians from this neighborhood." A voice shouted back from inside. "Sure, save them, but not for free. 1 bag of rice per person rescued. Is that too much to ask?" Su Bingfan recognized the hoarse, duck-like voice. It sounded familiar. He activated Eagle Eye and squinted into the store. Well, he knew these guys. Immediately, he raised the speaker again. "Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger." An indifferent reply came. "Pagoda suppresses river demons." No, it should be "You're a dumbass." There was a pause inside before the hesitant voice responded. "Your dad went to feed pigs?" "Your granddad only knows gambling." Su Bingfan relaxed considerably. "Fourth brother, put the gun down. We're all old acquaintances. Lay down your weapons, and I won't harm you." These were just a bunch of tattooed toughs bluffing with fake guns, though how the ones with real firearms got them remained unclear. Besides, fourth brother still held on to his 100 caddies of gold. If these men played fair, Su Bingfan wouldn't mind selling them some rice and flour. After all, the plants in his shelter grew at an incredible speed, maturing in batches every month or so. Figures shifted inside them all. Soon, two bald, sleeveless men in floral shirts and sunglasses swaggered out, with the brutish-faced fourth brother standing behind them. So it's you, kid. I thought so. You gotta be someone important to carry around 100 caddies of gold. Haha, never expected you'd have an army. Though wearing dark glasses, his ill intent was obvious, even to Su Bingfan's extraordinary vision. Most tellingly, the progress bars above each of their heads displayed zeros. Su Bingfan was already prepared. Fourth brother continued laughing casually, trying to act friendly. Young brother, you really are something. In these chaotic times, your crew looks clean and fresh. His eyes roamed over Su Bingfan's vehicle, clearly envious. How about a deal? Your 100 caddies of gold are still with me. I'll trade that gold for your gear. What do you say? Su Bingfan already knew their intentions were foul. He saw no need for idle talk. Fourth brother, when we did business, it was cash for goods, transaction settled, no debts owed. Now if you want to buy my equipment, I simply don't intend to sell. But if you want grain, I can make a deal. 1 sack of rice for 1 gold brick, and I'll even throw in 2 cases of beer for your brothers. But if you've got other plans, don't mistake me for soft. You decide for yourself. Chapter 110, Hostage. Su Bingfan felt he had been quite polite, but fourth brother's face still darkened. Yet in an instant, he flashed that familiar fake smile so common among Jianghu people. Kid, don't be so arrogant. 1 gold brick for a sack of rice. You really think I'm some sucker? Fourth brother is no sucker. He just doesn't want to trade honestly with me. Su Bingfan saw no point in wasting words. He issued the order to his robot squad. Eliminate them. Through the life detection device, Su Bingfan already knew there were only about a dozen hostages inside. With his level 7 physical capabilities, he could dash in, grab them, and return before fourth brother's men even realized what happened. The next moment, Meng Xiaoqian felt a whirlwind rush past her. In the blink of an eye, Su Bingfan appeared beside her, thrusting 2 women into her arms. Hurry, rescue the hostages. Everything unfolded in a flash. Not even fourth brother's men understood what was happening, let alone the hostages themselves. As Su Bingfan rescued them, he cursed under his breath. These bastards were truly inhuman. All the hostages were young girls, many half undressed, their eyes dull and vacant. What they'd endured these past days was too horrifying to contemplate. Upon receiving Su Bingfan's command, the robot squad swiftly aimed their guns at fourth brother's gang. 2 gunshots rang out. 2 tattooed thugs collapsed instantly. Oscar had programmed the robots never to kill humans, so their shots targeted wrists holding guns and the ankles, incapacitating without killing. Seeing their comrades hit, some of the remaining thugs faltered, turning to flee, but fourth brother yanked one back as a human shield. Su Bingfan was still busy rescuing hostages and had no time to deal with them. Suddenly, fourth brother dragged a filthy, disheveled man from the corner, shoved him forward, and pressed a sharp blade against his throat, screaming at Su Bingfan, "Boy, take 1 more step, and I'll kill him." Su Bingfan was about to say, "Go ahead if you dare," when he abruptly froze. The person clutched in fourth brother's grasp was Old Seven. It had only been a month since they last met, yet Old Seven now looked like a wild beast, his hair and beard matted together, his face unwashed for who knew how long, his body smeared with filth. Su Bingfan still held the last 2 hostages, not yet delivered to safety. But fourth brother had Old Seven. The robot squad reported, "Master, his position is too awkward. Our snipers can't get a clean shot. Firing recklessly risks hitting the hostage." Su Bingfan stared fixedly at the gleaming blade. It had already broken the skin on Old Seven's neck. A single drop of blood slid slowly down the metal. Yet Old Seven seemed oblivious to pain. His face showed no fear or agony, only joy when he saw Su Bingfan. "Bingfan, seeing you safe and sound makes me happy." Old Seven's voice was hoarse, raw, as if gravel had scraped across his throat. Su Bingfan's heart twisted. "Old Seven, how did you end up here?" Old Seven tugged bitterly at the corner of his mouth, almost a smile. "Fourth brother raided my home. I was taken along with everything you gave me." Fourth brother suddenly drove the knife deeper. Blood gushed again. "Shut up. I don't have time for your reunion crap. Now listen. This man for 100 sacks of rice, 50 handguns, 10,000 rounds of ammunition, or I slit his throat." Su Bingfan glared coldly. "Let my brother go now, and I won't hurt you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." The 2 women in Su Bingfan's hands screamed hysterically, "Stop talking. Save us first." Su Bingfan frowned. He didn't need subjects like this. He released them both at once. The women flew forward, straight toward fourth brother. Fourth brother wasn't ready for this, and certainly hadn't expected such strength. The split-second distraction was all Su Bingfan needed. When everyone came to their senses, fourth brother's knife was buried in his own chest, while Old Seven was pulled safely behind Su Bingfan. The 2 shrieking women crouched over fourth brother's body. Once they recovered, one of them shrieked, jumping to her feet and pointing at Su Bingfan. "What the hell is wrong with you? How could you throw us like that? If we got hurt, do you think you could take responsibility?" Chapter 111, God of the Nation. Su Bingfan glanced coldly at the 2 women. "I'm not obligated to save you. Especially now, I despise both of you." With that, Su Bingfan turned and supported Lao Chi as they walked back. The 2 women seemed dazed, unable to grasp what had just happened. Everyone else had been rescued. Why were they the only ones left behind? But the robot task force had already received Su Bingfan's order. They would never assist these 2 women again. From now on, they were on their own. Su Bingfan was a man with ambition. He no longer wasted resources on ungrateful wolves. Lao Chi followed Su Bingfan without minding the wound on his neck, simply grinning foolishly. What are you smiling about? Nothing. As long as you're safe, it's fine. Lao Chi looked up at Su Bingfan, as if wanting to say something more, but suddenly his pupils constricted sharply. Brother, watch out. Su Bingfan felt a gust of wind from behind. His clothing was bulletproof and slash-resistant anyway, so he didn't think much of it. But Lao Chi had already yanked him behind himself. Si Gu, with his last ounce of strength, plunged the knife into Lao Chi's chest, grinning wickedly. Kill one. That's worth it. Su Bingfan drew his pistol and put a bullet through CGE's skull, then anxiously cradled Lao Chi. Brother, don't be afraid. I'll get you to the hospital. Lao Chi grasped Su Bingfan's hand and smiled serenely. Just hearing you call me brother once in this life, it was worth it. Brother, I'm sorry for not being. The last glimmer in Lao Chi's eyes faded. His hand fell limp. Su Bingfan held Lao Chi's cooling body, and finally, a single tear slipped down his cheek. Bury him properly. Perhaps Lao Chi had achieved exactly what he desired. Maybe, for him, dying for a brother was far better than surviving through betrayal of family and kin. Su Bingfan's rescue operations continued, and as the mission advanced, Chiduzi's abilities grew increasingly powerful. Finally, all 5 elemental attributes, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, were complete. Immediately, Su Bingfan transported all the contaminated water and soil straight to the beautiful nation and island country. They said it was harmless? Then let them enjoy it themselves. Now, Su Bingfan's power was immense. With a wave of his hand, he erected an atmospheric barrier above both nations, trapping the toxic substances within their borders, leaving those still alive inside to struggle uselessly. Some might argue, they weren't the ones dumping the waste. They're innocent. But when an avalanche comes, no snowflake is innocent. Like those who sympathize with the island people, claiming the wrongdoers weren't them. Sorry, their ancestors count too. As long as they refuse sincere apology, and as long as the victims of past atrocities haven't given their approval, no one has the right to speak forgiveness on their behalf. Are these survivors truly innocent? Then tell me, are the people in our own nation, turned into zombies or slaughtered by them, any less innocent? Now Su Bingfan was Emperor Su. He had his principles, and his principles were the principles of Su Nation. When the military rescue team encountered Su Bingfan, he had already saved an entire city. So when the military came offering reconciliation, Su Bingfan refused. You didn't come to save us when we suffered in hellfire. Now, we don't need your offer of peace. Firm in stance and unmatched in power, the military had no choice but to retreat, and actually allowed Su Bingfan to establish a new nation here, Su Nation. When news of Su Nation's founding spread, even though every country was struggling with its own zombie virus crisis, some still smugly attempted intervention, claiming it violated international law. Truthfully, they all wanted a piece of this fertile land. How dare Su Bingfan snatch it first? Yet before absolute power, all chatter was meaningless. Su Nation was established. And the first thing Su Nation did after founding was release a treatment and vaccine for the zombie virus, priced at 1 gram of gold per dose. Su Nation accepted no currency but gold. That was Su Bingfan's principle. With overwhelming advantage in his hands, other nations didn't even qualify to negotiate. Su Nation grew stronger each day, and Su Bingfan's popularity among the people soared higher and higher. Yet Su Bingfan chose to remain humble, withdrawing quietly into the shelter to live a simple life. Occasionally, though, he'd return to the city, stroll along familiar streets, and treat himself to a meal of Teacher Hao's dumplings and braised pork. Teacher Hao had returned to her beloved teaching career. Meng Xiaochen really did marry Xiaofang. Oscar quietly said to Su Bingfan, Xiaofang can't have children, but otherwise she's just like any ordinary person. So don't worry, give it a couple of years, I'll arrange for them to have a child. Su Bingfan gave a cold, forced smile. Oh, thank you so much. Teacher Hao spent her whole life dreaming of holding her grandson. Now you're giving her a robot. Oscar awkwardly scratched his head and muttered, then why don't you get married? You have a kid, and that'd be Teacher Hao's grandson too. A flicker passed through Su Bingfan's eyes. He looked up at the LED screen in the mall and remained silent. On the screen was the award ceremony where Miss Doraba had won Best Actress for her film Goddess of the Apocalypse. The host asked her why her performance had been so profoundly moving. For a moment, a trace of confusion flashed across Doraba's eyes. It felt like a beautiful dream. In it, there was a kind boy who encouraged me. He told me I wasn't just a vase. I could be a warrior of the apocalypse. That's why I gained such confidence in this role. Su Bingfan followed the image on the screen with his gaze, shifting toward the entrance of the mall. Today was the promotional tour stop for Goddess of the Apocalypse, and Miss Doraba would be meeting fans here. A crowd of excited teenagers and young adults rushed in, waving photos of Doraba. Su Bingfan adjusted his sunglasses and walked in with the flow of people. By now, the event was nearing its end. Doraba was signing autographs for the fans. Su Bingfan pulled out a photo, one of Doraba in camouflage, holding an AK rifle, and handed it over. Could you sign this for me? What name should I make it out to? I can personalize it. Just right. To the Goddess of the Apocalypse. Doraba assumed he was just another movie fan, so she smiled and scribbled a short message before handing the photo back. She murmured, this photo makes me look so beautiful, but I don't remember ever taking this shoot. Su Bingfan faintly curled his lips. Maybe you did in a dream? Doraba looked puzzled. When she looked up again, Su Bingfan had already walked away. Her young assistant leaned in and whispered, that man looks a lot like Emperor Su, doesn't he? Doraba glanced at the distant figure, feeling a vague sense of familiarity, mixed with sadness. She laughed wryly. Why would Emperor Su come to get my autograph? He's everyone's god. Su Bingfan kept walking, gradually fading into silence, distancing himself from the crowd's noise. Jia Dudzi popped into view again and asked, Host, do you think this flourishing era has turned out as you wished? A faint smile touched Su Bingfan's lips. This world was made by humans. And since people have many flaws, the things they create won't be perfect either. But we all have hearts that yearn for happiness. So life will keep getting better and better. I've done what I could. The rest, let them perfect it themselves. This prosperous world will, in the end, become exactly as you hoped. The end.